past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, Mad Monkton.
When in Wincot vault a place waits for one of Monkton's race, when that one forlorn shall lie graveless under open sky, that shall be a certain sign of the end of Monkton's line. From mortal ken, from light of day, Monkton's race shall pass away.
Ada, this is the end, absolutely the end. 9 o'clock and not a word from him.
Oh, Mother, stop fretting. Alfred will come. I know he will.
But when? When? The engagement dinner was at 7, if you'll remember.
But what difference does it make?
Ada Elmsley, I do believe you're still in love with Alfred Monckton.
Of course I am.
After all the terrible humiliation he's put us to, how could you be? How could any self-respecting woman? And to think you broke off your engagement with William Seeley, the nicest boy in the whole county. Oh, what gossip the servants will make.
Mother, please.
In 2 minutes, it'll be all over the village. Alfred Monckton didn't arrive, not even a word of apology. I can hear them now. Oh, the humiliation.
Mother, please sit down and be quiet.
I will not be quiet. I tell you, Ada, I tell you, I'm glad, really glad. I hope you'll never see him again.
Mother, how could you say such a thing?
Because it's true. You know as well as I do, there's something very strange going on in Wincot Abbey. Something nobody understands.
You've been listening to village gossip again.
I've been using my own good eyes and ears. Do you know why Alfred Monckton keeps himself cooped up in that ancient abbey day after day after day, never receiving anybody, making a hermit of himself?
You exaggerate. He's a scholar. He studies most of the time.
That's the lamest explanation I ever heard. How you could ever be in love with such an eccentric man is beyond me. And to have him deliberately... Oh, I don't care if he has £1 million a year. I'll not allow you to marry him.
Oh, we've gone over this so many times. If I don't marry him, it'll only be because Alfred doesn't want me himself.
Ada!
Look, a carriage on the drive.
Well, it's about time. Is it Mr. Monckton?
I don't know.
Ada, don't see him. Send him away.
Alfred, look, he's coming in. Alfred!
Ada, come back. For my sake, don't see him.
Alfred, you did come. Oh, I knew you would.
Forgive me, Ada. Something has happened. I can't tell you what. I've got to go away.
Oh, Alfred, no.
Maybe that I'll come back. But I can't have you waiting for me, Ada.
You mean our engagement's broken?
Yes.
But why? Why, Alfred?
I can't tell you now.
But when will you return?
I don't know. It may be a long time. Forgive me, Ada. Forget me.
Oh, no. How could I? How could I do that? Alfred, I'll wait. Time doesn't matter. I'll wait for you.
I do love you, Ada. I do. Somehow I'll come back again, I promise. Living or dead, somehow I'll come back to you.
Well, William Seeley. Imagine seeing you here in Naples, of all places. And after so long, too.
Has it been so long, John? Not many years. 5, I think, since Eton.
It seems long. What have you been doing with yourself? Last I heard, you and Ada Elmsley were engaged. What happened?
Oh, I'm afraid we just broke it off, and I've been wandering over Europe, one place to another.
Oh, don't tell me you're suffering from broken heart, I believe is what they call it.
Oh, no. Just wanderlust, I think. At least that's what brought me here to the garden of the Villa Real.
And a lucky thing, too. Let's drink a toast, shall we? I say... Oh, something the matter?
Huh? No, not really. It's just that fellow over there staring at me as if I were his long-lost brother. It's rather unnerving.
Where? Oh, I say, do you know him?
No, I don't think so. Do you?
Well, only by reputation. He's a character around these parts.
Really? What's his name?
Monckton, I think. Alfred Monckton.
What?
Oh, I say, you do know him.
Well, only slightly. I haven't seen him since I was very young. We lived in the same county.
Of course, I remember now. Monckton has Wincot Abbey, I believe.
Yes, and also Ada Elmsley.
Oh, I say. Oh, you mean they're married?
No, just engaged. I wonder what he's doing here.
Haven't the slightest notion. Oh, look there. He's written a note. He's given it to the waiter.
Yes, I noticed.
And the waiter's coming to our table.
Mr. William Seeley?
Yes.
The gentleman just leaving, the one over there, asked me to give you this.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
I wonder what Monckton wants with you.
Well, we'll soon see. Here, let's read it. If you are the William Seeley from Wiltshire County, England, Will you do me the honor of calling at my flat this evening just before midnight? My need of a friend and confidant is urgent, and I shall be ever grateful for your compliance. My address is below. Alfred Monkton.
Oh, that man gives me the creeps. Are you going?
Yes, I think I will.
He's tormented with some terrible fear. You can see that on his face.
Maybe I can help him for Ada's sake. Still, I wonder what it could be.
You are the William Seeley from Wilkinshire. I knew it. Come in, come in.
I had no idea you had left England, Monkton.
3 months ago. Well, thank you a million times for coming tonight.
What's the matter? Are you ill?
No. Please sit down. Will you have some wine? Oh, I'm sorry. I forget. I have no wine here. Wait a moment. Do you mind sitting in strong light?
Why, no, not at all.
It's easier for me to talk in strong light. Here, the reading lamp. Some candles. My hand's shaking. Would you like them for me?
Of course.
That's it. Thank you.
How's that?
It's much better. Light makes me calmer. Seeley, can I trust you? I want to tell you why I'm here and what I'm looking for. It's hard to believe, but I'd like to hear you say that you'll tell nobody the secret.
Well, of course I promise, Monkton.
Thank you. I can trust you. I know I can. Seeley, you were engaged to Ada Elmsley once.
Yes, but she broke it off soon after she met you, old man.
Yes, I know. She told me. I'm sorry, Seeley. But we love each other very much. Though I can never marry her. Never.
But why?
Come, I'll show you. Here in this room.
What is it? There's nothing here.
Wait till your eyes grow accustomed to the darkness. Come here a moment. Look.
Long box. Why, Monkton, it's an empty coffin.
I take it with me wherever I go. Every moment of my life is built around this casket, Seeley. Because I'm searching for the body of a dead man.
Whose body?
Stephen Monckton, my uncle. The coffin's for him. Come. Let's go back to the light. Sit down. Sit down and I'll tell you all about it.
Are you sure you want to?
More than anything in the world. I can't live with this thing much longer. I'm a haunted man. Haunted by fears and a curse. Listen. One evening last February, I was standing alone in one of the deserted rooms of the western turret at Wincot Abbey, looking at the sunset. Suddenly, I felt a sensation stealing over me. I could feel my very soul creeping out of my body. And yet I wasn't unconscious. For a long time, I stood there by the window, and then I began to see the form take shape. It seemed to creep from the shadows, advancing slowly, faintly luminous, until it stood beside me.
What was it?
The apparition of Stephen Monckton, his ghost. That was how I knew he was dead.
Did you have a strong regard for him?
Oh, not at all. I should have been ashamed to feel any at all. He disgraced us wherever he went.
Oh. Did you see him frequently?
Only 3 times in my whole life.
Then why are you so concerned?
You'll know in a moment. From an article in a French newspaper, I found out how he died. My uncle fought a fatal duel with the Count Saint-Lô, somewhere outside the Neapolitan states. The place of the duel was kept secret. Only the seconds knew where it was fought. Now, they too are dead. But this I know. Wherever it was, Stephen Monckton was left unburied on the ground where he fell. I must find the place where he lies, Seeley. I must.
I don't understand, Monkton. Why is it so important to you?
Oh, forgive me. I'm sorry. I tell the story so badly. Listen, did you never hear of the curious old prophecy about our family that's still preserved among the traditions of Wincot Abbey?
Yes, I believe I did, but it's a long time ago.
Well, it's been passed along from a remote time, and I myself found the verses of the prophecy. That's why I secluded myself, looking for it.
Where did you find it?
On a blank leaf of an Abbey manuscript. The verses say, "When in Wincot vault a place waits for one of Monckton's race, when that one forlorn shall lie graveless under open sky, that shall be a certain sign of the end of Monckton's line. From mortal ken, from light of day, Monckton's race shall pass away." You see the terrible thing it says.
What does it say exactly?
It says that the last of the Monktons will die when one of us lies unburied. I am the last Monkton, and every member of the family lies in the vault of Wincott Abbey, except one. The prophecy dooms me to death, even if I find him. Now you know the story, and why I can never marry Ada. But I love her with all my heart, and I shall go back to her someday, dead or alive.
Are you afraid of dying because of this superstition?
No, not of dying, Celia. I'm afraid of living, of being tormented if I do live. If I set out tomorrow to look for my uncle's body, where do I go first? Where? Oh, Celia, what am I to do? You know how to help me. This misery has made me unable to help myself.
I'll help you, Monckton, whatever way I can. It seems to me...
Yes.
Well, it seems to me logical to suppose that the duel was fought somewhere near the Neapolitan frontier.
Hmm?
So, if I were looking for the place, I'd follow the frontier to the lonely mountains, asking every native if he had seen 2 carriages in the road last February. Surely then you'd come across some clue.
You're right, Celia. It's an inspiration. Come with me. Please come with me and help me find the dead man. Will you, Celia?
All right, Monckton. I'll help you. But tell me one thing. Why did you say you're afraid of living, of being tormented if you do?
Because I'm never alone, except when there's strong light in my eyes.
What do you mean?
I mean his ghost standing beside you now. A death glare in his black eyes. For ever since the day he was murdered, waking or sleeping, day and night, Stephen Monkton's ghost is with me wherever I go, screaming for me to bury the unburied dead.
Bury the unburied dead, Alfred Monkton. Bury the unburied dead.
Celia, would you take the reins for a while?
What's the matter, Monkton? You look tired.
Oh, it's nothing. The search just seems so hopeless. Will we ever find him? Will we ever find him?
Oh, you must have patience. It's only been a week and the frontier hills aren't far from here. How's the coffin riding?
The canvas covers it well. He's still with us. Always with us.
The ghost, you mean?
Yes. Just yonder by the roadside. Suspended. Moving ahead. Waiting for his burial. I tell you, Celia, I'd rather die 1,000,000 times than be companioned by a bleeding ghost.
Look, there's an old woman on the road. She might know something.
Oh, yes. Stop the wagon.
Whoa there. Excuse me, Senora. Do you live here on the frontier?
Si, senor.
Do you remember about 3 months ago seeing 2 carriages take this road?
No, senor.
Then perhaps you heard talk of a duel that was fought near here by 2 men named Monckton and the Count Saint-Lô.
No, senor. But, wait. Now, I remember during February, 2 richly adorned carriages did pass my house late in the afternoon.
Which way did they go?
They were headed for the hills
Thank you.
and very fast.
Thank you so much. Celia, what luck. Let's go, quickly.
Monkton, calm yourself. All day you've been tense, and I know you're feverish.
I'm all right, I tell you. If we hurry, we can make the hills by sundown. Let me have the reins. Get up there! Get up!
Monkton, don't drive so fast. You'll kill the horses.
Look, we're in the foothills. Surely this is the place. This must be.
I know, but it's growing dark and the road's treacherous. Hold on there, Monkton. Look, what's that on the road?
A man with a lantern.
He's motioning for us to stop.
Whoa! Whoa!
Signori, you take this road at your own risk.
Who are you?
A sentinel from the village of San Bastia.
What's the matter with the road? A cave-in?
Ah, nothing so simple, signori. The road passes an ancient monastery fallen into ruins. It is my duty to warn you that the road surrounding it is haunted.
Haunted by what?
By a witch that scream in the night. The people here will not go near the wood. So frightened are they.
Celia, we found the place. We found it.
But we must go on, Signor. We're not afraid. Thank you for warning us.
You go at your own risk, then. And the God will protect you.
Get up there!
Look, Monckton. There in the moonlight, the ruins of the monastery.
Oh, there. Oh, this is the place, Seeley. I know it is. Jump down. Let's search it quickly.
Monckton, listen to that.
You hear him too now. Stephen Monckton pleading for me to bury the unburied dead.
Where's it coming from?
Yonder, on the hill. Come.
You see his ghost?
Wavers in the moonlight. Beckons from the doorway of the monastery. Seeley, we found the place at last. At last. Come on.
Here's the door, Monckton.
Yes.
Here. Help me push it in. There. Come on. Come on. Come on, I lead the way.
Look. The roof is fallen in.
Monckton, wait. Look yonder. A slab of stone in the moonlight, looking up to the sky.
The body of Stephen Monckton.
Say, he looks alive. His shirt is wet with blood.
So he would remain forever, left here, uncovered to the sky. When we place him in the vault at Wincot Abbey, his body will crumble, and he'll be dust again. Come, it's a long way to England. Let us fetch the coffin. There's the ship, Seeley. There's the Flora.
Yes, and that looks like our captain. Captain King?
Hello there.
May we see you a moment, sir?
Surely you can. Always glad to oblige a fellow Englishman.
Remember, Seeley, price is no object. You talk to him.
All right.
Well, what can I do for you, my lads?
They told us at the consul's office that your ship, the Flora, is sailing for England.
Right you are. On the way home again.
Well, we're rather anxious to get to England ourselves, Captain. Will you take us? We'll pay whatever you ask.
Well, now, can always use a few extra shekels. But I say, what's in that box on your wagon?
It's an antique statue, a treasure of art, Captain. We're taking it back with us.
Oh, well, now, I think we can arrange passage all right. How about £50 for the lot of you?
Yes, I think that's agreeable. Fine breeze in the sails tonight, Captain.
Right you are, Mr. Seeley. She's blowing straight for England, and quick, too. Mr. Monckton coming up for a breath of air?
I'm afraid he's not the world's best sailor, Captain. He's staying close in the cabin.
Great Scott! What's that? Sounds like the very devil a wailing in the night.
Yes, so it does. Excuse me, Captain, I think I'll go below.
Jonesy! You hear that wail like a blooming banshee?
Aye, sir?
Find out where it came from.
Monckton, your ghost is haunting the ship.
I know, Seeley. I heard him too.
But what do we do? They'll find out there's a dead man in the casket. Those sailors are dangerously superstitious.
But what can I do? He screams to be buried in Wincot Abbey, Seeley, and he'll haunt me till I lay his body there.
Oh, but I never thought this way.
Mr. Monckton, open the door.
Seeley, that's the captain.
Come in, Captain.
There's something wrong among the men. They're silent and afraid. One of the Maltese boys is saying there's a dead body in that packing case there. Is he right?
No, Captain. It's only a harmless marble statue.
Well, I wish one of you'd contradict the boy, then. The men are a parcel of fools who believe in ghosts. There might be trouble if this keeps up.
We'll speak to the men, Captain.
Fine. But do it soon. Because another hour will see you through Gibraltar Strait and in the open sea. Good night.
Good night, sir. Seeley, did you hear that? The open sea, then England.
But the crew, the captain's right. Monckton,
No, wait. Believe me, it's best to wait. Look, the sun's coming up, and the ghost will be silent until nightfall. Then we'll be in sight of England, and it'll be done, Seeley. It'll be done.
Captain King, how much farther to England?
Port's just over the horizon, Mr. Seeley. Now, but take a look at that black cloud. I'm not liking it. You men! Go aloft there! Take in that sail!
But what is it, a squall?
The likes of which you'll never see again, I'll wager. Blast those seamen. Tempers are up because Mr. Monckton's stubborn silence. Get a move on you there, you men. Better get below, Mr. Seeley. We're beginning to roll.
Seeley, what is it? The ship's in danger, I know it is.
I've come to fetch you, Monkton. They're cutting away the foremast. The ship sprung a leak.
Oh, no, I can't leave him here.
Oh, what difference does the body make now? The men are already taking to the boats. Come on.
No, I can't go. I can't. I'll be haunted the rest of my life. I'd rather die, Seeley. I'd rather die.
Monkton, what are you doing? There's no time.
Look, we can take him out into one of the boats. I must get him to England. I must.
No, Monkton. No, the men will kill you first. Monkton, the ship broke through. Come quickly, please.
Save your own life, Seeley. Mine is gone when this coffin sinks in the sea. I've got to stay. I've got to take it back to Wincott Abbey. You go before it's too late. Seeley, go!
From the bottom of the sea, Alfred Monckton walked to the land of England and bury the unburied dead. Walk with the brine of the sea in your eyes and the body of an unburied Monckton in your arms. Walk to the vault of Wincott Abbey where peace is and death. Bury the unburied dead Alfred Monckton at Wincott Abbey, and give my ghost eternal peace. Bury the unburied Monckton dead.
Alarm! Townspeople of Simpson, lock your doors! The devil from the seas passed through the hamlet of Havishire. In an hour he'll walk the streets of Simpson. Alarm! Alarm!
Miss Ada, open the door. It's William Seeley.
William, what's the matter?
Come with me quickly. Alfred Monckton's returned to England. You can help if you only come quickly.
Alfred! Oh, what's happened, William? It's nearly dawn. Where is Alfred?
We were shipwrecked tonight in the Channel. A merchant ship picked up most of the crew, but Alfred was left aboard.
Oh.
I thought he had drowned, but somehow, in some incredible way, he got ashore.
But where is he now?
On his way to Wincott Abbey. Oh, please, come quickly. We can meet him there. I have a carriage waiting.
Wait, I'll get a wrap. Oh, William, I knew Alfred would come back someday. I knew he would.
Come. He's not on the road. We'll wait for him at the Abbey vault.
Why at the vault?
Because he was carrying the corpse of Stephen Monckton in his arms. Come now.
William, look. The vault door's wide open. He's there. Alfred's there. Alfred! Alfred!
Ada, wait.
Alfred, where are you?
Ada, wait a minute. Don't look in there.
But why, if he's here?
Come. We'll go in together then. Look. Wet footprints on the floor.
Alfred! Alfred, where are you? Oh. William, look. 2 coffins pulled from their narrow places, the lids open. What's it mean?
He said he'd come back. Look. The letters on this one say Stephen Monckton below the family crest.
What's that inside it?
What's left of the corpse? A pile of sea-soaked clothes and bones.
Oh, how terrible.
Ada, please come away.
No, the other one.
Don't look in it.
But I must. Oh, Alfred. Alfred.
You can't help him now, Ada. I didn't know. I thought he was alive. But he was drowned in the Channel. Now their ghosts will not walk the earth, screaming for a place of burial. He had to come back to Wincott Abbey. Even death could not stop him.
Oh, Alfred. Why? But why?
Come away and I'll tell you. Now the last of the Monktons is tormented no longer. He rests in peace. Come, Ada. Look. The sun is coming up.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, Mad Monkton. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, The Returned.
Jacob, there comes the hearse.
Poor Lady Ligeia. What a tragedy it was, Ellen.
Look how the village folks lie the street.
And look, he rides in a carriage directly behind the coffin. Poor Sir Charles. What will he do now?
Why, didn't he tell you?
Now you know that you're his favorite in service.
Just the other night when I was taking him his late cup of tea, he said, Ellen, I'm going away for a long time. I'm afraid I'll have to leave everything to you and Jacob.
The whole of Glanville Castle? Did he say that?
He did. So he's leaving right after the coffin's lowered in the ground directly after.
How grieved he is. To think, 3 days ago, Lady Ligeia was laughing and dancing at the ball. And now they're putting her body in the ground.
Does any of us know we'll be alive tomorrow? Not so strange. Accidents happen every day. She should have been careful not to go so near the cliff.
Oh, the cliff. I tell you, Ellen, Sir Charles should put a tall fence around it to keep folks away. It's that dangerous.
Look, the hearse is passing.
Look at all the snow-white lilies.
They were her favorites, lilies.
But you, Ellen, I haven't seen you shed a single tear.
Well, it's hard to. I don't believe she's really dead at all.
Whatever do you mean by that?
You'll not say I told you now.
Not a word.
And you promise not to be frightened?
Of course not. Whatever is it?
Oh, I've been saying to myself how much better I'd feel for telling it to somebody.
Then come, tell it to me.
Well, it's not that I mean she's not dead. She is, of course, but only last night, Jacob.
Yes?
I found some of the funeral lilies in a vase in the library.
Oh, well, what of that?
It was Lady Ligeia who put them there. Her ghost, Jacob. Her ever-living ghost.
Well, how do you know that?
Because I heard her wailing from the sea, wailing for Sir Charles to come back. Now I've told you. And you mustn't breathe it to a soul, do you hear?
Not a soul, Ellen. Not a soul. Easy getting into the carriage, Sir Charles.
Thank you, Jacob. Goodbye, Ellen. Jacob, take good care of Granville Castle.
Goodbye, Sir Charles, and please, sir, take care of yourself.
Yes, I will.
Goodbye, sir. We'll watch over the castle good and proper, sir.
I know you will. Go ahead, driver. Goodbye. I'll let you hear from me.
Goodbye, Sir Charles.
Goodbye, Sir Charles.
Sir Charles. Sir Charles. Run away. Run away. But wherever you go, wherever you are, you will come back to me. For all roads lead to Ligeia. To Ligeia. To Ligeia.
So, Ellen, I've seen the world. Nearly all of it, I suppose. And the months have quickly slipped by. It seems only yesterday I left you and Jacob at Granville Castle. 4 years aren't so very long, after all. But this isn't what I'm writing to say. Ellen, there's one thing more.
It's by way of a surprise, a wonderful surprise. I won't tell you what. But have Lady Ligeia's rooms aired and cleaned, and prepare dinner for 2 on Wednesday. There I've told you without intention. My best regards to you and Jacob, Sir Charles. Well, did you ever? Jacob, he's gone and gotten himself married again. You mark my words.
Well, that's good. I hope he has. Indeed, I do.
Wednesday. Why, that's day after tomorrow. Jacob will have to hire more servants. Now, tomorrow morning...
Sir Charles.
Ellen, listen.
Sir Charles. Come home. Come home.
It's her again. Lady Ligeia. Now you've heard it, too. She's been here all these years, Jacob, waiting for him to come back again.
The ghost. The castle's haunted by her ghost.
Now you believe me. Many's the time I've heard her crying in the sea wind, roaming through the big halls, her footfall soft on the stairs. But I've never been afraid until now. Till she laughed just then.
Oh, this is a terrible thing. What could she want here, Ellen?
We mustn't let on we know anything about it, Jacob. Not to a soul. Come on now, it's late.
But Ellen...
You see, Lady Ligeia's ghost cries for Sir Charles to join her. And now he can never do that, don't you see?
You mean because he's married again?
Yes, and when the ghost finds out he belongs to someone else, what will she do? It's that frightens me. Come on now. Snuff the candles and close the shutters tight.
Yes, Ellen.
Oh, Charles, what a happy day this is.
The day's happy because of you, Louina. And I'm happy, too, because you make me so.
Do I, Charles? Oh, it's good to see your eyes so bright. Remember in London how gloomy you were? How sad you seemed?
That's all gone because of you.
Have you really forgotten her, Charles?
Completely, Louina. Ligeia's gone from my mind forever.
Did you love her very much?
There now, you made me promise weeks ago not to speak of her again.
But she was so famous for her beauty, and I am curious.
You're beautiful. Do you know, I think I've been in love with you since that day your father brought you to Granville Castle and we sailed our paper boats.
Oh, Charles, we were only 6 or 7 years old.
I know we were. I don't ever remember having such a jolly time as we did that day. I thought of that day instantly we met in London last April.
How strange to remember such a little thing as paper boat.
And then I remember thinking, Lady Louina Trevanion of Tremaine belongs in Granville Castle. I am in love with her. And then we said, how do you do?
And before you knew it, you were married. The Lady Louina had snared you, as they say in London. Charles. Oh, Charles, look. There's the castle.
I love it, standing there on that high bluff overlooking the sea. We'll be there in no time now, darling.
How impressive it is. Oh, how exciting, Charles. I'm in love with it already.
Louina, what's the matter?
Nothing, Charles. It's nothing.
But you've gone white. Are you ill?
No, it's nothing. Just the excitement, I suppose. I felt a little jab at my heart, as if it were pricked with an icicle.
Oh, Louina. My darling.
It's gone now. I'm quite all right. But, Charles...
Yes?
It's nothing. How silly I am. You see what being in love with Sir Charles Glanville does to one? She grows faint with a kind of wonderful happiness. What delicious tea, Ellen. Thank you, Lady Louina. Jacob has lighted a fire in the library, Sir Charles.
All right, Ellen. Shall we go into the fire, Louina?
Charles, may I ask a question?
Of course, my darling.
Will you forgive me? It's about Ligeia.
Well, what is it now?
Something rather strange, I think. Was she a little taller than I? Blue eyes, very black and lovely hair, and a beautiful smile.
Why, yes. How did you know?
Twice this evening I've had a kind of glimpse of her.
Louina, what do you mean?
I mean this afternoon in the carriage when I felt ill. A picture of her passed for a second through my mind. I saw her quite clearly. Then tonight at dinner when I spoke of the draft in the room, I saw her again.
Louina, those flowers. Ellen! Ellen, come here.
Charles, what is it?
I won't have them here.
My darling, whatever's the matter? What won't
Ellen.
you have?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Sir Charles. What is it, sir?
Those lilies in that vase, take them out.
Oh, Sir Charles. What shall I do with them? I've been afraid to throw them out.
Nonsense, Ellen. Why?
Because they're her flowers. Oh, I didn't want to tell you. But those lilies have been there, white and beautiful as snow, since the day she died 5 years ago.
What? Ellen, you can't believe such
It's
nonsense.
true, sir, it's true. There are more in the chapel.
Then we should leave them, Charles. What difference can a dozen lilies make?
All right, Ellen. Leave them here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Is Jacob locked up for the night?
Yes, sir, he has.
Good night, then, Ellen.
Good night, Ellen. Charles, how gloomy you look. Come, my darling. The fire's warm and the room's cozy with it.
Oh, Louina. That terrible depression's coming back. It's here
Everywhere in the castle. Brooding, haunting fear. I'm afraid. I don't know why, Louina, but I'm afraid.
My darling, there's nothing to be afraid of.
It was like this before. Even the first night after she died, when her body lay in the chapel, covered with flowers. It was... There.
Charles, the wind's blown open the terrace door.
Oh, close them.
Charles!
What is it?
Something blew in the window from the sea. Charles, it's on my shoulder. Get it off, get it off.
Louina. There. Now it's gone.
How awful. Oh, wet and slimy. Charles, close the windows.
Yes. There. Oh, Louina, my darling.
Seaweed from the sea. It was in the wind. It felt like wet hands on my shoulders, on my throat. Oh, Charles, take it out.
Here, I'll shove it on the hearth. There now. Oh, my darling, don't be afraid.
It was like cold hands tightening about my throat. Charles, we're not alone. There's someone here in the room.
Lucia. Lucia. She was always here. Louina, there's something I must tell you.
What is it, Charles?
I hated her. I never loved her at all.
Charles.
It was long ago. Both she and I were so young when the marriage was arranged. Lucia was beautiful and strong. She loved me more than I could understand.
Charles.
Then one night I made up my mind to get away. She grew wild with anger. I left the house. She followed me to the cliff.
My darling.
She was always indifferent to danger. She threatened to throw herself over the bluff into the sea if I persisted and went away. And then, suddenly it happened. I saw her slip. A bit of earth gave way. I grabbed for her, but it was too late. She fell like a stricken bird onto the rocks and surf below.
But, Charles, you can't blame yourself for such an accident.
That night she said something I'll never forget.
What was it?
She said, if you go away, I'll follow you, Charles. You can't escape me. Never. Even when I'm dead, I'll follow you. Wait and see. Louina, listen.
What is it?
Lucia. Lucia. She's here. Here in the room.
But why?
She's come for me. For me.
Charles.
Louina, what's the matter, darling?
The little stab at my heart. Oh, Charles. You're wrong. Lucia has come for me.
Ellen! Oh, my darling Louina, can you ever forgive me for bringing you here?
Charles, don't fret. I'm not afraid of this ghost.
Ellen!
What harm can a phantom do us?
But this pain in your heart, it frightens me. And you said she's come for you.
I believe she has, Charles. I mean, Lucia's jealous. It's her wicked jealousy that haunts the castle.
Did you call, Sir Charles?
Yes, Ellen. Lady Louina's not well. I'm going to carry her upstairs. Will you take the candle for me?
But I can walk, Charles. Really, I can.
And if you feel well enough to walk, let's go away from here now. Oh, Louina, say you will.
Leave Glenville Castle? Oh, Charles, we've only just come. No, you carry me upstairs if you wish, but let's stay here. It's our home.
Oh, whatever will I do with her, Ellen? All right, now. There now. You're light as a feather.
This way, sir. I'll open the door.
Thank you.
Ellen, has she been haunting the castle all these years that Charles was away?
I suppose you could say she has, ma'am. Now and again I've heard her climbing these very stairs and laughing, very happy-like. But mostly I've heard her outside on the bluff.
How do you mean, Ellen?
Well, it's just that, well, sir, I think that's where she comes from. The cliff where she died. Jacob never heard her wailings in the sea winds, but many's the night I have. Her voice seems like part of the surf and the wind, if you know what I mean. Here, sir, I'll open the bedroom door.
Thank you.
Charles, how solemn you are. Let me down gently now.
There. Adjust the pillows, Ellen.
Oh, ma'am, forgive me for speaking so, but The way things are, I think Sir Charles is right. You should go away.
Now, Ellen, I'll wager the Phantom is already gone and your fears are for nothing. Charles, where are you going?
I thought I heard a sound on the stairs. Oh, Louina, my darling, you can make light of this thing, but I tell you there's more to it than you know. There's evil, hatred and evil here.
But where are you going?
I'm going outside to the cliff. Ellen, stay here with her.
He's gone. Oh, Ellen, I can tell you. I'm deathly afraid.
But I'm here, ma'am.
It's not that. Don't you see? She'll never let us be happy, Ellen, never. And she'll take him away from me somehow. I don't know how, but somehow she will.
Ligeia, where are you? Ligeia, listen to me. I'll do anything you say. Anything, if I can only right the wrong. I appeal to you, Ligeia.
What would you have, Sir Charles? Happiness with Lady Louina?
Ligeia, it is you.
Part of the sea and the wind am I, Sir Charles, until you come to me.
Oh, leave me alone, Ligeia. Let me live my life.
There in the castle and here by the sea I've waited. And you've come back again, as I knew you would someday.
No, not to you.
To me, Sir Charles. Come to me now. The path lies downward to the rocks and the surf. It is but a step from where you are to me. Come.
No, I don't love you. I never did. You know that.
Then I shall haunt you till you do, Sir Charles, until you do.
Ligeia, where are you? Come back. The laughter moves to the castle. Louina. Ellen, is Lady Louina all right?
Oh, sir, I'm glad you've come. Something's terribly wrong with my mistress.
Louina, my darling, what's the matter?
Jacob, fetch me the cold
I should never have left you. Never.
Here we are, Ellen.
I feel so tired, Charles. So tired.
This compress on your forehead, ma'am. It'll do you good.
Does she have fever, Ellen?
No, sir. This illness came upon her quite sudden, like a little while ago.
I'll be all right. Soon I'll be all right.
Ellen, we've got to get her out of here. Now.
Oh, Sir Charles, I'd be afraid to risk it. It's her heart, I think. Feel how it beats.
Oh. Jacob.
Yes, sir.
Get the carriage. Go for the village doctor. Tell him Lady Glanville is ill. Dangerously ill. Tell him anything, but get him back here quick.
Yes, sir. Fast as I can.
Ellen, close the door. Is the window locked?
Yes, sir, it is. I'll lock the door.
How can we keep the ghost of Ligeia away, Ellen? How? We must. Oh, Louina, I'll take you away from here soon. Soon as you're able to go.
Charles, hold my hand.
Why, it's cold. Don't be afraid, darling. Ellen and I are here with you.
I am afraid. Help me, Charles. How can I fight when the Phantom comes?
But she won't come, Louina. Soon the doctor will be here. He'll make things right again. It's only some illness.
Charles, poor Charles. I should never have come to Glanville. You belong to Ligeia, to no one else. She'll never let you go. Listen. Ligeia comes for me, Charles, now.
No, Louina, it's nothing. We're imagining it.
Oh, she's coming nearer, sir. What shall we do?
That laughter.
Charles, I'm afraid of her. Help me.
The lock turned.
Ligeia, in the name of heaven, leave us alone. I'll do anything you say. Anything, but leave us alone.
Look, sir. The lilies moved. She's there by the table touching the white lilies.
The lilies are a symbol of my ghostly eternity, Sir Charles. When the lilies wither and fade, your Ligeia dies.
She stands near your side. Clearly I can see her now. And she reaches. Charles! She reaches to touch my heart.
No. Ellen, help me quickly. Take the covers from her.
What will you do?
Ligeia will murder if we stay here. Hurry up. Carry her to the chapel. Oh, why didn't we think of the chapel before? Louina, darling, relax in my arms. It'll be only a moment.
Sir Charles, wait. Look there. Her eyes are closed.
Louina. Oh, well. We were too late.
The Phantom has murdered her.
Oh, try to reach me now, Ligeia. I'll lock this castle tight as a drum, and your loneliness will torment you till the walls rot and crumble away. See what you've done. You've killed her. Your evil jealousy has smothered my lady to death.
Oh, how terrible, sir, how terrible. Come, take her to the chapel. We will pray for her soul.
Yes, we will pray for her soul. Light the other candles, Ellen.
Yes, sir. And lay her there before the altar, Sir Charles.
It's where Ligeia lay. Some of her lilies are here still. Now they're Lowena's lilies. It's nearly morning, Ellen. Jacob will be returned soon. Have him send the doctor away again.
Come away yourself, Sir Charles. Take her up again. The air here is cold and damp.
In a little while, Ellen. She's so beautiful in the candlelight.
Sir Charles.
What?
Look. Her bosom moves. I saw it clearly then.
Lowena. Oh, Lowena. Ellen. Her pulse is throbbing.
Oh, praise heaven. It's a miracle, sir.
Help me rub her wrists. Quickly there.
Wait. She opens her eyes.
Lowena. Oh, you're all right. You're all right. We were so frightened, my darling. We thought...
Poor Charles. You thought I was dead.
Yes. But you're alive. You're alive. Oh, how glad I am. How glad.
And you came back to me, Charles. Just as I knew you would someday.
Lowena, your voice.
Sir Charles. Sir Charles! It's the Lady Ligeia. Her spirit has entered the body of your wife.
I've come back to you, Charles. The only way I could.
Ligeia!
Take care of me now until this body is well, and then I'll be mistress of Glanville and the wife of Sir Charles again.
Ligeia! You're a devil!
Only because I love my life so much and you more than I could bear. Have pity, Charles, and love me too.
No, Ligeia, no.
In time you will, my darling.
Where's she? Where's the Lady Lowena?
Somewhere in the wind, even as I was.
Lowena!
How useless that is, my Charles.
Lowena!
Come to me now, and pity my wretchedness, and give me peace.
Lowena!
Oh, Lady Ligeia, come back. Leave him be, leave him be. Come back, Lady Ligeia, come back.
Ellen, what's happened here? I've brought the doctor.
Oh, Jacob, help me quickly now. We must go after him, Sir Charles.
I saw him just running toward the cliff and the Lady Lowena after him.
Well, quick then, before it's too late.
Look yonder, Ellen, on the cliff.
Jacob, hurry.
It's the Lady Lowena.
No, Jacob. It's the Lady Ligeia who has entered the body of Lady Lowena. Jacob, look in the morning light. Far below on the rocks.
It's Sir Charles.
Oh, how terrible. How terrible.
He died just as the Lady Ligeia herself went so long ago.
Jacob, quickly now. We must get her inside out of the wind.
How cold she is. Ellen, she's coming around.
Take her up, Jacob. In the castle.
No, Ellen. There's no need for that. Is he dead?
Yes. On the rocks below.
I tried to save him. I didn't want him to die.
Don't talk, ma'am. The doctor's here.
Ellen, I cannot stay now.
Yes, ma'am. I know.
I've lost him forever. To her. To Lowena. He loved her truly, Ellen.
Indeed, that he did.
And so did I, but not truly. Instead, I loved him wholly. Too selfishly, because he was my life, and I love my life most of all. But now I cannot stay. Jacob, take me into the chapel and pray that my soul may find rest.
Gladly, ma'am. We'll both pray for you.
And as you pray, watch the lilies on the altar. I promise you, they will wither and turn brown and die.
Ellen.
She's dead, Jacob. A woman with 2 lives. Come, take her up and into the chapel. Let us pray for her soul. Ligeia and the lilies are dead.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Returned. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, The Executioner.
The monastery gardens are in fine condition, Brother Leo. You have done well with them.
Thank you, Reverend Father Abbot. There's the Marquis de la Gagnette driving up. He's very devout. Comes here every day to our chapel.
You needn't wait. I'll walk home.
Ah, Marquis, old friend. Another lovely day, is it not?
And then another night, Abbot. Another night of haunting dreams.
Pax vobiscum, my son.
Peace. How can I find peace?
Ah, poor tormented soul.
He built this monastery, didn't he?
Yes, in memory of the Ganeth family.
And he comes here every day to pray for their souls.
No, Brother Leo. To pray for his own soul.
But why, Father? He's loved by all the people of this town for his good works.
Yes, my son. And he's honored in all Spain.
I wonder about him so often. His face is always sad. His eyes are tragic.
His has been a sad, an incredibly sad life, my son.
In the years since I came here, I've never seen him smile.
No, he's never smiled since.
Sit here, Father, under the trees and tell me about him. Why do the townsfolk call so rich and so great a man El Verdugo, an executioner? I heard them do so many times, but they say it is a title of honor. Why?
I think it's right that you should know his story. You will be serving the family at the castle in future years, and you should have an understanding of the tragedy that befell them.
Was it long ago, sir?
Yes, some 30 years ago, when I was a young priest like yourself. How to begin? Well, the Marquis Juan de Leganez, father of the man you know, was a grandee of Spain. His family, one of the oldest and proudest in the land. The old man was a fanatic, a patriot devoted to his people, the citizens of this town of Menda. There was peace in our land until that upstart Bonaparte thought he would own all Europe. Italy, Austria, and the lowlands fell, and then the invaders entered Spain. Because the old Marquis was suspected of plotting with the English against them, a French battalion was stationed here at Menda. They were tolerated with silent hatred. Meanwhile, the Marquis made plans which were to take effect on the night of the Feast of St. James. A ball was given at the castle, to which the French officers were invited and which they all attended. Unarmed, of course. No thought of danger, except perhaps the loss of a heart to some lovely senorita.
That gavotte was divine. You are grace itself, senorita.
And you are flattery personified. Nonsense, Carlos. A man can be handsome even if he is French.
Ah, these officers. And I shan't let them spoil this evening for me.
Oh, it is a lovely party, isn't it? The music is thrilling.
Close the door, Benito. I would have quiet.
See, Father.
Good. The hour is near at hand for our triumph over these invaders. I sent for you, my sons, to make sure all was in readiness. Juanito, the signal fire is built?
Yes, Father. And we had news from the town.
Our people are plying the French with wine and making holiday until the beacon fire is lit. And then, death. Not one will escape.
That is my plan. English ships are waiting off the coast at this very moment.
The English fleet? Oh, I see. That old orange seller who came here was really a spy.
Yes, my boy, a clever spy. From the ministry in London.
Then we shall soon be rid of this puppet king the Corsican Bonaparte has set up.
Why have you left our guests, Marchesa?
Oh, Juan, you and our sons should join them, or they may suspect. It's nearly supper time, and you have said that when the ladies were all in the salon and the men gathered in the banquet hall, you'd... Oh, I'm so afraid, Juan. Afraid for you, Felipe, darling, and for you, Juanito, my eldest born.
Nonsense, Mamma Mia. There is no danger for us.
Nevertheless, I fear something may go wrong. I tremble at the thought of what this night may bring.
This night will bring freedom from the invaders, restoration for our king. And you tremble? Are you not a true daughter of Spain?
Yes, my husband.
Then we will speak no more of fear. Juanito, are you sure that every French officer is here tonight?
Yes, Father. Dancing with carefree gaiety.
Foolish flies that will die in this old spider's web. The men servants know what they must do.
Each one is armed, and each will deal with the Frenchman. They do not leave their sides.
They must be silent and swift. I hold you, Juanito, responsible for the death of the commandant, Victor Marchand.
Oh, poor lad. He has such charming manners. I've just seen him walk out on the terrace with our Clara.
What insolence.
Ever since he came to the town, my sister Clara has cast wistful eyes at him. She seems to admire his undoubted good looks.
Small wonder if he's madly in love with her. Clara is so beautiful. What a pair they make dancing together.
Enough such talk revolts me. My daughter and this riff-raff officer of our enemy. Juanito, fetch her to me at once.
Yes, Father.
Come, Marchesa. We will join our guests.
Yes, Juan. Oh, the moon is lovely out here on the terrace. See how it shines on the sea way down there at the foot of the crags?
Yes, look way out there. Those white things, they look like sails.
Oh, nonsense. They're seagulls. They nest in those cliffs.
And I thought it might be my ship coming in. Isn't the air sweet? Mimosa and orange blossoms, Donna Clara.
Yes, orange blossoms, Commandant, and cypress trees.
The night is cool. It was hot down there today in the little town of yours. I was tired of military regulations and duties.
Why, Victor Marchand, you were weary of serving your great Napoleon. Shame.
I would die fighting for my emperor. But this business of being a policeman is hard. You all hate us French so.
We Spaniards do not hate all Frenchmen.
Oh, Clara, you are so beautiful. I do love you so. Is there any chance that you would marry me?
In other days, in other circumstances, who knows? But there is no hope, Victor, here and now. You are my enemy.
I am your adoring slave. But I am a fool to dream. You are the blue blood of Spain, while my father is a grocer of Paris.
A grocer of Paris? Is that a title of rank?
Yes, the rank of file, my beautiful princess. Wait. Look down below. I gave orders for all lights in the town to be out at curfew. And yet it strikes me that there are a fair number gleaming here and there.
Oh, it's only the moonlight on the bayonets of your own men.
Well, it's certainly silent enough. I don't know why I should feel uneasy. Your father, the Marquis, is the soul of courtesy, and yet I keep asking myself why. Why should he give this dance for the officers of his enemy?
Well, you're imagining things. My father is the friendliest of men.
All of us here unarmed. I think I shall order them to leave now.
Victor, forget these morbid fancies. Of what are you afraid? Of me?
Yes, senorita. I am afraid of you. Oh, my lovely Wanda.
Clara, where are you?
Oh, Juanito, I'm right here by the balustrade with Commandant Marchand.
Father wants you, sister. Lovely evening, Commandant.
Beautiful, Senora. Shall I take you back, Donna Clara?
Thank you, Commandant. I shall escort my sister.
Oh, Juanito, it's so cool out here. Wait a while.
This is not the time for you to be on the terrace, Clara.
Oh, the time. Oh, come with us, Commandant.
Father wishes to see you alone, Clara.
But
Perhaps it would be better if you waited here, Commandant, in the moonlight. I shall be right back to relieve your loneliness.
As you say, Senora. À bientôt, Donna Clara.
Adieu, Spectre.
Is that you, Commandant Victor?
Yes, what is it?
I'm lucky to find you, sir. Those beggars down there are creeping about like worms.
I knew I saw those lights.
So by your leave, I came up the cliff path to find you.
Come, climb up here over the balustrade.
Wait.
So. Now, go on, man.
Well, sir, you know that they have treated us like scum. But since sundown tonight, they're sticking to us like leeches, saying it's the feast of St. James and we ought all to be friends.
Very strange.
Suspicious, sir. I say to myself, there is something up. They mean us no good. Then on my way here, I see a pile of logs and kindling, sir, over that point yonder.
Well?
Then just now, as I hurried on quiet as I could, I saw a man come out of the castle with a torch and head straight for the bonfire.
A bonfire? A signal? I thought so. Look over there on the ocean. There, in the moonlight.
Wait.
They're ships. The sails of ships. It must be the English fleet.
He's lit the signal. Look, it's flaring up to the sky. Commandant, I'm shot. I'm done for. That shot was meant for you. Save yourself, sir. Long live the Emperor.
My officers, where are they? François, Bouchard.
Victor, fly. My brothers are coming to kill you.
But my fellow officers, I must help them. Let me by.
You can do them no good now.
Killed, all killed?
Yes, Victor, every Frenchman. So save yourself. Take the left path at the foot of the cliff, and my brother's pony. But go, Victor, hurry! Hurry!
Lyra, what are you doing here?
Oh,
Where's the commandant?
I tried to stop him when I held him as long as I could, but he pushed past me and left the wall.
I'll get him.
No, he went that way to the right.
You see the French dog?
Father!
Bonito, Felipe, follow him. Not one of them must live. We'll get him.
Let just one of them live, dear Lord. Oh, Victor. My Victor.
Yes, my son, Victor Marchand escaped, and as I found out afterwards, rode straight to the headquarters of the French general and told him the fate of his battalion.
That is all I know of the treacherous attack, mon général. My men were stabbed to death and shot down like cattle. The blame is all mine. I put my life in your hands.
Commandant Marchand, you are not answerable for the Spaniards' crime. And unless the Marshal decides otherwise, I acquit you.
But when the Emperor comes to hear of it...
The Emperor? He will want you shot. But we shall see. Now, we will say no more about this, except to plan a revenge that will strike proper terror into this God-forsaken country where they carry on war like savages. I shall order out a whole regiment, a detachment of cavalry, and a convoy of artillery. We shall tell our soldiers the fate of their comrades, and their rage will do the rest.
Attention! Reverend Abbot, I can imagine the horrible vengeance they brought to the countryside.
Yes, my son. Every village they passed was burnt, and the inhabitants decimated.
Didn't the English land soldiers to help?
No, Brother Leo. It seems they were only artillery transports that appeared that night, and so the townsmen of Menda were left without assistance, and soon found themselves surrounded by French troops.
Silence! Silence! Citizens, dogs of Menda, for your savage crime against innocent men, your town will be given over to the flame, your population to the sword. One moment, General. Eh? And who are you, sir?
I am the Marquis of Legagnac, hereditary lord of this province. I alone take the blame for the slaying of the French garrison.
Nay, Marquis, I was with you.
And I...
I speak for these noble friends of mine, do I not?
Yes.
Then, General, we of the castle offer to give ourselves if we can thus spare our town from pillage and fire. Every soul in the castle, from myself to my lowest servant, in exchange for the lives of my townsfolk.
That sounds reasonable. There will be a heavy tribute levied, however. We will hold your wealthiest citizens hostage to guarantee payment. Commandant Marchand.
Oui, mon général.
Take every precaution for the safety of the troops. Bivouac them. No more billeting with these swine. I shall now take residence in the castle. Have the Lagagné family and all their household bound and placed so they can see me enter as their conqueror.
And you, Reverend Father, during this time, where were you?
Held prisoner as hostage. I thought at any moment that, though innocent, I should be shot. I soon heard that the general had ordered gibbets erected at the castle and had sent for the public hangman. I learned later of the Marquis's last appeal to the general, who had established headquarters at the castle.
What is it now? Come in.
It is I, Victor Marchand.
You.
Oui, mon général. The Marquis has a request to make of you, and I could not refuse to bring him to you.
Let him enter. So, you have a request, Marquis.
Yes, General. I have seen the gallows erected. Will you not spare us the shame of this punishment? I entreat you to have us beheaded.
Granted.
Further, I beg for the consolation of religion, and that we, especially my wife, may be unbound. I give my word we shall not escape.
All that I permit. But, Marchand, you are responsible for them.
Entendu, mon général.
And lastly, I offer you all I possess, if you will spare my youngest son, Manuel. He is only 8 years old. He knew nothing of this.
Really? Wait. I understand what you mean by this last request. To hand down your name to posterity. Very good. You shall do so. I will give your fortune and his life to any one of your sons who will play executioner to you and the rest of your brood.
Merciful heaven. Such a thing cannot be.
Yes. Let him hand down your name to posterity, but wherever it is mentioned, all Spain shall remember his parricide and despise him for it.
General, in the name of my 3 sons, I absolutely refuse this infamous offer.
No, not so fast, Marquis. You have intrigued me by your request. I am reconsidering my former kindness toward Menda. It rather pleases me to be the instrument, shall we say, whereby an old Spanish family is carried on. We French love titles. Our emperor has taught us their value. So, here is my final word, and you really should like it. Safety and well-being for Menda and its citizens, provided you agree to die.
I have so agreed.
Wait. Provided you agree to die by the hand of one of your own sons, who shall, by acting as executioner to his family, gain your title and estates.
Not one of them will consent.
No. Not even when they hear that unless one of them performs this friendly family service, all Menda shall be burned to the ground and every one of the citizens slaughtered.
Oh, you are Satan incarnate.
Oh, no. But I do think Satan is laughing at your predicament. Enough. We will talk no more about it. Your fortune and his life to any one of your brats who will do this executioner's office. Take him away, Marchand. Unbind the noble family, but guard them well. Now you will pardon me, Marquis. My dinner is ready.
I was sent for and taken to the castle. There, under French guard, sat the Marquesa with her sons and her daughter tied in gilded chairs. The serving men stood with bound hands. Victor Marchand returned with the Marquis. They all looked up at him, but there was no fear in their eyes. All I could see was profound regret that their plan had failed so completely. Victor Marchand gave orders that they should be unbound, and he himself untied the cords that bound Clara's arms.
Donna Clara, my darling, there was nothing I could do.
But the General, Victor, what did he say?
His verdict is too cold to speak aloud. Let me whisper it to you, and you can then help your father, for he will need your help. Now come with me.
Juan, there is hope for us, isn't there? The priest is here, and they have taken the cords from our wrists.
One of my brothers? Oh, Victor, no.
No! Father. Oh, Father. Bid Juanito swear to obey the command you shall give him. And we shall be content.
Clara, my Clara.
Marquis, you submit to the General's ruling?
I have no choice, Commandant.
Then I shall dismiss the guard. Attention! You will take these servitors to their fate and await me on the terrace.
We are alone now, my husband. What is this order you are to give to Juanito? What is the General's ruling?
The town and its inhabitants are to be destroyed unless we die.
I know.
Unless we are beheaded by the hand of one of our sons.
One of my sons? Santa Maria, no!
And now you know the command I must give. And I give it to you, Juanito.
Father. No, you cannot.
Dear Juanito, you must not fail us. Do not compel us to submit to the fateful touch of the common hangman. At your hands we will not fear to die.
No.
Think of Menda, Juanito. The town we have loved since we were born. Menda and Flames and all its people are people dead. Why, they are our friends. You can't sacrifice them to your own feelings.
Juanito, my darling, my firstborn child, you will consent, I know.
Mother, you ask this? You, my mother?
Since the day you were born, you have never failed me, Juanito. You are a true Legañez.
I refuse to be condemned to live.
Nito, I command you.
No, I can't do it.
See that you lack the fortitude of a Spaniard and true responsibility to your people, my son.
No, I can't do it.
Do you mean to keep us on our knees? What right have you to think of your own life and your own sufferings? Is this my son, madame?
He has consented. Am I right, Juanito?
Oh, Madre mia.
During the next tragic hour, I did what I could to give them spiritual consolation and prepare their souls for life eternal. The general had ordered that the principal citizens of Menda be brought to the terrace where stood the block, the blade of its scimitar glittering in the sun. Then suddenly in the anteroom where the Marquis and his family were preparing for the ordeal, the general appeared.
Well, I have dined and wined, so let us get this business over with. Bring the executioner Legañez to the block. Instruct him in his family duties. The crowd on the terrace is waiting impatiently.
Our time has come, Juanito. Be merciful to my lack of courage. Take me first.
Clara, my beloved, the General grants you your life if you will consent to marry me.
Oh, Victor. There is no love without honor. And my duty is to my family. Our love was or might have been. Adios, Victor. And now, Juanito, dear brother, Pax Vobiscum, I am ready.
Dear sister, let Felipe go with you.
Juanito, my brother, I have always loved you and honored you, but never more than now. Farewell.
God keep you both.
Farewell, big brother. You'll tell me what I must do? Will it hurt very much?
Manuel, little Manuel, you're so young to die. Oh, you're crying.
I'm not afraid. I'm thinking of you, poor Juanito. You'll be so lonely when we're gone.
Pray for me, little brother. Farewell.
We shall meet, my dearly beloved son. Your mother is proud of you.
Mother. My mother.
Give me your hand, my son. You do great honor to our name. Let us walk together to our fate. Lean on Father Miguel, my son. He will give you courage from heaven. Here we are. Let me embrace you. And with my kiss proclaim, Spaniard, I have given my son a father's blessing. The new Marquis de Leganés may strike without fear. He is beyond reproach.
Dies irae, calamitatis et miserere, Deus maga, requiem terna, dona Deo menia, agno Dei, dictata mundi miserere. And so, my son, my daily prayers are for that heroic soul who for 30 long years has waited for the day when he may join the shades that never cease to haunt him.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Executioner. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, Rappacine'S daughter.
Good evening, Signora.
Good evening, Signor.
I have come from the southern part of Italy to study at the University of Padua. I was passing your house and thought you might have a room to let.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. My rooms are all rented.
Oh, but what shall I do? I was sure you would help me. Oh, when I first saw the crest there above the door...
The crest? Why, do you know it?
It's the armorial bearing of my family, and this was my great-grandfather's house, Signora. I've often heard my grandmother speak of it.
Oh, then your name must be Guasconti.
Giovanni Guasconti, Signora. I should be grateful for your help.
Well, I really do not have a room to rent, Signor. There are so many students in Padua, but...
Yes?
I was just thinking of the room on the east side of the house. Long ago I closed it up, but perhaps for one night.
Oh, it's very kind of you.
Come along, I'll show it to you. Follow me up the stairs.
Do you not rent it, Signora, because it is so small, perhaps?
Oh, no. The room is quite large. But it's the only one in the house that has an eastern exposure.
But who could object to the morning sun?
Oh, it isn't the sun, Signor.
Then what?
You will see for yourself in a moment. There.
What? Why, it's a beautiful room, Signora, and how sweet the air is. Do you keep flowers here?
There's a garden outside below the window. Here, I'll show you.
Oh.
Peep through the shutters. The moon's quite bright tonight.
Oh, that's a beautiful place. Thousands of flowers. And the wall around it is high. This is a strange thing, Signora.
It is indeed, it is.
No, not the garden. You know how sometimes you experience something that seems to have happened before?
Little things you do or see.
I have stood here before and looked out at such a garden. But before, a beautiful girl was on that path tending the flower. Look, there she is.
Signor, come away. It is she, the doctor's daughter.
Ah, how beautiful she is. Just as I remembered.
It is not good to look upon her.
Oh, look, she's seen us. And there's a man. A tall, gaunt-looking man standing in the shadows.
It's he, the doctor. I'm afraid. There's something about both Dr. Rappacine and his daughter I don't understand. Something evil.
Oh, but Signora.
The way he looked at you. Oh, I could not let you stay here.
Oh, of course you will. There's nothing to fear.
Oh, but the sweet smell of the flowers is so strong. It makes one grow faint.
Who is he, this Dr. Rappacine?
No one in Padua knows anything about him, except that he lives alone with his daughter who tends the garden for him. It is said that he distills the plants into medicines potent as a charm. Now, come.
You will let me stay, Signora, if only for the night. Say you will.
But, Signor...
Would you send me away when I have no place to go?
I should never have suggested this room.
I promise you no harm will come of it. There, now, let me see you smile again, and say I may stay the night.
But tomorrow you must find another place. Promise me that, too.
I promise.
Then I'll fetch your sheets. I'll be back in a moment.
Signorina Rappaccini,
Who is it that calls?
up here in the window.
What is it, Signor?
Your flowers sparkle like gems in the moonlight. It is the most beautiful garden I've ever seen.
Thank you, Signor.
Perhaps someday you'll honor me with a gift of one of the blossoms.
My father prizes them highly. But perhaps he would consent to the gift of one someday. Good night to you, Signor.
Good night, beautiful lady.
So, my young pupil has become acquainted with the daughter of Rappaccini. This is startling news.
But, Signor Baglioni, why do you frown so? You were as bad as Dame Lisabetta, my landlady. I've lived in her house for a week now, and every day she threatens to send me away.
This garden, Giovanni, what is it like?
Ah, almost as beautiful as Beatrice herself, Professor. The plants are lush, and the blossoms very, very large. Some of them have all the colors of the rainbow, but there is one, the most beautiful of all, that grows in a huge urn in the center of an ancient fountain. Its leaves are bright green and very large, and its flowers purple and red. In the sunlight they sparkle, and at night time they catch the rays of the moon and glimmer like diamonds covered with dew.
Giovanni, you are the son of my old friend, and I must tell you this. Move away from the garden this very night.
But why? Why is everybody so frightened of Dr. Rappaccini?
In Padua, Giovanni, there are certain grave objections to his professional character.
What are they?
It is said that he cares infinitely more for science than for mankind, that his patients are only subjects for new experiments. He would sacrifice human life for even a mustard seed of knowledge.
Oh, there aren't many men capable of so spiritual a love of science.
Heaven forbid. And they also say that he has instructed his daughter deeply in his science. So you see, she is as dangerous as he.
Oh, it is only malicious gossip, believe me, Signor. Almost every night I've spoken with Beatrice from my window, and she's as charmingly feminine as she is beautiful.
Ah, youth is as heedless as the arrow of love itself. Giovanni, you are not leaving.
I must, Professor Baglioni. Thank you for the dinner and the wine.
But the evening's just begun.
You see, every night she comes to the garden now. And I wouldn't miss seeing her, Professor, not for all the flowers in the whole wide world. Goodbye. Thanks again.
But I have not told you what... students, they will never listen. And he jeopardizes his very life.
Oh, Signor, I'm glad you've come at last.
Why, Elisabetta, what's the matter? What's happened?
He came here to this house.
What?
Oh, I tell you, I've been fair shaking with fright, thinking of it.
But who?
The knocker sounded, late this afternoon it was, and I went to the door, not even faintly suspecting, and the saints preserve us, Signor, there he stood.
Elisabetta, calm yourself. Now, what is this?
He came here to ask for you, Dr. Rappaccini himself.
Oh, now, Elisabetta, don't tell me you let the old doctor frighten you. Tell me what he said.
15 years I've lived in this house, all of 15, and I never noticed it was there. Never even suspected it was there. Signor, I must have my room. You cannot stay here another minute. I will not allow it.
All right, Elisabetta, but what is it you never suspected?
The door, Signor. The secret door to the garden.
Where?
At the back of the large closet under the stairs.
But what did the doctor say, Elisabetta?
Oh, he said, but Signor, you won't do it. Promise you won't do it. The whole thing frightens me half to death.
What did he say?
He asked me to give you his invitation to visit the garden tonight.
Tonight? Ah, it's what I've been waiting for, Elisabetta. Come, show me the door.
No, come back, Signor. You must not go there.
Is this the closet?
Yes, Signor, but...
Now, where is the secret door, Elisabetta?
Oh, I shall never forgive myself for this. There, in the far wall. Don't you see?
But... Oh, yes, of course. Thanks, Elisabetta.
The saints preserve you from harm.
Good evening, Signor. You did come. My father said you would.
I've been wanting to since that first night, when I spoke to you from the window there.
Please, then, sit here on the marble bench.
Indeed, your garden is magical in the light of the moon. How brightly the flowers shine. Do you tend them all?
All that you see, except the most wonderful one of all. It grows yonder in the center of the fountain.
I have admired it greatly. Is that one, then, your father's special prize?
It is the most magical of all, Senor. And he watches over it himself.
How sweet the air is. I can smell the fragrance of your flowers, in my room.
Can you? They are such wonderful flowers, Senor. Their fragrance is as intoxicating as wine.
I have breathed deeply of this wine, Signorina Beatrice, because it is yours. Knowing you were here has made me a happy man.
And I have felt it, too. As if from that first night you spoke, I knew you from somewhere long ago.
It was in a dream once.
Did you know it would become real someday?
No, I could not hope for it.
I, too, once saw you high in the window there, looking down and saying what you said to me. Later, in a vision in my mind, you came to the garden, even as tonight.
Beatrice, you must know I love you with all my heart.
And I, since first we met in the stillness of my dreams. Giovanni, here, a flower from my garden, a token of my love.
Beatrice.
What?
I am here, Father, with Signor Guasconti.
Let me ask your hand, Beatrice. Tonight, let us be married soon.
If you wish, Giovanni. Look, here he comes.
Good evening, Senor.
Good evening, sir.
We have never met, but I believe we are acquainted.
Often I have seen you here in the garden. Thank you for inviting me this evening.
My daughter expressed an especial wish to see you, and I was not adverse to it.
Then, Dr. Rappaccini, perhaps it's best now to say that I am in love with Beatrice. With her consent and yours, we will be married.
Married? What does my daughter say?
I will gladly consent.
Oh, but both of you, so young, and your acquaintanceship is brief. Senor, that flower, you hold it in your hand.
I gave the blossom to him, Father.
Does its fragrance not stun you, Senor, and the feel of it burn your fingers?
No, but why do you ask?
Only because it is one of my most potent blossoms. I see you are more ready for the betrothal than I thought. You have my consent. Later I'll talk further to you both. Now, good night. But, Senor, I must make one request.
I am too happy to refuse you anything.
You'll think it strange, perhaps. When you leave the garden, return the flower to my daughter. It is too precious a blossom to part with. Good night again.
Oh, Professor Baglione, what a surprise finding you here in my room.
I came directly. You left me at the restaurant, Giovanni. Dame Lisabetta told me you were in the garden.
Yes, and Professor, the most wonderful thing...
Giovanni, wait. I know what it is. But it cannot be, I tell you. Listen, let me tell you a story. Hundreds of years ago, Alexander the Great fell in love with a beautiful Indian girl. She was as lovely as the dawn, and her breath was richer than a garden of Persian roses. Before they were married, a sage physician luckily discovered a terrible secret in regard to her.
And what was that?
This lovely woman had been nourished with poisons from her birth, until her whole nature was so imbued with them that she herself had become the deadliest poison in existence. Poison was her element of life. With the rich perfume of her breath, she blasted the very air. Her love would have been poison. Her embrace, death.
But why do you tell this to me now?
It is my way of saying that this Beatrice Rappaccini endangers your life.
Professor, you can't believe...
I do believe it. I know. Even now your room is filled with a strong, poisonous perfume.
But that is the garden. I noticed it too at first, but one grows accustomed to it.
Giovanni, my poor boy, don't you see? Dr. Rappaccini has selected you as the material for some new experiment, just as he has used his daughter. Even now, your very breath is heavy with the fragrance of that terrible place.
No, you're wrong.
Look, I have brought with me a bouquet of yellow rosebuds. They are there on the table. Giovanni, pick them up.
No, I won't touch
Giovanni, do as I say. Take them in your hand.
But all this is mad. What would a few rosebuds... Look at them.
See, your very touch withers the leaves and turns the yellow petals brown. Giovanni, you are imbued with the poison of the garden, even as she. I beg of you, leave here this very night, now. Go before it is too late.
No, I can't. Oh, Professor, help me, I beg you.
No, go back. Do not come near me. Stay back. Your very touch is poison. You must go away from all this quickly, Giovanni.
I can't. I love her too much. I could not live without her.
Giovanni, you are imbued with the poison of the garden, even as she. I beg of you, leave her this very night. Now. Go before it is too late.
No, I can't. Oh, Professor, help me, I beg you.
No, go back. Do not come near me. Stay back. Your very touch is poison. You must go away from all this. Quickly, Giovanni.
I can't. I love her too much. I could not live without her.
Then you shall surely die. Already the fumes of the flowers have impregnated you with that poison. And that devil Rappaccini is making ready even now to use you to carry on his atrocious experiment.
You're lying. I don't believe you.
Oh, my poor boy, what reason would I have for lying? I am trying to help you.
She doesn't know, I'm sure of it.
Doesn't know what?
About the poison, that she's permeated with it.
Of course she knows. Isn't Beatrice Rappaccini almost as renowned a scientist as her father? I tell you, Giovanni, you must not see her again. Ever. You must leave this place. My carriage is outside. We can drive to my villa by midnight. Come now, before it is too late.
How could Beatrice have done this to me? Professor Baglioni, I couldn't go without knowing, without some word from her.
You would see her again. Oh, my boy, no.
I must, don't you see? I've got to know. Listen, help me, Professor. There's a moth on the window curtain. Capture it in this glass tumbler and cover it with a napkin.
But why? What kind of moth?
I want to prove what you've told me. I could never be content without knowing the truth. Here, take the tumbler. Don't let the moth escape.
Well, I do not understand. Giovanni, this is mad.
There it is. Cover the glass with a napkin.
All right. There, it is done.
Now, where is your carriage?
It is just outside on the street.
Will you wait there for me?
Yes, if you wish. But I still don't understand.
And wake Dame Lisabetta. Ask her to wait in the carriage with you.
What are you planning to do?
To find out the truth.
Giovanni, you are going to the garden?
Yes, Professor. I'm going to the garden.
Giovanni, it's you.
Beatrice, my darling. Come out in the light of the moon. There's something I must tell you.
I was frightened for a moment seeing your dark shadow against my window. Has something happened, Giovanni?
Come out in the garden with me, and I'll tell you. Is your father awake?
I don't know. I don't think he is.
Stand with me here, where the moonlight's brightest. Beatrice, I want you to know that I love you more than my life. I want you to believe me.
I do, Giovanni. But what is that you carry in your hand?
Only a tumbler. Inside is a moth. See how he flutters his wings inside the glass. Beatrice, hold out your hand.
Why, Giovanni?
I want you to take the moth in your fingers and watch it closely. Here, don't let it fly away.
No, I shan't. Oh, how he struggles. Is he a very special moth of some rare species? Giovanni, look. What's the matter with him? I believe he's dead.
Yes, he is dead.
What a shame. He was a prisoner too long.
No, that isn't the reason, Beatrice. Oh, my darling, you've been ignorant of the poison. I knew you were.
Poison? What do you mean?
Do you love me enough, Beatrice, to trust me completely? Do you? Say you do.
I do, Giovanni, of course.
Then there's no time to lose. I want you to go away with me now, tonight.
Go away? Why?
Because this garden is a tomb filled with the perfume of death. Beatrice, these flowers are deadly. They're filled with the most potent poison in the world. Even now, your veins run with noxious blood. Your very touch is death to any living thing.
Giovanni, what are you saying?
I speak the truth, Beatrice. And heaven help us both. For now my body, too, has gained your power. And I am nourished by the poison of your garden.
You mean... Oh, it is my father's fatal science. He has united us in this fearful sympathy.
Beatrice!
Giovanni, he's seen us here.
Don't be afraid, my darling.
The hour grows close to midnight. And tomorrow there is much to do. Oh, you are not alone, I see.
Father, there's something you must know. Giovanni has come to take me away.
What? Well, you are jesting. We will talk tomorrow of your marriage.
Beatrice will not be here tomorrow, Dr. Rappaccini.
Oh, what is this? Some madness of the moonlight?
Giovanni has told me of the garden. And it's poison.
And he has also poisoned your mind against me.
No, it is not that.
Then what is there to fear? The flowers will not harm either of you now. My science makes you both stand apart from common men.
But why? Why did you inflict this thing upon your child?
Inflict? Can you use such a word when you can quell the mightiest enemy with a breath? A power as terrible as you are beautiful.
Beatrice, come, quickly now.
No, you cannot take her away. Beatrice, come back!
Giovanni, where are we going?
A carriage is waiting on the street outside.
You young fool, you don't know what you are doing. Come back! Come back!
Here is the stairway to the secret door.
We won't be sorry, Giovanni, will we? Tell me we won't be sorry.
Of course we won't, my darling. Come, they're waiting for us.
Giovanni, what madness to bring that girl with you like this.
I would never have come without her, Professor. Dame Lisabetta, let me have your shawl for Beatrice. The air is cold.
Oh, the poor child, what she must have suffered. Here it is.
Don't touch her, Lisabetta. No good will come of this, I know it.
Here, Beatrice, around your shoulders.
Where are we going?
To my villa, just outside Padua. You understand, my child, it is not that I mean to be unkind, but this thing is beyond our understanding.
You need not fear, senor. We will not come near you.
How beautiful she is, and to think her own father.
It will be different now. Wait and see. Before many days have passed, the poison will ebb away, and we'll be like anybody else, freed from that terrible place.
The air is so different here. So stale.
It's God's own air, Beatrice. It's our life. Breathe it deeply.
Giovanni, I'm afraid.
Oh, my darling, these are our friends.
But the air, it's so hard to breathe the air. Giovanni, hold me. Hold me close. I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Professor Baglioni, how is she?
I don't know. Lisabetta is at her bedside. This frightens me, Giovanni.
But it's been 5 hours since we arrived. I can't bear for her to suffer.
Giovanni, look at me. Oh, how pale you are, how quick your breath is.
I'm all right.
You're not all right. Come, my friend, rest a little.
No. I've got something to do for her.
That's the air, the unpoisoned air. It suffocates her. There's nothing we can do. Nothing.
There must be something. I'm going into her. Dame Lisabetta, how is she?
Oh, Signor, she is not well. If I could only comfort her a little.
Beatrice, forgive me for taking you away.
I wanted to come, Giovanni. I want to be with you.
Oh, my darling, if I had known.
You too can feel it. I see the terror in your eyes. It's the garden, Giovanni. We miss the garden.
I know we do.
But I never want to go back. Never again. I'd rather die than go back to the garden.
Signor, do you think... Oh, that's it.
What, Lisabetta?
The garden. It's her very life. There she can live.
No, I won't go back.
Don't you see? There in the garden is the drugged air that keeps her alive.
I know it is. I know. I can feel the need of it, too. My lungs burn with the need of it.
Then go back before it's too late. You will die here, don't you see? Both of you.
Lisabetta's right, Beatrice. And there's something else. Why did I never think of it before? Come, I'll take you in my arms to the carriage. There's no help for it. We must go back to the garden. Dr. Rappaccini! Dr. Rappaccini! We've come back.
Beatrice! Senor, you have killed her.
No, she is not dead.
Lay her here beside the fountain. Oh, my child, what has he done to you?
We are both addicted to your poison, Doctor. We cannot live without it.
Quick, break off a flower. Drop some of the dew upon her lips.
Yeah. Beatrice, my darling, taste of the flower's dew. Here.
Drink some of it yourself, senor. It is magic. It will give you strength.
Giovanni, you have brought me back again.
I could not see you die, my Beatrice. Here, taste of the dew again.
Oh, look, she breathes easily. The color returns to her cheeks.
The air is sweet in my lungs. Giovanni, forgive me for loving you. Now we must both stay here in the garden forever.
Lie still, my darling.
Now you know the power of my science. You see how foolish it is to cross me.
I am not convinced, Dr. Rappaccini. You are a devil, and I mean to find out the secret of your immunity.
What are you saying?
I know now why it is you never touch these plants. You do have a secret of immunity from the vile curse which the perfume of this garden inflicts upon those who breathe it too long.
I will not listen to this.
You would sacrifice your daughter to tend these poisonous things, because if you were to remain here too long, you would become infected too, just as we have.
Senor, you will leave this garden.
I will not leave before I know. And you will tell me, Dr. Rappaccini, what your secret is. I will know the secret. I will know the antidote.
Get away from me. Your breath is sudden death.
Yes, it is, and so is my touch. While you are still uncontaminated by the perfume, your life is at the mercy of those whom it has infected. Is it not? Your temporary immunity has become your curse, has it not, Doctor?
Stop! Let go! Let go!
Mother than Doctor in the poison of your own contriving.
Let me go! Let me go!
Giovanni, you're killing him. Father! I too have touched him.
Stand back, Beatrice. Look, he's dying.
What have we done? What have we done?
My children, forgive me. I am an old man. and my science to me was more precious than the miracle of life. I sought for the most powerful of drugs, and only now I have found it. What is stronger than the love in a man's heart?
My father, what can we do?
You can live your lives, my child, and walk as free as others do.
But how?
You are right, Giovanni. There is an antidote. Pluck one of its blossoms and drink of the liquid from its petals, even as I have drunk of it every day. Then you can leave the garden free.
Which plant, Doctor? Which is the antidote?
The purple blossoms in the center of the fountain. They are my antidote.
Father. My father.
Beatrice, come, my darling. Leave him in his wonderful garden that he loved. He has given us our lives again.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, Rappacine's Daughter. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale, the wooden ghost.
Head down. Look yonder on the road.
Wait, what is it, Fandriel?
A man hailing us to stop. What shall I do?
Where? I don't see a thing but darkness.
He may be a highwayman. Do you have your pistol?
Oh, yes, I see him now. Stop the carriage, Fandriel. The man may need help. Now, where did he go? Fandriel, can you see him from your box up there?
No, Mainherr. He disappeared. Oh, look, Mainherr, down. There in the shadows beside the road.
A tall man in a cape and wide-brimmed hat. Fandriel, drive on.
Coachman,
hold the reins.
Mainherr Dow, what shall I do?
He's coming toward the carriage, Fandriel. Wait.
Are you Mainherr Gerard Dow?
I am. What do you want?
I have been waiting until your return from Rotterdam. You are the uncle and guardian of Rose Valdecoust, I believe.
Yes, I am.
Tonight, by the clock of the Stadthuis, I will call at your studio in Leiden to see you on an urgent matter.
Yes, but what urgent matter is it, Mynheer?
I will tell you of it then. Here is my card. Expect me at 7. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Mynheer Dow, what kind of a man is he? I could not see his face.
Nor could I, Fandriel. It was as if he had no face. Oh, the saints protect us. Drive away from here as fast as you can. Get up there. Get up.
And I'll admit your good uncle's the best teacher in Holland, that without a shadow of doubt I'm his most promising student. But I can't understand how you, Rose Valdecoust, can expect anybody to paint a portrait of a man without a face.
But, Godfrey, I told you I've never seen his face.
Well, then when did you first meet him?
Oh, long ago, when I was a little girl. And Uncle Gerard and I lived in Rotterdam. One day we went for a long walk outside the city and ate our lunch on the steps of an ancient house that's fallen to ruin. The statue was there, life-size, in a niche in one of the walls. It was carved of wood. Since that time, I've dreamed of him every birthday.
You mean all this is a dream?
Of course, you didn't think he was real, did you?
Oh, the saints preserve us, he's a dream.
course I thought he was real from the way you spoke of him.
Well, perhaps he is after all. How else do the gold coins appear so mysteriously on my dresser every birthday?
Why, Rose, my darling, I really think you believe in this dream ghost or whatever you call him.
He wishes me well. He looks over me, brings good luck. Why shouldn't I believe in him?
Of course you should if you want to.
Rose, where are you?
Here, Uncle Gerard, with Godfrey in the studio.
Oh, I thought he wasn't returning till late tonight. Something must have happened.
Oh, dear, what a trip. 2 hours of being bounced and jostled in one of Hundreel's infernal carriages. I'll never rent another one from him, never.
Was it so bad, Uncle Gerard? You do look tired.
I do I? Well, I am. Oh, now, where's your new frock? Go, put on your new frock, Rose. Look pretty for Godfrey and for me this evening.
But I was planning to wear it tomorrow on my birthday.
But girls should always look pretty, birthday or not. You run along, Rose. Put it on.
All right, if you say so. Dinner will be ready before long.
There. She's gone. Godfrey, the most extraordinary thing happened to me on the road to Rotterdam just a little while ago. What time is it now?
Oh, a little before 7.
Oh, we've made it. Had to drive like fury, but we've made it. Godfrey, listen and I'll tell you what happened. Then he walked away quickly into the darkness. I tell you, my boy, the hairs on my head. Oh, there's the Studhurst clock. Godfrey, don't leave me. You stay here. Face him with me.
Of course I will, sir. Oh, but the card. What does the card say?
Here, read for yourself. You'd better turn up the lamp a little.
Yes, sir. Well, how strange. Rizal van der Huysen. Rotterdam, Manor House of the Boom Key.
Gentlemen.
Godfrey!
How do you do? Did I startle you? I'm sorry. My appointment was for 7, I believe.
Yes, of course, it was for 7. Come in, sir. Welcome to my house.
Thank you, but I can stay only a few minutes. This young man...
Oh, forgive me. He is Godfrey Schalken, a student of mine.
Is he to be trusted?
Trusted? Oh, indeed. He's a friend as well as a pupil.
Then perhaps he will do an errand for us. A matter of fetching a box from my carriage.
If Herr Dow wishes me to.
Indeed I do, Godfrey. Our visitor's wish is mine.
It's a small box, resting on the carriage floor. Will you bring it to us?
Why, I'll be happy to do so, sir.
Now, what can I do for you, sir?
You are the guardian of Rose Felderkaust, I believe. She is your ward?
Yes, that's right.
I am prepared to offer her 5 times the future she has a right to expect from her husband.
You are asking for the hand of my niece. I don't believe she's acquainted with you. But it is a tempting offer from so fine a gentleman as you.
Then it is only necessary to sign the engagement. I have the paper with me.
But under the circumstances, well, I think it best to consult with my niece about such unexpected business.
As you wish. After the engagement is signed. Here. There's ink and quill on the table.
But let me call my niece.
You are not content?
Another day, sir. When I know my ward's inclination.
Time is too precious, not another hour.
But I do not know if...
Write your name to the engagement.
Yes. As you say. There. It is done.
Speak of this to your ward when I am gone. Tell her the time has come. Tell her she need have no fear, that with me she will be safe from harm forever. Say I will return during the first hour of her 18th year. Tell her Rizal van der Huysen will watch over her, as he has done from the moment she was born.
Yes, I will tell her what you say.
Here's the box. It's as heavy as a block of lead.
Now it is in your hands, Herr Dow. Assurance of my promise. Good night.
But must you go? Really, my niece...
Tell her I will return. Good night.
Herr Dow, you've gone white with fear. What did that man say to you?
Oh, the saints forgive me, Godfrey, for what I've done.
What do you mean, sir? What happened?
He took the paper with him. Godfrey, call Rose to us, quickly.
Here I am, Uncle Gerard. All got up in my newest frock. I even pinched my cheeks to make them rosy. Now do I please you both?
Rose, my child, I've done a terrible thing.
What is it? What happened, Godfrey?
Your uncle had a visitor named Rüssel van der Heusen.
What? Rüssel? Such a man was here.
And demanded that I sign the paper. An engagement in marriage for you, Rose, and this man who says you are acquainted with him, that you'd welcome his proposal.
An engagement paper? Rose, did you know anything about this?
No, of course I didn't. Rüssel isn't a real person.
He was quite real to your uncle and me. Look what he left. A box full of gold, ancient gold coins.
Gold?
For me? Then it's true, he is real. It's my birthday gold, Godfrey, don't you see?
Menherdau, let me have that card.
Yes, of course, my boy. Here it is.
I'm going to find out what this is all about before it's too late.
Godfrey, where are you going?
To Rotterdam, that's where I'm going. To look up this Rüssel van der Heusen at the manor house of the Boom Key, wherever that is, and bring back the engagement paper.
Godfrey, wait. Oh, what is he doing? Uncle Gerard, stop him. There's no need.
No, my child. Let him go. I, for one, will welcome information about this stranger.
But didn't this man say who he was? Didn't he ask to see me?
No, my dear. And he was gone almost before we knew it. He did say one thing, though. He said to tell you that you need have no fear, that he'd return during the first hour of your 18th year.
The first hour? Then that's tonight. 5 hours from now. Uncle Gerard, tonight.
Rose Belterkaust?
Oh, who is that in the garden?
It is I. Come to you as I said I would.
You are Rüssel.
Of course. Don't you recognize me?
Yes. The wide hat, the long cape. Just as I used to dream of you on nights before my birthdays. But I don't understand. I thought you were a recurring dream.
And so I have been. Till now.
My Uncle Gerard waits for you in his study. And I was waiting here in the garden until he called me in. You didn't see him.
We have nothing to say to one another. You and I will set the marriage time. Come. We have much to say.
I'm afraid, Mynheer.
The fear will go. Take my hand.
I cannot leave the garden.
But there is much I would show you. And at last the time is now. It has been too long. My carriage waits on the street.
Will you take me away?
Only to show you wonders. To have you say you love me. With an understanding heart. Come. Here is the garden gate.
Menherdau, where are you?
Oh, Godfrey. Oh, it's you. Oh, thank heaven you've come. The saints preserve us, my boy. We are dealing with a demon, my boy.
Rose, where is she?
Gone into the night with that demon stranger.
But where? Why didn't you stop them?
Oh, I'm an old man. I cannot stand this harrowing business. He returned a short while ago, just after midnight, and then I thought I took precaution. Rose was in the garden, and I waited here for his knock on the door. But he didn't come, and when I chanced to look out, he was helping Rose into a carriage. And in a moment they were gone.
Which road did they take?
Toward Rotterdam. Oh, you must have passed them, surely.
Yes, it was one of Van Driel's rented carriages speeding along the road. What'll we do? Where has he taken her?
To Rotterdam, no doubt, to one of his luxurious houses.
Menherdau, this man has no houses. In Rotterdam there is no such place as the Boom Key.
What do you... Why, there must be...
It doesn't exist, I tell you. But what I did find out is enough to make your heart stand still.
What, my boy? What did you find out?
The manorial records do list the Van der Heusens, giving their residence as the manor house of the Boom Key. But Rüssel van der Heusen has been dead for 3 centuries, and the line ended when he died. Menherdau, Rose is engaged in marriage to a dead man.
What, my boy? What did you find out?
The manorial records do list the Van der Heusens, giving their residence as the manor house of the Boom Key. But Reuzel van der Heusen has been dead for 3 centuries, and the line ended when he died. Mynheer Douw, Rose is engaged in marriage to a dead man.
A dead man? But, Godfrey, he was real. He was no ghost.
How can you know that, Mynheer Douw? To us, he appeared to be nothing more than a large hat and a flowing black cape. What is underneath them? A man or an invisible being?
Well, and the gold, Godfrey. The coins are ancient ones, antiques. Even the dates, you see, more than 3 centuries back.
His apparel, too. He wore a costume out of the past.
But what shall we do? How do you look for a ghost?
I don't know. But we must find them.
And Rose, what can this dreadful sympathy be? There's bound to be more to this than we could possibly know.
Mynheer Douw, the carriage. It was one of Van Driedel's. I know it was. And this stranger must have rented it. Put on your coat. We're going to find Rose.
But how, my boy? What do you intend to do?
Van Driel will tell us where he was directed to go. If somewhere there exists a ghost world belonging to this dead man, we'll find it even if it's beyond the common strength of man to do so. Van Driel, drive as fast as the darkness will allow you. Are you sure you can find the place?
I think I can. It was some miles this side of Rotterdam, by a little road that ran next to a canal.
And, Patriel, did they just disembark in this deserted place on the road?
That's right. He said drive until I saw 2 men standing to one side of the highway.
But, Van Driel, when did this stranger hire your carriage?
Well, a little before midnight. I heard a loud knock on my door, and when I opened it, there he stood.
What did he say?
Said he wanted to hire a carriage and offered me a whole sack of gold. Naturally, I couldn't refuse that, even if it were a funny time of night. He said he'd meet me in front of your house, Mynheer Douw.
And you waited there?
Until he came out of your garden gate with your niece.
So, he told you then to drive toward Rotterdam until you saw these men waiting on the side of the road. What were they like?
I really couldn't say, sir. I mean, it was very dark. I could only catch a glimpse now and then of their clothes. Looked very old-fashioned, they did, though. I think one was a footman and the other a coachman. Yeah. I saw a very ancient and dilapidated-looking buggy standing on the narrow road that branched off from the highway.
But they took this second carriage to where?
Oh, don't see, it is hopeless, my boy. How can we ever trace them?
Did he mention where he was going, Van Driel?
No, he didn't say a word.
But this road, what road is it? Do you know where it goes?
Well, if I remember rightly, it runs a few miles over the moors to an old house that's fallen to ruin. It's far off the beaten track, and nobody ever goes there.
Then that must be...
There's a name for it. An ancient manor house it is. Called the Boom Key, I think.
The Boom Key? Godfrey, it's the very same.
The Boom Key. So that's where it is. Mynheer Douw, the Lady of Good Luck rides with us this night. Van Driel, take the road to the ruin. To the Boom Key.
You see, there is nothing to be afraid of, my Rose. We are at home.
But let us come another time, Mynheer. It's so dark here, and there's lightning in the western sky.
I will protect you, even from the lightning. Look, is the manor house of Boom Key to your liking?
Boom Key? Is that where you brought me, Mynheer?
It is our home, and you will be a lady here, with beautiful gowns and servants. Anything you desire.
I was here before, long ago.
I know. I remember it well. You were a little girl then.
But who are you? I don't ever remember seeing you before, except in my dreams. Mynheer, I don't understand. Who are you?
I am one who has waited beyond the generations for this night, when you would come to me.
But I'm afraid. I don't like it here, Mynheer. Take me away back home. Please take me away.
I cannot now, my Rose. The risk is too great. Come. There is nothing to fear. Take my hand.
No.
We have much to say. We must set the wedding day, and I would show you treasures and shower you with precious gifts.
The statue. There in the niche. That's where the statue was.
You remember it then? It was a statue of myself.
Where is it now?
Come with me. I will show you.
But where would you take me?
To the tower. There you can see the splendor of the Boom Key. All that I offer you. For a bit of affection in return. A bit of love in exchange for the outrageous riches of a king.
Oh, take me away. Take me back. This is but a ruin. There's nothing here except decay and the feel of death.
But that's not true. There is beauty here. I have tended it all these years. Just for you.
Then why do you hide from me now behind that cape and hat? Show me your face so that I won't be afraid.
Come then, and I will show you. Come with me to the tower. Here are the stairs.
The tower stands alone in the ruins, and the stairway is open to the sky. But then, will you take me back, Mynheer? My uncle, he will grow alarmed. He's an old man.
He loves you too.
How can you love me whom you have never known, Mynheer? How?
It began very long ago. She was as beautiful as you. Limpid brown eyes and dazzling cheeks. And her hair was like the shining ripples of a canal water. But what was her heart like, my Rose? It was like a stone on which the frost sits. And she betrayed me.
Who was this woman?
Look, here from the tower. The fields of tulips.
Stagnant marshes they are.
The abbey and the windmills.
Piles of musty stones.
She would have had it all. But she betrayed me.
Who betrayed you so, Mynheer?
Oh, my Rose. Now you can save me. A man who has never loved, who can never die till he feels the warmth of a woman's heart. Say you love me now. Say you do.
No, Mynheer, take me away. Please take me away.
But she was your grandmother, 4 times removed, and I loved her more than I loved my own life. And even as you, her name was Rose.
My namesake? She's been dead 3 centuries, Mynheer.
Even as I. And when she betrayed me, I stood here in the nighttime and climbed here to the tower's ledge, and my body dropped from this height to the ground below.
Mynheer!
But I could not die. My ghost lived on, hungry and cold for the want of a woman's love, and none will set me free save yours.
My love.
Because you are the first girl child of your line, since she betrayed me. And I have waited and tended the Boom Key, and longed for the time when 3 words from your lips would unbind me from the earth.
You are a ghost. You are a dead man.
Don't turn away from me. Look at my face.
No. The statue, the wooden statue.
It is the only physical being I know.
Stand back from me.
Is it such a frightful thing? Rose, say the words that'll send me on my way. Is your heart so empty of a gift of kindness, even as hers?
Stop me!
Below in the cellars of Boom Key are coffers of precious gold, and I offer it all to you for 3 small words.
Help me!
Rose! Look! There she is in the tower!
They have come to take you away.
Godfrey, the stairway to the tower. You see, it's open to the sky.
I have waited 3 centuries for this night and for you. They shall not take you back.
What will you do? Mynheer, come back! Come back! Godfrey! He's coming down the stairway. He has a sword!
Andrew! Mynheer now! Look! There he comes!
Stay back! He's brandishing a sword!
Mynheer, I beg of you, do them no harm, for my sake. I will say anything you wish, for my heart cries with pity. Is not compassion enough? Then I do love you with grief, Mynheer, and I would have you free. Do you hear me? Do you hear me, Mynheer? I love you with sorrow because you are lost, and I would have you free.
Look! The lightning struck him and he fell to the ground. The figure burns like kindling.
Oh, what a terrible thing to see.
Look how straight it lies, like a statue of wood.
Rose, Rose, oh, my darling, are you all right?
Godfrey, I was so frightened, so afraid.
But now it's all right. You're safe. And the ghost is destroyed. Look where it burns.
He was a ghost in a wooden statue. A phantom caught between two worlds and belonging to neither.
Come, my child. Let us leave this dreadful place. It's like a tomb here.
Now he's dead, Uncle Gerard. When I said the words, did you see? The lightning set him free.
Yes, my darling. We saw.
And above all, he wanted me to say I loved him. He gave me the riches of a king, Godfrey, just to say I loved him.
The carriage is waiting, Mynheer Douw.
We're coming, Fondrieu.
And he meant no harm, Godfrey, for his heart was full of kindness. He was lost. He had no place to go. When the sword was only a wooden one, after all.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Wooden Ghost. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, the last day of a condemned man.
This is the voice of a man condemned. Condemned by the law of the state and by freakish circumstance. I am, by all ordinary standards, a good citizen of France. I have fought under Bonaparte. I have served my country, married and fathered a child. But all those things come to nothing in the cell of the condemned. Hour by hour I await my pardon. But it will not come. I know that. For this is the working of a curse. A curse placed upon my father to last through all the generations of his line, for having loved too well a woman who was promised to another man. Each day, the specters of those who have gone before me in this cell accuse me and pass before me to disappoint all my hopes and to horrify me. They're here again. Murderers, thieves, all of them.
Andre, your nerves. Sit down, my friend. Control yourself. These things are only pictures in your mind.
No. They're real, Francois. They are the homeless spirits of the condemned murderers and thieves who were in this cell in years gone by. They've come to haunt me, to welcome me among the condemned.
But you know you've done nothing really. Nothing that is a crime.
But everyone thinks I have. My wife, my daughter, they've accused me. Think of it, Francois. They have accused me of my own murder and of a crime against my own family. Oh, Francois, I wouldn't even harm a hair of their precious heads.
Then these ghosts are...
They know of the curse. They know my release is impossible since the state has condemned me. Francois. Francois, what if some of them were as innocent as I am, condemned and executed on false evidence? Perhaps that's why they've come to welcome me to the guillotine.
But you have every reason to hope for a pardon when the case is reviewed, Andre. You know you're innocent. Forget these ghosts, Andre. When you're free, they'll vanish from your mind.
From your side of these bars, it is easy to say that. You're in prison only for being my companion. But in the 2 inches of space between ourselves, there is a world of difference. Here on my side lie the spirits of men condemned to death for crime. And on your side are the spirits of those who have served their sentences and gone again into the world of life.
But you may yet be pardoned, Andre.
Those faces, the way they looked at me.
They looked at you?
Saw their faces?
Yes. For the first time today. The day set for my execution. I saw them. They carry their heads under their arms. And the eyes on those heads looked at me. They seemed to tell me certainly that I soon would be with them.
Oh, they are your imagination. You bring on those images by thinking about those names scratched on the wall of your cell.
The scratchings of those dead men, yes. They were all here. Here in this very cell. And they, Francois, they were all killed by the guillotine. The guillotine that they've constructed again in the courtyard out there for me.
But they were murderers and thieves. That's the difference. You are not.
But they, even they, have accepted me among their number. They know. I can tell by the way they looked at me that the guillotine won't be robbed. Oh, Francois. Francois, if she would only come, if the child would repent. Then they could not look at me so.
She will, Andre. Be certain of that. The child will come, and all will be possible.
No, Francois. Even I know that my hopes are in vain. But that is part of the curse. That my own wife and children will disown me in the hour of danger and will not even know me. And it works, Francois. The curse is working. You remember how it happened, Francois? You were with me then. We were walking along a road toward a village. We were laughing and talking and feeling happy in our new freedom.
Oh, just think, Andre. Tomorrow we'll be home.
Paris, our wives, everything we've been dreaming of.
Yep. Only a few days ago we were forgotten men, prisoners of war. Forgotten after the war was over and our Napoleon was defeated. We were still left to rot. That's the price of defeat.
I know, Francois, but we have escaped from those horrors. This is France. That should be enough, I suppose. But think of home, Francois. Home after so long.
Perhaps after so long, Paris will not be the way you imagine it. Perhaps it's changed.
Paris? Never. Paris does not change, not as home. The heart of one who loves you as well as my Lorraine. My wife, Lorraine, loves me. Let us stop for a moment and rest, Francois. Tell me, aren't you anxious to get back to your wife and your child?
My wife is dead, Andre. And we never had a child.
I'm sorry, Francois. I didn't know.
It's long past now, Andre. Thank you, though, for your sympathy. But I do know that tomorrow, or the next day, when we do come to Paris after this long journey, you will feel happy. And I'm glad for you.
Thank you, Francois.
I'm glad for you because there's never been a better companion, Andre. Through everything, we've never had trouble. You are, I believe, the gentlest man I've ever met.
And you too, Francois. I've been a good companion.
But a tired one, eh?
Perhaps. But I suppose anyone's entitled to that after what we've been through. But here, my stomach's crying for food. I'll go on into the village alone and see what I can get.
That's better anyway. You're better at getting people to give us food than I am.
Just think, after tomorrow we'll never beg again.
If you don't come back within a short time, I'll follow you into the village and help you, should you have fallen into trouble.
Oh, there will be no trouble. People don't mind giving to poor, tired soldiers like us. I'll be back, Francois. I'll meet you here.
Yes, monsieur?
Hello, little one.
What is it you want?
Well, if you'll open the door a little wider, I can tell you.
There. A little wider. Now, monsieur?
Is your mama at home?
She is busy.
Well, I am a soldier, little one. I only want to ask you for some food.
If you're a soldier, you need nothing. But you don't look like a soldier in those dirty clothes. I don't believe you.
What is your name?
Never mind. I don't like you. Go away.
But I wouldn't hurt you.
I don't care. Go away. Go away.
Somehow you look... Yes, you do look like another little girl I know. She'd be just about your age, too.
Who?
Her name is Bernice, and she lives in Paris.
I lived in Paris once.
Well, this little girl is still there. I am her father. What's your name?
Bernice?
Oh, you see? You're very much like this other little girl. How long have you been away from Paris?
Only... Never mind. Go on away.
But maybe you... No. No, you couldn't be my little girl, could you? Where is your papa?
Papa is gone. Gone away for a long time. He died in the war.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bernice, would you give me something to eat?
No, I won't. Go to the market if you want something to eat. They have food there.
Bernice? Oh, Bernice, darling.
Yes, Mama.
Was there someone at the door?
A nasty man who said he was a soldier.
A soldier?
He didn't look like a soldier to me. He was all dressed in awful old clothes.
What did he want?
He wanted something to eat. I sent him to the market. They have food there.
Oh, Bernice, you shouldn't have done that. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. He will find something. But, Bernice, is that the man going off down the street there?
Yes.
There's something about him. His back, perhaps, that looks like your father. Oh, that's impossible. Andre's dead. We had the report from the general himself.
Papa was a hero. You said so, Mama.
Yes. But sometimes, darling, I wish we hadn't moved from Paris quite so quickly after we heard. Perhaps... Sometimes I think there might be a chance that he'd come back. But these aren't things for you to worry about. Darling, I want you to run down to market and buy a loaf of bread for lunch. We'll need it. Here's the money. And do be careful, darling.
Yes, Mama. I'll be right back. Monsieur Baker, my maman sent me for some of that bread she likes so much.
Why, Bernice Germain. I thought your mama was going away to visit in Lyon.
Well, she is, monsieur, but she hasn't left yet.
Pardon, monsieur. But did I hear you call this child Bernice Germain?
Yes, that is her name.
Bernice Germain? Then it is you. You are my little girl.
Go away. I don't know you.
Monsieur, leave the child alone. Can't you see that you're frightening her?
She is my own.
Send him away. I don't know him. I don't like him. Please, Monsieur Baker, send him away.
But my child, why will you not recognize me?
Go away. Oh, why won't you go away?
The child is right. Get out now. Get out. Leave her alone.
But very well. I'll go. Goodbye, little one.
Thank heaven he's gone.
Men like that are no good. Good riddance. I will get the bread that your mother likes. I will have to get it from the oven in the back room here.
Bernice.
Go away. Didn't you hear what the baker said?
But he's wrong. I am...
Monsieur, why will you not go? I tried to help you when I struggled so a minute ago.
You tried to help me?
I saw you steal that loaf of bread when I came into the shop. My mother said that I should have helped you before. I made a fuss so you could get away.
My own daughter, helping her father to steal. Then you do recognize your father.
My father is dead.
But your father is not dead, child. Look here, Bernice. Here on my sword, my name is engraved there.
My father's sword! You killed my father! You killed my father!
Be quiet, child.
Go away! Go away! Don't hurt me!
Bernice, what's the matter? What? Oh, you again. Help! Gendarmes! Murder!
Monsieur, I have...
Help! Gendarmes! Stop, monsieur! Stop! Gendarmes! Help! Monsieur! Help! Monsieur! Help!
Hey, let him go. Let him go. Hey, what is this? What goes on here? What has happened?
Let me go. Let me go. I've done nothing.
He tried to kill me. He came after me with that sword.
Hey, hold still there. Speak up. What did you do?
Nothing. Look at the sword. You will find your answer. The truth is there engraved on the blade.
What truth? Get me that sword, Baker. Let me have a look at it.
Here it is, sir.
Now, let me see.
He stole it. He told me so. He stole it from my father.
Andre Germain, officer in the army of Napoleon. Where did you come by this, monsieur?
He stole it. He told me so.
Andre! Francois, here, my friend. Come here.
Why, what's going on? Why are all these people here? This gendarme.
Tell them who I am, Francois. For heaven's sake, tell them who I am.
Just a minute. Who are you?
I was waiting in the fields for my friend to come back. We're on our way to Paris.
Waiting in the field, eh? Ha! Murderers, thieves, that's what you are. roaming around the countryside, plundering small villages. Come with me, both of you.
Hold, officer, just a moment. That voice. That's the voice of my wife, of Lorraine.
Oh, you are mad. Come along.
Bernice. Oh, Bernice, my darling, what has happened?
That man tried to cut me with his sword.
He says, madame, that he is your husband.
My husband?
Lorraine, don't you know me? Don't you know me, Lorraine?
But my Andre is...
Have these few years changed me so much, Lorraine?
No. No, you are not my husband. My Andre died. My Andre died years ago.
My Andre died. My Andre died years ago. I heard those words from the lips of my own wife. And I knew in that moment, as I now know, that it was the working of the curse. They have set 4 o'clock today as the hour of my end. For that is the hour when the rabble can feed their curiosity upon the spectacle. And I can only cling to the shred of hope that the child or her mother will come, will accept me as their own. But now it will not happen. I thought for a moment at the trial that the curse was broken.
That man was at our door. He threatened my child then, from what she says. Later, when I came looking for her at the market, I found the scene I've told you about.
That will be all, madame. Thank you. Bernice Germain, please take the stand. Bernice Germain, now remember, child, that all you say must be the truth. Tell us what happened on that day in the market when you met this man there.
He tried to kill me with a sword.
Why did he do this, Bernice?
He said he was my father, but my father is dead. I know because Maman said so. And he wanted to show me his sword, he said. Then he swung it at me.
And, is this the sword, Bernice?
Yes.
Did he take it out of its sheath?
Oh, yes. He said it had writing on it, but I can't read, monsieur, so I don't know that.
Is this the writing he showed you, Bernice?
Yes, monsieur.
Andre Germain, officer in the army of Napoleon.
And then he swung it at me, monsieur. I screamed and he came after me.
My own child sat there and accused me. But it was not that which held my attention. It was the look in the eyes of Lorraine, my wife. For a moment it seemed that she recognized me. And then, as the attorney reached the final words of his charge to the court, she looked at me again as a stranger,
It is my
a
duty
criminal.
to find Andre Germain guilty not only of attempting to murder this child, but of murder of a fellow officer on the field of battle. His companion, Francois Villa, you must find guilty of aiding in the attempted crime.
Monsieur!
Yes, Lorraine?
I don't know why you call me by my first name, monsieur. But I did not wish to have you so seriously charged. Your punishment for attempting to kill my child? Yes, I wanted that. But the other charge? No. For I know well that my Andre died honorably on the field of battle.
But Lorraine, I am Andre. Don't you recognize me? Don't you know me?
I will do everything I can to have you acquitted of the charge of his murder, monsieur. But Andre is dead.
My cell was like a stone coffin. My bed only a pallet of damp straw. And in the room, I could feel the spirit of those who had gone before me. I was separated from Francois by a thick wall, but there was a small opening through which we could talk. And so he could hear me that first time when the processions appeared before my eyes. Francois! Francois!
What is it, Andre? What is it?
These walls, they're covered with names. Here is Dartout, 1815.
Thief and murderer.
Poulain, 1818.
He killed his father.
Jean Martin, 1821.
Poisoner.
And I am among these thieves and murderers. Everyone who has been here in this cell, they have come to welcome me.
Andre, stop, man. Be calm. You're letting your imagination run away with you.
But they were here, Francois. I saw them. Dim, vague shapes, but they passed by me. They came to welcome me, Francois. They know that I am condemned. They accept me as one of them.
But you have done nothing, Andre. Remember that. You have done nothing. The pardon will come. It will come.
But I know better. For I have waited this long time for a pardon. While the machinery of state rolls slowly onward, the little document that is my request for a pardon is tossed from one place to another, and no one will pay it any heed. For that is the way of the state, and the way of the curse. There is but an hour left, and after that I fear that another figure will join that procession of shapes that comes across my cell.
Andre Germain?
Yes?
Is there anything you wish in this last hour?
No, nothing.
Then stand forward here. Open your collar. Madame Guillotine will need some help. Now you are ready. The priest will be in shortly to talk with you.
Tell him not to bother. I have nothing to say.
That is for your own soul to say, Andre Germain. If you want to take that last walk alone, yours is the choice.
Andre.
Yes?
Why did you do that? Refuse to see the priest?
Perhaps, Francois, perhaps I still have more hope than even you have for my release. Even now, after the crowd of blood-hungry watchers have started to gather there in the courtyard, I still have hope. The child will come.
Yes, Andre. She will come, even now.
Look at him!
What's happening out there, Francois? I can't see. The window is too high.
Crowd is shouting at a group of prisoners.
Just think, Francois, how they'll shout when I go up those steps.
I don't want to come here, Maman.
You must. You must. Go quickly, Bernice, quickly.
Bernice, Lorraine, they've come.
His cell is here, madame. You may not stay long.
I don't want to, Maman.
Go quickly, Bernice. Go up to the bars. Here, come along.
Bernice, my child.
Is that the man, Maman?
Yes.
He looks so different.
It is dark in here.
Lorraine. Bernice, my child, say something.
The child thought, monsieur.
Maman.
Bernice, say something. Bernice, Lorraine.
No, Maman. No! No!
The child thought, monsieur, that perhaps she had been mistaken.
But you, Lorraine, you must know me.
No, monsieur. Neither Bernice nor I was wrong. My husband died on the battlefields. My Andre is mourned as a hero of France. No, monsieur. You couldn't possibly be that man.
Now, indeed, I am condemned. She knew me, but she would not recognize me.
But you are not guilty, Andre. Remember that.
But they do not believe that. Francois.
What is it, Andre?
They are coming again. They are coming back.
No. They've gone, Andre. They won't be back. It's hopeless.
They will never go. They know that I'll be with them.
Andre.
The ghosts. The condemned dead. They're coming for me now. Look, Francois. They're here. Dartout.
Poulain, Jean-Martin, Gaston, 100 others. They are coming for me. Look. Look, Francois. They are here, all of them. They carry their heads. The mouths are smiling. Those mouths are smiling at me. They are beckoning. They want me. Me, Francois.
Andre, stop! Stop!
They are passing by me, Francois. But each one beckons as he goes. Then they wait when they are past. Look back. Francois. They are waiting. It is another figure that they're waiting for, Francois. Look. Look, he's coming now. A new one. Ah. It is me, Francois. It is my figure coming to join the others.
It's time now, Andre Germain.
Yes. It's time now. It is time. I am with them already. They need wait no longer. The curse is finished.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Last Day of a Condemned Man. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale, The Warning.
Hester, this is a warning. Your husband Charles must not go to the house of Waverley, for there awaits death and sorrow.
Oh, Charles!
Hester, what on
Oh,
earth?
Charles, thank heaven you're still here.
But what's the matter? What happened?
I don't know. It was a voice. I was lying here in bed, half asleep. When the clock began striking midnight, a voice spoke to me. Oh, Charles, what was it? It sounded like my brother Tom.
Oh, my darling, it was only a dream, and it frightened you, that's all.
Oh, but the voice said, oh, Charles, don't leave Swansea.
Hester, you're almost hysterical.
But this was a warning. He said that you, Charles, must not go to the house of Waverley. Waverley, what house is that?
Well, it isn't one of our properties, at least.
Charles, that note, that invitation from John Galton. He lives at a place called Waverley.
That's right, now that you mention it.
And the voice said that Waverley is death and sorrow. It was my brother Tom, I know it was. And he's warning us. Charles, don't go tonight. Promise me you won't go now.
But, darling, the reason I'm going is to find out what happened to your brother. It's after midnight already. I should have gone an hour ago.
My brother's dead. I know it now. Secretly, you know it, too.
Yes. Well, somehow we would have heard where he is. A man like Tom just doesn't disappear.
Oh, Charles, I'm frightened. When you go, I'll be here alone and afraid for you.
No, Hester, I'll be all right.
We thought Tom would be all right, too, when he went to collect the rents. It's so far away, Charles.
Oh, 50 miles? That isn't far.
Then promise me you won't go to John Galton's, to this Waverley, promise.
All right, Hester. But after all, John's an old friend, a schoolmate, in fact. I promise, though. Now, you feel better?
A little, I suppose.
Then go to sleep. And I'll also promise to be back safe and sound within a fortnight. There. A kiss for the prettiest wife in Swansea. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Charles.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Aye, sir. I remember him well, Mr. Hargreaves. Thomas Shawcott, he said his name was. You say he's your wife's brother? Aye, he came to the farm here about a year ago, asked after all of us, and then went on to the manor house to collect the rent monies. You say he never returned to Swansea?
I am afraid not, my man. You see, my wife and I were away on a long honeymoon, and we didn't know of her brother's disappearance until we came back.
Highwayman, most probably. I'm sorry to hear of it.
Well, thanks for your help anyhow. I'll be on my way. I want to get to the manor house by nightfall. Get up there. See you about this time next year.
Aye, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hargreaves. Good luck to you.
Well, sir, I do recollect him. Yes, sir, I do. Fine young chap he was. Stopped here at the inn about this time of night, about 10 o'clock, and took my best room. Then off he went the next morning, chipper as the dawn.
Well, I left Swansea 2 days ago, and I've traced him this far. It's the last stop. North of here is Sir Granville's estates.
By George, I do recollect something the young chap said now that you bring him to mind, Mr. Hargreaves.
Well, what is it, Hobbs?
Why, he had an invitation to visit some friend or other, he did, sir. Said he was off for a bit of a holiday before going back to Swansea.
Invitation? From whom?
Well, that he didn't say, sir. By George.
What is it, Hobbs?
That's a funny thing. Now I recollect it. Didn't think much about it at the time.
What?
Your Mr. Charcot asked after the way to get there, he did. I recollect it particularly because Elsie, my dear dead wife, sir, God bless her soul, Elsie was born a few miles from there.
From where?
A great big house, empty for as long as I can remember. Never thought anyone lived there at all. Waverley it is. That's it. Name of Waverley.
Waverley.
Suppose you might inquire. Find out where he went from there.
Yes. You're right, Hobbs.
Do you suppose the lad was murdered somewhere on the road, murdered and robbed of his rent monies?
I don't know, but I intend to find out. Thanks for all you've said. It's been of great help. Now, I think I'll go to bed.
Oh, of course, of course. The first floor room's quite ready. I'll take your portmanteau. This way, Mr. Hargreaves. Mr. Hargreaves, sir. Mr. Hargreaves.
What is it, Hobbs?
I'm sorry to wake you, sir, but there's a lady here. Says she's Mrs. Hargreaves.
Of course I am. Charles, it's Hester.
Hester, for heaven's sakes, what are you doing here?
I had to come, Charles, after what's happened. I couldn't stay at Swansea another minute.
Will there be anything you'll want, sir?
Innkeeper, tell the driver I shan't need him any longer. He might want to stay the night here. The sky's most threatening.
I'll see to him, ma'am. Good night.
Whatever happened to make you come all the way from Swansea?
Oh, Charles, I was so worried. You are all right?
Of course. Hester, what's the matter, my darling? You look pale and tired. Here, let me light another candle.
Charles, last night at midnight the voice spoke to me again.
Is that all?
Is that all? Charles, how can I make you understand? I've been most frightened to death. It's not what you think. It's not a dream.
Well, what did the voice say?
It gave another warning. It said it could only appear to me while the clock struck midnight. And then it said that you were in danger, and that if you went to that place, Waverley, the name is, you'd surely die. Oh, Charles, please, please, for my sake, heed the warning.
Is that why you came, then? To tell me this?
I had to. Last night I lay awake for hours, wondering if you'd kept your promise not to go to John Galton's. And then suddenly I couldn't bear it any longer. I hired a carriage and followed you.
Hester, this is mad. I don't understand it. You say this voice...
Tom, Charles. His ghost. Don't you think I'd recognize my own brother's voice? Oh, my darling. I don't understand it either. All I know is...
Hester, Tom had an invitation to visit John Galton.
Oh?
He left the inn here at dawn, I'm told, and went on, presumably, to Waverley. I made inquiries on the road. The place is somewhere beyond the White Forest. It can't be far.
Charles.
I'm going there, Hester. If Tom's a prisoner, if he's been murdered...
Charles, no, you mustn't. I won't hear of it. I won't let you go.
Nevertheless, I'm going.
But Tom is dead. I know he is. You can't help him now. And twice he's warned us, don't you see? For my sake, leave this thing alone. It's beyond our understanding, and no good can come of it. Listen. It's midnight. Charles! Charles, the terrace windows.
It's the wind. Blown out the candles. Wait, I'll close it.
No! Oh! Charles, look!
Hester, what is it?
It's the ghost of Tom, taking form in the mist. There in the wind.
Charles and Hester Hargreaves, this is the third, the last warning. Do not travel to Waverley. for there awaits everlasting death. Beware of John Galton. Go back to Swansea. Go back tonight.
The ghost. It's disappeared.
Close the window, Charles, quickly.
There. Here, I'll light the candles again.
Now, you've heard the warning yourself. Now you've seen the ghost. You know what I meant.
Yes. And there was pain on his misty face. And a dagger in his heart.
Charles, if you love me, take me back to Swansea now. I'll never ask anything else of you as long as we live. If you'll only take me back tonight.
But, Hester, there's Tom's murder to avenge.
Oh, what can that matter now? It's done. And he wants us to leave us alone. Charles, please, heed this warning. Take me back.
But I don't understand all this, Hester.
Please, Charles, take me home.
All right. I'll take you home. Hester, this is a crazy thing to do, going out in the night like this. I can barely see the road.
But we're on our way, Charles. That's all that matters.
If we aren't drowned in a deluge before we get there, we'll be lucky. I've hidden the gold in a box under the baggage, Hester.
Charles, there's something I want to tell you. Something you never knew.
What's that?
It's John Galton I'm afraid of. I never told you before, but I've always been afraid of him.
Oh, Hester, why?
Because long before we were married, he was terribly in love with me. I didn't know it myself until one day he asked me to marry him.
Oh, what's frightening about that?
It was his manner when I said no. He turned pale and there were tears in his eyes, and he said, I'll find a way, Hester. Someday you will be Mrs. Galton.
What happened then?
Nothing, except that for months I suspected him of watching me. Now and again I'd catch a glimpse of him in a crowd. And once I saw him waiting near my father's house. After that, I never saw him again.
Nor have I, since we left school. Hester, do you suppose... Oh, it's impossible that he could...
Charles, look! There's someone on the road.
He's hailing us to stop.
Charles, no, don't.
Get off the road there, man. Move to one side.
Look out, we'll hit him. Charles, stop.
What's the idea, man? Do you want to be run over?
He's coming toward... Oh!
Hey, George. Hester, there's a dagger in his heart.
He's dead. He's a dead man. Charles, drive on.
Come on, get up there. Get up.
Charles, what's the matter? Why have you stopped?
Because there's no use going on like this. The rain, I can't even see the road.
And this forest. I don't remember this forest at all.
I don't either. I've never been here before, Hester.
You mean you don't know where we are, Charles?
Oh, we'll find our way out. We'd better stay here till daybreak.
No, let's go on. There must be a farmhouse nearby, somebody to tell us the right road. Charles, let's go on.
I suppose you're right. The road leads somewhere. Get up. Hester, is that a light yonder, through the trees?
Where? Oh, Charles, it is.
Thank heaven, at least we'll find shelter. Here, Hester. Stand under the eaves out of the rain.
Oh, I'm all right. There's the knocker there, Charles.
All right. Hello? Hello? Will you let us in? Hello in there. Good evening, sir. My wife and I...
Charles.
Good evening, my friends.
John Galton.
I've been expecting you. Welcome to the house of Waverley.
Come in, my friends. In here before the fire. It will take the chill of the rain and the night from your bones. Spot of wine?
No, thank you, John. You say you were expecting us?
Yes, I was, Charles. Hester, come and sit by the fire. Your frock is damp, I'm afraid.
How did you know we would come, John?
Because it was the last thing in the world you wanted to do.
I think you expected only me. We met one of your men on the road.
Oh, yes. I sent him out to make sure you were lost. He's a frightening fellow. I trust the sight of him didn't alarm you too much, Hester.
He's a dead man. There was a dagger in his heart.
Yes. A most disconcerting thing.
What do you want with us?
Well, you're my old friends, and this is my house. I would like you to enjoy its hospitality.
Then, because we are old friends, John, let us go. I'm afraid here, that man...
Oh, he won't harm you, my dear, and I wouldn't hear if you're leaving. Jacob! Jacob will show you to one of the sitting rooms upstairs, Hester. There's a fire there.
Charles, look in the doorway.
Great Scott! A walking corpse.
With a dagger in his heart.
Send him away, please. Send him away.
Oh, I see our Hester's frightened. Well, she'll grow accustomed to my servants soon. Jacob, go back. There now. He's gone.
John Galton, what kind of a devil are you? What do you want of us? This thing's gone too far.
Oh, I see you mistrust me. Or maybe your impatience suggests mistrust. In any case, I'll gladly tell you, Charles. May I suggest the library? It's just yonder beyond those doors. There we'll be alone.
And leave Hester here with this place full of devilish monsters?
Oh, I assure you she's entirely safe. Will you please forgive us a few minutes' neglect, Hester?
Well, if it's necessary, but
We shan't be long. Come, Charles.
I want to get to the bottom of this thing, Hester. It'll only be a moment. Then we'll be quite ready to go home.
All right, Charles, but do hurry back.
I promise. John, lead the way.
Here. Come and sit in the light of the fire, Charles. There's some excellent wine on the table.
No, thank you.
As you say, it's my custom to offer a man a glass of wine before he dies.
Then you did kill Tom Chalkett.
He sat there sipping his claret, unsuspecting, even unafraid. No, I did not kill him.
You mean he's still alive? He's here?
No, he's dead. But his body is here. It serves me well, even as yours will.
I knew Tom was robbed and murdered to cover it up, but I had no idea it was you. What's happened to make you like this?
The answer's easy. Two things, Charles. Love and the consuming desire to kill. They are strangely akin.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hester. I've been in love with her for a long, long time.
What's that got to do with it?
She told me once that she couldn't marry me because I wasn't able to give her everything she required for happiness. I was insanely jealous of everyone she knew, even the places she went. Then, quite suddenly, I saw a way out.
What was that?
My aunt had died. She was penniless, but she did leave me Waverley. All that was left of the Galton's great name. Suddenly I realized how well it would serve me, so I came here to live alone. I waited, knowing the chance would come. And it did. One night in a blinding storm.
I am beginning to see what you mean.
Yes. A merchant traveling through the forest road lost his way in the storm. He came to Waverley, and I invited him in. He drank too much wine. The knife was handy. I couldn't resist the simple thrust at his heart, and then the gold he carried was mine. Do you know, before he died, the most extraordinary thing of all happened.
Well, what was it?
He rose up stiffly from his chair and clung to the mantel. Somehow his fingers touched the stone that moved, and then he fell heavily upon the earth. But the compartment was open, and inside it I could see the silver ring shining in the candlelight.
Ring?
Yes, a large ring, almost as large as a bracelet. I took it out, and lettered in silver about it was a rhyme. Listen. These magic words, at midnight red, make murdered men the living dead. You know, even as I spoke, the dead man moved. Slowly he got to his feet, and he stood there waiting. I was shaken and cold with fear, until I began to know what it meant.
The ring, you mean?
Yes, the magic ring. For centuries it had lain hidden in the chimney piece, Legend said it was given to one of the first Galtons nearly 5 centuries ago by a gypsy in return for her life. With it, Charles Hargreaves, I'm the most powerful man in the world. With it, the dead are at my command and the living fear me. It gives me everything in the world I want.
It does not give you the right to kill.
It gives me the power to control even death itself. Jacob! William!
What are you going to do?
Our talk is done, Charles. See? See these 2 men, Charles? They're my slaves. 2 men who are dead and yet alive. Jacob! William! Seize this man!
Stay back from me. Stay back.
Strong, Charles. It will be useless to resist.
Let go of me.
Let go. Useless, my friend, to struggle. The hands are like ours. Now you see how powerful the magic ring is. Only once have I killed a man, the first. And since then, the murdered have murdered at my bidding.
I'll give you my gold. That's what you want, John. I'll give it to you gladly.
But the gold is useless stuff, my friend. Don't you see? I have enough. It is your death I want, Charles. And then your body to serve even as these do.
You're a devil.
Once you are gone, the thought that you will creep from Hester's heart and she'll forget.
She'll not forget. Your magic is lost in the living. Do you think she can love you just for the asking?
The power of my love is strong enough to win her to me. But I'll grant you this grace, Charles. A last grace. I'll allow you to see her again before you die. Jacob! William! Hold him here. Till the time comes.
Where are you going?
To offer Hester the world if she wants it. To win her. To tell her at last she is mine.
John! Where's Charles? What have you done to him?
He'll be here in a minute or 2, Hester. Now, there's no need to be afraid. You've always been a little frightened of me, I think.
Yes, I've never understood you, John. A woman's always afraid of anything she doesn't understand.
My dear, fear is passing. And this will go, believe me.
I do believe you. But everything here is so strange.
We'll make it right, Hester. What can I do to make it right? Anything you say. I'll do it gladly.
I thank you, John. Really, I should be ashamed of myself. After all, what is there to be afraid of? You see, already I'm beginning to feel at home.
You're still as beautiful as ever. Still the Hester I knew years ago.
Why, do any of us ever change very much?
I've changed. But the change was for you. All for you. Do you like me as I am, Hester?
Why, we were friends, John. We were young together. Remember how you used to leave those mysterious notes in the hollow tree near the fountain?
I remember your father's rich carriages, your beautiful gowns, and how ashamed I was of my poor looks and my clothes.
Well, no longer, John. Since then, you've come a long way in the world.
Then it pleases you. Oh, how glad I am. This house, it's luxurious house, Hester, almost worthy of your beauty. Does Waverley please you, too?
Why, it's a lovely house, John. I was just thinking, though...
What, my dear?
Oh, I was thinking how ably it could use a woman's touch. You men. When you live alone, you like everything drab and colorless. All of you need someone to take care of you, to fuss over you a little, to keep your clothes neat and keep your shirt collars buttoned. Here, John, let me fasten it for you.
Hester, my darling.
Is that keepsake you wear around your neck, John?
It's only a silver ring.
Oh.
Hester, what have you done? Give it back to me.
Now I have your magic ring, John Galton.
Hester, give it back.
I'm not afraid of you. Now your powers are gone, and your murdered men will have to answer to my command.
You listened. You heard everything I told you.
Do you think I'd sit meekly by the fire while you arranged to kill my husband? I was outside the door, even when those 2 monsters came to hold him fast.
Hester, I beg of you, please give it back.
John Galton, you killed my brother, who came here as a friend. You murdered my brother Tom. Tom!
With these
Tom!
hands, I've killed only one man, Hester. The second time is easier. And to kill one I love would be easier still. Give me back the ring.
Tom! Oh, Tom, you've come.
For months I've waited in torment for such a night as this, John Galton. As a ghost I could never harm you, but now your strength is gone with the ring.
Don't come near me! Stay back! Stay back!
I have been carrying this dagger in my heart for one reason, to raise it above your chest and set it deep in your heart.
Hester!
Hey, stop him!
Tom, he's running away out the terrace doors.
He cannot escape. The magic of the ring you hold is too great. The ring, for my sake, Hester, study the ring. It has more power than you know.
Tom, come back. Let him go. Oh, Tom, come back. Come back. Charles, help me.
Hester, let me go, you demons. Let me go.
Charles.
Hester.
Let go of him, you fiends. Jacob, William, let him go.
Hester, what is this? They obeyed you. They're gone.
I have the magic ring, Charles. I took it from John. Quick, Tom will murder him. Help me stop him quickly.
Where did they go?
Out there. Out the terrace doors.
Come along. I heard you calling after Tom, but I couldn't get away from those devils.
Tom took the knife from his heart, and John fled. Tom wouldn't obey me, Charles. Oh, there was such revenge in his dead eyes.
Here, the terrace doors. Look, the storm's over. Daylight's coming. Where do they go?
Oh, Charles. Oh, we're too late.
Yes, yonder on the terrace. He's plunged the knife in John's heart. Look at Tom, how still he stands.
Tom said for his sake to study the ring. Look, Charles, the inscription here. These magic words...
Don't read them. They bring back the dead.
Well, what did he mean?
Look, there, on the inside. You see? There's something written in there.
Another inscription. Here, let me hold it up to the light. Oh, here it is. At break of day, this magic key makes dust of flesh, sets phantoms free.
Hester, look. Tom's body. It crumbled. It crumbled into dust.
The words, the magic ring.
Now the murdered men are prisoners no longer. Their bodies have sunk into dust. Give me the ring.
Oh, what a terrible charm it is. We must destroy the ring, Charles.
You're right, Hester. It must be destroyed, so it can never harm anyone again. We'll take the ring and throw it into the sea.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Warning. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again their immortal tale. The dog.
Quiet. I'll have the bailiff clear the court if this continues. Quiet. Now then, did the court understand the defense correctly? The defendant wishes to make a statement.
Yes, Your Honor. I wish to make it regarding the death of the fortune-teller, Madame Philomel of Golash Street. My name, as I have said, Your Honor, is Frederick Hippie. I am an inventor, and have fashioned many strange things. In Golash Street I was, and still am, called the Wondersmith. And what I wish to say now is not merely a change in testimony. No, Your Honor, it is more than that. It is a confession. I am only a man who hated his stepdaughter with a burning passion. Hated her who through all her life crossed me, whose willfulness made of my days a running sore, whose very youth and strength angered my aging eyes. Yes, hated her, and to make her life suffer was my one consuming ambition. Now she is out of my reach. The young man Solon, her foolish and scrawny lover, is innocent of anything in the death of the fortune-teller Philomel. I am the guilty one. The events began when I first saw them together, Solon and my stepdaughter Zonila. Solon had a bookstore, a hovel of a place across the street. On this afternoon, he was reading to my stepdaughter Zonila, and the pleasure on her face angered me. I could hear Solon's voice from where I was, standing in front of my shop with Philomel, the fortune-teller.
Let me not to the marriage of two minds admit impediments.
Wonder Smith, your little bud's blooming in the sun.
Zonila! Zonila!
Yes?
Come here.
Look how he shuts his book. The bang. You've a great voice for frightening, Wonder Smith.
Yes?
Have you sat there in the sun long enough, cooing to each other like sick doves?
We're not.
Get in the house. Upstairs to your room and stay there. Your lover will bake alone in the sun. Get in.
Wonder Smith, the joy's gone out of her face.
She'll laugh only when I laugh. Get in the house, Zonila.
You're a fine stepfather, Wonder Smith. Your daughter's lucky.
Stop it. We've business, Philomel.
So we have.
We made a bargain, Philomel. I have done my part of it. Have you done yours?
Yes, Hippie. My magic has trapped a soul for the doll. It's in a bottle. You say your part is done?
Yes. The paint is drying on the doll now. We will meet tonight at 8 in my shop.
Do our honored colleagues know? Kerplom the honest jeweler and Oak Smith the cutthroat?
I've told them.
And we will test the doll tonight.
Yes.
It will be a rare sight, Wonder Smith, to see a wooden mannequin come alive full of murder and wrath.
If the soul you've bottled is full of murder and wrath...
Do not worry, neighbor. My pick of murderous souls is vast and deep. Gallow birds, jail birds, a whole nation of outlaws are on the waiting list.
And we'll be rich. And with the riches we'll have power.
Aye, Wonder Smith, we'll be rich, albeit somewhat bloody.
Tonight, then, Philomel.
Tonight.
Philomel, answer it. It's after 8 o'clock. It must be there.
Coming. Patience, you dogs. I'm an old woman, not a young bird. So, you're here at last. Come in, Kerplom. You too, Brother Oaksmith.
Is everything ready?
Where's Hippie?
Sit, friends. We will begin in a few minutes. Here's wine. Drink. I will be back in a moment.
I've brought some stones, Philomel. Rubies. We'll test the doll with them. Here.
Good. And you, Oaksmith?
The key to the bird store.
Splendid. You're a fine purse snatcher, boy.
Is that the doll?
Yes. Look.
Oh, a masterpiece.
Beautiful, Wonder Smith. Beautiful. A magnificent little man with the face of a devil.
The sword in his hand is as sharp as a razor.
I have never fashioned anything as fine as this. And we will bring him alive with one of Philomel's souls and send him out into the world for victims.
That we choose.
Yes, that we choose. He will bring us back the rarest jewels, and he'll fight the very devil himself to it.
An epic thief, the size of a cat.
Let us test him now. Have you the soul, Philomel?
In this bottle. The soul of a scoundrel hung at dawn from a public gallows.
You seem uneasy, Philomel.
This is a restless and angry soul. He stirs in the bottle.
Let it loose upon the doll.
Soon.
Silence.
What is it, Hippie?
I heard something. In this hall, the step going by.
Your daughter, perhaps.
She wouldn't dare.
Oh, come, you're imagining things. There's no one here.
I'm not so sure.
We're only wasting time. The doll.
It sounded like a step.
Oh, shut the door. You're nervous.
All right. But I was sure that...
Loose the soul, Philomel.
Then put the rubies away and stand behind me. The soul will leap to the first figure it sees, and, well, I am a bit uneasy about the one I've captured. Be careful. Now then, I cover the doll and push the bottle under the covering. Loose the stopper and, unerring, sure with devilish art, possess this body, seize this heart, muscle and nerve and brittle bone. Make them all your very own.
Oh, it's moving under the covering.
Pull off the wrapping. Pull it off.
I'll do it. See.
Oh, by the seven gods. It's alive.
Yes.
Alive.
Like you and I. See how it glares at us, turning its doll's head from side to side.
Oh.
And look, it bares its teeth at me.
The hate in its eyes when it glares at you, Philomel.
Beware its sword, Philomel.
Hippie, it is not a friendly doll.
That's the soul you gave it, Philomel.
It does not like me. Perhaps it wants the taste of blood, and I've the most of it here.
The key to the bird store, Philomel. I gave it to you.
So you did. Well, my bitter little foe, you shall have your taste of blood.
Oh, you'd better call back that soul, Philomel, until we get to the bird shop.
I think I'd better, too. Come, my friend. It's home for you. Better call back the soul. Relax the muscle. Release the bone. Give up this palace. Leave this home.
The light. It's black as pitch here.
Hey, wait. I have a candle.
Oh.
Hold the doll, Oaksmith, while I strike a match.
I have the doll, Wondersmith.
Just a minute.
What's that?
Strike the match, Wondersmith. Strike it.
That's right. There.
It's a parrot.
There's a watchdog of a bird for you.
Quick. Somebody might have heard. Give the doll his soul again, Philomel. Let's be done with this test.
Silence! Master! Silence, you feathered fool. To work. Cover the doll. The bottle now, and unerring, sure with devilish art, possess this body, seize this heart, nerve and muscle and brittle bone, make them all your very own.
Save the house, Master.
Quick! Put the rubies in the parrot's cage. And it's alive!
At first, Your Honor, the tiny doll glared murderously at Philomel, the fortune-teller. Even in the candlelight, I could see her grow pale. But the instant the doll saw the jewels, greed crept into its eyes. And nimbly, its tiny sword glittering in the candlelight, it ran across the tabletop, jumped to a shelf, and then, as graceful as a cat, leaped across to the parrot's cage. For a moment he hung there, the cage swinging back and forth, silently, back and forth. The parrot shouted at him, but the doll showed no signs of fear. He stared coldly, and with a thin, amused smile at the bird behind the bars. What happened then, Your Honor, happened in a twinkling. The doll flung the cage door back, and in he leaped, his sword flashing with a rapier speed. The parrot's wings frantically beat the air, and it screamed. Blood peered upon the bird's breast. The doll, like an Italian fencing master, danced about the frenzied bird, plunging his sword into it time and time again. All of us stood there, staring, open-mouthed, at the struggle in the cage, unaware that it was only the parrot screaming. It seemed to each of us that we could hear the din of some titanic battle, that we could see the dust of some distant armies locked in war. And then it was over in a flash. The bird screamed. It shuddered, and spasms racked its body. And then it fell to the floor of the cage. For a moment, the doll stood there, wild-eyed and panting. And then it bent, scooped up the rubies, and swung out of the cage. When it reached us, it dropped the jewels on the tabletop and watched Philomel.
Magnificent. Magnificent.
Did you see him, Lord?
My doll's a success. A success.
Philomel, watch out.
Hippie! Hippie!
I've got him. Draw the soul out quick.
Did you see? He lunged at her. The doll lunged at Philomel.
Draw out the soul. Draw out the soul.
Relax the muscle. Release the bone. Give up this palace. Leave this home.
The doll lunged at Philomel, the fortune teller?
Yes, Your Honor. The doll had lunged at Philomel, the fortune teller. There was no question about it. The doll or the soul that was in it, considered Philomel as his foe. At that time, Your Honor, the sword in the doll's hand was not poisoned. Ah, but later on, yes, later on.
Silence. Will the court be quiet? Must I clear it? Now you may go on, Mr. Hippy. Continue with your confession regarding the murder of the fortune teller, Philomel.
When we were done there in the bird shop, and we'd drawn the soul out of the doll in time to save Philomel, we separated. I took my doll, now stiff and wooden, back to my shop, placed it on a shelf, and began walking upstairs to bed. I didn't hear the voices until after I'd reached the first landing.
He left you here like this in the dark?
He always leaves me like this, Solon. I sit for hours in darkness. I cannot open the window. He nailed it shut.
I watched from the street many times, hoping you'd come to it.
I couldn't.
I know why now.
What shall I do, Solon? My life is a misery. He beats me, treats me like a slave, and hates me.
Come away with me, Zonila.
With you?
Yes. Listen to me, Zonila. All that has been said between us are the words in books I've read to you. They were meant for others, those words. But when I said them, I knew. I felt that they were mine. What are books to me, Zonila, but sources to find my thoughts of you in words?
Solon.
Don't look at me with such wonder and surprise in your eyes, Zonila. Is it a wonder that I should love you? Is it an incredible event that your name should ring like a joyous bell in my brain? For months I've watched your window, hoping to see you appear in it. For months, torturous days, I've loved you, Zonila, loved you, and spoke to you the words of others because I was afraid.
You love me, Solon? Me, a poor wretch?
No poor wretch to me, Zonila, but the reality of my dream, the personification of my hopes.
Me? Me?
My love's as wide as the ocean's wide, Zonila, and as deep and as strong and firm as the iron mountains.
Solon?
Yes.
It's so hard to say. So hard.
Say it, Zonila. Say it.
Dear Solon.
You're crying.
Because a miracle has happened. A miracle.
Zonila.
I've loved you from the first time I heard your voice. And I thought you were only kind, showing pity. And I needed even that. I never thought you'd love me in my misery.
Zonila, come away with me. Something is happening here in this house. It's evil. I felt it. You must come away with me.
Wherever you want to go, Solon.
Will you come now?
Yes. Father.
And where will you take her?
Mr. Hippy.
In what volume is this chapter, Bookworm? Is the escape all planned out for you by some other writer?
I don't need their help.
Yet you use them to steal her affection from me.
Affection? What affection?
From her father's loving bosom you would steal her, his light of life.
Leave us alone.
I'm the brute, eh? The beast who treads on delicate feelings, is that it?
We're leaving her together.
Without my blessing?
Without your curse. Come, Zonila.
Stop. Leave the girl alone, cockerel, or I shall smash you even more than I planned. Do you think, fool, that I shall let her go? After all these years of crossing me, taunting me, do you think I shan't have my vengeance?
Solon, Solon!
Cry to your miserable lover.
Get out of the doorway.
I have plans for you, Zonila. You shall play nursemaid and mother to a doll I've fashioned. A more murderous child you'll never have. It's a gift I've carved for you, to amuse you when you're lonely, or to haunt your dreams. And I've a name for that doll, a fine name, one which will dry your tears when the real owner of it is no more. It shall be called Solon.
Get away from the door.
The comedy is over now, Bookworm.
Solon, he's coming towards you.
That's an alert girl you never wed, Bookworm. Come here.
Don't, Solon, don't.
No, cockerel, we'll test you.
Solon! Solon! Solon!
Quiet. You may proceed.
I had to strike the girl to quiet her, Your Honor. And when she was still, I bound up Solon, slung him across my shoulder like a sack of meal, and carried him downstairs to the shop. A plan was already formed in my mind, but it needed the help of the fortune-teller, Philomel. I made sure the shop was locked, and leaving Solon there lying on the floor, I went out. The hour was 9:30. It took me only a few minutes to reach the fortune-teller's door.
Who is it?
Open. It's I, Hippie the Wondersmith.
Coming. I'm an old woman. You knock like the very devil's behind you. Come in. What brings you here now?
The doll soul. I need it.
Ah, and why?
I've a task for him. Another test, and it must be done tonight.
What test, Wondersmith?
A human one.
Solon, the bookworm.
Will you bring the soul?
No.
What? Why? Why not?
I am not anxious to be carved like roast pork, Wondersmith, by the little devil. He hates me. We were badly met, it seems.
But I need the soul now.
No.
I'll give you half my share of what the doll brings us later.
And if I've long been buried by then?
Philomel.
No. Hippie, I must trap another soul.
I won't wait. I won't. Solon must die now.
Hippie!
But I wasn't leaving as early as that, Your Honor. Outside the fortune-teller's door, I waited. And when I heard her creak out of the room, I stole in. I knew where she kept the bottled soul. I found it, slipped it in the pocket, and stole out down to my workshop again. Solon was awake now, and as I came in, he watched me. I was pleased that he would be aware of what was going to occur.
Who is it? Who's there?
Awake, bookworm? Good. You shall be my audience. Look, do you see this bottle? Answer. I listen.
Let me go, Hippie.
Soon. You shan't be in this world much longer. This bottle.
Let Zonila go then, if not me.
It's Zonila I want. It's you I've no use for, bookworm. Look, there's a soul trapped in this bottle. The fit's a tight one. Listen how he stirs.
Hippie.
What?
What do you want? I'll give you anything.
The riches of books? The wealth of fool's wisdom? Have you any gold?
No, but...
Then we will go on. I have a doll, bookworm. Let me show you why I am called the Wondersmith. Look, isn't he a very devil of a fellow?
Oh.
And the sword, it's sharp. Small, but life, they say, hangs only by a thin thread. Yet, to make sure, bookworm, I shall poison the sword.
You're mad, Hippie.
Mad or not, I shall kill you. There. The sword's primed. Now watch me.
Oh.
I, too, can create life. I shall cover the doll. Now, if you please, I shall place this diamond ring upon your chest. My doll needs an incentive. No, don't move.
Have you pity?
Pity is a disease of fools. I've done without it.
But no man...
Stop. Take your ethics to the grave with you. Now, the moment's ready. Watch sharply. I put the bottle beneath the wrapping. Loose the stopper and... Unerring, sure with devilish art, possess this body, seize this heart, nerve and muscle and brittle bone, make them all your very own. Ah, look, it moves. Off with the covering, off. See how he glares. There's your victim there.
Hippie, you once.
Philomel.
You fool,
Philomel, the doll, Philomel.
Stop it, Hippie! Stop it!
I can still see it all clearly, Your Honor. The shop, Solon on the floor, and the look on the doll's face when he caught sight of Philomel. That was the time I first noticed the gold brooch on the front of Philomel's dress. The doll raced across the floor with his sword held high. Philomel's face fell and then grew rigid with terror. She tried to back away, but the doll kept lunging and striking, and I could see the tiny sword sink in each time. Philomel gasped and shrieked with pain each time the sword struck. Suddenly, the fortune-teller tottered, and her great body crashed to the floor. There was a sharp splintering of wood. I saw a tiny sword go skittering across the floor. And then I knew the doll I had fashioned, Your Honor, had been crushed, and the soul in it freed. I tried to raise Philomel. She was still alive.
Oh, I'm sick, Wondersmith. Sick. The sword. You poisoned it, didn't you?
Yes, Philomel.
Can you do anything?
No.
You fool. Fool, I warned you. The doll would have turned on you. Where is he?
Crushed. You crushed him.
So I gave him his freedom after all. He was an angry soul, stubborn for his freedom. The bookworm?
Alive, but not for long.
Let him alone, Wondersmith.
Never.
You're purchasing a bitter afterlife. As bad as mine will be. Oh, the pain. The pain. No riches and no power for us, Wondersmith. We'll go to the grave, penniless like all the others. Light, it's getting dark.
Philomel.
I say, let there be light. For I am forewarned of the region I shall awake in. Wondersmith?
Yes.
You are my executor. You will find neither gold nor jewels, but a crystal which you must destroy. Where are you?
Here, Philomel.
You will find it in... Oh, a light. Strike a light, someone. Wondersmith. Wondersmith. I must have a light.
Philomel. Philomel.
Huh? You're leaving so soon, Wondersmith. Well then. Good night, neighbor. Good night. It was a fine evening. Good night. Good night. Good night.
And she was dead, Your Honor. And for a little while, I sat there in the silence, holding her head in my arms. I think, and believe me, Your Honor, it is important that you do. I think I love the fortune teller. In a little while, I got up. The young man was staring at the door. In it, pale, drawn, filled with terror, stood Zonila, a pistol shaking in her hand. I could have taken it from her without danger, Your Honor. But what was the use? Philomel was dead, and I knew it was the end. How can I explain it? The rest you know. How Solon and Zonila brought me to the police. How I was brought to trial. I am here because I am guilty. I beg no mercy from the court. Only, Your Honor, make it soon. Soon. Soon.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Doll. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale, The Duel Without Honor.
It's time to go now, Major Alexis. He must rest.
Yes, Father.
This way.
Has he told you nothing then about himself?
Here at the monastery, we never ask questions.
Oh, how much he's changed. As radically as my opinion of him. Once I disliked him intensely, Father.
Oh, not Captain Zadomirsky.
Oh, yes.
Sit down, Major.
Or perhaps you'd rather not tell me.
Oh, no. No, I'd like to tell you. It was when Zadomirsky came to Valines from St. Petersburg. Dashing, self-confident, a skilled duelist with pistol and saber. And he had a way with women. Yes. Yes, that brought about much of his disfavor with his fellow officers. Of course, you're probably unfamiliar with military matters, Father, but we had an unwritten law in our garrison. Officers, regardless of rank, with seniority of service on the post, had an unchallenged field with the women of their choice. A sort of a method for eliminating squabbles among the men. Well, there was a Lieutenant Stam on the post who had coveted the vacancy which the captain had filled. He had known the captain at St. Petersburg. It happened that Stam had courted the most beautiful girl in the region, Mariana Ravensky, for months before Zadomirsky's arrival. And so, naturally, when the captain began usurping the lieutenant's place with Mademoiselle Ravensky, there was bound to be trouble. And things couldn't possibly go on that way for long without Stam taking action, which he finally did. He went direct to Mariana.
Oh, Lieutenant Stan.
Good evening, Mariana.
Good evening. I presume, Lieutenant, you have a pressing thought on your mind coming here so abruptly.
I have.
Well?
Mariana, I had to talk to you.
Yes?
Mariana, you know how much I love you. I'd do anything in the world to make you happy.
You're hurting my hand, Lieutenant.
Tell me that you love me, too. Say you'll marry me.
Please. My hand. But I don't love you, Lieutenant Stan.
You could learn to love me. Don't you have any feelings for me whatsoever?
As a friend, yes.
It's someone else, then. It is. It's Captain Zadomirsky.
What does it matter? It is not you.
Zadomirsky. You've been seeing him again.
I don't see where all this is getting us.
You know it's against garrison rules for a newcomer to court the lady friend of another officer. Yet you've been seeing him frequently since he arrived from St. Petersburg.
Am I to be tied by ridiculous military rules, too?
It is an unwritten law of the garrison.
If Captain Zadomirsky has the courage to break so ridiculous a regulation, am I to forbid him to see me? Is that much more to his credit? He is a sensible man.
Then you have been seeing him, as I suspected.
How much more of this inquisition must I stand? Of course I've been seeing him. I find him a very interesting man.
And a rich officer.
Yes, but that matters little. He is not so ill-mannered as to pry into my private affairs. You and your spy. I want no more of it, you hear?
Now, Mariana, calm yourself. Your heart, you know.
Will not you care about my heart? Coming here antagonizing me. Telling me of your silly garrison rules. Am I to adjust my life to stupid regulations you soldiers consider honorable? You and your honor.
Please, Mariana, don't excite yourself.
I will if I want to. I suppose you consider it honorable to pry into a woman's secret heart. Just for your own selfish reasons. It was honorable of you to cross-examine me like this. It was...
What is it?
Nothing.
You're so white. I told you your heart wouldn't stand it. Here, sit down.
Thank you.
Is there anything I can bring you?
No.
Water, perhaps?
No. I know myself. It will pass in a moment. See? I feel better already.
You must be more careful.
Please, Lieutenant Stan. Go now.
But, Mariana...
Go.
All right, Mariana. But let me tell you something. If I can't have you, no other man can have you either.
Leave this house.
Very well, Mariana. Good night. Oh, Captain Zadomirsky.
Lieutenant Stem.
Breaking regulations again.
There is no law which forbids me seeing Mademoiselle Ravensky.
Quite right. Only a code among the officers.
Are you insinuating that I am...
Only reminding you, Captain.
Gentlemen, I will tolerate no quarreling in my house. Lieutenant Stem, please go as I asked you to.
Very well, Mariana. As you wish.
Good night, then. Good night, Captain Zadomirski.
Come in, Captain Zadomirski. I've been expecting you.
Your hand, mademoiselle. Your pardon. I wanted no scene.
Don't mention it anymore. Dinner is almost ready.
But, Mariana, you look so pale. Has anything happened?
No, nothing.
But it has. That Stan. He did something to you.
No, I assure you, George.
If he so much as lays a hand on you, I'll cut him to pieces.
Please don't say that. I can't bear to think of you fighting.
But, Mariana, fighting is part of my life.
It is only that I don't wish to see you hurt.
I appreciate your concern, my sweet.
Promise me. You won't fight him.
That I can't do. But I can promise you my love. All of my love, Mariana.
Oh, my darling.
Oh, you grow more beautiful every day.
I confess it was then I became as incensed with Captain Zadomirski's flagrant disregard of garrison customs as the other officers were. But Zadomirski went on seeing Mariana. It was inevitable that the antagonism between him and Lieutenant Stam would break into open hostilities. I remember how bitter Stam was that night it happened. We were in the officers' quarters, passing time before dinner, playing at cards.
Hardly think it's as bad as that, Lieutenant Stam.
Didn't he come here to this very room, Major Alexis, on his first day in full dress? An unheard of display.
Yes, that's very true.
And that house he bought cost a pretty penny, with its rifle range and its library, indeed.
Even one's enemy is entitled to his own taste, you know.
And I wouldn't be at all surprised to discover money was responsible for his appointment of captain here on the post.
Now, careful, Stam. Bear your little enmities. We know of your affairs of the heart and understand them. But no discrediting the service, please.
I tell you, the man's a showman, nothing more. And I knew him at St. Petersburg. A duelist? Well, he's yet to prove himself in our eyes. I shall personally see to it that he gets that opportunity. I shall...
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
I came for dinner. If I'm interrupting a game,
Oh, no. Nonsense, Captain Zadomirski. Come, sit down.
But I don't mean to interrupt.
You came at an opportune moment, Captain. We were just talking about you.
Oh?
About your skill as a duelist. Of course, I had to tell of your exploits at St. Petersburg.
I sincerely hope I can live up to any reputation you have helped build up.
You misunderstand, Captain. While these gentlemen extol the virtues of dueling, I'm not quite in agreement with them.
Dueling is an accepted practice here, is it not?
When one's honored at stake, yes. Professional dueling, no.
Then I don't think I see what
Let me demonstrate. A pack of cards, please.
There you are.
Thank you. There. Draw one, Captain.
But what do you...
Draw one. Go ahead. I'll match it. That's it. What have you?
King of spades.
Here's mine. An ace of hearts. Too bad for you if we've been betting. Forgive me. A little trick of palming I learned long ago. Now, do you see what I mean?
No, not exactly, but...
You have a shooting range, Captain, haven't you?
I have.
You practice with the pistol.
Daily. And with a saber and foil, whenever I can find a worthy opponent.
That's exactly the point. You practice regularly. Why?
Well,
why does a gambler practice card tricks? To become proficient. To be able to outwit amateurs.
And I practice to become a skillful duelist, is that it?
Something like that.
Gentlemen, am I to stand here and be insulted?
With one as skillful as you, Captain Zadomirski, dueling becomes not a redress for an insult to your honor. It becomes plain and simple assassination.
Gentlemen, this man is mad.
You may think so if you wish.
He knows I will not challenge him. I am a match for him in any of the weapons of individual combat. He knows that from St. Petersburg. He knows it would really be murder to force him to fight me. Major Alexis, I appeal to you.
Well, what can I do, Captain?
I am a newcomer here. I bear no malice toward anyone. Yet he finds it proper to insult me, knowing I cannot challenge him, an amateur, as it were, and live with my own conscience.
Well, what have you to say to that, Lieutenant Stam?
I have not refused to accept any challenge he might give.
But the odds are all against you.
If we fight Captain Zadomirski's way, yes.
Well, how else do you propose to fight? Speak up, Stam, and stop smiling so smugly.
I maintain the captain is courageous only when he fights on his own terms, with his own weapons, in ways familiar to himself.
Name your weapons. Name your methods.
Patience. That is what I'm about to do. Then we shall see whether you're quite so eager to fight.
No conditions you impose can stop me from bringing you to account for your insult.
Then I propose that we use pistols, to be fired with the barrels not more than 6 inches from each other's hearts.
What?
One of the pistols to be loaded, the other to contain only a cap.
Oh, this is absurd.
Those are my conditions.
Major, I appeal to you. Is this dueling? It is madness, I think. This poor fellow is... Well, I know it has twisted his mind against me.
I'm afraid, Captain Zademirski, you've brought this upon yourself. You know our customs here and your attitude about them. I'm sure the men will all agree with me. There, you see?
Very well, I accept. I am afraid of no man living.
Very well. I shall be your aide, Lieutenant Stam.
Have I a friend to second for me?
Count on me, Captain. As regimental doctor, I must be there anyhow.
Thank you, Dr. Belayon. What is the place?
The tomb of the 2 brothers.
Very well. The time, I presume, is dawn?
It is.
I shall be there. Promptly at dawn.
So, the time for this outrageous duel was set. And on the night before, Mariana, a long cape wrapped snugly about her, knocked on Captain Zademirski's door. The night was dark, and from the sky fell sheets of silver rain.
Mariana!
Well, aren't you going to ask me in, George?
Yes, of course. Come in. You're drenched. Here, let me take your coat. There. Come inside. There's a fire in the library. I was writing some letters.
Oh, George.
Well, what is it, Mariana? Why are you here? You'll catch your death of cold out in this weather. Oh, midnight. No, sit over here. There. Now, tell me what's wrong.
Please, George, stop acting. I know.
No? No, what?
About you and Stam, about tomorrow. Why didn't you tell me, George? Why?
Oh, I hope to spare you.
Spare me? When I may not see you again, ever? Don't you suppose I want every minute with you I can have?
I only thought...
Oh, George. George, I love you so much. I can't bear the thought of anything happening to you.
Please, Mariana, don't upset yourself.
George, please. Please don't go through with this. We can go away from here, anywhere.
But, darling, my honor is at stake.
Honor? What is honor about this so-called duel? There's nothing more than wanton destruction of human life. Please, George, must I beg you to come away with me?
Mariana, I can't.
But your life belongs to me now, too. Or don't you think that much of me?
In the name of heaven, Mariana, stop torturing me. I love you with all my heart, but can't you see me, a skillful duelist, to refuse Stam's conditions? That would be an admission that I fight only when the odds are stacked on my side. And that would be cowardly. I could not live with myself. It would eat at my conscience until...
George! George, I command you not to go through with it.
Mariana, I love you even more for what you're trying to do, but I can't do what you ask. Why, even you would be ashamed of me. Could you possibly love a dishonorable man?
I suppose you're right, George. I wouldn't love you the less. But you would come to hate me. George. George, whatever happens, remember, I shall always love you. Always.
I will think of you every minute, Mariana.
Goodbye, my love. I'll be waiting for you at my window tomorrow. Waiting and watching for you to write back to me.
Until tomorrow, then, darling. Until tomorrow.
Oh. Are you all right, Captain Zodomirsky?
Yes. I see Stam and the others are already here.
There they are. Good morning, Dr. Belayev.
Good morning, Major Alexis.
Captain Zodomirsky.
Major?
If you are ready then, gentlemen. Your sabers. Plant them here. About a pace apart. That's it. Who gives the word to fire, gentlemen?
Major Alexis, do me the honor.
Surely, Captain. Stand behind your sabers, gentlemen. Lieutenant Stam has furnished the pistols.
If Captain Zodomirsky is ready, we shall load them.
Oh, that is unnecessary. One has a live ball, the other is not loaded.
Lieutenant Stam, do you know which is which?
It doesn't matter. Zodomirsky can choose first.
This one then, gentlemen.
Take the other, Stam. Ready, gentlemen?
We are waiting, Major.
You are very brave, Zodomirsky.
1.
I saw Mariana watching for you at her window.
2.
But she will not see you right back, Captain.
3.
You drew a blank, Captain Zodomirsky.
Fire in God's name, fire.
That is for me to decide whether I fire or not.
Quickly stop this silly talk. Fire.
I have no desire to kill you, but I've proven my point. You are a skilled duelist. But under these conditions, your skill has been useless. Fate decided that you should die and not I.
You have insulted me. I could have cut you to ribbons or put a bullet through your heart at 20 paces. But I accepted your terms. Fire! I have nothing more to say to you.
Major Alexis, judge this. All I want of him is a promise not to be so quick to fight duels because of some silly whim. Tell him acceptance of such conditions cannot mar his honor. Captain Zodomirsky has conducted himself bravely. He can accept the proposed conditions. Can he not, gentlemen?
Yes, indeed he can.
He consents, then. It is you who speak, Major, not Captain Zodomirsky. Captain, it is folly not to accept these terms.
There can be no stain to your honor. Accept.
Very well. I accept. Sheathe your sabers, then, gentlemen.
My compliments, Captain Zodomirsky. You have shown yourself a brave man in the face of death. The pistols
were not loaded.
What?
Either of them.
Fresh insult. This greater than before. Now we must fight. And the pistols will be loaded if I have to load them myself.
Insult me if you want. I've spared your life. I'll not take it now. My horse. Hold on, Stam. If you don't fight Zodomirsky, you'll fight me. This is outrageous. To think that I was your second. You've acted the scoundrel, now you shall pay. I'll have your blood. And if the Major doesn't kill you, I surely shall. Get off your horse.
No, Doctor, let me at him.
I can't fight you all. Choose one among you and I'll fight him. Out of my way now. I have other business to attend to at the moment. Yes, ma'am. Come back.
Rogue.
He's a disgrace to the uniform.
Major, I propose we see that he resigns. This is a serious offense. He made Zodomirsky go through all the sensations of a man condemned to death while he himself was at ease. I can complete the necessary ill health certificates for Stam's release.
I agree, Doctor. Have we any dissenters?
None at all, Major.
Captain Zodomirsky, our humblest apologies.
It is all right, Major. Scoundrel. He's up to something.
I suggest we retire to quarters for some breakfast.
Look, riding toward Mademoiselle Ravensky's. Doctor, come with me quickly before it is too late. Hurry, Doctor, hurry. She's not at the window. Something has happened. Follow me. Mariana! Mariana! Mariana. Speak to me.
Stand by, Captain. Let me see her.
Is she?
Yes. Her heart. Some great shock. It was a chronic ailment, I understand.
No. Mariana. Speak to me.
Captain. Help me lift her to the bed.
Can't be. It's not true.
Come away now, Captain. Come.
He did it. Stam. I see it all now. The duel. The whole thing planned so diabolically. He never meant to fight. This was his intention all the time. To ride past her window. To make her think I was dead. He knew her heart could never stand that shock. He knew.
Oh, come away, Captain. Come away.
He knew. He shall pay for this. I'll make him pay for this if it's the last thing I ever do.
Come back, Captain. Where are you going?
I'll make him pay. I'll make him pay.
Sodomirsky!
Ryan!
Put up that saber!
All right, or I'll fit you in the saddle. Dismount! Now, draw.
Wait. I tricked you only to test your courage.
You killed Mariana.
No, I did not.
You did. It was your whole scheme, wasn't it? Answer me. Answer me.
Yes. I told her no other man would have her. And I meant it. I meant every word of it. And now if it's a fight you want, you'll get it. Come ahead. We'll see now just how skillful you are.
Come, Sam. You can do better than that. Are you tired already? Your blood stands, see? It trickles down your arm.
Stop! My blade! I'm dissolved!
Pick it up.
Mercy! For the love of heaven, mercy!
Mercy? I'll give you mercy.
No!
The same kind you gave Mariana.
No, stop!
Now who is courageous?
No!
Stand up like a soldier.
No!
It's done. Gone forever. Mariana. I can't believe it. I can't.
But it was true. Mariana was dead. That's all the story I know, Father. How did he come here to you?
One day, not long ago, we found him unconscious on the road outside the monastery. We nursed him, and when he opened his eyes and looked at us, we were struck with a terrible sadness in them. He secluded himself, meditating, trying to find some solace in his sorrow. Day by day, he wasted away, till he was the man you've seen in there.
Oh, how changed he is. Father, will it be long?
Only a little while. Has he any kin we can notify?
No, he's alone.
Oh, wait. Friar Chekhov. Is he...
The nod of the head. And that is the final word. I see. It's over for him. Now at last, somewhere, they're together again. I've lost a great friend, Father. We've lost a great man.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Duel Without Honor. Bellkeeper, hold the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale. The Spectre Bride.
But Mary, darling, tell me what's happened. You're trembling.
Oh, Charles, what are we going to do? I keep telling myself we live in a world that doesn't believe in ghosts. And yet, after the village clock strikes midnight, I know my sister's ghost will come again.
Your sister?
Yes, Josephine, my sister, whom you never knew.
No, I never heard you speak of her.
I would have told you someday. We were very close. We were twins, you see. Identical twins. 3 weeks ago, one morning, an hour or so before dawn, I was sleepless, so I went for a walk in the south garden down near the ancient chapel.
Where we'll be married tomorrow.
Can you see the bell tower from here? See, there in the moonlight?
Why, yes, I can see it.
In its shadows hangs the bell that's never tolled. That night I looked up in the tower, and there she stood, looking down at me solemnly. I was terrified. For a long time we stared at one another, and then suddenly she was gone.
But I don't understand.
4 years ago, when she was 16, we found her body one morning beneath the bell tower. Her face was drawn with terror, and we never knew why she'd gone to the tower or why she'd fallen from it. It was on the eve of her marriage, just as tonight's the eve of ours.
Oh, my darling, is this all that frightens you? Believe me, it was only some illusion of the moonlight.
No, you see, I've seen her twice since then. 2 weeks ago tonight, she stood under the elms, just yonder near the chapel. I saw her quite clearly as she walked down the path and disappeared in the darkness. For a time I was so frightened I could hardly move. At last I followed her. But before I reached the highway, the carriage drove away.
What carriage?
I don't know, Charles. I don't know. It's so hard for me to tell you this. It's like a terrible dream haunting me every minute that keeps warning me. And I'm frightened because I don't know what to do.
Oh, there's nothing to fear now, nothing at all.
Then a week ago tonight, soon after the village clock struck midnight, I saw her a third time from my bedroom window. She came over the lawn from the direction of the Dunhill crypt, and she walked past the chapel again, down that same path. A little later, I heard the carriage on the road.
You mean she went away in this carriage?
Yes, she went away.
But what can it mean?
That night, I knew she was more than a ghost. She was real, alive, even as you and I.
Could it be, then? Are you sure, Mary, your sister's really dead? It's happened before.
No. That night I went to her tomb.
Mary.
I had to be sure. So I took the key. The family crypt is next to the chapel. You've seen it many times. I went there, secretly.
Mary, darling, don't tell me this. It terrifies you to speak of it.
But I must, Charles. You see, Josephine's coffin was open and empty.
What? Then she is alive.
No, you're wrong. On Sunday, I went again to the tomb. This time the coffin was closed, and she lay inside as beautiful as when we placed her there 4 years ago. You must believe me, Charles. It's not the product of some extraordinary nightmare.
But if it's true you've seen this ghost, isn't it the spectre of your sister whom you loved?
Charles, Father sent the carriage to London for you this afternoon because I have to tell you this. I love you more than anything in the world. And for that reason, please try to understand me, Charles.
I will, Mary.
You must go away and never see me again. You must go away now, tonight.
Leave you? Oh, no, you don't mean that.
I do mean it. I must. It's the only thing left to do. I'm terrified of what may happen if you stay.
But you don't know what you're asking me. How can I leave you when we're to be married tomorrow?
But you don't understand. You must go. I won't let you stay.
Then tell me why. There's more to this than you've said. Tell me the rest of it.
It would do no good. You'd laugh and call me a silly, superstitious woman. And then it would happen as it must have happened before. To Josephine. No, Charles, please, I beg of you, go away. Find another girl to love you and forget me. For your own sake, please do as I say.
Mary!
Here we are, Father, in the garden.
Oh!
Does Sir Edward agree to this separation?
He doesn't know anything about it, Charles. Don't tell him. Only go, please.
No, I won't. I won't leave you, not until I know you truly want me.
Hello there, Charles. I'm very glad to see you, my boy.
Good evening, Sir Edward.
I suppose Mary's been telling you about this mysterious ghost business. She's been quite distracted over it.
She told me something about it, sir.
I'm glad you're here, my boy. Mary, how do you feel? You look tired, and it's late. The wedding's tomorrow, you know.
You see, Charles, what can I do? I'm alone in this. Nobody believes me.
Now, Mary, it's not that we don't believe you. I do, my dear. Of course I do.
You must know, then, even as I know, that it's the Spectre Bride.
The Spectre Bride?
A foolish legend, my boy. Nothing to it. Now, listen, Mary. Take the advice of an old man who loves you dearly. Be content to be happy with Charles, because I know you love him very much. Marry and go away on your honeymoon and live your life without ever again thinking about these old family superstitions. They mean nothing, believe me.
You're both against me. All I can do is pray to heaven that it isn't true, that she hasn't returned.
Now, it's bedtime, my dear. And in the morning, I don't want to see your eyes red from crying. Promise me you'll go to sleep.
Will you and Charles do one thing for me, Father?
Of course we will, Mary.
Watch tonight for her. As sure as you watch, she'll appear on the path from the chapel, and she'll go solemnly over the lawn to the highway. Unless tonight she plans to stay.
We'll watch for her. We promise.
Good night.
Good night, my darling.
There, now. She's gone, and she needs to sleep. Frankly, I'm very worried about her, Charles.
But what is it, sir? Mary spoke of her sister, and then when you came, she said the Spectre Bride. What is this legend?
We hardly ever talk about it, my boy, but now it concerns you. With Mary, I try to make light of it, but in my heart, I know she dreads the legend as much as I.
But what is it?
It has to do with the Dunhills, of course, and goes back several centuries. From father to son, the story has passed down the years, though it affects only the women in our family. Our daughters, that is.
Affects them? How?
Well, it's a most awful thing. Really it is. The story goes that no female Dunhill, although her love for a man may be deeper than most, can ever keep that love beyond her wedding day.
Oh, Sir Edward, you don't believe...
Yes, I am afraid I do believe, Charles. I remember my unhappy sisters, my daughter Josephine, and I'm in sympathy with Mary's fear. But what can I do?
And how does the Spectre Bride figure in the legend?
With her, whomever and whatever she is, the dreadful curse began. She is the spirit of a woman who takes the body of another woman, a corpse, of course, and goes abroad with one purpose, to destroy love. The story tells that she's allowed this freedom only every 7th night, that at other times she's forced to remain a ghost, invisible and formless.
Where?
I'll tell you. But I want you to know I'm dead serious in this matter. I'm frightened, too, because, you see, it's reputed that the Spectre Bride haunts the bell tower of our chapel.
You mean the ancient chapel just yonder? That's where Mary said she saw this ghost.
I know, and I believe her. But it was not my Josephine she saw, Charles. You know that, too.
Then who?
The Spectre Bride. Come to destroy your love for Mary. Come to take you away from her.
Then that's why she wanted me to believe. Mary believes this ghost story.
Call it what you like. The fact remains. And I'll tell you something else. When I was a young man, and only once did I do this, I climbed the narrow stairs to that bell tower. The stairway is almost hidden behind the pipes of the organ. And as I went up them, a terrible feeling of suffocation came over me. I managed to climb almost to the top to get a glimpse of the bell that doesn't ring. And then I could go no farther. I had been warned, but I did not heed the warning.
Then that may have been why Josephine fell from the tower. But why was she there?
I wish I knew, Charles. I wish I knew.
There must be something we can do about this demon bride or whatever she is.
Can you trap a ghost? Can you fight an invisible force? An evil that transcends the years?
Perhaps not. Unless it lives in a form we can understand. Say a human form, Sir Edward. The corpse of your daughter. When does this ghost go abroad?
The legend says every 7th night. Tonight at the stroke of 12.
Then come. Let's fetch the keys, quickly now. If Mary can visit your family tomb, so can we.
Here, Charles. Here's the key.
All right.
Let me hold the lantern.
Yes, sir. I'll have the door open in a moment.
You see, the family crypt adjoins the chapel. And just above us there is the bell tower.
Here we are, Sir Edward.
Josephine's coffin is the silver one near the north end of the crypt.
Come along.
Charles, look.
Is that her coffin, then? The one that stands open?
Yes. Open.
Hold the lantern high. The coffin's empty, just as Mary said.
Then it's true. Heaven help us, it's true.
But where could she be? It's only a minute or two after the time of midnight.
Gentlemen. Are you looking for me?
Charles. There, in the doorway.
Who are you?
Why, I'm Josephine Dunhill, am I not? Josephine. Come to life again.
My daughter is dead. Her spirit is at peace with the living. You are not Josephine. You are the Spectre bride.
Are you sure that I'm the Spectre bride, Sir Edward?
Yes, and we felt your evil ghost before. What do you want here now?
You know as well as I. This young man. I believe he's the suitor for the hand of a fair lady. You're Mary, I believe, Sir Edward.
And tomorrow's our wedding day. Tomorrow, Mary Dunhill will be my wife.
Will she now? How certain you are. Though in your mortal lives there is nothing certain. Except death.
And even that can be a thing fraught with ill desire.
You mean the Spectre bride, don't you, Sir Edward? And you are right.
What do you want here?
Something more precious than gold. Sought for by kings and little men. Something you can feel somewhere inside you like a flame. Love is an exquisite, precious thing. That is what I want.
For years I have heard of your magic. Your lustful hate for those in love. Would you destroy this wondrous warmth in my daughter's heart when you've loved so much?
I would, Sir Edward. Indeed I would.
You have usurped my other daughter's death. You have stolen her earthly beauty and taken it for your own.
Only because it serves my needs. How difficult it is for a man to touch his lips to those of a ghostly bride. How uneasy the chill runs down his spine. You see, this form I have, this body of Josephine, makes desire for the Spectre bride run stronger, and she is kissed with fervor and with joy.
Leave us alone. We have had enough of your murderous intent. I implore you, let us manage our cursed lives alone.
When my own was taken from me by a jealous thrust by a Dunhill? No, Sir Edward. Yours is my special bent. My ghostly food, my evil fun. And will be until I die.
Then you can die, even as we. But how? How can you die?
Your voice is harsh. I do not like it so. Soon you will beg me to forgive you those words, Charles, and implore me to love you again.
You speak as if you love me now. Such nonsense doesn't frighten me.
Good. Good. And I do love you, in my own fashion.
But how can you die?
There was only one who knew, and I took her life because of it. But now we have talked enough. Tomorrow is the wedding.
Charles, she'll bring disaster to us.
Tomorrow the guests will fill the lawn. The wedding will occur, Sir Edward, as you planned.
What do you intend to do?
Only what I've done so many times before. Nothing can stop me, my Charles. By tomorrow you will not care for this arrangement you have made with that Dunhill. You will care only for me. You will love me more than you thought a mortal man can love a woman. And I shall love you, too, in my own way. Until my fancy tires. That is how it shall be. Good night to you both.
Come back, you devil. Sir Edward, she's gone.
It's no use, Charles.
But where is she going? Quick, Sir Edward, follow her.
No, for your own sake, leave the manor house. This very hour. It's my duty to warn you. She'll steal your love. No matter how strong you think you are, she'll wage a power no man can face without submitting. Tomorrow, just as she says you will, you'll worship the Spectre bride even more than your life.
I don't believe it, Sir Edward. No woman, Spectre or not, can force a man to love her. I'm not afraid for myself.
Then for whom?
Don't you see? If she cannot win me away, then she'll destroy the woman I love. She'll destroy Mary, Sir Edward.
Come along quickly, then, to the manor house. Mary! Mary, are you all right?
Open the door, Mary.
What's the matter, Charles? Did you keep watch for her father?
We did indeed.
You were right, Mary. The Spectre Bride's here, somewhere at the manor house.
Look, lock your terrace doors, my child. Lock them.
I'm not afraid.
But you are afraid. Your face is drawn and pale.
It's not I who should fear her, Charles. I can see now that father is resigned, as I am. Charles, take my hand a moment.
Mary, my darling Mary.
Tomorrow was to be our wedding day. Now she has come. I know you're no longer mine.
Mary, don't say that. Don't.
Then I'll say good night instead.
Good night, my child. Take care.
Good night, Father. I've done as you said. They're gone.
You are sensible as well as beautiful. The others foolishly fought me, and their loss was greater.
I've despaired enough. There's a limit to unhappiness.
On the one side, tears. And beyond sufficient tears is death. How wise you are. Can it be that you really don't love my child?
I love him more than you know.
But you were resigned when the others cried and hated me.
As my sister did. She whose body you inhabit now. She tried to win him back again. Did she succeed, and did you kill her because of that?
She did not succeed. She came too close to a secret I keep vigil over. And she died because of that.
Why do you destroy us with your terror? Who are you that make the Dunhill daughters your special lot for vengeance?
You have asked enough. I'd rather you lived a life of my incessant torment than kill you now because you feel this curiosity.
What do you want me to do?
Leave me to enjoy your sorrow. As the sun rises, Charles will wake to my magic, and he will love only me.
No.
Ah, here is your wedding gown, the lovely veil. I shall wear them well, and Charles will marry the Spectre Bride because he desires her more than anything in the world. Since I am your twin, he will not want to tell Sir Edward who I am, and I will stay his bride until I tire of his undying love.
I hate you with all my heart.
Poor, foolish mortal. Were you less serious, happiness would be easier. Good night. When you love again, we will meet again.
Who's there?
Charles, it's I, Mary, here on the terrace outside your window.
Mary, I thought you were asleep. I've been sitting here in the dark waiting for her. The Spectre Bride.
Charles, there's so little time. Will you help me? Do you love me still?
I'll always love you, Mary. Always.
But the dawn will come, and then it'll be too late. Listen to me. I can't give you up. I can't. There must be a way to stop her. Help me find the way, Charles.
I will, darling. Anything. But how?
I'm not sure. For an hour I've been hiding in the garden. You see, she came to my room, and she plans to marry you tomorrow. For by then you'll have knowledge of her magic charm and gladly love her.
Oh, no, you can't believe that.
It will happen. I know it will, because it happened before to Josephine. Listen to me closely. There's not a moment to waste. It was the morning of the wedding day, and William Tilfer came to tell Josephine he loved another woman. And that was what we had feared would happen.
You mean the Spectre Bride?
She stole his love from my sister. Josephine couldn't stop it. That day she asked me not to tell Father what had happened. Then she began her search.
For what?
She never told me. But tonight I've asked myself, what could it be except the secret of the Spectre Bride?
Where did she search?
In the oldest wing of the manor house, in books unread for 100 years, and in the ancient family portraits. Afterwards I saw how she pried loose the canvases.
But if she found nothing...
Did she find nothing, though? Or did she, after all, find what she was looking for? Don't you see, Charles? Josephine was murdered by the Spectre Bride.
In the bell tower?
The haunted bell tower. Haunted by the ghost of this demon woman. Where hangs the bell that's never tolled. Never once.
Then Josephine must have gone there with reason.
And if she discovered some secret, perhaps the very reason for the Spectre Bride, then maybe that's why she was killed.
I begin to see.
Every 7th day she's allowed to take a human form. At other times her spirit hovers in the tower, and then a human being cannot go there. But this is a seventh day. Charles, look, I have the key to the little door behind the organ loft.
A key? Give it to me. Are you afraid?
No, Charles, not afraid, because I go with you.
Mary, lift the lantern a bit. This lock will hardly turn.
Hurry, Charles, before she comes.
There. Come along, give me the lantern. I'll lead the way. How narrow it is. Be careful, the stair is steep and circular.
When we're near the top, hold the lantern down. From my bedroom window, you can see the tower.
Then she'll surely come.
I pray to heaven we're doing the right thing. I pray we are.
Mary, here we are. Step up quickly.
How small the tower is. And the bell so huge and still.
Where should we look?
I don't know. On the walls, the ceiling, anywhere.
Stand back from the edge. Now you can see how easy it was for Josephine to fall.
Why, if the bell rang, you could scarce escape its motion. There's so little room.
Look on the bell itself. Here, follow the light around it.
There's nothing here, nothing at all.
This bell must be as old as the chapel itself. Why has it never tolled?
Charles, inside the bell. Look inside.
Hold the lantern. I'll climb under it.
Be careful, Charles.
I can stand upright inside it, Mary. Pass me the lantern.
Here it is, Charles.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but what do you see, Charles? Is there any...
Mary, there are words here. Lots of them. Words cast in relief on the bell itself.
Read them, Charles. Read them to me aloud. Hurry.
They run in a circle. Where does it begin? Here. Here it is. Silent be this bell until the time when one of my kinsmen, whose love is greater than the sorrow of losing it, shall ask forgiveness of Margaret Tulliver for John Ashley Dunhill, who because of his jealous love did slay her in this tower on our wedding day, 1365. Only then will this bell toll, and the spectre of my bride be deposed, and her evil curse expelled.
This is the legend, then, that Josephine searched for, and died because she found it. Charles, come out. There's someone on the stairs.
Take the lantern. Quickly now.
Keep me safe from her.
Don't be afraid. Stand back against the bell.
You have invaded my tower.
Is it yours now, Margaret Tulliver? Or does it once again belong to the Dunhills?
You have found the legend.
And for my ancestor, I beg your forgiveness. He died with remorse for what he had done. And I live with a love in my heart far greater than the sorrow of losing it.
Hold the bell still. Stand against it before it moves.
Mary, come here to the stairs. What are you afraid of, Margaret Tulliver? Afraid the bell will ring?
I never loved him, your John Ashley Dunhill. But he loved me with all his heart and soul. That night here in the tower, I told him that I could never care for one man any more than the rest. And he took me fiercely by the shoulders, and I screamed and went falling to the ground below. And then I cursed him and swore to destroy his jealous love, to always destroy the love of a woman, Dunhill.
But when he died, he knew he had left a way to you, because the bell will ring and unbind you from the earth.
Look, even now it moves. Can you hold it still with your spectral charms?
Charles, keep back.
Come down, Mary. Let her hold back the sound alone.
Mary! Charles! You've been in the tower.
Father, listen to the bell. Listen to the bell. It rings in spite of her.
She's there, Sir Edward. The spectre bride.
No. Didn't you see her plummet from the edge? It was the bell that did it. With one swing, it pushed her from the tower.
Charles, look there on the ground. The spectre bride. Even as she was murdered hundreds of years ago, so she has died again. Oh, my darling, there's nothing to fear any longer. We two are free.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Spectre Bride. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, The Tapestry Horse.
It would seem often that the feuds between the houses of the great are shrouded in mystery and antiquity. However, in at least one instance, that of the neighboring houses of Stenhof and Luren in Hungary, the beginning of the feud itself was pictured in a great tapestry hanging in one of the upper rooms of the Luren castle. It was hung so that the observer, having looked upon the disgrace of the Stenhof ancestor, could turn and look from that very room at the glory of the present Stenhof castle. Once the families had been close friends and had made their homes as close to each other as possible. But greed and jealousy had at least 2 centuries ago caused a murderous hatred between them. I observed the inconceivable finale of this great feud between these 2 houses at first hand because of my position as personal servant and confidant to young Master Frederick Luren. In fact, strange things began to happen the very day of the death of Frederick's father. We were standing in the tapestry room.
Gertner.
Yes, Master Frederick. I'm right here, sir.
Oh. Do you hear it, Gertner? Do you hear that bell?
Yes, sir.
They're tolling it for his death. They don't know, do they, Gertner, that he lives on forever?
Lives on forever, sir?
Listen to me, Gertner, listen. My father died last night, but I knew it even before they started tolling the bell. I knew it when the last breath left his body. I knew it because he and I are now the same person. His life goes on in my body just as his father's life went on in his. It's been so ever since the first of the Lurens. Our spirit is undying.
It has always been a great house, sir.
Greater than the house of Stenhof, eh, Gertner? Yes, greater than the Stenhofs.
Much greater, Master Frederick.
Master Frederick no longer, Gertner. Baron Frederick now.
Yes, sir. Baron Frederick.
Yes, Gertner. Our house is greater, but for one.
The daughter of Baron Stenhof.
Elsa. Ah, Gertner, I love her. No one, nothing will ever stop my marrying her. Tonight, when I meet her in the garden, I'll tell her that at last I can marry her. For now, I'm the master of Luren Castle.
Very true, Herr Baron. Very true, sir.
You see, Gertner, even the bell knows now that there is still a master of this castle. A powerful master.
Everyone knows, Baron Frederick, that the present Baron is the greatest of all the Lurens.
This tapestry, Gertner, the fight in that scene, it happened almost 200 years ago, and yet it seems that it's still going on.
The Lurens won that fight, sir.
Yes, and the Stenhof swore vengeance from then on, even to the last of us, Gertner. Even down to me.
And such a hatred, sir, will last until one family is destroyed.
Baron Stenhof hates me personally, though, Gertner. And he hates me with a deadly hate. Still, today is the day we must meet, he and I. For today, as happens only once a year, the Baron Luren and the Baron Stenhof meet to discuss affairs of state. Stand by me, Gertner, while he's here. Take stock of what he says.
It wasn't long before the Baron Stenhof was announced. I noticed during the interview that he looked very often at the tapestry, and his eyes followed back each time to the face of Frederick Luren. As I followed his glance, I could see why. The face of the Luren in the tapestry was exactly the face of my master. The likeness and the look of proud superiority were the same. From the moment the Baron Stenhof entered the room, there was an air of animosity between them.
Good day, Baron Frederick.
Since it is necessary, Baron, come in. The chair here is prepared for you.
I see, so that I may gaze directly at that accursed tapestry.
It's not a favorite of yours, sir, I know that. But it is a favorite of mine, and this, remember, is my house.
You are no more polite young man than your father before you.
While my father's body still lies in this house, even such a man as you, Baron Stenhoff, must feel a duty of some respect.
Never, Baron Frederick, shall I feel respect for a Loren, dead or alive.
Beware, sir, someday you may be taken as suddenly as he was.
Ridiculous. I'm as strong and healthy as a horse.
As that horse there in the tapestry, perhaps?
That is a tremendous beast, sir.
And like you, Baron, it was a Stenhoff.
I doubt that you could ever master a Stenhoff horse.
I dare say, sir, I could ride any horse alive.
Someday, no doubt, there will be one that will master you, Frederick.
Let us hope not, Baron. That would indeed be unfortunate for my proposed marriage to your daughter.
My daughter?
In fact, I have already asked Elsa, and she has agreed, pending your consent.
Because she knew you would never have it. Our families were born only to hate and to destroy each other.
That is still true, Baron, but for one, Elsa.
The blood must have weakened in the Loren line, Frederick. You would try to get the mastery of my estates now by marriage, rather than murder. I warn you, Frederick. The hatred reflected in that horse's eyes, there in the tapestry, against that murdering Loren, is not dead yet.
200 years ago, a Loren murdered a Stenhoff, and the hatred lasts in the eyes of a tapestry horse.
And in the heart of a Stenhoff. Have you noticed, Frederick, the face of the Loren in that tapestry? It is your face, exactly.
While you were talking, Baron, I've been looking at the eyes of that horse. Tonight I see that they're really like human eyes, like your eyes, in fact. Strangely like yours.
Perhaps I, too, shall come back after death.
As a horse? No, Baron, remember the prophecy about our families. A lofty name shall have a fearful fall, when as the driver over his horse, the mortality of Loren shall triumph over the immortality of Stenhoff. Perhaps if I were to prove that I could ride a Stenhoff horse...
Perhaps. Try it. Try it someday, Frederick.
I have never heard a stranger conversation, nor have I seen such looks of hatred upon two men's countenances. This being a tale of hatred can have no definite meanings, for hatred itself, in its very essence, is insidious. Yet I knew there was a very definite threat in the Baron Stenhoff's last words. And nevertheless, that evening, Frederick went as usual to the garden of the neighboring Stenhoff castle to meet his lovely Elsa.
Elsa?
Frederick, my darling.
Oh, Elsa, my darling. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to come.
Is tonight different from any other night? I couldn't miss seeing you like this, even if it were only for a minute. Nothing could stop me.
I was afraid that your father would be watching you. I spoke to him today.
You spoke to him about us?
Yes. He was furious. He threatened my life.
Your life?
Oh, Elsa. Elsa, come with me now. Come tonight. We'll be married tomorrow and live safely together, safe from your father, from all the evil things that he thinks and plans.
I want to, Frederick. I want to so much.
But you shall not, Elsa. You certainly shall not.
Father.
Well, you see now, don't you, Baron, that Elsa wishes to marry me as much as I wish to marry her.
I told you before that was impossible.
You're an old man, Baron. Someday you'll be powerless to stop us. Then...
Even then, Baron Frederick. Even then, you will not be safe. Watch then, Baron Frederick, after I've died, for your chance to ride a Stenhoff horse.
What does he mean, Frederick? Father, what is this?
It's a part of the threat he made this afternoon.
A threat that shall be carried out, Frederick. Wait and see. And now, Elsa, come with me, back to the castle.
Baron Stenhoff had made his threat again. I didn't realize how much it really affected my master until later that same night. He was sitting in the room in which hung the fatal tapestry. Outside, everything was in confusion. But there, high up in the castle, not a sound could be heard. I knocked on the door.
Come in.
Baron Frederick, sir.
Well, Gertner, what's all the excitement?
The stables of Stenhoff. Baron, look out there. Out the window, sir. They're on fire.
What? Well, is that so exciting, Gertner?
But they're about to collapse, sir. The animals, all the horses, they can't save them all.
It's a just vengeance on Stenhoff. He loved his horses best of all, Gertner. If he loses them, it's only the first sign that he's going to lose all he has.
You see, they're running wild, sir. All the horses, look, they're escaping.
It's strange, Gertner, that I should have been here, looking at a horse while this was going on.
The tapestry horse?
Yes. I came into this room because I wanted to look at it again. It's a magnificent animal. Now you see out the window there, Gertner. None of the horses that the present Stenhoff has is as big or as strong as this one.
Baron Frederick! Look there.
What?
The roofs of the stables have just collapsed. And I saw the Baron run into them just this minute.
Then that's the end of him.
Oh, I know, but look at the tapestry now, sir. Look at it.
What? What about it?
That horse. In the tapestry there. It moved.
No. The light of the fire is playing strange tricks with the figures.
But no, sir. Look. Look there now. His head has turned. He's looking at you, sir. Looking at you now, right at you.
His eyes, Gertner. They're like human eyes. They seem to glow with hate. Gertner, look. He's moving again.
And your shadow, Baron. Your shadow. It's fallen exactly over the figure of the man on the ground.
Gertner, look out the window there, quickly.
Oh, yes, sir. It is. Running from the ruins of the stable. It's a horse. Exactly like this one in the tapestry. Baron Frederick, it's coming into your own courtyard.
Quickly, Gertner, quickly. We must get out of here. Down there and catch that beast quickly, Gertner.
Baron Frederick, look!
What? Tapestry horse. It's gone from the tapestry. There's nothing there now but an empty space. Quickly, Gertner, quickly. Lock that door and lock it securely.
When we reached the firelit courtyard, the look of astonishment on the young Baron Frederick's face betrayed to me that he had noticed the same thing I had. The horse now before us was exactly the same beast we'd been watching with such fascination in the tapestry. It had the same enormous fawn-colored body, the same magnificent head, the same eyes.
Good. The eyes. Look at that animal's eyes.
Why, they're almost like human eyes, sir.
The way they look at me. They stare at me as though the beast actually hated the sight of me. They're like the eyes of...
Like the eyes of Baron Stenhoff.
Gertner.
Look at him, sir.
When he heard that name, Gertner, when he heard that name, he reared up.
Could it be possible?
He believed that his soul would live again in another form. Gertner, look. That animal is standing still. Right here beside me. It's as though he wanted me to mount his back.
Frederick!
Here, Elsa. Here.
Frederick. Father.
I know, my darling. I know. I saw it all from the window, but I was powerless to do anything.
Hold still now. Be quiet.
Frederick, what happened?
He was running toward the barn, Elsa. He ran so wildly. It was as though he were being chased by something. He seemed frightened.
The horses. He loved his horses. He was afraid for them.
He ran right into the barn, Elsa. Right into the flaming barn. Nothing escaped the wreck, Elsa. Nothing. Except this one horse.
I've never seen it before, Frederick. It's not one of ours.
But it must have been. It ran from the wreckage of that stable. From that very stable where
Father was killed. Say it, Frederick. Go ahead and say it.
Yes, Elsa, from that very barn.
Look, Frederick. Look. He's standing still beside you. As though he wants you to mount him.
Yes. Perhaps I will. Perhaps I will.
That horse, sir.
And why not?
Remember, sir, the tapestry.
Well, so much the better, Gurtner, so much the better. If it really is what we think it is, think what it will mean.
But remember, sir, remember the prophecy as the rider over his horse.
And now, Gurtner, now is the chance to prove that prophecy. Here, hold.
No, Frederick, no. I have a premonition. Don't try to ride him. Don't, please, Frederick.
Oh, now, Elsa, my darling. Look, I'll mount him right around the courtyard here and be right back.
No, Frederick, please.
Oh, why not wait, sir? Wait until the horse has been rested before you try to mount him. The excitement tonight, all that has happened, he may be better in the morning.
Well, perhaps you're right, Gurtner. Perhaps. Very well, Stenoff horse. We'll rest you until tomorrow. And then, Alurin, for the first time, will ride a Stenoff horse.
Frederick, the way you say that, almost as though you hated the horse himself for being a Stenoff.
A Stenoff. He's a Stenoff, all right.
Why, it's almost as though he understood every word you say, sir.
Yes, Gurtner, I believe he does.
What are you two talking about? What do you mean?
Elsa, these things are not for you to worry about. Tomorrow we will ride. For tonight, the fire is almost burned out now. You'd better go back to your room and get some sleep, Elsa. In the morning, then we'll see how the prophecy turns out.
Good night, then, Frederick. Good night.
Good night, Elsa.
Shall I take the horse to our stable, sir?
Yes, Gurtner, and quickly.
Very well, sir.
Be careful, Frederick. Please be careful. There's something about that horse.
Oh, last night, Elsa, when it was dark and there was only the light of the burning stables to see him by, I'll admit he did look terrifying. But today...
Today he will look just as terrible.
Well, here comes Gurtner with him now. We shall see.
He looks like a beast from the Middle Ages.
Yes, they had horses like that then, didn't they?
Tremendous, fierce beasts they were. I've heard Father talk about them sometimes. He seemed fascinated by them.
Your father?
You know he was fascinated by horses. He studied them as though they were a science. Oh, look out!
He'll be all right, Elsa. Gurtner has a firm hold on him.
Here he is, sir.
Good. And we're ready, Watch, then. Watch as Alurin rides a Stenoff horse. Or is it a jackass? Hold still there.
Are you still going to ride him, sir?
More so now than ever, Gurtner. Here, give me a hand up.
Very well, sir.
There, hold still. There. Now the Stenoff horse will find a rider. Away we go!
Oh, no! Bring him back, sir!
Frederick, stop! He's carrying you off into the woods!
Pull him in, sir! Pull him in, sir!
Frederick! Gurtner, what can we do? Go get another horse. Go after them.
It's no use, madame. It's no use. That horse is as swift as the wind. He's carried the Baron much too far to catch them.
There must be something we can do. We can't let them go just like that.
There may be one thing.
What is it?
Well, I'm not certain, but there must be something, some answer in that room.
What room? Gurtner, tell me what you're thinking of.
In the room with the tapestry. Come, madame, with me, quickly. There may be an answer there.
Take me there. I don't understand, but perhaps you can show me.
I'll take you to the room with the tapestry. The tapestry that your father hated so much. The one
with the horse in it. Gurtner.
That's it.
That horse.
The very one.
That horse. He was like the one Frederick is riding now.
That is why we will go there. Oh, here we are, madame. Here's the room.
Why is it locked?
Baron Frederick ordered it so after last night.
Last night? Did something happen up here last night?
The horse seemed to come alive last night as we watched it in the light of the burning stable.
It's so dark in here. I'm frightened. Gurtner, the windows are open and yet it's dark.
It's as though the room were filled with smoke.
Is there a lamp? Something to make more light? Gurtner, did you hear that?
Yes, madame, I heard it. We must work quickly. Anything may happen now.
It was like the whinny of a horse. Gurtner, a lamp, some kind of a light.
Yes, madame, just a moment. Here. Here's a lamp. You wait until I light it. There's still oil in it.
Hurry, Gurtner, hurry. This darkness, it's awful, like a blanket over the room.
There you are, madame, there.
At last. Now I can see a little, but it's still dark. Give me the lamp, Gurtner. Let me look at the tapestry.
Over here, madame.
Gurtner, it's gone. The horse is gone.
He left the tapestry last night, right before we found that horse in the courtyard.
Oh, Gurtner.
The lamp, madame. Look out, the lamp. The lamp! Why, it's fallen over.
It's burning. The whole room's afire. Oh. Look there. The flames seem to have leapt all over the walls. Run, Goodner. Run for our lives.
This way, madame. This way. The door is over here.
Did you hear that, Goodner? Did you hear that noise? It was as though the horse was right there in the room with us.
Yes, perhaps it was, madame. Yes, indeed, I heard it.
Look ahead. The fire seems to have run ahead of it. It's almost at the stairs. The whole castle seems to be on fire, all at once.
Down this way. The stairs are still holding. But do be careful.
It's all right so far. Come on. We're almost at the door.
The whole castle is afire.
Out this way, quickly.
Yes, madame.
There, we're safe now. We've got away. But the whole castle, it's in flames.
Listen. It's a horse coming this way.
Oh, listen, goodness. Listen. Do you hear? It's Frederick.
And look, madame, they're coming right toward us.
But Frederick, he's not afraid anymore. He's laughing.
And the horse seemed so tame. But look there, it's doing exactly what Baron Frederick commands.
Frederick, my darling, are you safe?
Safe? A Luren safe on a stead of horse? Of course. Whoa there.
Why, it's amazing. Look there, how the horse obeys him.
And the way he stands. So still.
Almost like a statue. And his eyes, so calm and almost friendly. Oh, here, let me help you down, sir.
All right, Gerda. There.
Hey.
Hold it. Hold. Come back here.
Look, he's dashing right into the flames. The horse, he's going right into the burning castle.
Gerda, we've got to stop him. He'll be killed.
We were sure that everything that had been inside that inferno was completely destroyed. Next day we returned to look over the charred ruins. In some places there were still little curls of smoke coming from the heaps of refuse.
Surely, Frederick, surely everything is gone.
We will build it again, Elsa. It'll be a greater castle than ever.
We will build it together, Frederick. Build everything together now.
My darling.
Come. Come quickly, Baron Frederick. There's something over here.
What? What is it, Gutner?
Something you must see, sir.
Gutner, you look so startled. It must be something terrible.
Oh, no, madame. It isn't anything so awful. It's... Look there, sir. Right under that pile of rubble that's still smoking.
Why, it's a piece of cloth.
Yes. It's a tapestry.
It is. Yes, it is.
Here, Gutner. Here, help me. Help me to pull it out.
Yes, sir. There you are, sir.
There.
Unfold it quickly.
Look there. Look at it. Not even one scorch.
In all this blaze, it didn't burn at all.
And look there, sir. Over there in the corner.
Yes, Gutner. I see. The horse. It's back there in its place in the tapestry.
And its expression. It's as though his whole spirit had been broken. As though... Frederick. It is the same horse. The horse you rode yesterday.
Yes, Elsa. The horse I rode yesterday. At last, the mortality of Aluren has triumphed over the immortality of a Steneth. You see, Elsa, you see. Aluren has finally broken the spirit of a Steneth. And it was I, Frederick, I who finally did it.
Frederick, come with me now. Come home with me. Can't we let these things be? These horrible things. Can't our families be the same?
Yes, my darling. Yes, Elsa, I'll come with you. I'll come. For at long last, the hatred of our families is ended. Now there's only one family, and its name shall be Luren.
From
the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Tapestry Horse. Bellkeeper, toll the bell! Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, The River Man. Here, where the story of the River Man is told, the seasonal rains are falling, and night is creeping over the countryside. From the windows of a large farmhouse, set back from the road, yellow lamplight falls into the dusky rain. Ahead, beyond the road that curves like a snake along the banks, is the river itself, turbulent, swift, racing to the distant sea. Nearby, emptying its swollen waters into the river, is a deep ravine, and across it hangs a swinging bridge, time and weather worn. Now the rains fall, and in the parlor of the house are 3 people: Josephine, wife of the riverman, Sarah Bell, his teenage daughter, and the hired helper on the farm, Jade.
Sarah Bell, come away from the window. Pa's been gone more than 6 hours now, Josephine. It's getting night.
Well, don't fret so, Sarah Bell. What with all the rain, maybe Luther thought better and stayed in town. Jade, stop cleaning that gun and say something.
Well, it ain't like Pa to go off and not come back like this. He never done it before.
Bridge might have washed out. You can't tell, might a lot of rain.
Jade, put that gun down. It gives me the jumps. Anyhow, you can never tell when them things going off.
No bullets in it yet.
I don't care. The way you're pointing it, and if it went off, reckon it'd shoot Sarah Bell right through the heart.
I reckon it would.
Maybe Pa got robbed. Maybe he's just laying by the roadside. His money gone, a bullet in him.
It'd be too bad. All that money gone.
Yeah, I don't reckon you do care about Pa in here. You'd be worried.
Sarah Bell, you're going to get yourself all wrought up again. Why don't you get out your sewing? You ain't finished with that little scarf yet, have you?
Pa and me's got understandings. Ever since Ma died, we've been closer than ever before.
Well, I'm your mother now, Sarah Bell. Ain't I? At least your stepmother. Come on, do like I say.
Can't you see she don't want to sew?
Long's me and Luther's hired you to work, Jabe. Looks like you'd be doing more good if you'd go out and see if them little biddies is all right. That chicken house none too waterproof.
They're all right.
Well, I hope so.
The river's higher than I ever seen it. The water's way up to them rocks yonder.
Guess it'd be too bad if a body got caught in the current. Wash 'em clean down to the sea, wouldn't it?
Sure. And the sharks would eat up what's left.
Fine thing to be saying, Jabe, with Luther missing like he is.
Wishing he'll bring him back, Paul come. But you and Jabe, you wouldn't care if he never did.
Why, Sarah Bell, how come you say that?
I ain't as blind as a bat. I can see what's going on, even if Pa can't.
What's she talking about?
Well, I never. I guess she's mad because I said something to Luther about her running around so much with that boy Wes. Guess next she'll be accusing me of... Well, I don't know what.
I got eyes. I can see what there is to see. I reckon Jabe don't think I know about that buggy he's got hid way back there in the bushes on the other side of the gully. What you got your buggy hid way out there for, Jabe?
It ain't hid, Sarah Bell. Just left her there this morning when I come back from Sadler Wells.
Mighty funny. All full of suitcases and things like you's going away.
Land sakes. What's she talking about, Jay?
I reckon you better ask her.
I was doing the asking. Seems to me like it's just waiting there. It's all ready to be hitched up. It's ready for somebody to cross that old swinging bridge over the gully and hop in it and drive away quick.
I wish you'd come away from the window and stop saying things that sound like you're accusing somebody of something.
I gotta wait for Pa. It won't be long now before it's night, what with the sky so dark and all.
Well, I'm not going to worry about him. He's past 40 and old enough to take care of himself. Worrying ain't going to help none.
That's right, Joe.
Guess I'll go get my story and read some. Looks like I've been reading that story since last fall, and she ain't married the rich man yet. Ever started, Jake?
Never did have time.
Sure is an interesting story.
You don't care. Neither one of you don't care. He could be just dead on the side of the road somewhere, and you wouldn't care.
Sarabelle.
Well, it's true. Everybody knows you're married, Pa, just 'cause he's got a good house and money and always had good crops. You never did love Pa the way Mama did.
Now listen here, Sarabelle.
And you shut up, Jabe Hicks. You're just a hired man around here, and you ain't got no say as far as I'm concerned. I told Pa not to sell that timber. I told him not to go to Sadler Wells in all this rain just to pay old Mr. Cooley that money.
You're getting yourself all wrought up, Sarabelle.
Come on, let her alone.
Well, Luther was right. He should have gone. The debt was due today. After all, it ain't safe having $2,000 laying around the house.
Come on. I'll help clean up supper dishes. We don't want no argument.
Josephine.
Huh?
How come you know Pa got $2,000 for that timber?
How come I know? I just do. That's how come.
Pa told you only got $500. He told me he was telling you that.
Well, he told me different.
Pa never lied to me. Where's the money?
Sarabelle, don't say something you'll be sorry for.
You got the money, ain't you? I'll bet you have. You hid it someplace.
Sarabelle.
And that's the reason why you didn't go to town with him, you and Jabe, like you planned to do.
Listen, Sarabelle, you stop that talk.
You think you're going to run away. I know what you're planning. Well, if anything happens to Pa, I'll get even with you somehow. You just wait and see.
Sarabelle, where you going?
I'm not going to run away. Not if Pa don't come back, you won't. You wait and see.
Land sakes, what's got in the girl?
I don't know. She acts kind of crazy, if you ask me.
She's got ideas, Jabe. Look, she's running to the barn.
No, she always goes in there, hides when she gets her feelings hurt.
She suspects too much. She found the buggy. I told you not to leave it so close to the house.
Get away from that window, Joe. She'll see you watching.
But look, she's coming out again. She's got something in her hand. Looks like a hacksaw. Well, she's going to get wringing wet.
Yeah, let her.
I wonder where she's going.
Listen, Joe, you're going to stop worrying. I'll tend to Sarabelle. Just you leave her to me.
Well, you can't wait long. As soon as we find out about Luther. Just as soon as we do.
All right.
If we ever do. Might be days. You don't suppose something could have gone wrong, do you?
No, of course not.
Well, I'm hoping we don't have to wait long. This not knowing's getting me nervous.
7 o'clock. Luther ought to be good and dead by now.
Just let him try getting across this bridge, Pa. Just let him. Now the cable's sawed most through.
Sarabelle! Sarabelle! I've been looking for you.
Hello? Hello, Wes?
I got something to tell you, Sarabelle. Lucky I saw you from the road. Hey, what are you doing out here in the rain by this old swinging bridge for?
Nothing. I'm just looking at the water way down there in the gully.
Hey, don't stand so close to the edge. I run most all the way from town. Sarabelle, that old junk man, you know, the one that comes round for papers and iron? Well, I saw him in Sadler's Wells in his wagon, and he said he saw your pa's carriage go off in the river.
Wes!
Just a little bit after noontime, he said, in all that rain.
Oh!
I was running down the street in town when the old junk man called out to me. He said he didn't see a soul all the way into town. He said he didn't know what to do, but he was sure it was your pa's carriage.
Oh, I told him not to go.
On the curve, he said.
He said the carriage was going awful fast.
Wes, take me down there.
But we can't do no good now, Sarah Belle.
Well, then I'll go by myself.
Hey, wait a minute. I'll go with you. Hey, don't cry like that, Sarah Belle. The junkman was crossing the bridge down yonder, and he saw the carriage coming over this road alongside the river. Well, just at the curve up there, one of the wheels come off, he said, and the carriage went over into the water. Sarah Belle, reckon they're all dead. All three of them.
All three?
Yesterday when I was by, I remember Joe and Jabe was going to Sadler's Wells today with your pa.
Oh, Wes. Wes, what am I going to do? He can't be dead. He just can't.
Don't get to crying again, Sarah Belle.
Pa and me. We was always so happy together. Ever since Mama died, I've been looking out after Pa like she told me to.
Sure, Sarah Belle.
Now he's gone.
Maybe when the rain lets up, we can get the carriage pulled out. Maybe they're still in it. Sarah Belle, where are you going?
I gotta look for him, Wes.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, don't go near that water. You'll get drowned yourself.
He might be just floating around down there on the rocks. Might have been trying to get out, Wes.
Sarah Belle, you're crazy. If they're not still in the carriage, they must have floated down with the current by now.
Pa, it ain't too late, Pa. It ain't too late.
Come on, Sarah Belle. Let me take you home.
No, I gotta wait, Wes. Pa'd want me to wait. Wes, go get somebody to help. Get somebody to help me get Pa out of the river.
Later, Sarah Belle, when the rain stops.
Now, Wes. Go ask your Uncle Henry to help. He could bring some of his field workers. Please, Wes.
But they won't want to come out in this weather. And the water's too swift anyway, don't you see? Before long, somebody ought to be coming from town.
Wes, why don't you do like I say?
Well, all right, Sarah Belle. But listen, you go home, will you? And I'll come right back. If I go get Uncle Henry, will you go on home and wait?
Yeah, I will, Wes.
Now, you promise?
All right, Wes, but hurry. It's going to be night before long.
Quick's I can. But when I come back, you better be at home now.
All right, Wes. Pa, wherever you are, it ain't too late. Pa, where's your gumption? You don't want to die. Get up, Pa. Rise up from where you're laying. Rise up and walk. I'm waiting for you to come home. Don't you hear me, Pa? Get up. Get up.
Sarah Belle, you're calling me home. I can hear your little heart crying, begging me to come home. Just keep wanting me back, Sarah Belle, and I'll come. I'll come. Keep wanting me home.
Quit walking up and down, Joe. You're getting me fidgety, too.
But it's 8 o'clock already, Jane. She ain't back yet. I'm just plain worried.
Well, let's hope she got drowned or something. It'll save us a lot of trouble.
I got a funny feeling. Like he ain't dead at all. Like he's somewhere coming home.
You're crazy as Sarah Belle. With that carriage wheel loosened like it was, he just couldn't have gone around that curve without going off in the river.
Then I wished we'd hear. Wish somebody'd come and tell us.
I done told you a dozen times.
Maybe if we waited a couple of months. By that time, with Luther dead, you could marry me, Jabe, and everything would be rightly ours. Except for a little for Sarah Belle. That'd be safer. 2 months ain't a lifetime.
I got the buggy all packed, ain't I? For 3 days, we've just been waiting for the chance. Now we're going to go through with it.
Sarah Belle, where you been? No need to wonder about Pa any longer. He's gone.
What do you mean?
He's dead. Floating somewhere in the river.
You look all white. You're wet to the bone, too.
I waded in the river some, trying to find him sunk amongst the rocks.
Sarah Bell.
What'd you kill Paul for? Why didn't you just let us alone?
What makes you say we killed him?
Don't take much seeing to know what's going on between you two. Maybe Pa didn't see it so clear, but I can.
Sarah Bell, you're sick or something. Come away from the door. Let me get you some dry clothes.
Let her alone, Joe. Let me handle Sarah Bell.
You can't do nothing to me, Jabe. I'm not afraid, neither.
What are you talking about?
About how he's going to try and kill me, maybe. Maybe push me in the river so I'll drown like Pa did. So they'll find us both maybe before we floated down to the sea.
Jabe, she looks wild.
Listen, Sarah Bell. Don't you want to go out with me and let's look some more for Luther? Together we could find him quicker. Be a shame, wouldn't it, leaving Luther in the river all night?
Get away from me, Jabe.
Don't you want to go out and look for your pa some more?
He can find his own way home.
Jabe, stop this.
He's not going to kill me, Joe. I've been talking to Wes. We was down on the road together. Wes was the one that told me about Pa. If I was found in the river, Wes would know somebody killed me. And anyway, he's going to be sort of surprised when he sees you two live and walking around.
How come you say that?
Because you was planning on going to Sadler Wells with Pa. Because Wes heard you say so yesterday.
What do you mean?
Just for the all right, you should both be out in the river with Pa. You ought to be dead and gone, too.
Sarah Bell.
You told Wes we was in the carriage with Luther?
That's crazy. It ain't true.
Why, you little...
Jabe! Sarah Bell. Jabe, you...
Deserves some of the meanness knocked out of her. Anyhow, she just fainted.
I'll get some.
You let her alone.
But, Jabe...
She's been lying. She might have seen Wes, but she had no right letting him think we was with Luther in the carriage.
What are you going to do?
Give me a coat. She could have got caught in the current looking for her old man. She could have done that easy. Wes will have to say that could have happened if she's missing.
Jabe, I'm scared to heaven. I can feel it. Maybe we better not do this. Somebody might get to thinking.
She just went wading in the river, went out too far. Yeah, help me lift her. Skinny little thing, ain't she?
Pa. Pa. Jabe, she's coming too.
I'll fix that, don't worry.
Sarah Bell.
What's that?
What's what?
Sounded like somebody outside calling her.
You just got the jumps, that's all.
Sarah Bell.
Listen.
Sarah Bell.
Who could that be? Look out the window, Joe. See who's coming.
Jabe. It's Luther. It's Luther, Jabe.
You're crazy.
But it is so, Luther. He ain't dead.
Sarah Bell.
Put her down, Jabe. Put her down. Luther. We thought you was dead, Luther. We thought...
I come 'cause she wanted me back. Put her down, Jabe.
Sure, Luther, sure.
In the chair here, Jabe. She just fainted a little bit ago, Luther. We was gonna...
Don't touch her. Let Sarah Bell be.
All right, Luther.
Sarah Bell. I come back like you wanted. I come back 'cause you was crying so hard. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Ain't no danger now, Sarah Bell.
Pa, you're back home. Luther, you're wringing wet. You must be freezing cold, too.
I got a score to even, so I come back for you, Joe. You and Jabe.
What are you talking about?
Luther, there's one of them river crawfish on your coat, Pa.
It ain't gonna hurt you, Sarah Bell.
Get it off, Jabe.
Guess I ain't a pretty sight, full of river slime, covered with all them crawling things in the water.
Luther.
But guess I had to come back, after all of a sudden when I seen things so clear. Put your gun down, Jabe. Guns ain't no good.
If they got bullets in them like this, and they're good.
You can't kill me again.
What are you talking about? You talk crazy.
Ain't so crazy for a man to talk about coming back to his home, is it? Back to his wife, so she can watch after him, pick out his clothes, all the river crawfish that crawl in them.
Luther.
Looks like you owe it to me. Seeing's how you and Jabe loosened the wheel on the carriage. So's when I came to the curve down yonder, Wasn't nothing else to do but go over.
Oh, you gotta go. You gotta go back.
Sure. But not by myself, Sarah Bell.
You gotta go back where?
Where I come from. Where you two sent me.
Jabe, he's dead. He's a dead man.
Oh. Get out of here, Luther.
Not by myself. It ain't right by myself.
If you don't get out of here, I'm gonna shoot.
Jabe.
I gotta take you two with me. When I was drowning down yonder, I saw everything clear. I saw how you'd been plotting and planning, waiting for the chance. Knew you'd took the money before it even left the house. Knew you ought to be right beside me, in the carriage, going over in the river. You two was beside me, drowning in the river with me.
Joe, get out of here, run.
So I had to come back, didn't I? To take you with me.
Oh, let him alone.
Are you going easy like, Joe? Are you gonna bring her easy like with you, Jabe? Down to the river?
Joe, get out of here, run to the buggy.
Oh, let him alone.
I ain't no believer in dead men, Luther. But you're gonna be dead before I'm through with you.
Jabe, don't!
Just knocked off the river crawfish, Jabe, that's all. Guns ain't no good.
He's still standing there, Jabe. He was dead already. You can't kill a dead man.
Run! Run for the buggy, Joe!
Let him go!
They can't get away. I got escorted.
Oh, where you going? Don't do nothing to him. Let him go. Pa, come back. Let him go, Pa. Let him go. Jabe, he's right behind us.
Come on. Here's the bridge.
Jabe, wait for me. Wait.
Give me a hand. We gotta get across. The buggy's not far on the other side. I got it all hitched up.
Well, I'm scared of it, Jabe. Go slow. Slow.
Come on.
Jabe, look. Lucy's on the other side.
Get out of the way, you. We're coming across.
He's everywhere. The nighttime's full of it. Jabe! The cable! The cable's breaking.
Hold on, Joe. Stay off the bridge, Luther. Stay off.
It's breaking. It's gonna fall. Oh, Luther, go back. Go back.
Hold on to the rope. Joe, look out!
Oh, where are you, Paul?
Sarah Bell!
Oh.
Sarah Bell, what's the matter with you?
Where's they're gone? I saw them go down under the water, and they couldn't get out. It took them down to the river. All three of them down to the river.
What are you talking about, Sarah Bell? Here, stand back. You'll fall in.
They tried to get across the bridge, and it broke. They went tumbling in the water.
Sarah Bell, stop crying like that.
But I didn't think he'd come back like I asked him to. He was a dead man. He come out of the river wet. Joe and James couldn't get away from him. They run as fast as they could, trying to get away from him.
Sarah Bell, what are you talking about? It's pitch dark. Come on home.
But it really wasn't me, Wes. It was me. I took James and Hackshot and cut the cables. I did it. It was me that killed him.
Sarah Bell, that old bridge is so old it just broke from its own weight in the rain. But that don't matter now. Uncle Henry's down at the curve with some men. Fine when you are. I told you to be home when I got back.
But I was, Wes. James was going to kill me. He was going to
Sarah Bell, you're going clean out of your head. One of the men just found your paw wedging some rocks. Guess he tried to crawl out of the river. Most likely they found Jabe and Josephine by now. Are you coming with me or not?
You don't believe me. You don't believe what happened.
Of course not. Here, put my coat around you. I gotta get you home before you're sick. Come on now, Sarah Bell.
You don't believe me. You don't believe me.
Down to the floor of the river, Josephine. Down in the slime in the dark. Come on, Jabe. Come on, Josephine. Far away you can hear the rumble of the sea. Come on.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The River Man. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, the ancient mariner.
Nicholas! Come on, Nicholas! You'll be late!
I'm coming. Leave go my arm, old man. Listen to me. I've a tale. But I've not the time. All the wedding guests are there, and... There was a ship. I don't care. This is my cousin's wedding. There was a ship, I say. Do you want money? No. Then what do you want, for heaven's sake? A tale. A tale that must be told. About a ship. Some other time. Let go my arm. If it's an amusing tale, then come, tell it to all the wedding guests. Only don't keep me here. Listen, everyone is there but me.
Nicholas! Nicholas!
And they're calling me. There was a ship, stranger, that sailed the sea. Take your hand off me. Leave me. A ship that wives and sweethearts cheered as it left the pier. Listen, stranger. There was a ship put out to sea, and I must tell its tale. The crew sang, the sails swelled, foam uncurled below our keel. Listen. There was a ship cursed by a man, cursed by none but me. I do not like your eyes, old man. Yes, cursed. Cursed by none but me. They gleam like a madman's eyes. Cursed so that all the crew died, yet rose and walked like living men, and sailed the lonely sea. That died? And what do you mean? Who trod the deck and reefed in sails, who took the helm and walked the bridge. Yet they were dead as dead could be. Who are you? Who are you, old man? Jonathan, am I. Listen. Tomorrow you shall wake a wiser man. Listen. Nicholas! We left the pier in a shining day. The tide was with us. Gulls rode the sparkling air, and we sailed out as gallant as a minstrel ship upon an emerald sea. Day after day our ship sailed on, and the sun rose up calm and warm, and in the evening sunk down into a crimson sea. Day after day, placid and mild, the weather stayed. But soon, from out the south, wind and tempest tore the sea, trapping our ship with giant blasts. Mountainous waves lashed at our decks. The timbers shuddered, and like wreckage we were driven north, like matchwood in the sea. And when we stopped, it was because ice had locked us in, because around us, white and cold, there lay a frozen sea. And day after day the sun rose up, hung in the sky, pale and chill, and then at night dropped in a ghastly sea. Day after day the sun rose up, the heatless sun that could not set us free. And it was here the curse began, the curse that sprang from me. On a chill dawn, when the ice shone like polished bone, and the sun hung fixed and blind. On a dawn when in the frozen silence of the air I heard the ship's bell tinkle, and the mate, Mr. Springer, calling me.
Jonathan! Jonathan!
Coming, Mr. Springer.
You'd better not run. Those decks are slippery.
It's all right, sir.
Take the bridge watch, Jonathan. Larson's down with frostbite.
Aye, sir.
Although what else besides ice you're expected to see is beyond me.
Perhaps a bit of meat, Mr. Springer. A bear.
He'd be a fool to be caught in this waste. Will we ever get away from this ice?
Fresh meat would be a godsend.
Aye, so would freedom. Do you realize, Jonathan, it's spring in Massachusetts now? You could walk about without mittens, and you could sit in the sun. Curse the wind that brought us here to be trapped like a fly in a block of ice.
My brother's son, young Samuel, the one who's with us, He's Massachusetts born, too, Mr. Springer.
Well, then there are 2 fools who left home for this. Masthead, ahoy!
Aye, aye, sir.
What do you see?
Ice, sir. Nothing but ice.
He could climb 3 times the height of the mast and still see only ice. No, and this wind. My bones clatter in it. Who's that standing aft at the rail, Jonathan?
Huh?
Don't they feel the cold?
That's young Samuel, my brother's son I was speaking of. And Benson, the carpenter.
Then Samuel's getting a sermon, I'll warrant. The carpenter thumps a good pulpit. He is without...
Ahoy! Bridge ahoy!
The masthead watch, sir.
By the deeps, does he see something?
Bridge ahoy!
Ahoy! What do you see?
Something flying!
Flying? Where away?
Off starboard!
Do you see anything, Jonathan? Off starboard? Something that flies?
No,
Yes! There! Mr. Springer, there! What? Well, what do you know? A bird! A bird in this waste!
An albatross! Look at the spread of his wings!
Hey, look at them. And for a moment I was hoping it was an angel. I see the carpenters pass the word along to the crew. The bird will have an unexpected welcoming committee.
It's an albatross, Mr. Springer.
I see it, Samuel.
It's a sign, Mr. Springer. It's a sign.
Eh? What is it, Carpenter?
A sign! Out of the waste and the nothingness, God sent us a sign.
Carpenter, this is no pulpit.
I tell you, he has not forsaken us. Men, it's a sign.
Now, Carpenter, you know I'm a believer myself. But it's an albatross, not a sign.
Believe me, it is. Good heaven! Bridge ahoy! Bridge ahoy! The ice is breaking! The ice is breaking up! I told you, it was a sign!
Aye, and it was true. The ice split wide. Great slabs of it reared up and with a grinding crash toppled and fell in 1,000 fragments. The frozen sea shattered. And there below, at last, gleamed the sea. And a wind sprang up and caught and swelled our sails, and the ship that had been locked and trapped, rode free. And all the time about the ship, the albatross winged and soared, filling the air with gladsome cries, like a bringer of glad tidings that soared and sang. Day after day, the wind came up, and the ship plunged on until once more we rode in warmer seas, and the bird was with us all the time. Aye, it was a sign I could not read, except that it was flesh and blood, and it was near to me.
Uncle Jonathan, don't you hear me?
Huh? Oh, Samuel.
I've been calling you from aft.
I didn't hear.
I know. You've been standing here by the rail, just staring out at the sea.
And at the bird.
The albatross? It is a beautiful sight.
Aye.
Look the way it flies, so graceful and easy. Like an angel. It was a sign, Uncle, just like the carpenter said. But didn't the ice crack when it came?
I know the ice cracked. I don't know about a sign.
And the bird itself, it's so different.
What do you mean?
It's not afraid of men. It's more like a friend. I know because I fed it.
You fed it?
Yes. It comes down at noon on the forward hatch, and I've been feeding it by hand.
It comes down?
Aye. It's almost noon now, Uncle. Wait and see, and... Where are you going?
Below.
But don't you want to see...
I'm going below. Oh, stranger, listen. Listen, all I wanted was what others had done, for which others had not been damned. I went below to get my gun. When I came back on deck, the wind had risen. And for a moment, I watched the glinting sun and the pure blue sky. And then I saw the bird. The great bird turning, circling slowly in the flawless air. The circles growing smaller as it descended with sweet and joyous cries. Upon the hatch it settled and stood there noble, wrapped in the sheer virgin whiteness of its wings, a godly bird of beauty. And I saw Samuel smiling, beckoning to it. And calmly, with graceful steps, the bird came near. Oh, Lord. Lord, how shall I be forgiven? I saw it all. The white bird and Samuel between the sights of my gun, and I pulled the trigger and fired. I killed the albatross. Uncle, you killed the bird. God's sign you killed. God's sign.
And it harmed you, Jonathan.
It made the wind to blow.
And it harmed you. Was it your enemy, Jonathan? Why did you do it? Why did you kill the bird? Face me and tell me why.
Their words and voices crowded me. I heard them on all sides. Then, all at once, their words were stilled. And in the silence there leaped a fear.
The wind, Uncle. The wind has died.
I died. The wind had fled from us, becalmed, fixed in a voiceless sea, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. And day after day a sun rose up, white and blinding. It arched the sky. And all turned their faces and cursed at me. For I had killed the bird that brought the breeze. I had done a blasphemous thing. Curse him. Curse the devil that killed the bird. For by his deed we are all dying.
He's suffering too, Carpenter.
Jonathan! You murderer! Jonathan! You called me? Oh, it's you. The devil. Strike him, God. He murdered his fellows.
Go away, Jonathan.
Mates! Don't let him escape. Mark him out so that he'll be known on Judgment Day. Brand him. Single him out so that punishment won't fail to find him. Mates, listen to me.
Get out of here, Jonathan. Get below.
Let him be marked as Cain was marked. Brand him. Listen, man. Bring the albatross. Here it is. Tie it about his throat. Tie it. Let him bear the full burden of his deed. Now shall the Lord find him swiftly, unerringly, marked and branded as he is. Is it tied well?
Aye, like a gallows rope.
Then to the wrath of God we commend him.
The wind! Bridge ahoy! A ship off the starboard bow!
And a ship there was, out of the west, rushing toward us with its sails swollen with wind. But the wind that blew was not for us. It was clear we watched a phantom vessel, for her hull was ribbed like a skeleton, and her sails were white as shrouds. The moon grinned through her. Stars glinted through her sides, and on the bridge her captain stood. We saw him and we screamed, for he wore the bleached white face of death. And as he neared, he laughed and cried,
The game is done. I've won.
And swift as light, his ship sped by and disappeared from sight. King Death fled by, but his laughter still was with us. And then I heard the sigh. I spun around, the albatross still on my throat, and saw the ones who tied it there had fallen where they stood. Stranger, none were alive. None but the carpenter and I. They died, and there were only us, alone on the wide, wide sea. The carpenter and I. Why were we too still left alive? Why did we not, like all the rest, slump to the deck? What fate was ours? Wild-eyed with thirst, surrounded by our brother dead. What destiny was ours? With swollen tongues and crazy dreams, up and down the decks we crawled, and I could see in the carpenter's eyes his burning hate of me. Day after day the ship stood still. No wind blew up, no wisp of wind, and motionless as stone we lay upon a lifeless sea, in which all sort of crawling things did live, far happier than me, who did not hear the things I heard, nor dream the things I did. How happy were those slimy things, the things that crawl, the fish that swam, that bore no guilt, like me. Look at them, Carpenter, the dwellers in the sea, the flashing phosphorescent fire. How joyous are his things, the miracle of living things, of God's creation, those secure in his understanding. How blessed are the happy, those in the warmth and brightness of his rays.
John.
Blessed are his living things, bird and beast, they that fly and they that swim. Oh, fortunate, beloved of God.
You're praying, Jonathan, praying.
Blessed be they, these crawling things. Blessed be the lowest of his creatures, those dwelling in the slime. His love for them surpasseth all understanding. My love for them reaches toward my God.
Jonathan, the albatross.
Yeah, it's fallen. Fallen. Fallen from my throat. I'm freed. Freed. Oh, merciful God, I'm freed.
And there's a storm, Jonathan. A storm's breaking.
And it's raining. Carpenter! Raining! And I swooned. How long I lay there, I do not know. And when I heard the voices, I do not know whether I was awake or dreaming, but I heard them, sweet and gentle, reaching me through the patter of the rain.
This is the man, brother.
Yes, this is the one who shot the harmless albatross.
He shot the work of him who makes all things to grow.
And he has penance done?
Then he is free?
No. More penance will he do, from dawn to night, from day to day. Penance will he do.
And I awoke, my body wet with rain, and lo, the sails were filled with breeze and wind, and swift and sure the ship raced on. I saw the carpenter standing near. I did not notice what he saw. I only blessed the rain and wind. What is it, Carpenter? You're staring. Is something wrong?
Listen. Listen.
Carpenter!
The bell. The ship's bell.
Who's ringing it, Carpenter? Who's ringing it?
The dead, Jonathan. The dead are ringing the bell.
And then I looked and screamed, for there on the bridge walked Mr. Springer, the mate, and at the helm stood Larsen. And both stared with a corpse's stare at the ocean they could not see. But they were dead. Dead! And yet they sailed the sea. And it was then I heard the whisper. And I saw a phantom crew. The moon whitened their faces as white as snow, and their dead limbs were moving, hauling on rope, climbing the shrouds. Our ship was sailed by a dead man crew. It can't be! It can't!
They're dead. Dead as a 10-day dweller in a tomb.
But they walk! They work!
They rose like Lazarus. With a last lightning crash, they rose, silent as shadows, and took their places. It's judgment! Judgment day!
Yes, Samuel, my brother's son. Samuel! Samuel! It's I, Jonathan, your uncle. Speak to me. Mr. Springer! Larsen! Samuel! It's I, Jonathan. Say you forgive me. Now I understand the voices in the dream.
What dream?
As I slept, I heard them. Penance have I done, he said, and penance more will do. Guilt like a disease will fester in me until the end of my days.
Which shall be soon. Soon.
Where are you going?
To get my tools. I'm a carpenter, and it is time to build my own ship. A ship that shall be the length of me and the width of me. A ship that'll snugly fit the harbor we are bound for.
What harbor, Carpenter?
The grave.
When
you hear, Carpenter? Land! Land! Do you see it? There! It's looming up like...
Like what, Jonathan? Death's kingdom?
No. Look! The lighthouse on the point.
They signal the way into that kingdom.
And the shoreline of the bay. And the hills. The harbor. Carpenter! It's home! Home! This is our own harbor, Carpenter. We've been brought back out of the mouth of hell to our own home.
If it's true.
It is. There's the pilot's boat putting out. I can see the pilot. And the priest of the parish with him. He'll shrive us, Carpenter. He'll welcome us with a blessing. What is it, Carpenter?
The dead.
Look at them. Look at them.
I did. I turned and looked and saw them all. Our phantom crew arrayed upon the bridge as if they were a singing choir, as if a band of seraphim. For above each one there glowed a light, a holy light, as if seraphim they were. The light was pure, mild with grace, and each one had his head upraised as if to praise his God. Hymns I did not hear, yet I was filled with peace as if hymns they'd really sung. Oh, wedding guest, it was a vision of joy. But it was then the sound rumbled across the bay.
It's judgment! Judgment! Jonathan!
And then it was as if the universe was shattered by the sound, the heavens burst with sound, and the ship sunk down like lead. How long I was flung about in the sea, how long I swam, I do not know. I knew death was swimming at my side. And when my strength was done, as down I sank, I felt a hand seize mine. It pulled me up. It grasped me tight. And I saw the carpenter. His eyes were glowing with a passionate light, as if another vision he'd seen. He smiled, and it was like our Lord's smile. For a moment he held me in his arms, and then he spoke, and his voice was deep and strong.
This is what I was saved for, Jonathan. Now I know I have already drowned, but I am sent back to give you back to the living world, to tell your tale to living men. For God loves all things, great and small. He loves both man and bird and beast.
And with strong and powerful strokes, he drew me toward the pilot's boat. A sourceless light lit up our way, and his face glowed in the fire. And when we reached the boat, he lifted me and pushed me in. I saw the pilot's look go white with fear, and the reverend seize his cross. And as I lay there, the carpenter flung up his arms and cried,
"It's done! Oh, Lord, it's done! It's done!"
Then he sunk down into the sea, and I was saved, though still upon the sea. Father, good Father, shrive me.
Shrive you? Of what?
I sinned, Father. I've sinned as no man ever before. Shrive me my woe before I touch the shore. I must be cleansed before I touch the shore.
The devil pleads with you, Father.
Oh, give me forgiveness by a mortal man. My soul hungers for their gentle words. Give evidence that, like the lowest thing, I too am loved. Shrive me, Father. Shrive me.
What kind of sin was done?
Listen, Father. Listen. And there, but 100 yards from shore, I told my tale, and I was eased of my woe. And when I was through, the good Reverend blessed me, and I wept to hear the gentle forgiveness of a mortal man. Oh, wedding guest, when I touched the shore, love for all things, great and small, burned in my soul. For all God's works, no matter where or how they dwell. And now I travel through the world, and this is my penance. When I see the face, I know the man who must hear my tale. To him my tale I teach. I see wedding guests burst from the hall. I hear them calling you. Farewell. Farewell. And yet before I go, listen. This I've learned in the agony of my woe. He prayeth best who loveth best all things the Lord has made. Happiest and near to God is he who cherisheth his works.
Farewell. Farewell. May God be at your side.
Nicholas! Nicholas!
They're calling you.
I hear. But let me walk part of the way with you. For a while, let me walk at your side.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, the tale of the ancient mariner. Bellkeeper, toll the bell! Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale, the oblong box.
There, Captain. There she is.
Hand me your glass. Aye. 5 aboard. Very well, turn about. We'll drop line and take them on.
Aye, sir.
Stand by the mainsail! Longboat sided northeast! Lifelines on up!
You make out what ship she's from?
Too far, Captain. She's American, though.
Aye.
Now we'll soon be on them.
Mate, if the captain's with them, send him up to my cabin.
Aye, sir.
Take in the mainsail! Easy now, don't run them under! Heave to!
That's about all, Captain. We'd been at sea in the longboat for 2 days when you sighted us. Just about done in. My friend here, Mr. Allen, was the only passenger to survive.
You say you're from the packet ship Independence, eh?
Aye.
What cargo were you carrying?
Cotton, a little hemp, and some timber.
I see. And that was all?
Aye. Did you happen to pass some drift, Captain?
We did. Nothing you just spoke of. Would you care for a little more grog, gentlemen?
Oh, thank you.
And you, sir?
Yes. Yes, please.
No, we passed nothing adrift that you mentioned, but we did hoist aboard something rather strange, you might say. It may not have come from your ship, though. Could only make out the port of embarkation and the date. Charleston, South Carolina, August the 2nd, 1881.
That was our port. That was our date of sailing.
Captain, what was it you took aboard?
2 bodies. Passengers, I suppose, a man and a woman. Rather unusual, though. The woman was in a coffin, an oblong box. You seem startled, Mr. Allen.
I am. And the man?
That's the strange part. He was lashed to the coffin by an inch-thick rope.
Oh.
From your reaction, Mr. Allen, I presume you know something about the box?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Then, Mr. Allen, suppose you relate the entire story.
Very well. To tell you the truth, Captain, I'd intended telling no one. You see, as Captain Hardy told you, the dead man had been a friend of mine. I'd hoped the sea would keep its dead. The man whose body you found tied to that oblong box was an artist from New York. His name was Cornelius Wyatt. As I remember, Wyatt had been married only a few months when I met him quite by accident. It was at our port of sailing, Charleston. I'd been on board only a few minutes when I heard his voice calling me by my first name. I was quite surprised to see my old friend.
Edgar Allen, hello there.
Wyatt! Why, heavens, man. How are you? Huh?
Oh, it's good to see you. How long has it been?
Oh, a good year since I saw you last, at least. Let's see. Yes, since 1877.
All the places to meet you.
Oh, tell me, Wyatt, is your wife aboard?
My wife? Well, yes.
Good. More people have raved about her astounding beauty to me than I could possibly count. I've sworn to see her with my own eyes. Where is she?
I'm sorry, Edgar. I'm afraid that would be impossible. You see, she's ill in her cabin.
Oh, what a shame. Well, then, later, I'm sure
No. Really, I think she'll remain in bed for the rest of the trip. Her health wouldn't permit it.
Oh, come, Wyatt. You wouldn't cheat me of this chance to meet your beautiful wife. The sea air'll do her good. Or is it because you're jealous of such beauty, huh?
Please keep such remarks to yourself. My wife's appearance should be of no concern to you.
Oh, but, Wyatt, I was only joking. I meant no harm.
Your humor is not appreciated, Mr. Allen.
Well, forgive me. I assure you I meant no harm.
I beg pardon, sir. You Mr. Wyatt?
Yes?
That there box of yours, you're having it shipped in the hold?
Confound it, man. How many times must I give these instructions? My cabin, you understand? It must be put in my cabin. Must I tell the captain himself?
Sorry, sir, but there's hardly any room for such a large box in your...
I don't care how little room there is. That box will go into my cabin if I have to move it there myself.
Very well, sir. Sorry, sir.
Confounded fools. Must I beg them to carry out my instructions?
Is that the box?
Excuse me, Mr. Allen. The clumsy fools may drop it. I'd better watch them. I'll see you later.
Although at the time I was surprised by my friend's sudden outburst, I passed it off to temperament. After all, he was an artist. At the moment, I was more concerned over the oblong box than over my friend. It bothered me quite a bit. I couldn't find a reason for his being so overwrought over the placement of a cumbersome large wooden box. And furthermore, I couldn't find a reason for his use of one that shape. It was about 6 feet long and 2.5 feet wide. To me, its contents were a mystery. At first, I excused it as containing a number of his precious paintings. About 3 days out of Charleston, I met Wyatt again. He was walking about the deck. As I approached him, he cordially offered me his hand.
Hello there.
Hello, Wyatt.
Edgar, I believe I owe you an apology.
Apology?
Yes, you must forgive the way I acted the day before we sailed. I'm not as well as I should be.
Oh, think nothing of it.
Here, let's sit here. That's it. I'm under a severe strain, Edgar. Perhaps I should tell you. You are my friend. I should tell someone.
Why, of course.
What others have told you about my wife is true. She is beautiful. Very beautiful. I'm afraid too beautiful.
Yes?
I was one of many, many suitors. I was the fortunate one. Why, I don't know. She doesn't love me, Edgar.
Are you sure she doesn't love you?
Yes, I'm sure, very sure. Since I've been married, she's done her utmost to make me jealous. She knows how I worship her beauty. She knows her power. Men have always loved her for it. They still do. I know, Edgar. I'm suffering because of it. There are men today who would give anything for my wife's hand. Anything. She knows it. She taunts me with it continuously. The way she looks at me, laughs at me.
You're in love with her?
Desperately.
You'd never give her up?
Never.
And she knows this?
Of course. That's why she taunts me.
Well, perhaps if I could see her...
No. She's still ill.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This trip. You know why I'm going to Canada? Do you know why?
Paintings?
I'm taking her away. Away from all those men. She'll learn to love me. I'll make her. I'll keep her beauty for myself.
Perhaps this is an extreme.
Extreme? No, it's the only thing to do. You don't know the torture I've suffered. Well, let's talk no more about it. I feel better now.
As you wish.
You will keep my confidence?
Oh, without question. Now, how's your painting coming, Wyatt?
I haven't touched a brush in months.
But the canvases you brought aboard, weren't they yours?
Canvases?
I suppose they were in the large box you have in your cabin.
Why do you suppose that?
Well, because of its unusual size.
That box doesn't concern you. It's none of your business.
I didn't say that I...
Don't ever mention that box again. I forbid you. You hear? Don't ever mention that box again.
Perhaps I've been too hasty, Captain. Perhaps the man just isn't well physically. Why, the box, it could contain something unimportant. I think I was overly curious, that's all. I've known him for a long while, you know. He's always appeared perfectly normal before.
And everything's been all right lately?
For the past few days, yes. He's been perfectly cordial.
Then I think perhaps it's best we pass over the entire matter. There's probably some some simple story behind what's happened.
Yeah. More port?
No, thanks. I think it's best I be getting back to my cabin. Looks as though there's an unhealthy storm brewing along the coast. I'd best get back.
Oh, I noticed it getting a little rough. Will it hit us?
I can't tell yet. Well, good night, Mr. Allen. Perhaps you'll join me at dinner tomorrow night, eh?
Thank you, Captain. I'd be... Listen.
What?
Shh. I thought I heard... Listen. Again.
Nothing. I hear nothing. The wind, that's all. The events have made you a little nervous, I suppose.
No, wait. I'm sure I heard something strange. Groaning or something from out there.
Open the door. It's probably the ship's cat.
Captain, here, quickly.
The passageway's black. The steward probably took the lantern to...
Listen. Again. Hear it?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
It came from the darkness down there to the end of the passageway.
Somebody's in trouble. Who has the stateroom at the end of the passageway?
I think Wyatt. The first two are empty.
Well, come along. Pull your cabin door closed.
I'll get a lamp. The darkness...
No, I know my way. We may need the darkness.
Very well.
Now, stay close. The first two, you say, are empty?
Yes.
And this one you believe is Wyatt's?
It should be.
I'll stand here a moment. I'll listen again.
A knocking. Tapping.
I'll try this latch. I'll open it as quietly as possible.
There's no light under the door.
Stand back.
Easy now.
What? Blast it. It's locked from the inside.
Well, someone is definitely in there.
I'm going to knock. Now listen closely. Someone is in there. You heard it?
Hello in there. Is that you, Wyatt? This is Ellen. Anything wrong? Hello there.
No answer. I don't like this. Open the door, Wyatt. It's the ship's captain. I'll be forced to break in. Here, help me. Help me as I count three.
Go on.
1, 2. Ready now. 3.
Where are you, Wyatt?
Wait. There's a lantern by the port. I'll strike a light. Stand here and... Empty. The room is empty.
For a moment, both of us stood there, in the gloom of Wyatt's cabin. We were sure somebody had been there but a moment before. We'd heard them. And now the cabin was apparently empty. The door had been locked from the inside. Nobody could have left the room without our seeing them. Then suddenly Captain Hardy pointed to the right wall of the cabin. There in the dimness of the gloomy shadows.
Alan, this cabin and the one beside it are adjoined. Now, let me get the light and see if the adjoining door has been opened. Whoever left in a hurry. Here, Alan. Give me a hand. I can't reach the lantern. Blast it!
Hardy!
All right. Just stumbled over this blasted box. My hand.
The oblong box.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I didn't mean to intrude.
Wyatt!
May I come in? There's another lamp on the table. Allow me, Captain Hardy.
But where did you come from? How did you get into the passageway
there. That's better. Mr. Allen, I have been walking my wife on deck. May I introduce you? Oh, you may come in, Marjorie. Marjorie, this is Mr. Allen, the man who desired to meet you so much, and the captain of this vessel, Captain Hardy.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And now, gentlemen, may I ask the reason for your, breaking in?
We heard a noise, a cry. We thought it was from your cabin.
That would have been impossible. There was nobody there.
Are you sure? We heard...
Of course I'm sure. There was no one here, I tell you. And now, gentlemen, if you don't mind...
Wyatt, before we go...
Yes, Mr. Allen?
Ask your wife to remove her veil.
Marjorie, would you please oblige the gentleman? My wife, Mr. Allen.
Your wife? But
she is beautiful, isn't she?
Yes. Yes, she is.
You too seem stunned.
Quite. Yes, quite. Captain Hardy, come. Thank you, Wyatt.
One moment, Captain Hardy.
Yes?
Would it be too much to ask for a new cabin door? This one seems to have suffered slightly.
I'll see to it.
Good night, gentlemen.
Hurry. To my cabin. His wife. Did you see his wife?
Yes. She was hideous.
His rave about her beauty. Why, he's mad, Captain. Hopelessly mad. She was horribly ugly. Yet she was familiar. I've seen her before. I know it. Where? Where?
Did you notice the door leading to the adjoining cabin?
No.
It was open slightly. Someone could have left Wyatt's cabin and reached the passageway through the empty one next to it.
Hardy?
Yes?
Your hand, covered with blood. Well, you must have cut it yourself when you fell. Here, let me wash it off.
No, it isn't cut.
Yes, but that blood.
It isn't mine.
Well, then where did you...
The oblong box, Mr. Allen. The oblong box.
What was behind this terrible mystery, neither of us knew. We would inform the police as soon as we put to port. From then on, I saw nothing of Wyatt. 2 days passed since the incident in his cabin. Now, on the second day, Captain Hardy warned all the passengers of what was in store for us. We were forbidden on deck, confined to our cabins. We were being blown out to sea by a furious hurricane wind. On the fateful night, I was lying fully clothed on my bed. The sea was sickening. The ship was yawing terribly with each plunge. I was expecting the worst at any moment. Then suddenly, above the roar of the terrible gale, I heard a strange sound coming from the passageway before my cabin. I was a little bewildered at first. For a few moments, I sat there on my bed, wondering. And then...
Edgar! Edgar! This is Wyatt! Do you hear me?
What is it?
I need your help, Edgar! I need your help!
Go back to your cabin, Wyatt. You hear? Get out of the passageway. It's dangerous. The ship may...
Please open the door. You must. You must help me. You're my friend, Edgar. Please.
Very well. What? Good heavens.
My box. I've got to get it on deck. I've got to. The ship may break in two at any moment. Please help me. I can't manage it alone. Please.
Well, you must be completely insane. The storm is too high. It's suicide, I tell you. You'll be blown overboard.
Just to the door. You don't have to go on deck. I have some rope. I'll lash myself to the stays. I'll be safe. Please.
Yes, but your wife. You can't leave your wife alone now. Go back to her. Snap out
Just
of it.
up the stairs. Please, Edgar. You're my friend. Please, Edgar, please.
Very well. To the top of the stairs.
The other end. Take the other end. That's it.
Go on. I have it. Hurry, it's heavy.
All right. Here. This way. Up these stairs.
I've got it.
Here. Don't drop it, Edgar. Don't drop it. All right. All right. A little further, Edgar. Just a little further. Now. There.
Oh. This is as far as I go.
Oh, thank you, Edgar. Thank you. You don't know what this means.
Now, go back to your cabin.
I can't. I must get my box on deck.
Then I leave.
No, please. One other favor. Hold this hatch while I push the box out.
I beg you, Wyatt, use your head. The water will swamp us. Listen to it.
Please, Edgar, please.
Well, then, stand back. I'll open the hatch. I'm not responsible for you, you fool. Hurry! Confound you, hurry! We'll be swamped! For heaven's sake, Wyatt, you'll never make it! Wyatt, watch out! Come back, you fool, come back! I've got to close it! Come back! Hey, Alan! Close that hatch! Get back! Captain, here, help me close it quickly! In the heaven's name, hurry! Now, push!
Now, what in thunderation were you doing?
Wyatt, he's out there. He took the box.
Good heavens, he's done for. No, it's too late to help him now. I'm afraid we're going to have to abandon ship. She's breaking. Starboard lifeboat, Edgar. Make for it.
Yes, but Mrs. Wyatt, she's below. She'll be killed. I'll get her first.
The starboard boat, Edgar. The starboard boat.
Mrs. Wyatt, to the boats. Mrs. Wyatt, we're sinking. Come on.
Mr. Allen, where is he? Where is he?
Hurry.
This way. Run!
No, wait, please. Please, please, listen.
In the name of heaven, woman, come on, quick! No time to lose! Good Lord. Mrs. Wyatt! Mrs. Wyatt!
Then suddenly she disappeared before me. Water gushed down the passageway. She was swallowed by it. I struggled forward and made my way to the starboard boat. I jumped for the swinging davit and lowered myself as speedily as possible into the longboat. Captain Hardy joined me with 3 others of his crew. And then, just as we pushed out from the trembling mass of wreckage, I saw it. Hardy did too. Standing to aft, I saw Wyatt. He was binding himself tightly to the oblong box. He stood there for a moment, I thought, laughing. Then in one brief instant he was gone with the ship. Into the sea.
And, that's all?
Yes.
I see. Would you gentlemen be so kind as to follow me? This should prove rather interesting. This way, gentlemen.
Captain, when did you find this box?
Yesterday afternoon. In here, please. Mr. Allen, hand me that lantern. And watch the stairs, please. They're rather sharp here.
Lead on.
Ordinarily, we would not have bothered with a floating body. It's generally some poor wretch from a wrecked vessel. However, due to the box and the peculiar circumstances, I thought it best to hoist it on board.
Yes, but the decomposition...
Oh, the salt water helped preserve them for a while. I thought we could reach New London safely with them. However, since we were blown off our course by that wind, it will be a good day and a half before we reach land. I'm afraid I shall have to commit them both back to the sea. Mr. Allen, swing that door open, please, will you? Over there, in that corner.
Yes. Yes, that's the box.
Captain Hardy, would you kindly hold the lantern while I lift this blanket?
Certainly.
Is this the man you call Wyatt?
Poor devil. Hardly recognizable. Yes, that's Wyatt.
And now, Mr. Allen, if you would give me a hand with the top of this box. It had been firmly nailed, however, we pried it loose when we took it aboard. Just pull at that end carefully.
Good heavens.
Even after 2 days at sea, death did not destroy that waxen beauty.
It's almost impossible. Still so beautiful.
You notice the wound over the heart?
Yes.
Mr. Allen, that was the beauty Mr. Wyatt talked of.
Why, of course. This must have been his wife. But wait, the other Mrs. Wyatt. Oh, yes, of course. I knew I'd seen her somewhere before. The maid. Their personal maid. Yes, now I remember. She tried to tell me something before she drowned. Wyatt murdered his real wife.
If only we had done something sooner.
Murdered his wife? How could he? Why?
Insanely jealous. Terribly jealous. To die with her would be better than to live with her and her beauty. He planned to murder her on that trip when I saw them stowing that box. Remember the groans? She was murdered that night. The blood, it was fresh. Remember the tapping we heard as he nailed her in this coffin. Hardy, I think we'd better leave. Yes. Yes, Wyatt. Your wife is very, very beautiful.
the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Oblong Box. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, The Mysterious Bride.
Mr. McMurdy?
Ah, it's you, Alan. Where the deuce are you off to at such neck-break speed?
Did you see her, Mr. McMurdy? Did you ride past her?
Did I see who?
A young lady. I was riding after her. She was walking this way.
Saw no one, Alan?
Oh, come now, you must have met her. Where did she go?
What ails you? I met no young lady.
But you must have. This hedgerow is so high and so thick, she couldn't have got out of it. Confound me, I don't understand this. I was in calling distance for her just now on the top of Birkie Hill. She turned and walked in this direction. She couldn't yet have been beyond this point.
What did she look like, Alan?
I declare I've never seen such a female figure. She had on a pure white gauze frock, a small green bonnet and feathers, and a green veil. She was a fine-looking girl, Mr. McMurdy. You're no making game of me. Did you no really meet her?
Alan, I'm a word of truth and honour, I did not. Come, ride back with me, we may meet her. She's given you the go-by on the road.
I can't understand it, Mr. McMurdy. I do hope we find her. She was the loveliest thing I've ever seen. She had on a pure white gauze frock and a small...
a small green bonnet with feathers and a green veil.
Oh, I must have already told you that.
You have, and with a lover's gleam in your eye.
Oh, Mr. McMurdy, look, there. See? There she is at the very same spot where I saw her the first time.
Where? I didn't see her.
There? At the bend of the road.
I still didn't see her.
Look where I'm pointing. She's standing there in a white frock and green veil, as I told you. Oh, what a lovely creature.
Alan, upon my word.
There, she turned the angle of the road. She's gone out of sight. Come, let's hurry. I can't lose her this time. She'll be right around this turn.
I certainly hope so.
Oh, good heavens. She's gone again.
Alan, my lad, you must be imagining. Alan, you look pale as death. What ails you?
I remember now. Once I had a dream of the same nature. It ended in some sort of a terrible manner.
And I think you're dreaming still. But never mind, Alan. It's quite common for handsome young men to dream of beautiful maidens with white frocks and green veils.
But I'm worried about my dream, Mr. McMurdy. It had a very bad ending.
What was it?
Well, I can't rightly recollect. You know how dreams are. But I do know it was something terrible.
Well, perhaps your dinner did not agree with you, and you merely fancied you saw this lady.
No, Mr. McMurdy.
My boy, you're trembling like a leaf.
I did see her, I did. And I've got to see her again.
Aye, and she was a fairy wraith, this woman, for she proved the undoing of my good friend Alan Sanderson, Laird of Birkendelly. He first saw her on St. Lawrence Eve in the year 1777, and from that afternoon he was bewitched. Each day he rode to the top of Birkie Hill, hoping to see his phantom, but the vision did not appear. At last his doctor directed him to visit his sister in Ireland, and there Margaret helped young Alan mend his health. One morning, well, anyway, here's what Alan told me late.
Alan, are you awake?
Aye, Margaret.
Breakfast is ready. Will you be down soon?
Almost immediately. I'll be out of bed in a minute.
Hurry, Alan. A hot breakfast is much better eaten hot, you know.
All right, Margaret. I'll hurry.
Hello there.
What? Who is it? Good heavens.
I've been waiting for you.
How did you get in here? No, I must be dreaming again.
This is no dream. I'm quite real.
I was trying to forget you. If you're an apparition...
But I'm not. Come, take me in your arms. You'll see. Hold me close. Kiss me.
Oh, you are real. I can't believe it. I love you so. From the very first moment I set eyes on you, I've loved you.
And I've loved you too.
You'll never know how much I've suffered without you. No man has ever loved a woman as dearly as I love you. Come down and meet my sister.
Your sister? Here?
Yes. I came here to Ireland to stay with her for a wee while.
Ireland? What do you mean, Alan?
Why, what do you mean?
Look around you. See where you are.
I don't understand. Oh, we're not in a room at all. We're standing in Birkie Hill, in Scotland.
Of course, Birkie Hill. This is the only spot where you've ever seen me.
But I can't recollect how it happened.
You mean you don't remember coming back from Ireland?
No, I can't. But since we're here, come home with me now to my own house.
No, Alan. I can't do that. I can't meet you anywhere but here on Birkie Hill till after our marriage. And I can't marry you till St. Lawrence Eve, 2 years from now.
2 years? But why must we wait that long?
I can't explain it, Alan. There isn't time. I must go now.
Oh, no. I don't even know your name.
My name is Jane Ogilvy.
Jane Ogilvy.
You were betrothed to me before you were born.
I don't understand.
It's true. It happened long ago. I came here today to release you if you have the slightest objection.
Release me? No, Jane, no. I'm yours forever, I swear it. When may I see you again?
On St. Lawrence Eve, and every St. Lawrence Eve, till the day we're married.
I don't know how I can live till then, but I'll be here waiting for you.
Alan, now that we're pledged to each other, will you change rings with me?
Yes, darling, certainly. Here, you take this ring and keep it always.
And here's my ring. Let me put it on your little finger. There. Now, Alan, a kiss before I leave you.
Jane. Oh, Jane. I'll love you forever and ever.
Goodbye, Alan. I'll be waiting here for you on St. Lawrence Eve.
Jane, come back. Please come back.
St. Lawrence Eve, St. Lawrence.
Jane, don't leave me. Jane.
Alan, open the door.
Jane.
Alan, what's the matter?
Jane. Huh? What? Oh, where am I? What is it?
Alan, it's Margaret. Get dressed and come downstairs. Your breakfast is ready. Were you having a nightmare?
Oh, yes, sister, yes. I must have been dreaming. I'll dress and come down right away. A dream? No, it couldn't have been. It was too real. And her ring, it's on my finger. Then it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream after all.
Well, good friends, do you still hold the foolish belief that there's no such thing as ghosts and spirits? If poor Alan was puzzled to account for some things in the course of his dream, he was much more puzzled to account for them now that he was wide awake. He dressed himself and hurried down to the breakfast parlour, where he joined his sister Margaret and Lucky Black, the old woman who had known his family for so many years.
Good morning, Margaret. Lucky, I'm very glad to see you.
Eh? Who is this now?
Lucky, it's Alan, my brother.
Alan? Aye, so it is. The way he stands there with his dark eyes and his black hair, he might be his father, or even his grandfather. Come over to my chair, Alan. Let me take your hand.
Alan, are you all right?
Yes, Margaret, I'm all right. Though my head's in a sort of a whirl.
Alan, you're all a tremble. Are you ill?
No, I'm all right, thank you.
You've got to be very careful about dampness and night vapors. I watched by the bedside of your poor mother, night after night, till the fever finally took her off. You're sure you're not feeling ill?
No, I tell you, I'm all right.
Alan just had a bad dream, Lucky. When I went up to awaken him, he was screaming as though he'd seen the old Nick.
Bad dreams, Alan? You have bad dreams, too?
It wasn't a bad dream, Lucky.
When I got to your door, I heard you calling the name Jane.
Jane? What's this about Jane?
Oh, it's nothing. What's for breakfast, Margaret?
Here's a cup of hot tea. I'll get the oatmeal.
What else did you dream, Alan? Tell me quickly.
Lucky, I tell you it was nothing.
But you said her name was Jane.
Yes.
Was it Jane Ogilvy?
Alan, your teacup.
How did you know her name?
Heaven save you. Tell me the rest of your dream.
There is no more. I tell you there's no more, save...
Save what?
I'll not see her again to St. Lawrence Eve.
Heaven protect us.
Lucky, what's the matter?
St. Lawrence Eve. Then it's true. True for him and all his kin.
What are you talking about?
Margaret, don't let him go. Keep him here in Ireland. Find him, Margaret. Find him.
What do you mean?
I tremble to think on his fate. May the Lord preserve him from it.
Oh, the old woman's death.
That ring. What is that ring I see on your left hand? Let me look at the ring. Oh,
Lucky. Oh, the poor old woman, she's fainted.
What in the world?
Alan, let me see that ring. Oh, Alan. Burn it. Burn it. It's not a right ring. Burn it, Alan, now.
My dear sister, I am saying too. It's a very pretty ring. It was given me, and I set great value by it.
For heaven's sake, destroy it and renounce the giver.
I'll do no such thing.
If you want peace, if you have any regard for your soul, destroy that ring.
But why?
If you saw with your own eyes, Alan, you'd know it's not a ring befitting a Christian to wear. Destroy it. Destroy it, Alan.
Well, when Alan Sanderson returned to Scotland, his mind was in great confusion, and he sought me out the very first day he arrived. We were sipping a bit of wine, and Alan was saying...
I'm at a great loss for an explanation, Mr. McMurday. But I do know that I yearn now more than ever for a glimpse of Jane Ogilvy.
I dare say, Alan. But tell me this. Whatever caused the collapse of that old woman in your sister's house?
You mean Lucky Black? She would never tell me. As a matter of fact, I couldn't force her to say anything at all. Her lips were sealed, out of fear, I think.
But that ring, may I have a look at it?
No. I've sewed it within my vest, right next to my heart, and I'll no bring it out into the light till my wedding day.
Well, did you notice anything strange about it?
No, I didn't, Mr. McMurday. It's not but a gold ring with a bright emerald set in it.
Then what is your explanation of the way the two women acted?
I have none. But all my life I've had a feeling that some mysterious fate awaits me. But as long as I have my love, I'll no worry about the mystery of it.
So young Alan was determined, and patiently he waited as the months went by. He was so caught up in the wonder of his love for this phantom that no amount of talk could discourage him. Now and again I saw him wandering aimlessly about Birkie Hill. And at last came the eve of St. Lawrence. Would the phantom of this woman he loved appear again, or would...
Jane Ogilvy, this is the magic night. Where are you on this eve of St. Lawrence?
I'm here, Alan.
Where, Jane? Where?
In the darkness. In a moment, look. The moon is coming over the eastern hills. In the light of the moon, you can see me.
Jane. Oh, my Jane. This year has been the longest of my life.
Now, the moonlight comes, and I come to you.
Oh, my darling. How beautiful you are.
I'm glad you're not afraid.
Afraid of you? How could it be? I love you more than I thought a man could ever love. I would gladly give my life for the wonder of it.
Then you will wait for me until I can be your bride.
If I must, I will wait.
A year is not forever. And then I'm yours.
But why must we wait? Come with me now, Jane.
I cannot now, my darling. Take me in your arms. The moonlight warms my heart. There's only a moment more.
Oh, my Jane. My Jane.
And now goodbye. Until a year has gone. Goodbye. Goodbye.
And so before Alan Sanderson stretched another year, separating him from this spectre girl he loved. His sister Margaret, worried because of his silence, wrote me often to know how young Alan was, and I was able to write her only that he seemed a happy man. How could I tell her of my growing premonition that he was also a doomed man, doomed to die? So when the eve of St. Lawrence came again, I purposely waited at my gate, for I knew Alan Sanderson would soon come riding by. I had not long to wait.
Good evening to you, Mr. McMurdy.
And greetings to you, Alan.
You see before you the most impatient man in the world.
Do I know? And why, may I ask?
Because tonight's the night. Tonight's the eve of St. Lawrence.
So it is.
As if you didn't know.
Aye, I suppose I did know, my boy.
Tonight we're to be married, Jane Ogilvy and I.
Alan, it is not too late. Take the advice of an old man and dinna go to Birkie Hill.
Oh, come now, Mr. McMurdy. I have waited a lifetime for this night to come.
But I'm afraid for you, my boy.
Because I'm in love? No. Tonight's our wedding night.
Then the saints protect you.
You didn't know Jane Ogilvy as I do. She loves me, Mr. McMurdy. And tonight, we're off on a long journey.
But your sister Margaret, does she know?
Aye, I have written to her in Ireland. Well, it's late, and soon the moon will rise. I must be at Birkie Hill when it does. Goodbye, Mr. McMurdy. You'll be seeing me again.
Goodbye, my boy. I hope I'll be seeing you again. And he rode away toward Birkie Hill, a doomed man. And I was not surprised the next morning to receive an urgent message from Alan's sister Margaret, who during the night had come to Scotland. The note asked me to meet her at Alan's house. And when I arrived, the poor girl was in a pitiful state.
Oh, Mr. McMurdy, I'm so glad you've come.
Have you just arrived from Ireland?
Yes, but I'm afraid I've come too late.
Too late?
Aye, Mr. McMurdy. Has Alan told you everything?
Aye, he's told me about his visions and his dreams, and the meetings with this mysterious girl.
When did you see him last?
Last night, just as he rode off to be married.
The eve of St. Lawrence. It's what I was afraid of.
Is that old woman still in Ireland?
No, I brought her back with me. She's in the next room, resting.
I'd like to see her and question her. Perhaps I can make her speak. Margaret, there's something about all this that I don't like a bit.
You feel it too.
Aye. The entire thing is weird and unnatural. May I speak to Lucky Black?
Yes. But first, read this letter. It's from Alan. He wrote it a month ago and posted it to me in Ireland.
Dearest sister, this time next month I shall be the most happy or most miserable man in the world. On St. Lawrence Eve I have solemnly engaged myself to wed a young and beautiful lady named Jane Ogilvy, to whom it seems I was betrothed before I was born.
That's the part I didn't understand.
Nor do I.
Read the rest of it.
Our correspondence has been of a most private and mysterious nature, but my troth is pledged and my resolution fixed. On the nuptial eve we will set out on a far journey to the place of her abode. It will be long before I see you again. Yours till death, your brother Alan. Yours till death.
I'm afraid, Mr. McMurdy. What can we do?
First, we've got to talk to the old lady.
This way, then.
Somehow I might be able to make her talk.
I'm almost afraid to hear what she has to say. Lucky, this is Mr. McMurdy.
How do you do, sir?
It's an urgent matter we'd like to speak to you about. A matter perhaps of life or death for Alan.
I have nothing to say about the young man's dilemma, sir.
But you must speak, Lucky, you must.
There's something you know that may help him. I'm sure of it.
The two of you do not understand the strange workings of fate. We are only human beings. We have no way of combating a force that's outside our understanding.
Oh, don't you see, Mr. McMurdy? It's no use.
Hey, listen. What is that?
A horse. Coming up the path. Here. You can see it from the window.
It's Alan's horse, without a rider.
Look how the hide of him shines. He's been running that fast, Mr. McMurdy.
Let me see. Oh, heaven protect us. It has happened.
What do you mean? What's happened?
The deed is done. It's Jane Ogilvy.
Lucky, tell us what you mean.
Oh, it has happened now. I know it has. So I can speak.
Then quickly, woman.
A tale of sadness and horror it is. The first Alan Sanderson, before he married the great heiress of Birkendelly, was engaged to a beautiful young lady named Jane Ogilvy.
Jane Ogilvy?
Aye. He gave the lass anything but fair play, and they say he murdered her on Berkey Hill.
Is it true? Do you believe this story?
Aye, for I have good reason to believe it. When I was a little lass, I saw the red blood and the new grave. It filled me with such fright I never told anyone about it. And 20 years later, the next Alan Sanderson was found dead on that very spot, lying across the green mound.
Oh, it cannot be true.
Miss Margaret, come quickly. My surrey is outside.
But where?
To Berkey Hill. Heaven grant there may still be time. This is the road where your brother saw her the first time.
And just around the bend is Berkey Hill. Oh, Mr. McMurdy, I'm afraid.
Gee up.
Look! Mr. McMurdy, look!
Oh, there. Aye.
Oh.
Aye, Miss Margaret.
Oh.
We're too late.
Oh, Alan! Oh, my poor Alan!
Just as his father and grandfather died, there he lies on the green mound of his father's grave.
Oh, but why? Why?
He's the last male of his line, Miss Margaret, and the Sanderson name dies with him. It is a blessing in disguise.
Take me away. I cannot bear to look at him.
Now the phantom will haunt the eve of St. Lawrence no longer. The wicked people of the world will now have a lesson on divine justice, Miss Margaret, written for them in lines of blood.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Mysterious Bride. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again their immortal tale. The Thing in the Tunnel.
Listen. That's the long moaning whistle of the through express, wailing through the lonesome night, crying like a lost and anguished soul in the mountains. Listen to it. I've heard that mournful crying for 10 years, and each time it reminds me of McGregor. Yeah, it reminds me of McGregor. My name's Kelsey, Howard Kelsey. I live out here solitary and alone because I like it. I hear nothing but the wind, and the passenger and freight trains roaring through the canyons and the arroyos of the Clearwater Range. And, of course, myself. I'm a lonely man, sure. I got too many memories. Ah, there she comes. She's through the tunnel now. The Statesman Express. 12-car Pullman roaring like a blast of thunder for home. Ah, McGregor. McGregor, are you flagging her through once more? I met McGregor by accident. In those days, I was new to this country, and I lived here with a fellow named Pike, an old-time prospector. He had a voice of sandpaper and a heart of stone. He didn't like me, and I didn't like him. But prospecting kept us together for a time. Nonetheless, we went out separately, and sometimes 2 or 3 days went by before we saw each other again. I first met McGregor on one of those trips. I'd come through some valley in the Clearwater Range, and just as day was beginning to fall, I found myself on top of a steep embankment, overlooking a gleaming set of rails. The air was dead silent, the mountains around me purple and velvet soft in the setting sun. It was all so still and so silent that, well, for a moment I felt the whole world had died. But just then, suddenly, I saw somebody move down by the tracks. I cried, "Hello, below there! Hello!" Well, the man spun about and stared up the track in the opposite direction. I called again, "Hello, below there! Hello!" The man spun about again, and this time he saw me. "How do I get down there?" "Over to your left. There's a path." "All right, thanks. I'll be down in a minute." Well, the whistle called just as I began to descend. A rumble filled the air. And just as I reached the rail bed, I saw the tunnel, hewn out of mountain rock. And plunging from the tunnel's mouth, like some black, terrible monster, roared a train. It tore by me in a deafening roar. And then when it was past, directly opposite, on the other side of the track, stood the man I'd just called. And he was staring at me strangely. He was short and dark-skinned, and his eyes were sunk deep in his head. He wore a sheepskin coat and an old fedora, and he was holding a signal flag. "Hello. My name's Kelsey."
Hello.
I was just kind of wandering, and, well, I saw you, and I called, and...
I work here.
Oh. Well, kind of lonely, isn't it?
It is.
What do you do?
Don't you know?
What? Well, should I? Oh, the flag. Signalman, huh?
And telegrapher.
I see. Say, look, if I'm breaking any regulation by being here, I mean, Well, you look as if I
was thinking that maybe I've seen you before.
Where?
Over there.
By the tunnel mouth?
Yes.
But good Lord, man, I've never seen it before. I didn't even know you had a tunnel here. Well, don't you believe me?
I think so. My name's McGregor.
I'm glad to meet you, McGregor.
My signal shack's just down the road. I've got some coffee inside. I'd be glad to share some. Like you said, it's lonely here. Very lonely. You see, coffee's ready.
Well, can I help? Get cups or something?
No, I'll get them. Tell me, why did you shout what you did when you were on the embankment?
What did I shout?
Hello, below there. Hello. Those were the exact words.
Well, I don't know why I shouted them especially.
Are you sure? You had no reason? I mean, did you feel that somebody or something was making you shout just those words?
No. What makes you think that something did?
They might have.
Who might have? Say, look, are you all right, McGregor?
I'm all right, fine. It's just...
Just what?
Look, listen to me. Don't think I'm crazy. You mustn't...
Well, why should I think it?
It's just... Well, when you see something, it's there, isn't it? I mean, it's real when you can see it and hear it. It's not a dream or a nightmare when you can see it there night after night. It's real, isn't it? Isn't it?
What in the world are you talking about? Look, put that coffee down. Over here. You'll spill it. Say, you'd better put it down and answer your key. Say, look. What's the matter with you? What are you staring at that telegraph key like that?
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Leave me alone. Let me out. Let me out.
McGregor! Well, I stood there in the little shack, dumbfounded. And by the time I roused myself out of it, McGregor was coming back. He came into this shack, and his face was haggard, and his eyes strained wide and unseeing. He shut the door.
It's gone.
What's gone? What are you talking about, McGregor? Are you sick or something?
It was there. I saw it. Why does it come back? Why?
Now, look, sit down, man. Calm yourself. You'll knock yourself. You better answer your telegram.
I can't. There's no one to answer. It's him that's doing it.
Well, who is him?
Can't you understand it? It's a warning. An accident signal. And he's sending it. He's sending it.
Now, listen to me. This can't go on.
He stands there night after night in the tunnel's mouth, and he shouts frantically, "Hello, below there! Hello! Look out! Clear the track! Clear the track!" It's been going on for a week now, standing there and shouting in such an agony.
It's the wind you've been hearing, man.
It's not the wind, it's him. Him. He's outside now in the tunnel mouth.
You've been dreaming things.
Then look for yourself. Look for yourself.
I will. Well, I walked up the tracks toward the tunnel. And then I saw it. I stopped dead. And I stared. And there, standing in the tunnel's mouth, wrapped in an eerie radiance, stood a figure. I could see him clearly. One hand waving frantically, and the other hiding his face. And I could hear his voice, like something out of the tomb, pleading.
"Hello, below there. Hello. Look out. Look out. Clear the track. Clear the track."
And again that train whistle moaned amongst the hills. And all the time I watched him, he stood there waving, dressed in what seemed to be a short coat and a beaver hat.
"Look out. Clear the track. Clear the track."
McGregor! Bring a lantern, McGregor.
Why? He gives his own light.
Bring out a lantern. We're going up to him. He must be real. And McGregor brought out a lantern. And up the twin gleaming rails we moved. The lantern cast a wan pool of light about us. And as we walked, it shook madly, running long, sharp shadows at our feet. And it was cold, so cold, my body shivered. My hands were as nervous as an old man's hands. And now the voice of the thing in the tunnel got louder and louder, and it was sepulchral, hollow-sounding, and torn with grief.
Look out! Look out! Look out!
McGregor, do you know him? Do you know him at all?
No, he's not real. All week he stood there and called.
Clear the track! Clear the track!
He's waving his arm in such a frenzy.
He's warning me. He's warning me. But of what?
Hello,
of what?
Hello there. Hello.
When we are close to him, seize him.
Yes. Seize him. I'll seize him.
Stop it, McGregor. Do you hear me? Stop it.
Yes, I'll stop. I'll stop.
Pull yourself together, man. We'll be near him in a few moments.
I'll try. That whistle. Where's that whistle from? No train's due now.
McGregor.
What?
Are you ready?
Yes.
Look out below there. Look out. Clear the tracks. Clear the tracks.
Now.
I've got it. What? He's gone. It's gone, Kelsey.
Down the tunnel, quick.
Yes. He vanished under my hands. Like a puff, he disappeared.
Come on, McGregor. In the tunnel. Come on. Look sharp, McGregor. He must be in here. He couldn't disappear like that.
The dead can. The dead can.
Stop it, McGregor. Now look about you. Do you see anything?
You won't find him. You won't. He's not real. You won't find him. You won't. He's dead. He's a ghost, a spectre, a vision of death. He's the dead trying to warn me. But of what? Tell me of what? Of what? Of what?
And we did not find the thing in the tunnel. After a while, we went back to the signal shack. McGregor, I said.
Yes?
How long have you worked here?
Some 6 months. Why?
What brought you to this?
I needed a job, and there was one here. The other signalman before me was killed.
Killed?
Yes, a train caught him. Captain Beaver, that was his name.
What?
Eh?
What was his name?
Captain Beaver. That's what they called him, on account... What's the matter?
Didn't you notice, McGregor?
Notice what?
His hat. The thing's hat.
What about... Kelsey?
Yes, McGregor. It was a beaver hat. A beaver.
He's there again.
I'm going outside.
Wait, the lantern. I want to see.
Hello, below there. Hello. Clear the track. Clear the track.
Look, McGregor. Look, his hat.
It is, Beaver. I never noticed.
Look out. Look out.
Then it's him. The other signalman come back from the dead. But why? Why? What's he trying to warn me of? Tell me, Kelsey. Tell me. What is the dead trying to say?
At dawn, McGregor's relief came. A young, sullen-looking boy named Carter. They both used a sleeping shack a few 100 yards away from their station, and it was to this shack that McGregor took me. Well, after a while, I fell asleep for, I don't know how long, until...
Kelsey, wake up. It's time. Wake up.
What? What is it? What's the matter?
It's time for me to go on.
Oh. Well, I feel as if I only just fell asleep.
You can stay here if you want to.
No, I want to go alone.
Well, there's the 9 o'clock express coming through. We better go then.
We left soon after, and when we reached the embankment, evening was coming down. And with each step, I felt my heart thudding. The question loomed in my mind like a flame. Was the thing in the tunnel mouth? Was it there? The evening express screamed again through the hills, and its pitch suddenly seemed lifted to a tense agony. And when we reached the tracks, my eyes were strained with staring. Well, we went up to the shack. Inside, we asked Carter if anything had happened while he was on. Nope, he said, as dull as ever. He shook himself into a heavy Mackinaw and said so long and walked out. We heard his footsteps fading. We listened to them as if they were the last living sounds we'd ever hear. And then they were gone. And we stood in the shack, hearing only the whistle of the express coming down the hill.
Maybe he won't come tonight. Maybe the thing has left us at last.
Maybe.
I dreamed about that all day. Maybe he's given up and I won't ever hear or see him again.
Even though you think it's trying to warn you or something?
Of what? Of what? What's there to be warned of for a whole week? Maybe it's all a lark, a joke. A dead man's joke.
Take it easy, McGregor.
Tell me, Kelsey, please tell me. Am I going crazy? Maybe I'm seeing and hearing all this in my own brain. I can't tell anymore. I can't. I'm so tired. It would be pleasant to escape, to forget. If I am going crazy...
McGregor, stop it. If you're mad, then so am I. I've seen the thing.
Then what does it want? What does it want? There. There, it's him. It's him again. He's outside. He's come back.
McGregor! I raced out after him. He was standing there between the glistening rails. And in the tunnel mouth, wrapped in its unearthly radiance, stood the thing, waving and calling.
Clear the tracks. Clear the tracks.
And then I became aware of the faint rumble of a train. The express. McGregor, get off the tracks! Get off the tracks!
Clear the tracks. Clear the tracks.
I seized McGregor and I pulled him off. And it was just in time. Like an incredible, fiery-eyed monster, the express engine roared out of the tunnel mouth. Thunderously, multiple-eyed, it plunged past. And then, unbelievably, it happened. I saw the rear cars, as if they were toys, suddenly flung, hurtling off the tracks. A fearful grinding and crashing filled the air, and along the embankment there was a turmoil of twisted steel and fire. A sheet of flame leapt up. Smoke poured in billowing clouds from the terrible wreckage, and it screamed, it screamed. The night was torn with the cries of the injured and the dying. McGregor, get to your telegraph. Call for help. McGregor! McGregor!
So this is what it was warning me about.
Will you get to your key? There are people dying.
Look, in the tunnel mouth, Kelsey. Look, the thing's in the tunnel mouth.
Clear the tracks. Clear the tracks.
Kelsey, he's still calling it. He's still warning me. This wasn't it. There's something else. There must be something else.
With the first sign of dawn, it disappeared, faded. And with the first sign of dawn, full emergency aid reached this lonely station. We worked all through the night and early morning. And it wasn't until mid-afternoon that McGregor and I parted company, he to his shack and I to mine. We promised to meet again soon, but it was some 4 days before I saw McGregor again. One morning I heard some rapping on my door. Come in. McGregor.
Hello, Kelsey.
Come in. Shut the door.
He's moved, Kelsey.
Moved?
The thing. He's moved.
He's no longer in the tunnel mouth?
No. It's left it.
Good.
Is it?
Well, isn't it? The thing's not in the tunnel mouth anymore. It's gone. Isn't that?
It's not gone, Kelsey.
What do you mean?
2 nights ago, it moved.
I don't understand, McGregor.
I don't understand it myself, Kelsey. But 2 nights ago, it wasn't in the tunnel mouth. It appeared further down the tracks.
You mean?
I mean it appeared closer to me. And it waved and called to me from its new position. Last night, it appeared even nearer in another position.
But why?
Can't you understand why? It's frantic, Kelsey. Frantic. It can't get me to understand what it wants to warn me of from the tunnel mouth, so it's coming closer. Maybe its time is running out, getting shorter.
Or maybe it was only an illusion.
Is the thing itself an illusion? No. I tell you, it's trying to reach me to tell me something, Kelsey.
You mustn't go back.
That's just it. I mustn't stay away. I mustn't.
You've got to stay away.
Can't you see? Maybe what it wants to tell me will ease it. Maybe it's an anguished, damned soul, and I can free it. I don't know. Maybe it's about a different accident. Or
what?
Or maybe it's about myself. Maybe it's a message to me. To me alone. Maybe that signalman's come back from the grave just for me. I can't go away. I can't. I've got to wait until it reaches me, until I understand, until I know.
And in the falling dusk, we came down the embankment, hearing at the same time the first signalings of the Northwest Limited, the Statesman, winding through the Clearwater Range. We relieved Carter, and after he had gone, we sat down in the shack. Somehow, this night felt uniquely strange. Later on, I knew why.
Kelsey, I have a brother back east.
Huh?
If anything should happen, let him know. I'll write his address.
Now stop that nonsense, McGregor.
It's not nonsense. I feel it tonight. There's something... You'll let him know, please. You will, won't you?
This is foolish. All right, I will. But nothing's going to happen.
That's the Statesman. It's in the canyon now. I wish I were on it. Going past, never stopping. I wish... Kelsey.
Yes?
Why don't the dead lie still? Haven't they had enough of living? What insane desire drives them back again?
If you don't leave off these ideas...
The telegraph key's all right, isn't it?
Why?
See if the key's all right, Kelsey. Try it. Tap it.
Now, McGregor...
No. See. He has to be able to reach me. If the key's not working, how can he? Tap it.
Well, all right. There. It's fine. It works fine.
And it's strange. Where is he?
Where are you going?
Outside. I've got to see.
Now, will you please come?
Something wrong, I know. I've got to reach. I've got to...
McGregor! McGregor, the key!
Captain Beaver, where are you? The guy, McGregor, where are you, Signal?
He was calling the thing. And all at once, I was seized with terror. I ran out. There in the moonless night, I saw McGregor walking up the tracks, moving slowly, calling, walking like a lonely, bewildered hunter in the immense starry night of the mountains.
Where are you, Captain Beaver? I'm coming. Where are you?
But something was wrong, because the thing was not visible. Even McGregor was aware of it. He halted uncertainly for a moment, his head turning in all directions.
And to find me, Captain Beaver, McGregor, looking for you. There's something wrong. Tell me. What should I do? Tell me.
The train, McGregor! The train! And then suddenly, as if it were a trick of magic, the air flared luridly beside McGregor, and the thing stood there. McGregor clutched it.
Captain Beaver, I'm here. What is it? Tell me. What are you trying to tell me?
Look out! Clear the track! Clear the track!
And again the whistle blasted the air. I saw McGregor staring fixedly, face to face with the thing, as if he were listening. I saw the thing waving and shouting, but all at once I did not hear its words. And I knew that it was speaking to McGregor. Now I know what the thing was trying to warn McGregor of. And McGregor knew it, too. He found it out too late. The train and his own death. I saw McGregor's face contort with horror as he listened to the thing. And then suddenly he spun around, staring wild with fear at the tunnel. And plunging, like a cyclopean-eyed monster, the train roared down. The whole picture in that moment burned into my brain. The thunderous locomotive, McGregor transfixed with horror, and the eerie, gesticulating thing. And then the engine was upon it. They stopped the train a few hundred yards below the accident, but there was nothing much to find, and less to recognize. I stood unmoving for a while. This was what the thing had tried to warn McGregor of. This. His own death. The kind of accident that had occurred to the thing itself once upon a time. I remember still the last time I saw it. It stood where the train had struck McGregor down, wrapped in its own radiance, holding its bowed head in its hand as if weeping, grieving that its warning had so tragically failed. Ah, listen to it. Listen to it. Forlorn and sad. Go ahead. Blow, engineer. Blow. Lament for MacGregor. Sorrow for MacGregor. Even the dead, the ghost of Captain Beaver, grieved.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Thing in the Tunnel. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, the Moonstone.
"1,000 years ago, in the holy city of Somnath in Mother India, there stood a temple of gold. And in this temple, sitting in somber judgment on his cringing worshippers, was he whom they called the Moon God. And deeply embedded in his golden forehead, there stood a great yellow diamond, fabulous beyond all price. And from it came the evil light of the moon, waxing bright when the moon was full, and waning pale when the moon grew dim. This was the holy treasure of ageless India. This they called the Moonstone. And it came to pass that the great god Vishnu, the preserver, came upon the wings of a monsoon wind and appeared to the 3 high priests of the temple and said to them,
I, Vishnu, have breathed the breath of divinity into the Moonstone. Ye 3 shall watch it, and after you 3 other Brahmin priests, and after you 3 others, till the end of time. And he who lays hands upon this sacred gem and thus defiles it shall come to evil and disaster, and those of his house and name who follow him. This shall be my curse. I, Vishnu, have spoken.
I, Gabriel Betteridge, house steward in the service of Julia, Lady Verinder, have heard the legendary tale of the Moonstone. Once I thought it fanciful nonsense, a tale spun of opium mists and hashish dreams from Bombay to Singapore. Yet today I have reason to believe, good reason to believe, for here in quiet rural Yorkshire, far from the heathen temples of India, I have seen the Moonstone and known its evil heritage. This is the tale I would tell you. It begins in Somnath, India, in the year 1799. The English army was lined up before the ramparts of the city, preparing for a final assault. The night before, a group of officers toasted the coming attack. Among them, Sir John Herncastle, the profligate cousin of my Lady Julia and uncle of Miss Rachel Verinder.
Another drink, Sir John?
Aye, Fairman, fill the cup to the brim with wine.
Shall we drink to victory, then?
No, let's drink to home this time. Home? Who the devil wants to go home? There's no one waiting for me there anyway.
But, Sir John, you have a cousin in Yorkshire.
Lady Julia Verinder, a pox on the hag. She wouldn't even receive me. Seems that the smell of a gentleman adventurer is too much for a nostril.
She turned you away, then?
Aye, called me wastrel and profligate. But I'll be revenged on my dear cousin. I'll be revenged, mark you. Come, gentlemen, lift your cups to victory. Aye, and to the Moonstone, the greatest prize of India.
Victory!
All this was related to me by a cousin of this infamous adventurer. Through the flame and desolation, Sir John Herncastle, bloody sword in hand, raced for the temple, rushed into the inner chamber. There stood the moon god, with the glittering gem in its forehead, beckoning him on.
The Moonstone, it's mine. Mine at last. And if the filthy curse goes with it, then I'll take that too.
Less than a year later, they found Sir John lying in a pool of blood outside a tiny inn in Rangpur in Bengal province. His throat had been slashed with 3 deep gashes. 3, mind you, although 1 would have been more than enough to do the trick. As to the Moonstone, it had disappeared. And then it was that young Franklin Blake, a cousin of Sir John, came to our house in Yorkshire and sought an immediate audience with Rachel Verinder, daughter of my Lady Julia.
It's been a long time, Rachel.
Yes, Franklin, it has. Why haven't you been down to see me?
Oh, legal business and the pressure of work. You missed me then, Rachel?
You want a confession?
Well, as a barrister, I should like nothing better.
Very well, then. I throw myself upon the mercy of the court and confess. I did miss you, Franklin. Truly.
You're very lovely, Rachel.
And you're very kind.
Am I? I wonder.
Of course you'll stay the weekend. It's my birthday today, you know. Mother's giving me a party tonight, and the house is full of interesting people right now. Godfrey Ablewhite, the man about town and the talk of London. He's incredibly handsome, you know. And then there's Mr. Murthwaite, the famous Indian traveler.
Rachel, my dear, I have a confession to make. I came up to Yorkshire here to see you, because I wanted to. But I also came up on a matter of business. Your business.
Franklin, what on earth are you talking about?
You've heard of Sir John Herncastle, haven't you?
Why, yes, he's Mother's cousin. They hated each other.
Yes, I know. That's what makes this whole matter so strange. You see, Rachel, Sir John left you a legacy.
Ah, a legacy?
Yes, he appointed me executor in this matter, sent the legacy with instructions to hold it in a vault, and give it to you on your next birthday. As a matter of fact, I have it here in my pocket right now.
Well, what is it, Franklin? Oh, I just can't wait to see.
Well, it's in this box. Open it and see for yourself.
What? Oh, but it's beautiful. Exquisite.
Takes your breath away, doesn't it?
A yellow diamond as big as a pigeon's egg. And that strange light coming from it.
Yes, like the light of the moon.
Yes. Yes, that's it. Why, it must be worth a fortune.
Yes, I'd say about 20,000 pounds.
Look, Franklin, I don't understand. Why would Sir John give me this precious gift? Well, I should think I'd be the last person.
I think I know.
Well, then tell me.
Rachel, they call this diamond the Moonstone. It has an unsavory history. This is Sir John's macabre way of revenging himself. Because when he gave you this Moonstone, he gave you the evil curse that goes with it.
Rachel Verinder was not the kind of woman to fear any vague Oriental legend. The Moonstone fascinated her, made her almost drunk with delight. At her birthday party that night, she wore it at the neck of her gown.
A toast to the Queen, gentlemen. Let us drink the health of Mistress Verinder. Ah, but what a vision. She wears a jewel at her throat, but beautiful as it is, its beauty is hard. It flashes without warmth against a greater jewel, she who wears it.
A very pretty speech, Godfrey. No wonder you have all the ladies of London at your feet.
Oh, that was yesterday when I came to Yorkshire. That was a different Godfrey Ablewhite you knew. Tonight, dear Rachel, I grovel in the dust at your feet.
Godfrey, you'll have me jealous of my own daughter. Oh, if I were 20 years younger.
You pine without reason, Julia. The daughter has inherited the beauty of the mother. What do you say, Murthwaite? Is there such beauty in any part of India?
No, not anywhere else in the Orient.
What say you, Franklin? You've been strangely silent.
I've been thinking of the Moonstone.
What did you say, man?
The Moonstone that Miss Verinder wears at her neck.
Why, Mr. Murthwaite, what's wrong? Are you ill?
No, my lady. It just had a bit of a shock. Mr. Blake, do you mean to say that's the original Moonstone from India?
Yes, I do. It was left in legacy by Sir John Herncastle.
Then I suggest that Miss Verinder dispose of it at once.
Certainly not. If you're referring to that silly legend about the curse.
Brave girl, Rachel. Of course, the whole thing's utter nonsense. This is Yorkshire, not India.
Rachel,
Yes, Langton.
why don't you let me hold the moonstone and trust for you? Let me put it in a safe vault.
Oh, fiddlestick. You're all acting like a pack of frightened old women. Of course I shall keep it right here with me. I must say I misjudged Sir John terribly. I made no bones of my dislike for him, yet he responded with this magnificent gift.
He had an evil purpose, milady.
Oh, stuff and nonsense, Blake. You're too intelligent a chap to go for this Oriental mumbo-jumbo.
I wouldn't take it so lightly, Mr. Ablewhite.
Rachel, I beg of you, let me be the custodian of that gem.
Aren't you being rather persistent, Blake?
Now, look here, Ablewhite. I think you to stay out of something that doesn't concern you.
Gentlemen, please. Mother's right. I'll have no quarreling at my birthday party. What's that?
Strange. It is a very familiar sound, but it's almost unbelievable. Here in Yorkshire.
I must say I've never heard anything like it. Sounds like some sort of gibberish, like drums beating.
I'll just have a look through the window. Why, but it's incredible.
What's incredible, Murthwaite?
But this is England, I know, yet out on that road there are 3 Indian jugglers. And they're stopping here at this house.
Where are the Indian jugglers? Here?
Yes, they're using their drum gourds to advertise their performance.
Let's have them in for a performance, eh, Rachel? Be a capital idea.
Of course, Godfrey, I'd love to. What do you say, Mother? Oh, why not? Frankly, I've never seen an Indian, let alone Indian jugglers. Strange that they should be in Yorkshire, of all places, though.
I wonder if it's so strange.
I stood by the sideboard and watched the strange performance. It held me spellbound, as it did the people round the table. Was it my imagination, or did they actually fix their brilliant eyes during the whole performance on the yellow stone at Miss Verinder's throat? The minute the 3 performers left the premises, Mr. Murthwaite asked the ladies if he might speak privately to all the gentlemen on an urgent matter. They assented, and we gathered in the library.
Now then, Murthwaite, what's this urgent matter you spoke of? I'll warrant you've alarmed the ladies.
I'll come to it, Ablewhite, soon enough. It's about those 3 Indian jugglers.
Yes, what about them?
Just this, Blake. I've seen enough Oriental juggling to know that those fellows are amateurs. What you saw tonight was a very bad and clumsy imitation of the real thing.
You mean that these dark Johnnies are imposters?
Exactly, Ablewhite. Unless after long experience I'm sadly mistaken, those 3 Hindus are high-caste Brahmins.
Then they must be out to the Moonstone.
No doubt about it in my mind. Mr. Blake, you carried that gem from London here, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Then I must congratulate you. You're very lucky to be alive.
Oh, come now, isn't this a bit thick?
Not at all, Ablewhite. You can take my word for it. Blake here has had a narrow escape. These men are devils. They have the patience of cats and the ferocity of tigers.
It's hard to think that even these beggars would take a human life.
Mr. Ablewhite, do you smoke?
Huh?
I say, do you smoke?
Oh, yes, of course, a pipe. What the devil's that got to do with it?
Do you value the ashes left in your pipe after you've emptied it?
No.
In the country those men came from, they care just as much about killing a man as you care about emptying the ashes out of your pipe. The theft of the Moonstone represents a sacrifice of caste, a serious thing in India. The sacrifice of life is nothing at all.
Good Lord. We'd better warn Rachel, Miss Verinder, at once. Those devils know who has the Moonstone now.
I bolted all the doors and securely locked the windows. Then I retired. The next morning I awoke and had just finished dressing when I heard a commotion on the 2nd floor. I raced upstairs, and on the landing, Mr. Blake, Mr.
What happened? Aunt Julia, what happened?
The diamond. What? It's gone, Franklin. It's been stolen.
Are you sure, my lady?
Yes, I saw Rachel put it in this cabinet drawer last night. Now it's empty. You can see for yourself.
Julia, where's Rachel? Is she all right? Rachel?
Please go away, all of you. The Moonstone's been stolen, and there's nothing any of us can do.
Rachel, for heaven's sakes, what happened? Are you all right? Did you see anything or hear anything?
Go away, all of you. Do you hear? Go away. I don't want to talk about it. I never want to hear of that diamond again.
All of us were struck with Rachel Verender's strange attitude. She locked herself in her room, and we put it down to some kind of feminine reaction at the loss of so precious a possession. Franklin Blake immediately sent for the authorities, and in a short time, Sergeant Cuff of the detective police arrived. Immediately he summoned us all to the main hall.
Now then, none of you saw anything or heard anything.
Not a thing.
What about you, Miss Verender? The diamond was stolen from the small sitting room adjoining your bedroom.
I don't care to talk about it.
Miss Verender, I'm afraid you'll have to.
Look here, Sergeant. Can't you question my daughter a little later? She's had a terrible shock. You can see that.
Oh, very well, m'lady. You may go to your room if you wish, Miss Verender.
Thank you.
Now then, did anyone hear any noise during the night?
No.
You seem pretty positive, Mr. Murthwaite.
I am. I didn't sleep a wink last night thinking of that blasted moonstone and the curse that goes with it.
I don't take any stock in these Oriental stories, Mr. Murthwaite.
Perhaps you don't, Sergeant Cuff. But I can assure you that the stone will bring trouble wherever it goes. Look what it's done to this household already.
Yes, look what it's done to Rachel. She isn't the same anymore. She's so changed.
I think it's very simple, Sergeant Cuff. Just find out where those Indian blighters are and apprehend them.
No need for that, Mr. Ablewhite. I know where those Indian jugglers are.
You do? Where?
They're locked up in the village jail and were there all night. Local constable arrested them on suspicion when they returned from this house yesterday.
Well, then they couldn't have stolen the moonstone if they were in jail.
Precisely, Mr. Blake. They couldn't. They have a perfect alibi.
And the steward here, Gabriel, says he locked every window and door besides.
Precisely. The thief is someone in this house. Perhaps in this very room.
For 3 days, Sergeant Cuff grilled all the servants and guests, but came up against a blank wall. Meanwhile, the 3 Indians were released from confinement and promptly disappeared. Finally, Sergeant Cuff went back to London, accompanied by Franklin Blake, who had urgent legal business to resolve. Months passed, and Rachel Verender drew more and more within herself. She spent days in her room and would receive no one. Lady Julia did everything to bring back her daughter's once sunny disposition, but it was no use. It was obvious to me that such a radical change in Miss Rachel could not come about through mere grief at the loss of the moonstone. It was though she had been affected by some kind of slow-working curse. And then, one day, a visitor came to the house.
Rachel? What is it, Mother? You have a visitor. I'll see no one. Dear, it's Franklin Blake. He's come all the way from London. Franklin? Here? Yes. Very well, Mother. I'll receive him. Come in, Franklin.
Thank you.
Please don't stay too long. Rachel hasn't been well. I'll leave you two.
Rachel,
Hello, Franklin.
why haven't you answered my letters? I sent you 5 or 6.
Don't you know?
No, I don't. Something's happened to you, Rachel. You're changed. Your feeling for me was warm before the night the moonstone disappeared. Now you've grown cold and distant, even hostile.
I have no feeling for thieves, but contempt.
What do you mean?
I saw you steal the moonstone.
What?
Yes. I heard a noise in my sitting room that night. I opened the bedroom door just a little and peered through. I saw you rifling the cabinet drawer where the moonstone lay. There could be no mistake.
Rachel,
I should have exposed you to the police, Franklin, but... Well, I loved you once. If you were willing to throw away that love for the moonstone, that was your sordid affair. I decided to let you have your evil bargain.
Rachel, I didn't take the moonstone, I
You
swear.
were there, Franklin. I saw it. You going to deny it?
No. No, I'll not deny it. I was there. I wanted to take the diamond and hold it for you, to direct the danger towards me, to keep you safe. But the diamond was gone. Someone had been there ahead of me.
A likely story.
Then you don't believe me.
No, you're only trying to brazen your way out of it.
Rachel, you must believe me.
Please go, Franklin. Please go at once.
Franklin Blake went straight to Sergeant Cuff in London and told him everything. But Sergeant Cuff, like a hound in the chase, was on a new scent. A certain notorious moneylender and jewel fence, one Septimus Luker, was the key. Sergeant Cuff reasoned that Luker was the only man big enough to handle a gem the size and the price of the Moonstone, and kept his place under constant watch. Then one night he went down to see Luker and took Franklin Blake with him.
Well, it's certainly not a very nice section of London, Sergeant, especially at night.
These narrow alleyways have sheltered many a cutthroat. There's Luker's establishment across the street.
Oh, yes. The shade's drawn, but there's a little light filtering in at the bottom of the blinds.
Oh, our friend Septimus Luker's in, all right. He transacts his important business at night. By that I mean his thievery.
Sergeant, what interest would Luker have in the Moonstone?
Oh, merely to hold it in a vault in safekeeping until the thief who took it thought the detective police had lost interest.
Oh, I see. As a sort of pledge,
Yes, you see, Blake, the thief would pay Septimus Luker a large commission for holding the gem in a scroll.
Mm-hmm.
Then at his leisure he could transport the Moonstone to Amsterdam. There have it cut up into smaller diamonds.
Oh, yes.
Come on, Blake, let's cross the street and go in. A few questions I'd like to ask. Oh, wait. Someone's coming.
Yes. A man on horseback. Sergeant. Why, it's Godfrey Ablewhite. He's stopping in front of Luker's place.
Blake, get back in this doorway, quick.
He's gone in. So, it was Godfrey Ablewhite who took the Moonstone from Rachel's cabinet.
No doubt about it. Makes proper sense, too. Everybody in London knows that Ablewhite is desperately in debt. Gambled a fortune away and now can't meet his creditors. Come on, let's go in.
Ablewhite. Ablewhite, look. Look there. On the floor.
Septimus Luker. Dead.
Yes. With 3 slashes in his throat. The curse of Vishnu.
There is little more to this tale. The back window to Luker's establishment was wide open, and an empty jewel box lay on the counter. This is the story of the Moonstone. Call the legend fancy if you like. I call it a fact. For on the very day that Franklin Blake and Rachel Verinder were married, a dispatch from India noted that the Moonstone had mysteriously and in the night been restored to the forehead of the moon god in the ancient temple at Somnath. And as far as I know, it rests there to this day.
I, Vishnu, have breathed the breath of divinity into the Moonstone. Ye 3 shall watch it, and after you 3 other Brahmin priests, and after you 3 others, till the end of time. And he who lays hands upon this sacred gem, and thus defiles it, shall come to evil and disaster, and those of his house and name who follow him. This shall be my curse. I, Vishnu, have spoken.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Moonstone. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale, the pistol shot.
Listen, the bells. They toll the last requiem of Count Peter Markov upon the still, wintry Moscow air. This is the end of a brave and loyal man. Soon the body will be carried down the church steps and into the black hearse. The funeral procession will wind itself through the dark, quiet, snow-covered streets to the cemetery reserved for the officers of His Majesty's Hussars. I shall wait here in front of the church until they carry the coffin out. I shall follow in the funeral procession and watch with bared head while they lower the body into the grave. Yes, this is the least that I, Captain Nikolai Silvio, could do. After all, Markov was my friend. Yes, my very good friend. We were always together as we were 5 years ago on that night when...
Come, Nikolai. This is a night to celebrate. The Tsarina has achieved another birthday. The Tsarina's birthday. Come, my friend, another drink.
No, Peter, I've had enough.
Oh, nonsense. Stefan! Where is that pig of a steward? Stefan!
Yes, come, Markov.
More vodka for Captain Silvio. See that his glass is never empty.
Yes, Excellency.
Come, Peter. We'll drink to the health of Ilya Stanovich.
Yes, I'll drink to that, Peter.
Till the cup is empty. Away with the glasses, my friend. Stefan! Fresh glasses. More vodka. This is a night to remember.
Yes, Excellency.
Peter, I've had enough, and you've had too much.
Aye, too much vodka? My boy, you know me better than that.
I still say you've had too much. Your hand trembled when you raised that last glass.
I'll prove to you that I'm not drunk, my friend.
How?
Do you see that moth crawling along on the opposite wall?
Yes?
I'll wager you a month's pay that I can smash that insect with one pistol shot.
You're on, Peter.
Wager on. A month.
Now, gather around, gentlemen.
100 rubles on Count Markov.
Well, Peter, am I drunk or am I not?
This was Markov, my friend, 5 years ago. A devil with a pistol and a devil with the ladies. He loved life then, did Markov. And I loved the ballet dancer, Ilya Stanovich. She was like a flame across my heart. When I danced with her, it was like walking on air. Her beauty was rare, exquisite, almost timeless. All I waited for was another promotion in rank before asking for a hand in marriage. One night, shortly after my pistol wager with Count Markov, I stopped at Ilya's apartments. She did not expect me, and it was rather late. As I got out of my carriage, I looked up at Ilya's window on the second floor, and what I saw there froze my blood. Framed against the blinds were two shadows, the shadow of a man and a woman in close embrace. I hid behind a door on the lower floor and waited. And soon I heard the upstairs door open.
Peter, you must be careful. Nikolai must not find out.
Oh, Nikolai? Nikolai suspects nothing. In you, my dear.
I don't know. I'm afraid. We can never let Nikolai know. Never.
But you will let me come again.
Oh, yes. Yes, Peter. Peter, we'll never let Nikolai know, will we, Peter?
You're lovely, Ilya. Lovely.
Good night, Peter.
Good night, Ilya.
I shrank behind the doorway, saw Markov come down the stairs and walk out through the door. Markov, my friend. A cold anger gripped me, shook me as a terrier shakes a rat. I saw a blood-red mist, and in it was framed two faces, the faces of Ilya Stanovich and Peter Markov, laughing at me, jeering at me. But instead of causing violent action, my anger was cool, calculating, cannot say that any plan formed itself in my mind then, but later, the manner in which things came to pass seemed to fit into a pattern begun at that moment. I walked slowly up the stairs.
Who is it? Who's there?
It's Peter, my dear. I forgot something.
Peter. Nikolai.
Good evening, my darling.
Oh, I...
You're so beautiful, Ilya. So beautiful.
Nikolai. What are you going to do?
So beautiful. No. No, I would not know, for no one would ever tell me, would they, Ilya, that my beautiful one loves another instead of me.
Nikolai, it's you I love. I swear it, Nikolai. Only you.
But while my back is turned...
Oh, don't turn away, Nikolai. Don't go away from me. Don't turn your back on me like that. Nikolai. Nikolai, I love you. Nikolai, come back.
Farewell, my beautiful one. I closed the door and walked slowly away. My Ilya was left alone. And loneliness with a memory of happiness can be a poignant horror. Yes, it was punishment for such as she. The red mist was still in front of my eyes, but this time there was only one laughing, jeering face framed in it. The face of Count Peter Markov, he who lies still in death within that church. Peter Markov, my friend. His face swam in the red mist that stayed before me day and night, and I waited for my chance. Finally, it came. We were playing cards one night in the officers' club.
I don't have any luck at all. Well,
I'll see your hand, Count Markov.
Oh, come, Major Voronov. Let's make this interesting. Shall we double the stakes already on the table?
Very well. You've already won a fortune from me tonight. It's my only chance to recoup.
How about you, Nikolai?
I'll stay in the game, Peter.
Nikolai, as an old friend, I advise you not to. I have an excellent hand. The stakes are pretty high, 500 rubles.
I said I'll stay.
Very well, as you wish.
Show your hand, Markov.
There it is. Well, gentlemen?
You win.
Yes, Peter, you win.
I tried to warn you, my friend, but you wouldn't listen.
You've had a phenomenal run of luck tonight, Markov.
Well, there's a very good reason for his luck, Major.
What do you mean, Nikolai?
The hand is quicker than the eye.
Explain yourself, Nikolai. What are you hinting at?
Perhaps you'd better explain yourself, Peter. I saw you take the king of spades from the discards and slip it into your hand.
You're accusing me of cheating?
Precisely.
This is a very serious charge, Captain Silvio.
Apologize, you scum. Apologize, do you hear?
I'll not retract a word. You'll meet me on the field of honor for that, Count Markov.
The sooner the better.
You'll preside at the duel, Major Voronov?
If you wish. Count Markov, as senior officer, it is your privilege to choose the weapons.
Pistols.
Very well. Pistols.
Arrange for seconds, gentlemen. You'll meet on the drill field tomorrow, at dawn.
Now I had found the pretext for a quarrel. Now it would be either Markov or I. I couldn't go on any longer. The thought of what Markov had done to Ilya and myself was driving me mad. Either way, I thought, I would win. If I died, the madness that was eating my heart away would die with me. If Markov died, the madness would dissipate and finally vanish. Yes, either way, I would win. Of course, Markov was a crack pistol shot, but I had the reputation of being a good marksman myself. I gave myself a chance. I could hope a little. We met on the drill field at dawn in full dress according to regiment custom. My hatred for Markov made me icy calm. But Markov was nervous, upset. After all, he had been my friend. We met with Major Voronov.
Captain Silvio, are you ready to proceed with this duel?
I am, Major.
And you, Count Markov?
Not quite. I have a request to make of Captain Silvio through you, Major Voronov.
Proceed.
I have been Captain Silvio's friend for many years. I am not willing to kill him now. If he will apologize, I will consider my honor satisfied.
Well, Captain Silvio?
There will be no apology, Major. Let's get on with it.
Very well. I shall toss a coin, and you, Captain Markov, will call the toss in privilege of your rank.
If you call correctly, you will be entitled to the first shot. Is that understood?
Yes, sir. Toss the coin.
Call it, Count.
Heads.
Heads it is, Count Markov. You win first shot. Each of you, according to regimental rules, will be entitled to one shot. Is that understood?
It is. Yes.
Very well. When I begin to count, you gentlemen are to walk 10 paces in opposite directions. At 10, you're to turn and face each other. Then, Count Markov, you will fire the first shot. Are you ready?
Ready.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Your shot, Count Markov.
You missed, Markov. You missed. An inch too high. Yes, you missed.
Your shot, Captain Silvio.
Shoot, Nikolai. What are you waiting for? Shoot and be done.
Oh, no, Markov. I shall not fire now. I should save the bullet for some time later.
Fire your pistol now, you...
No, my friend. Out of the goodness of my heart, I shall let you live a while. I will take my shot another time, when the whim suits me. And still the bells toll on. The yellow light filters through the stained glass windows and spills onto the white snow outside in strange rococo patterns. Yes, an appropriate day for a funeral. A different day entirely from that fine spring morning that Peter Markov and I met again. It was our first meeting after the duel. According to Russian Army custom, we'd been transferred to different units. He to the 5th Lancers, I to the 9th Dragoons. I was enjoying a morning gallop through the park when I came upon an officer and a lady resting their horses. I recognized the officer instantly as Peter Markov.
Nikolai Silvio.
Yes, Markov, we meet again.
I wondered where you've been these 3 years.
On duty in the Crimea. But I've kept trace of you, Markov. I've been looking forward to seeing you again.
Peter, aren't you going to introduce me to the captain?
Oh, yes, of course, yes. Maria, allow me to present Captain Nikolai Silvio. Nikolai, Maria Oblensky.
Delighted.
How do you do?
Are you by chance related to General Oblensky, mademoiselle?
Rather closely, I would say, Captain. He's my father.
Oh, indeed, mademoiselle, I am honored.
Have you known Peter long, Captain?
Oh, yes. We're old friends, aren't we, Markov?
Yes, of course. Maria, would you excuse Captain Silvio and myself for a few moments?
Why, yes, but what...
I'd like to talk to him privately.
Oh, some deep, dark soldier secret, no doubt. Very well, Peter. Go and have your talk.
With your permission, mademoiselle?
Of course.
Let's leave the road, Nikolai. There's a little grove of trees over here.
You're enjoying good health, Markov?
Excellent, thank you.
I'm delighted to hear it. They tell me in the barracks that you've been paying constant court to the General's daughter.
Yes, that's true.
An excellent prospect, my friend. I'm glad for your sake. You know how interested I am in your future.
Look here, Nikolai, I can't stand this any longer.
My dear Markov, what are you talking about?
You know very well. That shot you're saving for me, when are you going to use it and be done?
Why, to tell you the truth, Markov, I hadn't given it much thought.
How long are you going to taunt me like this? What kind of revenge do you want? Haven't you had enough? But you know how this eats into a man's mind, his soul? To live in the shadow day after day, night after night, waiting for your whim.
My dear fellow, do we not wait for all things? Even death?
I am not afraid to die, Nikolai. I have faced death before. But I cannot face this waiting, this uncertainty. I owe you a debt. 1 pistol shot. Measure off the paces and collect it now, I beg of you.
Oh, no, Markov. It does not suit my fancy. I'm not ready yet.
How long? How long are you going to delay?
Patience, my dear Markov, patience. The day is beautiful, and so is the lady. I suggest you go back to her. It's not proper to keep the daughter of a general waiting. Every officer in every garrison knew of the debt of honor Peter Markov owed me. There was no way out for him. He had to wait until I was ready to collect my pistol shots. And I waited. I made it a point to be at every public function Markov attended. I hounded him with my silent presence and saw him slowly crack. One night I went to the theater, took a seat in a box directly opposite that of Markov and Maria Oblensky. His eyes caught mine, froze in horror. Deliberately, I took out my pistol and cocked it. The lights went out, and the curtain went up. There, in the darkness, Markov and I could not speak with our mouths, but we did speak with our minds.
Mariana, I had to talk to you.
Yes, what is it?
Mariana, you know...
Nikolai, I know you're looking at me, not at the stage.
Yes, Markov. And it's a fine play tonight, too.
You have your pistol cocked and ready. You're not going to shoot me here in the theater, are you?
I may, Markov. I can see your head framed in the dim light of the lobby passageway. It would be easy. So easy.
You can't, Nikolai. Not here. Not while I'm with Maria. It would create a terrible scene.
Perhaps. But if there's anything I love, Markov, it's the dramatic. I'll tell you what, my friend. There's plenty of time. I'll just sit here in the darkness and think it over. Perhaps I'll shoot. Perhaps not. Just before intermission, I saw Markov rise and leave the box. The minute the curtain went down, I hurried to the lobby. There I met Maria Oblensky. She was alone, and there was a frightened look in her eyes.
Captain Silvio, Captain.
Oh, good evening, mademoiselle. But where is Count Markov?
He complained of being ill. He left suddenly.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Captain Silvio, something's wrong with Peter. He wasn't ill. He was frightened. I could see it in his eyes. They had a haunted look.
Really, mademoiselle?
Captain, you're an old friend of Peter's. Might I ask a favor of you?
Of course, I am at your service.
Would you talk to Peter? Find out what's troubling him. He won't tell me. Perhaps he'll talk to you.
It may be that...
Then you'll talk to him as an old friend.
Naturally, mademoiselle. As an old friend. I shall be delighted. What a twist. What a beautiful irony. Here was Maria Oblensky, now engaged to Markov, begging me, Nikolai Silvio, to find out what was wrong with him. I tasted my triumph, savored it, treasured it. I would, in good time, bring it to full flower. And then suddenly the dragoons received orders to quit Petrograd and move north in a swift attempt to crush the Tartars who'd revolted. Weeks later, I led my unit into a birch forest with orders to engage and divert a strong force of Tartars, while a troop of lancers were to deliver a crushing attack on the barbarians' flank. We met the Tartars in a bloody battle where, hard-pressed, our reinforcements were delayed. We waited for the lancers, led by my friend Peter Markov, to attack on the flank. But they never came. The onrushing Tartars slaughtered our troops almost to the last man, and I was the last man. But as far as Peter Markov and the rest of the world knew, I was dead. I preferred it that way. Finally, I came to Moscow, shabby, bearded, unknown, with my pistol hidden under my ragged coat. A newspaper told me that Markov and Maria Oblensky were to be married that week. A reception in their honor was being held that afternoon. They would return, I was sure, to Markov's apartment for supper. I watched the servant preparing the table, and when my chance came, I forced my way through the window and waited.
Oh, Maria, my darling. Here we are.
Oh, yes, Peter, after all those people. Oh, I'm so tired.
Come inside, Maria. We'll rest and have supper before we go to the theater. Servant will be back shortly. I've sent him to the cellar for wine. What?
Hello, Markov.
Oh.
Who are you? What are you doing in my apartment?
Don't you recognize me, Markov?
Nikolai. Nikolai Silvio.
Yes, my friend.
But I thought...
I know. You thought I was dead.
Peter, what's Captain Silvio doing here?
I've come to collect a debt, mademoiselle, a debt long overdue.
Nikolai, listen,
I've come to take that pistol shot, Markov.
Nikolai, you can't. Now listen to me. I'm going to be married. My life's just beginning. I've got so much to look forward
Remember Ilya Stanovich, Markov? I was in love with her, too. We were to be married.
Captain Silvio, what are you going to do with that gun?
Ask your fiancé, mademoiselle.
But this is murder.
Oh, no. We fought a duel, mademoiselle. He fired at me and missed, and now it's my turn.
Nikolai, no, please. Please, Nikolai, my friend. No, I beg of you, see, I get down on my knees. Don't shoot. I want to live. I want to live now.
It's like a pretty tale. Count Peter Markov on his knees begging for his life. A Russian officer of noble birth.
Peter, get up.
Maria, don't you understand?
Captain Silvio.
Yes, mademoiselle.
You were a man of honor and principle. You've seen this groveling wretch beg for his life. Isn't that revenge enough?
Yes, mademoiselle. You're right. I cannot kill him now. See, I place my pistol on the table. My honor is satisfied.
Thank you, Captain Silvio.
I bid you good evening, mademoiselle.
Wait, Captain, I'm going with you.
What? Maria, you gone mad? You cannot go. Stay with me.
I will never marry you, Peter. To live with a craven coward like yourself. Yes, to bear your children would be intolerable. Shall we go, Captain?
Very well, mademoiselle.
Maria, in the name of heaven, Maria, don't leave me. Don't leave me.
Believe me, Mademoiselle Oblensky, I'm sorry.
No, Captain, you need not be. You've done me a service, and I'm grateful. Oh! What was that?
Markov!
Oh!
Markov, what is it? What have you done?
Nikolai, I picked up the pistol you left. I hardly touched it. It went off.
It was fate.
It was justice.
Just payment, yes, Nikolai. The time has come at last. The debt is paid. Paid in full. At last.
Peter.
Mademoiselle, the moment for payment has come at last. And I was more lenient than my gun. Although I would spare his life, my gun would not. Shall we proceed, mademoiselle? The eulogy to Markov is over. They're opening the church doors, the pallbearers are carrying the body out, and the church bells seem louder. I shall follow the funeral procession, of course. I shall watch with bared head while they lower the body into the grave. Yes, this is the least that I can do. After all, Markov was my friend.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Pistol Shot. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, the possessive dead.
I know superstition dictates that it's bad luck for a young man to see his bride the evening before his wedding. However, Michael and I were two lonely people in a big, wintry city, and we were not at all addicted to belief in superstition. We had known each other since we were children, and I had loved Michael as long as that. He, on his part, claimed to have loved me even longer. It was the warm kind of love, the kind that grows on you and stays, believing and never wavering. Yes, Michael and I did see each other the day before we were to be married. In fact, we went shopping together. We entered one of the dusty little shops Michael loved so much. It was warm in there, musty, and sort of attic-like.
Ooh. Boy. Well, it's warm in here anyhow.
But what a funny little place. So much stuff. I never saw so many old things together in one place. And look. Look, Michael, the shopkeeper. He looks exactly like a gnome.
Baldest head I ever laid eyes on.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can I help you?
Oh, thank you. We're just looking around.
Anything in particular you'd like to find?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was looking for an odd piece, something unusual for a paperweight. A little curiosity of some sort.
Well, just look around, sir. Perhaps you'll find what you want.
Oh, thanks. Say, there. That looks like just the thing.
Oh, no, sir, no. I'm sure that wouldn't do.
Oh, why not? It's beautiful. That's the most beautifully modeled foot I've ever seen.
It's not heavy enough for a paperweight, sir. And besides, you wouldn't want to pay that much just for an ornament.
Well, it can't be too expensive, especially if it's not heavy. Bronze, isn't it?
No, not bronze.
Huh?
Oh, here, I'll take it off the table. It shouldn't be there anyway.
Oh, that's lovely. Must have been near some perfume, too. Smell that scent. Well, Michael, it seems almost real.
Perhaps you'd like one of these little plaster gods, sir. Something Chinese or Mexican. They're very nice.
Let me see the foot.
It's $50, sir.
$50? Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Oh, Michael, perhaps the man doesn't want to sell it.
But I like it. I'll never pay $50 for it, though.
But that's the price, sir. Now, you see, you don't really want it. Perhaps one of these glass globes would do.
Let me see that foot.
Very well, if you insist. But don't drop it, sir. For heaven's sake, don't drop it.
Oh, why should I? Oh.
Michael, what happened?
You dropped it. You dropped the foot.
It...
What, Michael? What's wrong? Here, I'll pick it up.
No, don't, Eleanor. Don't touch it.
Michael! It moved in my hand.
It what?
Oh, it must have been our imaginations. It does feel almost alive, though, doesn't it?
No, Michael, I felt it, too. That foot moved in my hand as I picked it up.
I'll sell you that foot for $1, sir.
All right, it's a bargain.
No, Michael, please don't. Please, Michael.
First, though, tell me what this foot is made of.
That, sir, is the foot of the mummy of the Princess Hymonthis. It was stolen from her tomb 1,000 years ago.
And probably stolen from the museum 10 days ago. Very well, sir. Here's your $1.
Michael.
Sounds interesting, doesn't it, darling, to own a mummy's foot? A paperweight that moves under its own power. Come on, darling. Don't you feel a little sorry for poor Hymonthis? Losing a foot like that?
No, Michael, no. There's something horrible about that foot. Something we shouldn't have anything to do with. And he was so anxious to sell it to you after...
Come on, darling. Don't let your imagination run away with you. It couldn't really have moved. We just thought it did. You know, this will be a good story for Harry tonight over dinner. Where is it he's taking us? The Greystone?
I hardly felt the bitter cold outside as we walked away from the little shop. My only feeling was one of apprehension. I could still remember the horrible sensation I had as that little foot had squirmed in my hand. No matter how Michael might try to joke about it, I knew he was mystified too. And I knew that some compulsion other than his own had made him take the mummy's foot. It wasn't until after we had deposited the thing safely on Michael's desk and were having dinner in a brightly lighted restaurant that I began to feel better. Our host, Harry, was to be Michael's best man the next day, and he was an old friend of both of us. As Michael told Harry the story, the horror of it seemed a little foolish, as such things will when you're in gay public places.
And the funny part of it was, Harry, that if it hadn't been for such a tiny foot, you might have sworn that it belonged to the shopkeeper himself. He looked enough like an Egyptian mummy to be one.
Well, I'm surprised that Eleanor let you buy it at all.
Doesn't sound like a very pleasant thing to have around.
I couldn't talk him out of it, Harry. I believe he was enchanted.
Enchanted by an Egyptian and a mummy at that. Michael always was quite a Don Juan, or should I say quite an Antony. Hey, there's a little bit of something I'd wrap up and take home, mummy or not.
Oh, where, Harry?
Oh, see? He's interested already. You're right, Harry. I believe he is a Don Juan.
Say, not bad.
Oh, where is she?
Right over there to my left. You can't see her very well, Eleanor, but she's really something. All dressed up in a long white dress and has on an emerald bracelet. And what eyes. Oh, my.
Yes, I can see her in that mirror over there. But look how she's watching Michael. Harry, I don't like it.
Don't worry, Eleanor. We'll get him to that altar tomorrow if we have to hog-tie it.
Well, she's... I feel as though I'd seen her before somewhere. In a dream. Somewhere. Something terrible. Something that makes me feel afraid of her.
Nightmare, no doubt.
You know, she must have passed right close to our table when she came in. I can smell her perfume.
Oh, you know it's hers?
Well, it smells sort of Egyptian, you know, and she looks Egyptian.
Egyptian? Michael, that perfume, it's the same.
Same as what, darling?
The same perfume I smelled on that mummy's foot this afternoon.
What an imagination.
Eleanor, darling, you look so serious. Don't be so afraid of silly things like this. There's nothing wrong, nothing at all.
But there is, Michael. I can feel something wrong in the very air.
What sort of thing?
I don't know, Michael. Something horrible. An awful premonition.
What can happen as long as we have each other, darling?
I don't know, Michael. Nothing really, I suppose. Nothing natural. But what if there were ghosts? The spirits of the dead around. Suppose for some reason they wanted one of us.
Eleanor, darling, don't get so worked up. Those aren't things to think about. Especially on the night before our wedding. Look, here we are in a brightly lighted restaurant, and you're talking about things that belong to dark houses and cobwebby attics. Things that can't touch us here.
You're talking as though you do believe those things exist, though.
Now, look here, you two. I'm sorry if I brought up a delicate subject when I mentioned that woman over there.
It isn't that at all, Harry. It's just that, well, Eleanor and I, after this afternoon, I guess we're both rather worked up.
Michael, I'm really frightened. That woman, she keeps watching us so strangely. What if...
Oh, my darling, let's forget about her. Let's forget about everything but ourselves for tonight. Just think, tomorrow we'll be married. It'll be the beginning of a new life. A life together. And the carrying on of an old one, too.
And never forget, dearest, if anything should happen, I'll always be there when you want me.
I love you, Eleanor.
Always, Michael. You'll never have to call for me. I'll be there.
I will, too, darling. Always. Nothing can ever come between us and tear us apart. Nothing. I swear.
Can you be so sure?
Michael!
Didn't mean to startle you so much. It was just that I couldn't help noticing that you had noticed me.
Well, I'll be... Michael, you're a better Don Juan than I thought you were at that. It's the lady with the emerald bracelet.
Yes, it is Michael, as you call him, who attracts me here.
I beg your pardon.
You don't mind if I sit down, do you?
Well...
Yeah, that's better. You see, love is an especial study of mine. And this love that you think you have now, it's very interesting to me. Yes, very interesting.
Michael,
Sit still, darling. Don't leave now.
Hold my hand tight.
You've guessed right, you people. I am an Egyptian. And being an Egyptian, my looks are rather different, shall I say, from yours.
Nice difference, though, madam.
Mademoiselle, if you please. The women of my country have great beauty in the eyes of you Western men. Yes. So you two think yourselves in love.
Very much in love.
Well, who can say what love is, unless they've felt it through centuries?
I know what love is. It's growing together, being a part of the one you love. Why, Michael and I have grown up together, loved each other for years, 15 years at least.
15 years? Nothing. What if it had lasted 30 centuries?
That's ridiculous.
Is it? Well, my little one, we shall see. There is a love which has lasted that long. And almost it is consummated. Perhaps tonight.
Tonight?
Think of it, Michael.
Michael.
And this little love of yours, 15 years. It will be no more. But as I who have loved through 30 centuries, We cannot talk of that here, can we, Michael?
Well, why do you ask me that question?
Because it affects you. You more than anyone else. As for you, Eleanor,
Not you nor anyone else can interfere.
Michael, send her away.
No one can send me away. That would be like trying to send the very air out of this room.
Who are you?
I'm a woman of Egypt.
What is your name?
Name? What is a name except a tag for the living? My name is Hermonthis.
Hermonthis?
Just a name like any other. I'll leave you now. But I will see you again.
Hermonthis.
What's wrong with that?
That was the name of the princess. The mummies who Michael bought.
It's a coincidence, Eleanor. It must be.
It seems as though there's a dreadful net stretched around us, coming closer and closer. Oh, Michael, ever since you saw that foot, you seem to have done everything you could to put yourself in his power. Why did you buy it? Why did you?
Power in a mummy's foot.
Look. She's waving back at us. She's waving as though she wants me to go away. And she's pointing at you. Michael, no one else seems to see her at all.
Forget about her, Eleanor. Forget her. She's crazy.
No. Look. Michael, Harry, look.
What?
Look how she's walking. She limps. Almost as though one of her feet was missing. Michael even tried to laugh at my noticing that horrible limp. But I could see that he was wondering, too. Perhaps something distant, something dimly remembered, had begun to come into his mind, and he was rejecting it forcibly. It was later, much later, when I was in bed, that I knew Michael was in danger. I wanted to get up, but I couldn't. I struggled and tried to force myself out of bed, but I couldn't move a muscle. Finally, after what seemed hours, it seemed as though I was in the deepest sleep. But everything about me was very clear. Perhaps I had got up after all, for it seemed all at once that I was in Michael's room, and she was there talking to him. His eyes were open, but he didn't seem afraid. He seemed almost hypnotized. I stayed invisible, back in the shadows.
Centuries ago, Michael, I took the life of the woman you loved so that you might be free to love me. I, the daughter of the Pharaoh, went on my knees to you then. But now the secrets of the universe are open to me, and it's you who must obey.
How did this happen to me? I don't understand.
The shopkeeper knew the legend, and he feared it. He didn't know why, but he knew that in whose hand the mummy's foot moved, to him must he sell it.
But how could you come back?
For murdering, I was condemned. Condemned to wander in eternity, scorned and barred from the regions of rest. But in the centuries that have passed, I've discovered the secret of returning. That if some token, some real part of myself were left among the living, I could return for it. I could come back.
And the token?
It had to carry with it some real essence, some true part of myself. And then, 1,000 years ago, that foot was stolen from me. I waited and waited, for I knew that sometime that would lead me to you.
But I'm not the same man. I'm not the man you loved. I'm here now, alive.
Do you think that I've watched the progression of lives through eternity with no purpose? No, Michael. You are the man, though you don't remember. You have the same life. You have only a different body. You have the same honest and beautiful soul you had then. It's your life, Michael. Your life and your soul. That's what I'll take with me. I couldn't hold you before, but I can take you now. Come, Michael. I do not need to touch you now, but it's better if you take my hand. We have a long journey to make.
Go away. No. Oh, if I could only move, if I could get up, if I could do something. What's holding me?
The journey's long, Michael, and we must hurry. If I must force you, I must.
Leave me alone. I won't come. I won't. I can move. I can move.
Let me. I'm almost out of bed. I'm almost standing.
You've moved only a little with all your struggle, Michael. Here, I'll only touch you again and you'll be better.
No. Oh, I'm so dizzy. So weak.
You'll come now, won't you, Michael?
I can do nothing else. Yes, I'll come.
As Michael fell to the floor beside his bed, something caught my eye. A little shiny thing hung on a chain around his neck. It was a silver charm I'd given him, engraved with my name. But he loved it and wore it always. Seeing it there somehow gave me hope. I had no way to get it. I wanted to, for it might be the means of his return. But how could I? I didn't dare even show myself. Suddenly we seemed to be in gray darkness, speeding through nothingness.
Where are we?
We're on our journey, Michael. We're passing through the absolute, the period between time and space. It's the only channel through which a spirit can return to the lands of the living in his own body.
It's horrible, horrible.
We've flown through the liquid parts, the parts that are without light, past the half-formed shapes of those already dead, and those as yet unborn. See, we're here already.
Where? This is a lonely place. Cold hills and deserts all around us.
This is the place where my body was buried. Deep inside this mountain, Michael. See? We're inside. Deep down in the earth. Sealed in with a great stone. This is our home, Michael. Where we'll be through eternity.
Sealed in a tomb? No. Never. Let me out! Let me out!
Shouting will do you no good, Michael. Here is where no man ever comes, into these tombs. In the thousands of years we will be here, Michael. Your span of life will pass again, but we'll always be together.
I will get out.
Never, Michael. You've left nothing behind in the world of the living that is strong enough a part of you to take you back.
Eleanor is strong enough. She's a part of me.
Your love for Eleanor is strong, Michael, yes. But it's not enough. For love or hate can only take your spirit back to the land of the living. Your spirit alone without your body. And would a disembodied spirit be any comfort to Eleanor?
But Eleanor is a part of me.
No, Michael. For your body to return, you would have to have left a material possession behind. A material thing is needed to take back your material body. Some material thing that represents your love would be strong enough.
But I must have left something. Something.
The one thing that possesses all those requirements, Michael, is that charm you're wearing around your neck.
The charm? Yes, that's part of me and part of Eleanor, too. That will be strong enough.
But you see, Michael, that's here with us.
I'll throw it. I'll throw it into the darkness there at the far end of this place. Maybe it'll go back. Maybe it'll find its way back to her.
No, Michael, no. Nothing can find its way back. It must be taken.
But your foot, that's still there. We can go back through that. You left that behind.
I will go back, Michael. Alone. Yes, I'll make one more journey back, Michael. And then we'll be here together. Forever. Here. Here, to take the place of that which you have thrown away. Take this ornament. It will remind you of me while I'm away.
No, Montes. Come back. I'm going with you. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out.
But Amanthus had gone. Already she had disappeared into the shadows. And Michael, still clutching a little green plaster ornament she'd given him, beat helplessly at the stone walls of his ancient prison tomb and shouted vainly for help. I kept watching the little silver charm he had thrown into the darkness, and still I struggled against nightmare forces to get it. And suddenly I knew I'd won. I could reach for it. I could feel it. I had it at last in my possession. After that, everything was blackness. A flash of light that was the morning sun brought me back to consciousness. My relief was tremendous. I felt that I'd thrown off a great weight when I found myself safely in bed. Oh, there was someone knocking on my door.
Miss Helena! Miss Helena!
Oh, yes? Who is it?
Mr. Bays, your superintendent. You asked me to call you. It's late already.
What? Who? Where am I?
Come now, it's past 10 and you must be up. It's your wedding day, you know.
My wedding day. All right, Mr. Bass, thank you.
Why, what is it? Is anything wrong?
It was there. There in my hand. I felt it first and was afraid to look at it. When I looked, it was. Yes, the silver charm.
And what's happened, Miss Eleanor? Can I help?
And it hadn't been a dream after all. Somehow, by some unaccountable mesmeric force, I must have left my bed and gone through all those horrible experiences. But they weren't real. They were things of another world. And Michael. What about Michael? I kept the charm in my hand as I dressed and ran out into the streets. As I ran through the crowds, I kept murmuring to myself, almost as though it was a prayer. Let him be there. Oh, please let him be there. Even as fast as I ran, someone caught up with me. A hand was placed on my arm and held me back.
Eleanor, what's the matter?
Let me go. Let me go. Don't try to stop me.
Eleanor, it's Harry.
Oh.
Don't you even know me?
Oh, Harry. Harry, thank heaven it's you. Come quickly. We flew across town in a taxi. I'd been too excited to think of that before. Everything was still too weird. At last we were at Michael's. But when we reached his door, he didn't answer.
Hey, Michael.
He isn't there. Oh, Harry, he isn't there.
He isn't. He'll be back in a minute.
Open the door, Harry. Go in quickly. We may be too late.
Boy, he's really sound asleep. Look, he even fell out of bed and didn't wake up. Oh, he's all right. Just asleep.
I hope so. Michael. Michael. Oh, help me, Harry, help me. I brought him back this far, but we have to wake him up. We have to. If we don't now, he may never wake up again.
Come on, old man. Wake up. Hey.
Don't shake him that way, Harry. Here, let me. Michael. Michael, my darling, come back. Come back. Let me put this in your hand so you'll know it's really here. This charm, Michael. Our charm. See? I brought it with me. Harry. The foot. Give me the foot. Is it still on the desk there?
Well, it ought to be, unless it's walked off by itself.
Oh, don't say that, Harry.
On the desk, did you say? I don't see it here.
And she did get it. Oh, Michael. Michael.
Eleanor. Oh. Eleanor, it is you.
Michael, my darling, you've come back. We're safe. The foot's gone, but look, there in your hand.
It's
a little green plaster ornament.
Then it wasn't a dream. But those things, how can such things be?
We'll never understand, Michael, never. How a force can be so powerful, so horrible. It's better not to understand.
But Eleanor, she can come back. Her body can come back. The ornament, that might be her power now.
Give it to me, Michael.
What are you going to do?
I'll crush it. I'll destroy it. I'll make powder of it. She'll never come back through this. It's the end of her passport to the land of the living.
Eleanor, what's that? Look, there on the floor, the powder from that ornament. It's formed itself into the print of a tiny foot.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Possessive Dead. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Phantoms of a world gone by speak again their immortal tale, the Goblet.
This is an occasion. It calls for wine. Sweet wine to think back
to reflect, to decide. Wine to make a fateful decision. Ah, well. A toast, my silver nemesis. Come, a toast to Francesca who has left me. Yes, to Francesca. Why not? Well, little goblet, we're alone, huh? Now we can talk, just you and I, huh? They would think me mad if they came upon me now. Came upon me, His Excellency, Donaldo Rinaldi, governor of this island, talking to a silver goblet. But they do not know that you are really alive. That you have a black heart and a blacker soul. No, they do not know, but I know. Now I must make a decision, my beautiful, glittering friend, whether to keep you forever or destroy you forever, whether to go on until death with you or without you. Strange how a sweet wine tastes bitter when taken from your cold embrace, little goblet. I look deep into your silvery mirror, and you reflect the things in my mind, little goblet, so that I may see them with my eyes. Recall to me a day long ago.
Donaldo, why are you looking at me like that?
Don't you know, Francesca?
Why,
I love you, Francesca.
Donaldo.
Yes, I love you. I ask you to be my wife.
I am of humble birth, the daughter of the village doctor. And you are His Excellency, the governor.
You are a woman and I am a man. And that is all that is important. Will you, Francesca? Will you marry me?
Yes, Donaldo. If you want me, I will be your wife.
Goblet. I shall never forget that glorious day. The day before you were created. I was delirious with happiness. I bought Francesca every gift money could buy, fine gowns, a new coach, spirited horses. And I found that Francesca had a passion for things wrought in silver. I found a young silversmith who lived on the island and whose name was Ferdinand, a crafty fellow. He made Francesca a bracelet. It was a rare piece of work, a work of art. And in its graceful lines and smooth luster, there was something else, an indefinable, strange something. When I slipped the bracelet over Francesca's wrist, she was breathless, enchanted.
Oh, it's beautiful, Donaldo. Exquisite.
I'm glad you're pleased, Francesca. Shall I bring you other things from the same craftsman? A necklace, earrings?
I did not know that there was a silversmith like this in all of Italy.
There may not be, for all I know. I had this made right here on the island.
Here? On the island? Donaldo, who is this silversmith?
Well, a man named Ferdinand. I found him quite by accident.
Ferdinand? Ferdinand.
You speak as though the name intrigues you, Francesca. Do you know him?
No, I've never met him. Face to face. But it's almost as though...
As though what, Francesca?
I don't know. What I do know is that his work was made just for me. Look at this bracelet, Donaldo. See how it curves over my wrist. Somehow it feels warm there instead of cold. Almost as though it were live flesh instead of metal.
Oh, come now, Francesca. You're imagining things.
No, Donaldo, I'm right. This silver has a strange, lifelike quality. When I put my cheek against it feels like a warm, living caress. See? Hold your hand to it.
It feels like silver to me, my dear. Like cold metal. But if it makes you happy to believe it alive, you shall have your whimsy. More wine, little goblet. Wine to think, to reflect, to recall. More wine to redden your silvery insides and to warm mine. grows more bitter still this vintage. All that you are is bitterness, and all that touches you grows bitter. But come now, listen to me. Where was I? Oh, yes, the bracelet. Francesca could not take her eyes off it. She wore it constantly, caressed it, touched it tenderly, insisted it had a heart and a soul. I was happy. I laughed then. If I'd only known. Then came another day. It was a day I thought of happy omen. And did I not have a right to think that?
Donaldo, you know, there is something I cannot understand.
What is it, my dear?
How can this wonderful silversmith of yours, this Ferdinand, capture so much of me in his silver without ever having seen me?
He'll see you today, Francesca.
Donaldo, what do you mean?
He's working on your wedding ring, and today it's ready to be fitted.
Oh, so I shall see Ferdinand today.
Yes. Is meeting this silversmith so important to you, my dear? I thought it would be the wedding ring that would intrigue you.
Oh, yes, Donaldo, of course it is. Forgive me, it's just that I'm glad you commissioned Ferdinand to make it. I love his work so much.
Does it matter so much who makes it, as long as it binds us together?
Of course not. Just that I thought you might have sent for an elaborate ring in Italy.
There isn't enough time. The wedding is too near. Well, my dear, when shall we go down for the fitting?
Now, Donaldo. Let us go now.
Even then, I must have had some faint premonition of what was to come. But at the time, Francesca's eagerness seemed natural enough. I called for a coach and we rode down to Ferdinand's shop. A place you'll know well, huh? Little Goblet. Francesca, my dear, this is Ferdinand.
Signorina, I am honored.
No. It is I who am honored to meet so great an artist.
You are very kind, Signorina.
You have great talent. Rare talent. The things you have made for me, why, they seem to breathe life.
I felt the same life in my fingers when I molded the silver and shaped it. I made it just for you, Signorina.
All this is very well, but it's taking time. What of the ring, Ferdinand? Is it ready?
Yes, Signor. Here it is.
Oh, it is lovely. Lovely. Like all the other things you make.
Come, my dear. Let me try it on your finger. It's a loose fit, Ferdinand.
Yes, I regret it is, Signor, and my apologies. This is the first time I have made an error in my knowledge of the lady. Up to now, I have always seemed to know her.
Yes, I have told His Excellency of this strange feeling of affinity many times.
Well, Ferdinand, what are we going to do about the ring?
I shall have to rework it again, Excellency.
But that will take time, man. The wedding's only 3 days away.
Have no fear, Excellency. It will be ready for another fitting tomorrow.
Tomorrow? I have affairs of state to attend to tomorrow. It will be impossible for me to come down. Why not just measure her finger now and be done with it?
No, Excellency. There must be another fitting. I want this ring to be perfect.
Of course, Donaldo. You can attend to your work tomorrow. I'll come down alone in the carriage. It'll only take a few minutes.
Oh, very well. But see that the ring fits tomorrow, Ferdinand, or you'll answer to me. How was I to know, little Goblet, How was I to know that this little silversmith had captured my beloved not only with his work, but with himself? Like a fool, I let her go down to his shop alone. It was only later, when it was too late, that I found out what had happened.
The ring is ready, Signorina. Allow me to put it on your finger.
Oh, thank you, Ferdinand. It seems to fit perfectly.
A symbol of happiness. Or is it, Signorina?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean.
I'm not sure I do. Ronaldo's a good man. He's rich, handsome, considerate, and kind.
I did not mention Ronaldo's name, Signorina.
No, but you had it on your mind. There isn't a woman on this island who does not envy me.
A woman cannot live on envy, Signorina. She must love and be loved.
But Ronaldo loves me. That is apparent.
Yes, but do you love him?
Why,
The truth, Signorina. No, never mind. I know the truth. I can see it in your eyes. Now can you see what is in mine?
Ferdinand, what?
I made things of silver only for you. They called to you, did they not, Francesca? They drew you to me. I made them live. I molded them with my heart and soul. When I polished them, I saw your face in their reflection. They were meant for you because I was meant for you.
Ferdinand, what are you saying?
I'm saying that I love you. And you love me.
Ferdinand,
You came to me alone. You can never leave me. We are one together, bound by a cord of silver around our hearts. You love me, Francesca. Say it. Say it.
Yes. Yes. I love you, Ferdinand.
Oh, Francesca, my darling. Didn't you know? Did you just discover it?
No. No, I knew. I must have known.
You did know. I sent you the message of my love and the silver I made, and you responded.
But it's too late, Ferdinand. I promised Donaldo that...
No, it is not too late. You cannot learn the rest of your life to keep a promise. Come away with me, Francesca. There's a little inn I know by the sea. We'll find a priest there and be married.
When Francesca did not return, I hurried down to the shop. Are you thirsty, little goblet? More wine? At the shop, a coachman told me he had seen Francesca leave with the silversmith Ferdinand and had overheard their destination. I hurried after them, my brain fevered with a kind of madness and with murder in my heart. I entered the inn and softly opened the door to their room a few inches. They did not hear me.
Francesca, my beloved, I have a gift for you.
Why, it's a goblet. A silver goblet. Oh, Ferdinand, it's beautiful. Like everything else you make. Alive.
Yes. When I made it, I hated it. It was to be my wedding gift to you and to him. But now it is ours, ours. And remember, as long as you have it, I shall have you. It will be a symbol of our love. Come, Francesca. While we're waiting for the priest, let us make a toast to our future happiness.
No, Francesca.
Donaldo!
Put on your cape, Francesca. I'm taking you home.
Don't go with him, Francesca. He cannot hold you now. You're free of him. Don't go.
As for you, my little silversmith, I'm going to banish you from this island forever.
You know I'm a good man, my evil little goblet. I thought what I was doing was best for Francesca. I believed she'd get over this foolish infatuation and marry me. You see, I loved her. And after all, I could give her everything she wanted. I kept her in my villa under my housekeeper Rosa's chaperonage, hoping that she would relent and marry me. I suppose Francesca was, in a sense, a prisoner. I don't know. All I know is that I wanted her more than anything else in the world. And I tried everything. Francesca? Francesca? Oh, dear, you need a wrap. You'll catch cold out here on the balcony.
Leave me alone, Donaldo.
Oh, I see you already have company. That goblet. Holding it up to the sun again. Watching it reflect the light, talking to it, fondling it.
Please, Donaldo. I don't want to discuss it.
Perhaps you don't, but I do. When are you going to come to your senses, my dear? People think you're mad. Each day at sunset, standing on this balcony, holding that accursed silver goblet to the sun till it dazzles the eyes.
I did not ask to come here. You've kept me here for 2 years.
Francesca, listen to me. I've got a surprise for you. Rosa?
Oh, yes, Signorina. 5 new gowns, all the way from Paris. They are exquisite, the latest mode. The dressmaker is waiting for you now.
Well, Francesca? Doesn't that interest you? Don't you care?
When will you learn, Donaldo? Your gifts don't interest me. I don't care for your gowns and your jewels.
There's only one thing you you're about, eh, Francesca? That silversmith Ferdinand.
Please go away. Please leave me alone.
Francesca, for the love of heaven, will you put that goblet down? Stop holding it in the sun. The reflection's blinding me.
Does not blind me, Donaldo.
That goblet, always that goblet. Must I compete against a piece of silver? Must it always be between us? Give me that goblet, Francesca.
No. No, Donaldo. It is all I have to remind me of.
Of Ferdinand? Precisely. Give me that goblet.
You'll not take it away. You'll not. If you do, I shall die.
On the contrary, my dear, you'll come to your senses again. Now, for the last time.
No. No.
Very well, then I shall have to take it by force.
Donaldo.
Give me
no.
that goblet.
No.
I must be free of it. And so must you. You recall all this, my little silver friend? Do I see you grinning at me from your perch there on the table? Well, then I shall drown your grin with more wine. More wine to think. For the time has come, little goblet, when you and I must come to terms, one way or the other. Yes. Wine still tastes bitter. No matter. I must live with bitterness forever in any event. But recall again what happened. I took you away from Francesca, strode down to the rocks and threw you into the Mediterranean as far as I could throw. I saw the water carry you out. And then with my own eyes saw you sink. Yes, sink. And then, a week later... Someone's at the door, Rosa. See who it is.
Yes, Excellency.
Good afternoon, Senora. My name is Mario. I am a fisher boy at the village.
What do you want?
Pardon, Senora, but I must see His Excellency the Governor.
Go away, boy. His Excellency cannot be disturbed by ragamuffins.
But, Senora, I have found something very precious. It is so precious that it could only belong to His Excellency. See?
Why, it is the Signorina's goblet.
The goblet? Boy, you found the goblet?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Come here, boy. Come into the room. Now, tell me where you found this goblet.
On the beach near the Narrows, Excellency. I was fishing there when I spied it coming in on the tide. I picked it up and came straight here.
Oh, is this accursed goblet? Always it must come between us. Why? Why?
Excellency,
Go away now, boy. Go away, do you hear?
Yes, Senora. Yes.
Oh, Excellency, is something wrong?
Yes, Rosa. This goblet is wrong. It's a silver incarnation of evil that must be destroyed.
Excellency, why did you throw the goblet like that? You broke the lamp.
I must destroy this evil thing. Smash it against the wall.
Oh, Excellency!
Oh, Rosa. Rosa, pick up the goblet from the floor. Give it to me.
Yes, Excellency. Here it is.
No. No. It cannot be. I smashed the goblet against the wall. You saw me, Rosa. And yet, look.
It is a miracle, Excellency. A miracle.
Yes. A devil's miracle. There's not a nick in it. Not a scratch. And its surface shines brighter than ever. What could I do, huh? Little goblet? What could I do against a power like yours? I thought then of Francesca. Believe me, I meant her no harm. I'm a good man, really. A good governor, a humane man. And I loved Francesca. I brought the goblet into her. When she saw it, a strange light came into her eye.
The goblet. Donaldo, you've brought the goblet back.
Yes, my dear.
Give it to me. Give it to me, Donaldo.
Francesca, please, you're not yourself. Perhaps we'd better place it in the vault until
No. I must have it now. Now.
Very well, my dear. Francesca, where are you going?
Out on the balcony, Donaldo. I want to look at it again. The rays of the sun. There is a light. A light I must see.
Again she held you up, accursed goblet. Again came that blinding flash of light when you met the sun. I staggered from the room, my eyes smarting from the glare. Threw myself on my bed, tried to sleep, but I could not sleep. My eyes were wide open, my evil destiny. I saw only you, jeering at me, taunting me, as you are doing now. It was only this morning that Angelo Lanzi, my police chief, came to see me.
Excellency, I have a report of interest.
Well, Lanzi, well?
That silversmith you banished from the island, he has come back.
Back?
Yes.
Ferdinand?
I believe that was his name. A little man mumbling to himself, always mumbling one word.
Goblet.
Yes, Excellency, Goblet. How did you know?
Never mind. Lanzi, where did you see this silversmith?
Why, it's very strange, Excellency. He stood on the hill overlooking the customs house and stared at your villa.
Yes, Lanzi, yes?
There was something bright flashing from an upper story, the gleam of metal in the sun, perhaps. The silversmith watched it as though it were some kind of signal. He never took his eyes from it.
Excellency! Something has happened.
Yes, Rosa?
Giulio the guard, he has been attacked.
It's Ferdinand. He's come for Francesca. The trellis to our balcony. Come with me, Rosa. We must stop them.
Yes, Excellency.
Francesca! This I, Donaldo, open the door, do you hear? Francesca!
There is no answer, Excellency. I am afraid.
Francesca! In the name of heaven, speak! Rosa, step to one side. I'm going to break down the door.
Yes, Excellency. Oh, she has gone, Excellency. See, the French windows to the balcony are open. But she has left the silver goblet on the table.
Yes, Rosa. She has left the goblet.
Excellency. The goblet. It is a fire from the rays of the sun. Mamma, look. It is a blinding light. A sign from heaven, surely. An evil sign.
Yes, Rosa. Shut the windows and draw the blind.
Yes, Excellency.
Now leave me, Rosa. Go about your duties.
But, Excellency...
Leave me alone with the goblet. You hear?
Yes, Excellency, if this is your wish.
Rosa has gone away as I ordered her to and left me alone. Francesca is gone. My beloved is gone. But oh, how considerate of her. She left me you. You! But are you not a part of her? Did she not say herself that everything that silversmith made for her became a part of her? Lived as she did? Had a soul and life? Yes, Goblet. You. She left me more than she could ever give me when she herself was here. She left me you.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the immortal tale, The Goblet. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale. The case of Monsieur Valdemar.
Dr. Froissart, you may proceed with your statement.
Murder.
I, Dr. Emile Froissart, stand charged with murder. But, Your Honor, murder means to take away the life of someone. I did not take away the life of Marie Valdemar. I granted her life. Granted it from the depths of my knowledge of facts which previously were known only to God. But let me tell you my story. One night, about 8 months ago, I was sitting in my study.
Dr. Froissart, a visitor wishes to see you.
Oh, I'm about to begin an experiment in self-hypnosis. I cannot be disturbed. Tell him to come some other time.
Sir, I told him that, but he said it might be too late.
Too late? I'm no longer a physician subject to the call of every glutton whose stomach repents his sins.
He knows you are a physician no more, sir. He said he needs you to employ your powers of mesmerism. I wouldn't have bothered you, sir. But he seems so desperate.
Mesmerism, eh?
Yes, sir.
I'll see him.
Dr. Froissart will see you.
Dr. Froissart, I'm Ernest Valdemar. I don't know how to thank you. My wife, my sweet wife Maria, lies desperately ill. I'm sure she will die.
Monsieur Valdemar, you have gained entrance to my office by a trick. I cannot help your wife. My license to practice medicine has been taken away by pill peddlers who didn't have sufficient intelligence to understand my study of hypnotism. Take your case to one of them, Monsieur Valdemar, and permit me to go on with what they call my black art.
Dr. Froissart, when I told your servant I wanted to employ your hypnotic powers, I meant it.
Huh?
I am acquainted with what your fellow physicians have done to you.
You know?
Yes, and I've heard your lectures on mesmerism many, many times.
Oh, you like my lectures, eh? Oh, they were nothing. Wait till my new experiments are complete.
But, Doctor,
Please, you will really hear something then. On the threshold of discovering the art of hypnotizing myself. But... You see, when a trance has been...
Please, Dr. Froissart, some other time.
I beg your pardon. My enthusiasm, I forgot myself. Please go on.
My wife is at the point of death.
You have a physician attending her?
Yes. Dr. Bulow.
Bulow? That dulwit. He headed the committee which revoked my license. A more hypocritical, bombastic blowhard I have never seen in all my life.
Let me tell you.
Oh, please forgive me. Go on.
We've been married a short year, during most of which Maria has been ill. We have not even had time to skim the cream of our happiness when ill health overcame her.
What is the nature of her illness?
Dr. Bulow says that it's a rare type of incurable consumption. She lies abed, her beauty unabated, but under the surface her flesh is rotting away in decay and waste.
I see.
Tonight, perhaps tomorrow, she will breathe her last.
Monsieur Valdemar, believe me, sir, I understand your desperation. But I cannot see how I can help you.
By hypnotism, Dr. Froissart.
Hypnotism?
Yes, from the depths of my anguish, an idea came to me. In your lectures, you have stated that a person in a mesmeric trance is, how shall I say it, suspended, lifted out of the stream of life.
Yes?
His consciousness is not like that of an ordinary feeling mortal.
I see. You mean that if your wife were put in a trance before she died...
She would go on living, exactly. She would be beyond the reach of death.
Extraordinary. Monsieur Valdemar, you have leaped the last step in the logic of mesmerism. It is the thing for which I have been groping blindly in my studies.
You'll do it, then.
Well, the idea intrigues me. It has never been tried, but I need time to think.
But, Dr. Froissart, there is no time. Maria may be gone before we can attempt to save her.
Very well, then I'll do it.
God bless you, sir.
But there is one condition. For my own protection, her doctor must be in attendance.
Bulow?
Yes. Otherwise, if the experiment should fail, I will be placed in jeopardy. I might be accused of unlawful practice.
But at this time of night, how can we gain his consent?
We must induce him to attend. Otherwise, I cannot risk the experiment.
My carriage is outside.
Good. We will go to see my friend, Dr. Bulow.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Come, we must hurry.
Froissart, I tell you, you are overreaching yourself.
Bulow, you have thrown me out of the profession. You have deprived me of my right to earn a living. Very well, I'll not hold that against you.
Oh, that's quite gracious of you.
Please, gentlemen, my wife.
That's right, Bulow. This issue is Monsieur Valdemar's wife, not my pride, not your medical orthodoxy. I do not presume to tell you whether to make your worthless pills out of bread or out of sugar.
Well, I should hope not, you.
Well, then, please don't presume to tell me how to practice my art.
Art? Sheer bunkum.
Perhaps it is. But I am willing to put it to the test. I approach this experiment with an open mind. Monsieur Valdemar's wife lies abed, dying. Monsieur Valdemar loves her, wants her to live. You shrug your shoulders and say, poor fellow, it is hopeless.
Well, it is. If you remembered any of the medicine you learned, you'd agree.
I say it is not hopeless. He wants his wife. I'm willing to try to save her.
God bless you, sir. No, Monsieur Valdemar, God will not bless him. The first thing a physician learns is that there comes a time in the course of an illness when it is sacrilege to stand between man and his maker.
Bulow, please do not dress up your lack of medical knowledge in the cloak of a sermon.
I tell you, sermon or not, no mortal person can meddle in matters of life and death without meeting the consequences. As Madame Valdemar's physician, I cannot sanction this blasphemous experiment.
Well, Monsieur Valdemar, there is your answer. I'm sorry. But to proceed without Dr. Bulow would only be putting my head in a noose.
Dr. Bulow, I have held my tongue, but I can no longer be silent. I have given to your care the most precious thing I own, my wife.
Monsieur Valdemar, are you suggesting that I have not performed my duty?
No, Dr. Bulow, I'm not, at least not until now. As long as you were willing to try anything your knowledge and experience suggested, I've been patient. But I cannot bear to let Maria slip away from me without attempting to save her.
What more can I do?
Come to my wife's bedside.
Oh, it's madness.
Dr. Bulow, I have hesitated to say this. But if you do not come at my request to attend my wife, I shall spend the rest of my days reviling you to the people of this town. A doctor who is unwilling to come to the deathbed of his own patient, no matter what the circumstances, will not find himself welcome in the house of the sick.
Very well. I shall go with you, Monsieur Valdemar, but only to protect you from this charlatan. Froissart, this is your doing. I won't forget it.
The light is on in my wife's chamber. Come, gentlemen. We have no time to lose.
I warn you, Froissart. Do not attempt any medical cure.
Dr. Bulow, please. This way, gentlemen.
Oh, Monsieur Valdemar, I am so glad you're here. Madame has nearly left us. Twice she called your name and cried, I'm going, Ernest, I'm going.
May God preserve her. In here, Dr. Froissart.
Oh, I was afraid you'd left me alone forever.
Never, Maria. I've brought someone who will help you.
No one can help me now.
Do not say that, madame. Put yourself in my hands. Think only of life, of the joy of living. Dr. Bulow, would you care to examine the patient?
I have given my judgment. You may proceed.
Do you need anything, Dr. Froissart?
Give me a candle, please. And everyone be good enough to remain quiet and let me have your attention and good wishes.
Here is the candle.
Thank you. Now, Madame Valdemar, I am going to put you in a trance. Are you willing?
Yes. Yes, I want to be put in a trance. But I'm afraid you've come too late.
There is yet time. Life does not exist in quantity. It is all or none. While there is life, it can be preserved if you want it, wish it, if there is nothing dearer than it. Look at the candle. See the flame of the candle.
I see the candle.
The candle will preserve you from death if you will put yourself in my hands. In my hands. Look at the candle and think. Think slowly. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Are you asleep now?
Not asleep, but very, very tired.
You want to sleep. You want to fall deep, deep asleep. You're tired. You're drowsy. Sleep. Sleep. There.
There. Sleep. Maria, are you asleep?
Yes. Asleep now. Do not wake me. Let me die so.
Do you still feel pain?
No pain. I am dying.
Raise your arm and point at the candle.
Incredible. She hasn't had the strength to do that in days.
Now, lower it. That's very good. She's in a trance now. Will you take over, Dr. Bulow? Perhaps feel her pulse.
Very well.
God bless her. She looks so beautiful.
The pulse is steady, but it's very weak. It's growing weaker.
Her breath is hardly noticeable.
Give me a mirror, we'll see.
Here, Doctor.
There. Just the faintest clouding. Her life is ebbing away fast.
Are you asleep, madame?
Yes. Still asleep. Dying.
Her pulse has stopped. The mirror doesn't cloud. She stopped breathing.
You mean all hope is gone, Dr. Bulow?
Hope was gone before, Monsieur Valdemar. Life cannot be lengthened by the application of parlor games. I only regret that your hopes have been raised so cruelly by this charlatan.
Bulow, did you ever think that there may be matters in this world beyond our ken, forces which are indestructible, which live independently of the beating of the human heart?
Oh, you're mad. Dangerously mad. A deathbed is no place for this cabalistic mumble-jumble.
There can be no better place. For there, where life and death meet, is the great mystery which man must ever aspire to know if he is to know God.
What do you mean?
You, a physician, say she is dead. But I put her in a trance, and only I can release her.
But she is dead, man. Dead. There's nothing beyond death.
I put her in a trance, I say, and only I can release her.
It's blasphemy. Sheer blasphemy.
Call it what you will. I care not for names. But watch. And watch carefully. Listen. Maria, are you still asleep?
Yes. No. I have been sleeping. But now, I am dead.
Dr. Poisson, you testify under oath that after her heart and breath had stopped, Madame Valdemar spoke. Is this really true?
I swear to it, Your Honor. I cannot deny that these words issuing from the still, lifeless Maria Valdemar called forth an unutterable, shuddering horror in everyone that was present at her bedside. Even Bulow stood aghast, his face moist with fear.
This is the devil's work. Maria Valdemar is dead.
But it was her voice.
It sounded as if it came from a distance or echoed through a large cavern.
I heard the voice, but there's no pulse, no breath. Your wife is dead.
Perhaps it is my turn to preach a sermon, Bulow. How can you, a mere mortal, presume to say what constitutes life and what does not?
Her breath is stilled. Her heart no longer beats. She's dead.
Bulow, can't you see? This is no time to recite elementary physiology by rote.
She's dead. All the signs prove it.
Signs? What signs? Does a dead person speak? No. It is plain that death has been arrested by the mesmeric process.
Dr. Bulow, why do you insist she is dead? We had so little time for happiness together. Do you begrudge me the faint, small spark of life that yet remains? Maria, my love is yours forever.
Her lips tremble as if she's trying to reply.
Monsieur Valdemar, I have my responsibility. Your wife is dead. Her death must be reported.
Bulow, I know your responsibility well. I have exercised it many times myself with heavy heart. But I cannot see how you dare pronounce Madame Valdemar dead.
Froissart, I told you at your trial in front of the committee that no good would come of this dealing with the devil. I warned you before that you would regret your meddling with life and death. Madame Valdemar has died. I must report it.
Please. Please, Dr. Bulow, I beg of you. You heard her speak. You saw her lips tremble. Can't you accept this miracle?
Suppose I do accept it.
Would you?
I can accept the miracle, but I cannot accept the responsibility arising from it.
Then you will issue no certificate of death?
There will be none issued so long as the flicker of life remains. Good night, gentlemen.
Proceed, Dr. Froissart. The months rolled by. Monsieur Valdemar overwhelmed me with his gratitude for the prolonging of his wife's life. Madame Valdemar remained in the same condition. Her heartbeat and breath continued absent, but her skin, though cold and lacking blood, neither shriveled nor decayed. Her lips still responded to questions put to her with the slightest quiver, but there were no other evidences of life. Monsieur Valdemar derived much comfort from the presence of his wife and became my devoted pupil. Ernest, what brings you here today?
To see you, and perhaps ask you a few troublesome questions.
We'll save the trouble for last.
No, Emil. My mind is ill at ease.
Nonsense, Ernest. Listen, I have been making great progress lately with my new studies.
Oh, yes?
Yes, indeed. I've been practicing self-hypnosis.
Really?
There's no limit to the possibilities of mesmerism. When I can completely grasp the art of hypnotizing myself, perhaps then I will have come close to my goal. Don't you see? A man can be released from a trance only by the person who put him into it. Now, if I should put myself in a trance, Oh, Ernest, you're not even listening.
Emil, I'm troubled. Sorely troubled.
Your wife remains the same.
Yes, but...
Bulow has been to see her.
Yes, as usual.
He agrees that there is no change.
Yes. Look, Emil. When I came to you 7 months ago in desperation, you did what I asked you to do.
Whatever is the matter with you today, Valdemar?
I'm beginning to realize the horror of my situation.
My dear fellow, it's just that it's new, perhaps strange. But when mesmeric science becomes better known, you will feel more at ease.
This is not just the mood of the moment. I've felt it growing for some time.
You've been listening to Bulow's prattle.
No, Froissart. It was not Bulow who made my Maria appear to me in a vision. Her arms fettered with heavy chains. A piteous, pleading look on her face.
This is hallucination, not science.
Was it hallucination when she cried out, "Ernest, my beloved, for the sake of God, if you love me, release me. I'm neither on earth nor in heaven."
And again, hallucination. You're giving your imagination free rein. Maria is still with you.
This is not Maria. Not my Maria.
I saved all the life that was in her.
You did. And I thought it would be enough. But as day after day goes by, as night follows upon night, I come more and more to the conviction that this is not she. The real Maria lives in my brain, in my heart, and in the love I bear her memory. Not in this corpse with the trembling lip. Froissart, can't you understand? I'm living in a tomb with the body of a stranger.
Valdemar, what would you have me do?
Release her from the trance.
Come, Valdemar. Come, there's no need to be hysterical. The trance has lasted a mere 7 months. Give me a year. That is not much to ask.
I shall be mad or dead before the year is out. You must release her from the trance.
Remember, Ernest, I cannot tell what will happen.
Whatever happens, at least it will be God's will.
Very well. For you, Ernest, for you as my pupil and my friend, I shall try to release Maria tonight.
Dr. Froissart.
Oh, good evening. It's good to be in out of the rain.
They are up in Madame in her chamber.
They?
Monsieur Valdemar and Dr. Bulow.
Oh, what is Bulow doing here?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Oh, nothing. They're waiting for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Come in, Fossard. We're ready.
Bueller, what are you doing here?
Attending my patient.
I see.
After all, we agree that she is alive, don't we?
Of course. Monsieur Valdemar, I'm sorry. Tonight's work cannot be done in the presence of an unsympathetic spirit such as Bureau's. It will require the most delicate hypnotic adjustment.
Put your mind at ease, Froissart. Not for the world would I be present at tonight's meeting with the devil. That's your responsibility, completely. I leave her in your hands. Alive.
Good. Now that he is gone, I can work. Maria Valdemar, you are in my power. Awake. Awake. Awake from the trance.
Look, her eyelid twitched.
Maria, I command you to raise your arm. Your right arm. Your arm. Move your right arm. Maria. Maria, can you explain what your feelings or wishes are now?
Look, her lips.
For God's sake, quick, quick. Put me to sleep or waken me. Quick. I say to you, I am dead.
Maria Valdemar, waken, be among the living, waken.
Dead. Dead.
See, our whole body's moving.
Rise, awaken, live.
Dead.
No, she lies still. It is too late.
Maria, are you with us?
She does not answer. Her lips tremble no more. Dr. Bueller!
Valdemar, you called?
Bueller! She's gone. She's dead.
Froissart, what have you done?
Done?
She was alive when I left this room. What have you done?
Nothing. I released her from the trance.
Release? Trance? Neither science nor the law recognizes these terms.
What do you mean, Bueller?
That this is the end of your meddling, Froissart. My patient was alive when I left this room. We agreed that she was alive. Now she's dead. I charge you with the murder of Madame Maria Valdemar.
This, Your Honor, is the true and complete story. With full faith in the justice of the court, I shall await the verdict.
Emile Froissart, you have been tried fairly before this court, and you have been judged guilty of the murder of Maria Valdemar. It is now my duty to pronounce sentence. I hereby condemn you to hang by the neck until you are dead.
Dead. They thought they could kill me, but they forgot that it was I, Emile Froissart, who had discovered in mesmerism the secret of immortality. They led me to the gallows. They blindfolded me. They put the noose over my head. But I laughed at them. Yes, laughed at their gallows and their noose. They sprang the trap. The noose tightened round my throat. I quickly put myself in a trance from which I could be released only by myself. Dead. I shall go on living forever.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the immortal tale, the case of Monsieur Valdemar. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale, The Shadow.
'Tis in the hot lands that the sun burns. All sensible folk stay within doors. Windows and shutters are closed the whole day, and it looks as though the houses in the city sleep. But in the evening the town comes to life. It is lively up and down the streets, and to visitors from Northlands, like Kurt Van Anders and Peter Vroom, watching from their balconies, the Orient is a wonderful spectacle.
Kurt, come in off the balcony.
All right, Peter.
Sit down.
Oh, but the fun's just starting outside.
Sit down, my boy. I want to talk to you.
Well, if you're going to take that tone, all right.
Tell me, who am I?
Who are you?
Hmm.
Oh, it's to be a catechism, is it? Very well. You are the Honorable Peter Vroom, tutor extraordinary to Baron Kurt Van Anders.
And who is the Baron Kurt Van Anders?
Why, I am.
Then you must not take amiss what I say to you now. For I speak not as friend to friend, but as teacher to pupil.
Oh, so that's why my father sent you after me.
Baron Van Anders, you were promised a year of travel alone for the purpose of completing your education, broadening your viewpoint, and acquiring the degree of sophistication requisite in our Danish society.
I won't go home. I've only had 6 months.
Which you have spent idling in this unwholesome city. Baron, your father is not pleased with us. Consequently, I bring orders that you're to return home at once.
Are you finished, mynheer?
I am finished.
Well, then let us speak as friends again. Peter, I can't come home yet.
Why on earth not?
Because of that voice.
What voice?
Don't you hear it? Listen. A woman singing. She sings every night at this hour in the house across the street. Oh, she has a lovely voice. An exquisite voice.
Good. Does not make sense.
Well, not to you, Peter, because you are old, but I am young. And I am caught on the threads of that lovely voice like a fish in a net. And I will not leave until I've seen her.
Then look. Step to the balcony and look into her window.
I've tried. I can never see her. Oh, Peter, my friend, she has a lovely voice. A magic voice. It's like our northern stars that fill the heart with unquenchable yearning. I would give anything to see her. She's stopped now.
It's just as well. Now come to bed, my boy, and forget this romantic nonsense. We've packing to do in the morning. We must leave for Denmark before nightfall.
Well, if those are my grim old father's orders, I suppose I'll have to. But it's hard to leave this mystery behind. Oh, if I could only see her just once.
Why not let your shadow see her?
Oh, don't play the fool with me, Peter.
I assure you I'm not. Have you forgotten the old Danish belief that what your shadow sees by day is what you dream by night?
Why, that's right. I had forgotten.
Here, stand here. That's it. See? The lamp hurls your shadow across the street into that room. Turn your head a little. Your shadow must look around the room. It will see her. And tonight, you will see her face in your dreams.
Peter! Peter, Oh.
Kurt! In the name of heaven, Kurt, what is it?
Oh, you have eyes, man. Look! My shadow is gone.
Impossible.
Well, then where is it? Tell me. Point it out to me. Peter, turn up that lamp. There, now. Now, where is my shadow? Step aside, Peter. Let there be no mistake about this.
All right, my boy. You'll see it's all imagination.
Now, then. Look. Well?
I don't know what to say.
Peter Vroom, tutor to the Baron Van Anders, Master of Arts, Doctor of Philosophy. Out of the depths of your scholarship, explain.
I cannot.
Well, then so much for science and philosophy. Then I'll tell you where my shadow is. It's across the street in a white house with emerald shutters, held by a harpy who sings with all the guile of a spider. And it's to her web I go now. What I have, I keep. And I want my shadow back. I want my shadow back. Open up in there. Open up! You thieves! Harpies! Spiders! Open up, you shadow stealers! Open this door! Open this door, thieves! It is Baron von Anders calling you to account. This is no sheep to be slaughtered in silence and safety. Open up! Yes? You're the woman who sings. You're the woman who stole my shadow.
Yes, my friend, I am. Come, let us go inside. This way, Baron.
Who are you? What kind of a house is this?
I am called the Grey Spinner. And this house is the house of tapestries. Sit down, Baron.
I don't think I understand.
Not many do, Baron von Anders.
What do you do here?
We spin, my friend. I and my two sisters. We spin lives from gray threads. Small gray threads. The web your shadow was made of.
My shadow?
You have come to claim it. I know. You are too late. We have already woven your shadow.
You have what?
It is an art we practice. To take the thin gray shadows and spin them into living, breathing beings. A fine, exquisite art, my dear Baron. But we are expert artists. There are thousands of our shadow people walking your earth, born of no woman, owing their lives to us.
I don't believe you.
But it is true, my friend. Half the people in this world, half the people you see, half your friends are mere living shadows, spun gray shadows woven by us, the three gray spinners.
I want my shadow back. You have no right.
You cannot have your shadow, my friend. He is a free man. You cannot control him. But beware, Baron, beware. For your end and your shadow's end will be the same. The same end at the same time, Baron.
In the far northern countries, the little sun that is seen gives forth a pale, watery light that shows hardly any shadows at all. One does not notice shadows in the Northlands. One would not notice a man who had no shadow. But a man without a shadow doesn't realize this. He believes all eyes spy out his secret, and like a harried beast lurks in darkness, nursing his fear.
Kurt! Hang it, it's pitch dark in here. But I'll swear this is the place. I know it was him I followed. I know he came into this apartment. Kurt!
Oh, all right, Peter. Suppose I might as well give in. You found me.
Kurt, then it was you.
Yes, it was me. One moment, I've got my tinderbox here. I'll light a candle. I don't usually keep a light going. Naturally, you understand why. There we are.
Kurt, you fool, you fool.
All right, Peter, you found me. Now, don't lecture me.
But to come home with me and then give me the slip right here in Königsberg, to hide for a year, a whole year, and in a hovel like this, my boy, you're insane.
You know I'm not, Peter. A man without a shadow doesn't expose himself.
But what have you been doing for a year?
Looking for a gray lady, a gray spinner, a lady who perhaps might spin me a new shadow.
Shadow, it's warped your mind. Oh, my boy, how could you do this to me? And to your father?
How is it with you, Peter?
How can you ask? You must know. I've been dismissed by your father for losing you. My reputation blasted, my career, my life ended. I've spent a year searching for you. Searching and hoping.
That's really very funny, Peter. I've been looking for a shadow without a man, and you for a man without a shadow.
But now that I found you, all will be well again. You'll come with me to your father. I shall be reinstated. We'll make up a story about tropical fever, eh? Loss of mind. All will be well again. You'll
No,
see.
Peter.
You mean you want a different excuse for vanishing?
I mean I'm not going back.
Not going back?
How can I? How can a man without a shadow ever dare appear anywhere? You know how they stoned me in the streets of that city? You remember how we were attacked at every stop on the way home? wherever I showed myself.
But this is home. You're safe here,
A
Kurt.
man without a shadow is safe nowhere. I will not leave this place except at night. And I will not go to my father's house.
I'm going to tell your father where you are. I'm going to tell him why you're here. That you're insane. I'm going to
tell him nothing.
What? No,
you blind, blundering fool. You would sell me for a fine, fat job, eh?
No, Kurt, no, in heaven's name.
Listen to me, fool, listen. Listen while you can still hear. I've nothing left, money, friends, clothes, even shadow. But 2 hands and courage I have. And with them I fight for what I want. Always. It's the door. Someone there. Peter's body. I got to hide it, but where?
Pardon. I took the liberty. You are Baron Kurt von Anders? Pardon again. I did not see you had company. But you are Baron von Anders.
Yes,
That man is dead? Yes?
Yes.
You have just strangled him, Baron, eh? I see the white finger marks on the throat turning red. He died quite recently, hmm?
Yes.
That is very funny. While I entered, his life fled.
Who are you?
Ah, it is as I expected. You do not recognize me, Baron.
No. You're not of the police.
No. It is not my business that you are a murderer.
Then who are you?
Oh, come now. Can you not guess? I've been an old friend of yours for 20 years. We grew up together, my dear Baron. And yet, you do not recognize me.
In heaven's name, who are you?
I am your shadow.
They tell a tale in the far northern countries where this story takes place, that once a man standing before a mirror slipped and fell through the glass, and so met himself in the flesh, face to face. Whereupon he screamed in terror, because the face he saw was so ugly. No, it is not pleasant anywhere to meet and speak with a part of yourself, especially if that part be your shadow.
You are surprised, my dear Baron, eh? What did you expect? Sooner or later, your shadow had to return, eh?
This is impossible. I don't believe it. You are flesh and blood, alive.
Ah, yes. The gray women spin well on the looms. Yes, I'm alive, flesh and blood. Well woven, so to speak.
And you are no longer a shadow. My shadow.
I am nobody's shadow. I am a prince. The Prince of Samarkand.
A prince?
Not by heredity, you understand, but by something better. A prince by conquest, dear Baron. Ah, yes. I've had many adventures during this year. I will tell them to you someday.
What brings you north to Denmark?
It's a strange mission, my friend, and I shall ask your advice, but later. Now, what about yourself? It isn't that wise to murder, you know. They hang murderers. What are you to do?
I must escape somehow.
Escape, yes, very good. You have money still? You'll pardon me, I can't help asking. These chambers so very poor and ugly.
No, I have no money. I have nothing left since I lost you.
I will help you escape if you will render me a very small service in return.
What service?
I have come north on an import takes me to the court of Maria, Countess of Heligo. You know the name. The lands are in Finland?
No.
Strange, Baron. Your own family is powerful in Denmark. Your acquaintance is large in the northern country.
I've never heard of her. She's some imposter, some deceiver. There is no Countess Maria of Heligo.
And we shall see. But for now, my predicament is this. You see, I have no shadow.
No shadow?
But how could I? The Grey Ladies weave well, but even they cannot spin a shadow for a shadow.
True.
And so, I will help you escape if you will... Oh, no, this is embarrassing. How can I ask it of you?
Ask what you will. I am a desperate man by this killing.
Then, will you come away with me to Finland? I will protect you, feed you, clothe you, and ask only a small thing in return.
What thing?
That you be my shadow.
Prince of Samarkand, this is the final irony of the Grey Spinner. So the shadow shall be the master, and the master the shadow.
But you must remember, my friend, it is you who are the shadow. Let me trouble you to remember that, lest I remember to mention a certain killing to the gods of Denmark.
No, you would not.
But you believe I would, eh? And you are right. One does not become Prince of Samarkand through squeamishness. It would be wise to keep that in mind.
I will remember. Only answer me one question in return. Why did you save me from death when I am the one person who can betray your secret? Why?
It was mercy, my shadow.
No, it was something else.
It was mercy.
Enter, Prince, and welcome to Heligo.
My companion will wait outside.
Very well.
I am pleased to greet you after these many months of letters, Prince.
My dear Countess Maria, I have been looking forward to this meeting ever since we reached our delightful agreement. I can only say the beauty of your letters has been but a pale reflection of your own charm.
Not so fast, my friend. You must answer one question for me.
Yes?
Why do you not cast a shadow?
We of the far south are sorcerers. I've had my shadow trimmed up into a man. You saw him just outside the door.
This is most unusual, Prince of Magic.
And it is really a delightful joke. For my shadow is so proud of passing himself off as a man that if he is to be kept in a proper humor, he must be treated quite like a man.
I like that. I have met many princes, but you are the first ever to be original about your shadow. Yes, I think I shall like you more and more, Prince of Samarkand. Prince of Magicians.
Then I shall hope more, Your Grace.
Do not waste too many moments in hoping. It will be a good marriage, my friend. A splendid matching of north and south.
Ah, dear lady.
No. Now go first to your suite. You are wearied with much traveling. There will be a banquet tonight. Go. You must rest. You and your man shadow. In 2 hours, my friend.
In 2 hours.
Well, is your business finished? Can we leave now?
Listen, my good friend. You will listen closely, eh? I have now become as happy and mighty as anyone can be. I will therefore do something particular for you.
What? You can give me back my shadow?
You shall always live with me in the palace. Drive with me in the royal carriage. Have 10,000 gold pieces a year. Then you must submit to be called Shadow by all and everyone.
No.
You must not say you have ever been a man. And once a year, when I sit on the balcony in the sunshine, you must lie at my feet as a shadow should do.
Never. You ask too high a price for your blood money.
I must tell you, I'm going to marry the Countess.
No. This is not right. I will not have it. And I will not do it. You will deceive the whole country and the Countess, too. All right, I will tell everything. That I am a man and that you are my shadow.
Fool! Who would believe you? Be reasonable, or I will call the guard.
Get out of the way. I'm going to the Countess.
You're a fool. A man with a price on your head. You cannot.
Get out of the way.
But I say...
Prince.
Your Grace.
You're trembling. Has something happened? What was that noise?
Countess,
I have lived to see the most cruel thing that anyone could see. What a pity. His poor shadow brain could not bear the strain.
What is it? What are you saying?
My shadow has turned mad. He thinks he is a man and I am his shadow.
Poor shadow.
I'm afraid he will never recover. I shall have to keep him confined forever. Guard, take him to his room and chain him.
No.
That was not just of you, Prince of Magicians, to take a common shadow and work your enchantments on him. Small wonder he's gone mad.
Perhaps.
You must never play these tricks again. Now, I think it would be a real act of charity to deliver your shadow of the little illusory life he has.
Oh, no.
Yes. When I think the matter over, I'm convinced it will be necessary to do away with him quietly.
No, you must not. I forbid it.
No man forbids me anything in my own court, my friend. We will talk of it by and by at the banquet. But rest assured, your shadow must die. Your shadow, Prince, must die. As you all see, at my right sits the noble Prince of Samarkand, noble cousin from the far south who has journeyed many thousands of leagues to our court.
Your Grace.
One moment, my dear.
I must speak to you. I've not had the chance all evening. I must speak about my shadow.
He will be taken care of, I've promised.
No.
To some of you, the purpose of this visit is a mystery. To a few others, it is perhaps known. Now I shall make the truth known to all.
Cousin, listen to me, I beg you.
What is it?
You must not harm my shadow.
He will not be harmed, my dear. I have promised his little life will be taken. Nothing more. No torture. No pain.
But you cannot take his life.
Cannot in my own castle, Prince? No. It is a lesson you must learn for the future. At this moment, they will be bringing the headsman to his cell.
I beg you, no. I beg you. Great heaven. I can feel the fingers of death chilling my heart even now.
You are oversensitive. We must harden you a little with our northern frost.
Creeps to my throat. Can you do nothing to save me? Stop the death. I beg you.
Prince.
I did not tell him. I did not dare lay my life in his hands. The gray spinner, she told me, when he dies, so must I die. How else should it be between master and shadow? My life linked to his, and now...
He is gone. In the twinkling of an eye, gone. Prince of Samarkand, Prince of Magicians. Nothing remains but an empty sack of clothes. Oh, it's over. The game is played and finished. Away, shadows, all of you. The play is ended. The man is dead and his shadow, too. This shadow castle will vanish and we must part and go our ways. But we have our little jest now. And we shall chuckle over it for a time. The 3 gray spinners will have a jest to while away the weary, immortal years, until the time comes to joke and laugh once more.
It is hot in the southlands and cold in the north. The east winds blow chill, and the west winds sweet and soft. But north and south, east and west, the gray spinners weave the tapestry of some men's lives. Perhaps your own. From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the immortal tale, The Shadow. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Weird circle. In this cave, where the restless sea, we are met to call from out of the past stories, strange and weird. Bellkeeper, toll the bell, so that all may know we are gathered again in the Weird Circle.
of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, the Bride of Death. This is the story of death, of a fearful prophecy fulfilled, of a love that could lead only to madness. The first ingredient was death, the cold, sharp steel bite of a Scottish claymore. In a narrow street in a town near Donaghbird, an old, half-forgotten Highland feud had flared again. Death peers over the shoulders of three young clansmen as a force twice their number beats them back. Stop a moment and see which one he chooses.
We're badly outnumbered, my lord. Don't let them force you out. Keep your back against the wall. Watch out for them. Keep your sword up, Kenneth. We'll beat them off yet. The traitors cut our stop.
Oh, Kenneth, my lord, you're bleeding.
Ah, death has chosen Kenneth, Earl of Dunbar, oldest son of the noble Scottish house. The shouted encouragements of his servant Bruce will not help him now. The tears of his younger brother Douglas come too late. Together these two carry the wounded man into the home of the Dominie. But the services of this holy man will not change the mind of death.
Come, my son. Let us leave the brothers alone. It's the least that we can do at this moment. You've been wounded in the service of your masters.
Oh, it's only a scratch, Dominie. I'd have died for either of them.
Each man must do his own dying. Even Kenneth, Earl of Dunbar. I believe the younger brother called you Bruce. We shall have to tear your sleeve, Bruce, to dress your arm.
I can't believe it, sir. You don't know his lordship. He won't let himself die.
The clansmen who set upon you, were they from Black Donald's castle?
No, they'd be the last to attack us. That feud has long been over. Derek MacDonald's daughter, Lady Margaret, is to marry young Kenneth. We were on the way to the castle for the betrothal feast.
But the brothers have been away from Scotland most of their lives. The Earl of Dunbar and his bride-to-be can't have seen each other since they were children.
Yes, but it was all arranged by their families years ago. He was to meet his bride for the first time. Oh, you don't know how much it counts on this happiness, Dominie.
I think I do, Bruce. Did you hear the words he spoke to us before he lost consciousness?
You wouldn't find that strange if you knew Kenneth, sir. A man of iron will.
There was an uncanny look in his eyes as he said it. Living or dead, he said, he'd seek her out and have her for his own. Living or dead.
The death knell. He's...
Yes, Bruce. Your master is dead. The betrothal feast will never see its guest of honor. Why, my son, you're trembling.
Suddenly, Dominie, I'm afraid. You didn't know this man. I tell you it'll take more than death to stop Kenneth, Earl of Dunbar.
Nevertheless, death was the first ingredient. It was in the mind of Lady Margaret as a girl that the fearful prophecy was planted. But even today, neither her father nor her Aunt Mary know it is there. But it was the second ingredient. It was fear.
No, Father, you can't make me do it. I will not marry the Earl of Dunbar. I'll never marry anyone.
Young Kenneth is not just anyone, Margaret.
Please try to understand, Davok. Margaret's high-strung. She's been alone too much. And now this sudden plan of marriage to a man she's never seen. That none of us have seen.
20 years ago, you and Kenneth Dunbar played together as children. His father, once the feud was over, became my best friend. We have followed closely his career on the continent.
A career of bloodshed and violence. A professional soldier. And now that he's returning to Scotland, you remember some absurd plan of the past to unite his clan and ours. You remember the Dunbar wealth. Margaret, that's not fair to your father. All of us consider the Earl of Dunbar a fine match for you in many ways. You've forgotten the stories of his fits of violence, his strange moods, his cruelty and overbearing willpower.
Gossip. gossip and your overwrought imagination, Margaret. I have never intended to force you into this marriage.
Oh, Father, if you'd only...
I haven't finished, Margaret. I still don't intend to force you into it. The banquet this evening was arranged to, or shall I say, bring you young people together. Let it rest at that. But of one thing I am determined. If you reject the Earl of Dunbar, young Kenneth, you shall have no other husband while I live.
Thank you, Father. Thank you.
The guests have already begun to arrive. The guest of honor will be here before sundown. We both have duties to perform, Margaret.
Now that he's gone, come here and sit beside me.
I'm sorry I acted so silly, Aunt Mary. But if you only understood how I feel.
I think I do, dear. You're frightened.
I am. But not of young Kenneth Dunbar. It's grandfather's prophecy, Aunt Mary, that frightens me.
Nonsense. Black Donald may have been eccentric, but he couldn't foretell the future, Margaret.
And then there was the story that he'd made a bargain with death for being rescued from this room. And a prophecy of some kind that no one ever knew about.
And it's this superstitious nonsense that's been frightening you, Margaret?
It isn't nonsense, Aunt Mary. You see, I found the prophecy. It says, the last born of Black Donald's clan shall be the bride of death.
Oh, you poor child. To have been living in the shadow of that fear. And all on account of that crazy old man. The bride of death. Oh, don't look like that, Margaret. I can't imagine anyone more alive than Kenneth. You could hardly call the Earl of Dunbar a spectre bridegroom.
I know, and yet, somehow I'm afraid. I'm terribly afraid.
There we have 2 ingredients. All we have to do is to mix them. Perhaps woven together in just the right pattern, they might create a dark tapestry of madness. Twilight has fallen over the wildness of the moors, and a soft wind moans through the trees in the garden back of the castle. Lady Margaret has slipped away from her guests.
Forgive me if I do not rise, Lady Margaret. I have traveled far to get here. I'm very tired.
Oh, I'm sorry I was so silly. But it was rather startling. I hadn't seen anyone come into the garden.
I came through the little gate at the far end.
But we never used that. I mean, I didn't know anyone knew of it except myself. It's all overgrown and the moor beyond.
I remembered it from many years ago. My home once lay across the moor.
But then, why, of course. Oh, I should have seen the resemblance to your father. You're the Earl of Dunbar.
You're surprised, Margaret?
No. Somehow I knew you were my friend. But you're different in a way, Kenneth. Quieter, more gentle than I'd expected.
There is much that can change a man, Margaret. But you're just as I pictured you. Dreamed of you through the years. Lovely, gracious. A warm heart to welcome me home. At last.
Perhaps. Don't you think we'd better go in, Kenneth?
Oh, you're shivering, Margaret. Are you cold?
No, it isn't that, Kenneth. I just happened to think of something. Perhaps you remember my grandfather.
Black Don? What Highlander doesn't? That might be he coming down the path this moment.
That's my father, Kenneth. Sir Davik MacDonald. I'm afraid he's going to be angry at you for appearing like a ghost out of nowhere.
His anger cannot reach me, Margaret. I'm beyond all human emotion now, except my love for you. To have found you at last, that's all that's left. I haven't time for words, but you feel it too. I know you do. Nothing can separate us, Margaret. Not even death.
Welcome to Black Donald Castle, my lord. I had almost given you up.
You see, Father, Kenneth slipped in by the back way. I happened to see him here.
I know, Margaret. Your servant told me I'd find you here, Kenneth. The man is strangely frightened.
Bruce has had a trying day, Sir Davik. We both have. I hope you'll excuse us early.
Nonsense, my boy. You'll spend the night here. Now come along. My guests are anxious to meet you. Your fame has preceded you to Cairn Nagasha.
Even so, it has come too late.
What's the matter, Kenneth? You're not well.
Do look a trifle pale, my boy.
It's nothing, Sir Davik. A recent wound. I lost a lot of blood. Margaret, please stay near me. My time is short.
But time is not an ingredient, nor space. One evening may be an eternity, or it may only be a fraction of a fraction, when love awaits the tolling of the midnight bell.
Oh, there you are, Davok. I've been looking for you. It's nearly midnight and the guests are expecting a toast to the Earl of Dunbar.
Mary, I don't understand that young man's behavior. All evening he's avoided me.
He's avoided everyone, Davok, except Margaret. I don't think his eyes have left her face all evening.
It's very strange. I have an uncanny feeling he means her harm. Mary, do you think I've made a mistake? My daughter and a man we know nothing of?
I've never seen Margaret look so happy, Davok, and this in spite of the fears she's carried.
Clan or no clan, I've a good mind to put a stop to the whole affair. I've been too hasty. A Highlander for a son, not a pale-faced imitation, no matter how noble his family. But no one say MacDonald gave his daughter to be the bride of a bloodless ghost of a man.
The bride of death.
Oh, for heaven's sake, pull yourself together, woman. Our friends are staring at you.
Your daughter and the Earl of Dunbar, they're together in the courtyard now.
And what of that, Wallace?
His lordship has ordered his horse. He means to leave. And Sir Davok, he means to take Lady Margaret with him.
What? He avoids me like the plague, then seeks to take my daughter from me without so much as by your leave? Come, Wallace. Get my sword and bring your own as well. It seems the Donalds must once again teach the house of Dunbar its manners.
There he is, Sir Davok. Lady Margaret, too. The servant already mounted. Over there by the gate. See?
Is this the way the Earl of Dunbar repays the hospitality of the Donalds? To steal my daughter like a common thief?
But, Father, let me explain.
I'll brook no more interference of my wishes. Join your aunt and wait for me. And now, sir, what have you to say?
Only that I shall return and take your daughter with me.
By Black Donald, sir, that you'll never do. You and your henchmen shall know the anger of my clan from this day on.
The anger of the Donalds cannot reach me now, Sir Davok, nor any other human being, except your daughter's love. Oh, I must go. Before the final stroke of midnight, I must leave this place.
And it is well you do, young man, if you value your life.
I place no value on that which I no longer have, Sir Davok. Go tomorrow to the great kirk in the town, and you shall understand my meaning.
You are mad. The same madness that claimed your father.
It is not madness that has claimed me, Sir Davok. It is death.
The ingredients have gone into our story but one. The fear in the mind of Lady Margaret is a result of Black Donald's prophecy that the last born of his line would be the bride of death. The fulfillment of this dire foreboding seemed close at hand when her promised bridegroom, Kenneth, Earl of Dunbar, was stabbed to death on the day of his betrothal feast. Had this been known to Margaret, his first appearance before her might have brought madness with it. Instead, it added the ingredient of love. But now Sir Davok MacDonald, Margaret's father, has added the most potent ingredient of all. His anger at his noble guest's behavior brought forth truth, always a dangerous ingredient. To Black Donald Castle, it has brought terror and the dark suspicion that the spectre bridegroom will return to claim his bride.
Lady Mary, is there no change in her condition? She hardly looks alive.
No, Davok. None of your doctors have been able to rouse her. From midnight last and all through the day I've been by her side, here in her bedchamber. She hasn't moved or spoken.
The events of last night have affected her mind, Mary. I wish I'd never heard of the House of Dunbar. If this ghastly story is true...
If, Davok. In your mind, you're as sure as I am that we entertained a ghost last night. Else why should Wallace have ridden to town for you this morning?
It's time he returned.
Deep in your heart, you know the fear of all of us who love Margaret I could see it in your eyes when you returned from the courtyard last night to blurt out that awful story before your guests.
It was a mistake, I admit it, Mary. But how was I to know that Margaret had discovered Black Donald's prophecy? How was I to know her horror of being the bride of death?
You should never have promised her to a man we hadn't seen. You knew the reputation of Kenneth Dunbar, a strange, wild Highlander with an iron will that has given him life even in death, and now his threat to take her with him.
Quiet, woman. Kenneth, Earl of Dunbar, shall go back to his grave without her. The Donalds fear no man, living or dead.
Sir Davik!
Wallace, come in quickly. What have you found?
But Lady Margaret, sir, I do not want to frighten her again.
She can neither see nor hear you, Wallace. But you do not need to speak. I can read the answer in your face. We heard the truth from the lips of a dead man last night.
It is true, Sir Davik. His lordship was killed while on his way to the castle. I could not even get near the kirk. Clansmen from the hills have poured into town to view his body as it lies in state.
Hannah. Hush, Margaret. Don't be frightened. No harm shall come to you.
Watch over her well, Mary. It may be that she will awaken soon. I must decide what shall be done. Come, Wallace. We have much to think of.
Margaret, child, try to hear me. This evil thing will never reach you. I shall watch over you. Try to forget your fears. Forget all about the Earl of Dunbar.
She has no fear of me, Lady Mary.
You... Oh, no. No, it can't be. How...
I came from the balcony, Lady Mary. Please do not be afraid. Don't move away.
No. No, you shan't have her. Never. Oh.
Kenneth, you've come back for me.
Yes, Margaret, as I promised. But the time has not yet come. You are ill. We must wait a little while.
But you will come back for me?
Very soon, my darling. Through the fears of those about you, through the dark prophecies of the past, I'll come. You're not afraid?
My fear was only that you'd left me, Kenneth. There are no words that matter anymore. I only know that I love you, that you're unhappy, that you need me.
We shall be together soon. Come, sleep now, and know that from wind-swept moors outside your window, I shall be watching over you.
The ingredients of life do not always mix as you expect them to. The poison of fear can often be cleared away by the potency of love. But the clansmen of Lady Margaret had no such protection as they looked upon the powerful ingredient of truth. Within the great stone walls of Black Donald Castle, the terror of the spectre bridegroom grew as the days went by. One night, as the wind lashed the rain across the moors and rattled the ancient casements in the great hall, Sir Davik paced uneasily before the fire.
In the name of heaven, Wallace, come away from that window. There's nothing to see. Warm yourself here by the fire.
It's a fearful night, Sir Davik. It's in my mind that the spectre bridegroom may be abroad again.
Watching won't keep him away. Nor guards either, for that matter. Did Lady Mary tell you that one of my men saw the black figure climbing down the vines beneath Margaret's window?
Aye, and that he vanished before his very eyes. It's common talk throughout the castle.
They think of nothing else, Wallace. I swear it's like living with people who have lost their minds.
It's Lady Margaret's health that concerns me, Sir Davik. She will not eat. She will talk to no one. She spends her days and half her nights watching from a window overlooking the garden.
You waste your breath telling me these things, Wallace. I know what's in your mind only too well. You think my daughter is mad, that she has come to think of herself as the bride of death.
I do, Sir Davik. As well as I love the Lady Margaret, I've seen the light in her eyes. It isn't fear, I swear. The lass is waiting for this dead man, this Earl of Dunbar, to return.
Wallace, you're one of my most faithful henchmen, but you're as bad as the rest. This talk is driving me daft. Go back to your window if you must, but hold your tongue.
Davik.
What is it, Mary? Is Margaret all right?
She's gone, Davik. Vanished. Her room is empty.
I thought I told you to lock her in at night.
A few minutes ago, she called for me and asked for a glass of water. I left the door unlocked to fetch it, and when I came back, she was no longer there. The spectre bridegroom has come for her.
Quiet, woman. She's not well. She may have wandered alone out into the storm. Wallace, call out the guard and have horses saddled for all. We'll search every crag, every inch of the moor, every road until my daughter is found. I'll have her back, though I feel the dead hands of Kenneth Dunbar at my throat. Hold, Wallace. Look yonder. You see that faint light glimmering through the rain?
It's from some house, Sir Davok. Come, the men have already turned off. We must hurry.
No, Wallace. That's no house. I wonder I didn't think of it before. It is there that we shall find Lady Margaret. I pray we're still in time.
I think we're in the neighborhood of Dunbar Castle, Sir Davok, but not near enough to see a light.
True. But we're close upon the ancient chapel of the family built centuries ago.
That gloomy place has been sealed as long as I can remember. No one's been there for years.
You're mistaken. Within the week, the place has been occupied. You forget that Kenneth, Earl of Dunbar, was buried there. Come, Wallace. Lead the horses, Wallace. Hurry. I see the chapel door stands ajar.
This is not to my liking, Sir Davok. If I could get the men...
There's no time for that, you fool. Quickly now.
Look. Up front near the altar. Lady Margaret and the dead man.
And the dominie from the town kirk stands before them. His lips are moving. Perhaps he prays.
All the prayers in Scotland will not bring life to that bloodless youth.
We must stop this sacrilege. Follow close. Dominie, hold your blessing. You do not know the revolting blasphemy you commit.
You're too late, Father. We fear your anger no longer. There's nothing you can do to separate us now.
Margaret, if you think O'Donnell will stand by to see his daughter snatched from him by the hand of death...
MacDonald, please. In the name of the friendship you once bore my father...
There was no bargain that my daughter should be your bride in death.
Sir Davok, the night of the feast I was suffering in mind and body. I could not speak the news I bore.
You lie. At midnight, from your own bloodless lips, I heard...
Your unjust accusation drove me to it. Although I have loved Margaret from the beginning of memory, I was ready to say farewell.
Gentlemen, this is no place to fight with words or swords. If Sir Davok objects to this marriage...
Objects? Dominie, this man is dead. The Earl of Dunbar has sold his soul to the devil to come back from the grave.
Davok MacDonald, Earl of Dunbar, sleeps peacefully in the vault below us. His younger brother, Douglas, has just been joined in wedlock to your daughter.
What? Douglas? Douglas Dunbar?
I don't condone the false impression given you by the present Earl, nor do I condone the secret wooing of your daughter. But of his love, there is no doubt.
And I love him, Father. Even before I knew he wasn't Kenneth, I loved him. Nothing mattered. Even Black Donald's prophecy.
Douglas de la Mort.
That title, given by the Normans to the second sons of the House of Dunbar, has long been forgotten, Sir Davok. I ask your forgiveness for playing the role again.
I could not withhold it if I would. All this had to be, my son. Douglas de la Mort. Douglas of death. Margaret was foreordained by Black Donald himself to be your bride. The bride of death.
Sometimes the ingredients of life seem to brew a dark and terrible potion. And yet there's always one final ingredient that's always there. Call it what you will. Luck, chance, fate. It is always there.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have heard another immortal tale in The Weird Circle. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Be here in this lonely cave by the restless sea once again next time for another immortal tale in The Weird Circle.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale. The Red Hand.
I am standing here in the rain, waiting for him to die. And in a moment now, the sound of the trap dropping open will echo over the shining west street, and he will be dead. Then I can walk in this world I live in. Walk as freely as perhaps you do, without death in the wake of my footsteps. Listen, my life was not always bounded by four walls and a lonesome room. No, my life was full, rich and full, and I lived in a French province on the Upper Rhine. I was beautiful, they said. Golden hair, vigorous with life. They said I could have married any man in all the province. I was wealthy as well as beautiful. Oh, many years ago, it seems. I was visiting Madame Ruprecht's in Strasbourg. At a party there one night, I met Monsieur de la Tourelle.
A very great pleasure, mademoiselle.
Oh, how do you do, monsieur? And thank you.
Some champagne out on the terrace, mademoiselle?
Thank you, monsieur. I think a breath of fresh air would be very nice.
Well, this is better. I'm more at home under a full moon.
Really? A different girl under the same old moon.
Oh, please, mademoiselle. I only meant that this is more appropriate. Outdoors, moon, the smell of the night, the trees, and you, a beautiful woman to talk to.
Oh, thank you, monsieur.
Mademoiselle Monroe, permit me. We have just met, but I have never known a more beautiful woman, ever.
Oh.
Anyone I wanted more to kiss.
Oh, you shouldn't kiss me like that, monsieur.
Well, don't look so surprised.
Do I?
Exactly the same way as when I kissed your hand back there.
Shall we go in?
To safety?
Oh, please, monsieur, Oh, here's Madame Ruprecht looking for us.
Anne, Monsieur de la Tourelle. Well, I can't turn my back for a second. Where have you two been?
We were just
Just a breath of fresh air, you know.
Oh.
You have other acquaintances for me to meet, I'll gamble.
How did you guess? Come along, monsieur.
Au revoir, mademoiselle. We shall meet again.
Oh, there you are, Anne Montfort. I have some wonderful news for you.
Oh, and where's
Monsieur de la Tourelle? He had to leave hurriedly. Send his good night through me. But listen, he's coming to see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
I arranged it all.
But what if I don't care to see him?
But, my dear, he's a catch if there ever was one. They say he's fabulously rich, has a chateau in the Vosges and everything. And you object to his wanting to visit you?
Forgive me. I suppose it is all right.
Of course it is. Now run along and get ready.
Well, Monsieur de la Tourelle did come to see me the next day. And the day after that. And within a week he'd stolen my heart. Oh, I was delirious with this new kind of happiness. So we were married. And my husband took me to his chateau, Les Rochers, tucked away in the scenic Vosges Mountains. Oh, those first few weeks were wonderful weeks. And foolishly, I believed they would never end. At first, I only sensed something was wrong. He would leave me alone for days and nights on end. I was not allowed to go outside the walls. The servants spied on me. Neighbors who came for an occasional visit were told that I was ill, that I was unable to see anyone at all. I could not understand my husband's attitude. And then one evening, my only friend, my Norman maid, Amante, told me a letter for me was in my husband's study. It was the first letter I'd received since the first day I came to Les Rochers.
It is true, madame. I had no business to look inside the desk drawer, but I did. And there I saw the letter.
Addressed to me?
Yes, madame.
But why? I was told that I'd never received a single letter here.
Oh, forgive me, madame, but that is not true. The letter is there. It is that, well, Monsieur de la Tourelle is keeping it from you.
But how could he? Why? Armand, you must help me to get that letter.
I will, madame, gladly. Now, while Monsieur de la Tourelle is not at home.
Quiet, Armand. Hold the light higher.
Hurry then, madame, while I close the door.
Good. Now this way. Desk is over here. We can get the letter and be gone before anyone... Hold the light higher, Armand. I can't see.
What happened? The candle, madame. Oh. It blew out the portiere.
Heaven's name, what can we do now?
Take the letter to your bedroom. Then bring it back later.
No, that would be dangerous. You go get a fresh light. I'll stay here and wait for you.
But, madame, suppose he should...
Do as I say. He returns tomorrow. Now, hurry.
If you wish,
Hurry and be quiet. I'll close the portiere. The candle mustn't blow out again. What was that?
Easy there, Lefebvre. Not so much noise.
Oh, my husband.
Well, we should have buried this man where we killed him. He's heavy.
Yeah. Oh, do you want us to be discovered? Fine thing if we had the gendarme from Strasbourg down in the district investigating. I've told you again and again, we must have peace around Les Rochers if we want to carry on our little business without interference. Too bad Monsieur de Poissy came upon us while we were robbing that merchant from Cologne. Oh, he was such a good neighbor.
I still think we should have robbed him and thrown him in the bushes.
I'll make the decisions. It's a good thing Blanchard here has no tongue. I couldn't stand two of you gabbing all the time. Listen. Someone's coming.
Oh, monsieur, I did not...
Oh, come in, Armand. Now, what are you doing in my study?
Monsieur, I thought you...
Yes, that I was out. You know this cannot be tolerated. What did you want?
Well, there was a letter for Madame among the mail. I thought to get it and take it to her.
Oh, a letter, eh?
Yes, monsieur.
And she probably wants it very much.
I thought so, monsieur. I thought I'd surprise.
Well, you can't have it. I'll decide whether Madame will or won't have her letter.
Yes, monsieur.
Now get out of here. And if I ever catch you snooping in these rooms again, I'll cut out your heart. Go on now. Out.
Yes, sir.
Stupid woman.
Not so stupid. Blanchard and me, we stood in front of the body, but I think she saw his face.
Oh, nonsense. The fool was scared to death.
Nevertheless, you shouldn't have let her go. She'll talk. We should have slit her throat.
Oh, don't be an old woman, Lefebvre. She can tell nothing of tonight's business. Yes, and what's unusual about my early return from a trip? That can easily be explained.
Maybe so. And these women around here will get you in trouble yet.
Oh, nonsense. My wife knows nothing, suspects even less. If she knew I was leader of the Mer Rouge, stealing, robbing, murdering cutthroats, they call us. If she but knew, she would have a stroke, I think.
What makes you so sure your wife knows nothing?
She's too simple for that. Besides, if I thought for 1 minute that she knew anything, well, see this dagger? It would be in her heart, good Lefebvre.
What was that?
What? Oh, the portiere. The wind, Lefebvre, only the wind. Why, you're jumpy as a cat.
Let's have a look. I'm sure someone was at the window.
No one's there. Now get about your business. See what's in Monsieur de Poissy's pockets. Poor fellow. If he had only not come by when we were roasting that merchant's foot.
Hey, you, Blanchard. Help me stand him up. We can search better that. No, I don't trust your women. Remember your other wife, Victorine.
Yes. I had to send her on a long journey.
But this one is sly. What she knows, she keeps to herself, or tells the gendarmes, maybe?
No, Lefebvre. She knows nothing. But before she learns the truth, she too will go on a journey.
Oh? I see. And she is a wealthy woman, no?
Do you think I would marry a woman who wasn't? Of course she's wealthy. When she's dead, it will be mine. Just as Victorine's was.
And how will you murder her?
I've yet to plan that, but it must be a clever way. We shall see. Now, come along. There's food in the galley.
But the body...
Oh, it's safe enough here. Armand is too scared to return, and no one else knows I'm back. It's all right. Come on, fetch Blanchard.
Come on, Blanchard, come on.
Did you get a good look at the merchant's eyes when his feet were roasting?
Madame, where are you? Here, over here, behind the portieres. Are you all right? Yes, I'm a little faint. I heard them go off. Oh, I was so frightened they would discover you. Oh, they had. Here, give me a hand. Help me up. Oh, what's that? A body. A what? Give me a hand, Armand. There, steady. Pull now. That's it. Oh, what is it, madame? I felt the cold. Cold? Yes. Poor Monsieur de Poissy. De Poissy. He murdered. Oh, quickly, Armand. We must leave here tonight. My husband is the leader of the Mar Rouge. Mar Rouge? You mean... It can't be. Yes. They stood boasting of exploits while I hid behind the portieres. Oh, madame, your life. It is in very great danger. And yours, Armand. Anyone who knows about the Mar Rouge. Death. Yes. Oh, we must leave tonight now. Oh, madame. At once. Hurry. We must leave at once. We made hasty preparations. Armand packed some food. She even found men's clothing for disguise. As we left the estate secretly, we could hear Monsieur de la Tourelle and his accomplice, Lefebvre, discussing an appropriate burial place for the body. Going by side roads, we struck out for Strasbourg, in the roles of a traveling tailor and his wife. Armand looked the part of the tailor very well, and I had told her to pretend she was dumb and couldn't speak. I dyed my hair and made myself up beyond recognition. Several days later, we were halfway to Strasbourg. It was late afternoon, and needing food and shelter for the night, we stopped at a country blacksmith's, offering to mend clothes in return for an overnight stay. With luck, we will be in Strasbourg in a few days. Once inside the city, Monsieur will never find us. Hush, not too loud. Here's the blacksmith's wife.
All going well?
Yes, it's close to sundown, though. We could use a light.
All right, I'll get there.
That's the third time you've asked. Always the same answer. She just won't burn it until she must. What's that? The man on horseback. He's stopping. Can you make out who he is? The gentleman is standing. The blacksmith and his wife are greeting him. Courage, madame. Oh, Armand, it's Monsieur de la Tourelle. Outside there. Oh, heaven protect us. What can we do? Courage. Here he comes. You do the talking if necessary. You will recognize I am not the man. All right. Go on with the sewing unless he interrupts us. Shh. Here they come. Pray she doesn't fetch the light we asked for.
Why, I can get you a sandwich and some coffee, monsieur.
Only a bite. Anything I can eat and drink in my hand while my horse is being shot.
Oh, 1 minute, monsieur.
Oh. Tailors. You may be able to help me.
Oh?
I'm looking for my wife and her maid. A beautiful blonde woman and a robust Norman. They fled my house, taking with them money and jewels. Of this last, of course, I care little. But to lose my wife, that is a tragedy. Perhaps in your travels you've seen such a pair.
Oh, no, monsieur. Not at all.
You could not mistake them.
Your coffee and sandwich, monsieur.
Huh? Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Please tell your husband to make haste. I shall pay him double if he hurries.
Yes, hurry with the horse. Monsieur pays double for quick work. Tell monsieur it is finished. You heard that, monsieur? It's finished.
Good. I shall go then.
How about the sandwiches, the coffee?
Oh, yes. Here.
5 francs. Oh, that is too much, monsieur. And you ate
No
nothing.
matter. I must hurry.
We slept very little that night, and we were on our way early next morning. I'd been forced to sell a rather peculiar ring, given me by my husband, to a jeweler the day before. It was only a matter of time when my husband would stumble onto that clue. So with all caution, we had to hurry. At first we thought of giving up the idea of going to Strasbourg and of going on to my husband's home instead. But we knew Monsieur de la Tourelle would have spies all over that region by now. It would have been suicide to risk going home. We took a room in an inn several miles from the city. And on the same evening, a Madame Berenice de Roder, on her way to Paris, stayed at the inn. Armand remarked on how closely her features resembled mine, how her long blonde hair could have been mine. I thought nothing more of it at the time, and we retired. But in the middle of the night, voices in the courtyard awakened us. Armand, wake up.
Yes. Is it time to go?
Shh. Someone's coming up the stairs. It sounds like Monsieur de la Tourelle. He's outside. I shall scream if he comes in.
No, Monsieur Latourelle, that is not the room. Down that way.
Oh, the number is similar. Yeah, thank you. Good night now.
We must get out of here. No. If we went without paying, the innkeeper would remember us. He would throw suspicion on us and made a mistake.
But he tried to come here.
No, he didn't. It was a mistake. He was looking for another room. You'll see I'm right.
I hope you're right. I hope.
Monsieur, we want to pay our bill.
Oui, madame, oui.
Is that correct?
Oui, madame.
What is the excitement over there?
Oh, have you not heard, madame?
No.
That poor young lady, Madame the Baroness de Roder, was murdered in her bed.
Oh.
Yes, it happened during the night. When she did not rise at 10, her maid went up, and there she was, a knife in her heart, with a little note stuck to the handle. Oh, my poor place, this will ruin me.
Well, what did the note say?
It said, once more the Men Rouge have avenged themselves.
The police, they know who did it.
Without a doubt. It was the elegant gentleman I told them came here during the night. He was not seen this morning.
I see. Then he will be brought to justice for this.
Oh, on the contrary, madame. Nothing will be done. The prosecutor plans to let the matter drop. He does not care to risk the vengeance of the Men Rouge. They have sworn, to kill anyone who betrays them. Oh, one never knows who in a gathering are members of the secret band.
Oh, it's a pity. The poor woman.
It is not good for business either.
Good day then, monsieur.
Good day, madame, and thank you.
Madame, you know why she died?
Yes, Amant, I know. She was mistaken for me. Now I wonder when he will learn his mistake. If a man had not been with me to share the terror, I could never have found my way to Strasbourg. There we'd rented a small, ill-lighted room, and for a day or two we felt secure in it, out of their murderous reach. We saw no one, we went nowhere, but at last the time came when our money was gone, and Amand went out in search of a job. When she returned...
Madame, the pay is not much, but it will help until you can get some money of your own.
These people you're to work for, they sound like good folk. You should be very happy.
I won't see you every day.
Oh, Amand, how can that matter?
But it is not that which worries me.
Well, then, what is it?
I had some trouble today. Remember the jeweler to whom you sold your ring?
Yes, of course I do.
He is here, in Strasbourg. He saw me. I am positive he knew who I was, because he followed me. I felt sure I managed to lose him. But now I can't be sure.
Oh, Amand, then it's not safe for you to leave here again. There's that jeweler. He's working for my husband.
Yes, madame. But I'm sure that nothing will happen to me.
Your life is in danger, Amand.
But you said yourself we need the money my job will bring. I must go, madame. I promise.
No.
I must go.
Amand, come back. That evening, a knock sounded on my door. I was filled with terror. I didn't answer it. Then slowly the door began to swing open.
Madame Latourette.
No, you have the wrong room. Go away.
You are, Madame Tourelle. I know you are.
No.
Do not be afraid of me. I haven't come here to do you harm.
What do you want?
My name is Baron de Ritter.
Oh, you are...
Yes, my wife was the Baroness de Ritter. She was murdered by the Man Rouge.
I had nothing to do with it, Baron. Believe me,
I know you're innocent, madame. I have come to help you.
How did you find me?
The jeweler, your maid, I've been searching for you for weeks.
But how can you help?
It's simple. I would find this man, this de la Tourelle, and see that he is hanged for the murder of my wife. He's in hiding. He has many accomplices. Only you can help me find him.
But how can I do that?
Your husband knows now that it was not you he murdered, but my wife. He would find you if he can and kill you, too.
Yes, it is my life. He wants my silence.
Then we must seek him out before he can find you.
But how? What could
It would mean risking your life, madame. Perhaps even death.
Perhaps death would be better than this hiding. What shall I do?
Then you will help me. It's very simple. All you must do is leave this room and walk about Strasbourg. Someone of the Man Rouge will see you. You'll report to your husband, and then he will come out from his hiding place to kill you.
And if he succeeds...
I will take every protection to see that he will not succeed. But there is still the risk. Before you answer, madame, I must tell you.
Yes?
Your maid, Amand. Tonight she was stabbed in the heart.
Oh, Amand. Poor Amand.
Now, what is your answer?
I will do it, Baron. When do I start?
There is no need to wait. Tonight, madame. Tonight.
All of Strasbourg seemed silent. Sleep that night. And even the air was still with a solemn hushness. I walked along the dark streets. The flesh on my back crawled with terror. For constantly I pictured my husband creeping behind me to strike. On and on I went, forgetting to feel tired, forgetting everything except that soon it would be over, one way or the other. Any moment might bring death, or a free life. The night grew cold. Now and again I turned to look back, searching the shadows for even a glimpse of the Baron and the gendarmes who were following me. Never once did I see them. I could have sworn they were not there. I turned the corner. Monsieur de la Tourelle.
Yes, it is I, Anne.
That knife, shining in the light. You're going to kill me.
Yes, I'm going to kill you.
Gendarme, seize him! There, Monsieur de la Tourelle. Your murderous career is over. Gendarmes, take him away.
So they took him away, and on his face was a hideous sneer of hatred for me, his wife. Here on this empty street, down this cold gray wall of stone, the rain from the heavens falls, free rain. Then in a moment, he will be dead. In a moment, I will be... Now it is done. I'm free at last. Monsieur de la Tourelle. My husband. Oh, if I could have helped you. If you had wanted my love or my help. Poor Monsieur de la Tourelle. Poor man. You did not really live. For you never knew the happiness of goodness or the serenity of kindness in your soul. So may you feel the sweet, free rain upon your heart.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the immortal story, The Red Hand. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale. The Haunted Hotel.
Venice is a beautiful city. Its climate is ideal, its buildings picturesque, its atmosphere charming. But I felt almost physically incapable of pleasure as the oarsman tied his gondola to the castle hotel mooring. For in my brain there was just one thought. It kept flying around and around like an imprisoned bat. Why is Philip dead? Why is Philip dead? And it was this that had brought me clear across an ocean to Venice.
Good evening, senor.
You have a reservation for Henry Westwick?
Yes, senor. It was you who requested the northeast room on the ground floor, was it not?
That's right, overlooking the canal.
You are lucky. In the very next mail, another American named Miss James asked for the same room.
Huh?
But, of course, you had the priority.
Oh, I'm Miss James. Does that mean I can't have room 14?
Sorry, Signorina, I am afraid so. Unless, of course, you can persuade Mr. Westwick to trade with you. Yours is number 15, next door to the young man here, but without a view of the canal.
You wouldn't like to exchange, would you, Mr. Westwick?
I wish I could be more gallant, Miss James, but I have a special reason for wanting 14.
Boy, yes. Take these bags, room 14 and 15. Just follow the page, senor, signorina.
Thank you.
A special reason? You sound so mysterious.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm here to solve a mystery.
Really? Oh, please tell me about it. Oh, that is, if you don't mind.
No, I think I'd like to, Miss James. Just to make up for not being able to switch rooms with you. 6 weeks ago, my brother married. It was very sudden. He'd met this Countess Nerona and her brother Rivar while traveling through Italy. Fallen deeply in love with her. They came here to spend their honeymoon.
Oh, I thought the hotel opened just last week.
Oh, it did. This was formerly an old castle. Philip rented it for a month. He was scheduled to leave the day before remodeling began.
But something happened?
He was only here 2 weeks when he died.
How shocking.
Not only that, but when I wrote to his wife for more particulars, I got no reply. She and her brother seemed to have vanished off the face of the earth. It took me a month to wind up my business affairs, but I'm determined to stay here until I find out exactly what happened to Philip. How? Why?
Yes, I can understand how you'd feel about your brother, Mr. Westwick. But you haven't told me the reason you want room 14.
Oh, that was the master bedroom. I've got a hunch. If Nerona left any clue, it would be there.
Here are your rooms, sir, madame.
Well, good night and very good luck.
I'll see you around tomorrow evening, won't I, Miss James?
I think so. After all, we Americans have got to stick together. And, Henry?
Yes?
My first name's Elaine.
I went into my own room, shut the door, and immediately that overwhelming sense of depression closed in on me again. For a few minutes there in the hall, Elaine's warmth and vitality had dispelled it. Now, alone, in the very place of my brother's death, I felt more than ever confused and discouraged. Where to start my search? I didn't know. As I crept between the cool sheets, I thought, how much this room could tell me. If it would only speak. If I were only sensitive enough to grasp what it was saying. Then I just drifted aimlessly with the sound of the canal in my ears, lifting me up, bearing me along like a bit of wood on its surface. For a while, I didn't realize the sound had changed, that it had become a murmur of voices speaking fluent Italian. But then I began to see them, a man and a woman. Their images were slightly distorted, like an improperly focused motion picture. And even through my dream, I knew I was outside the scene, invisible to them, an audience of one.
How can you ask that of me, Rivar? You're my brother, the only one on earth I care about. How can you ask me to sacrifice myself to that
Unattractive boor of an American. Do you think I'm unaware of your feelings, Nerona? That I'm totally blind to how much it repels you? But what can I do? They're after me again for my gambling debts. And those men are vicious, completely unprincipled. Why, killing me would mean as little to them as snapping a toothpick. And surely you don't want my death on your soul.
Oh, please, Rivar. Don't try to work on my sympathies.
You sound like such a fool.
But, Nerona, he's not an unkind man. Didn't he lease this castle for us and let us move in just on the hope that you'd marry him?
Keep still, can't you? Very well. I shall send Westwick a note by messenger saying I accept his proposal. What's today's date, Riva?
It's the 16th. December 16th. And thank you, Nerona.
I don't know which happened first. The screen going blank or my mind refusing any more of the vision. But suddenly I found myself sitting up straight in bed, my eyes wide open, my hands digging convulsively into the quilt on each side of my sweat-soaked body. Oh, a horrible nightmare, I thought. And perhaps I could have accepted it as such, except for one thing. In the dream, there had been a wastepaper basket near Nerona's desk, with a newspaper lying on top of it. And while I could not see the Countess nor her brother clearly, the date on that paper had been quite plain. December 15th. And my brother had written to me that his fiancée was so eager for their marriage she had inadvertently dated her acceptance a day ahead. That detail had left my mind completely. Could this dream have been an extension of reality? Emotions undergone so vivid they had left their impress on the walls to be returned to whomever would receive them? I did not sleep much the rest of the night. I spent the next afternoon in a thoroughly fruitless search for some clue to Nerona's present whereabouts. Was rather glad by 8 o'clock to shower and change clothes at the hotel. I'd just finished dinner and decided on a stroll when I heard Elaine calling me.
Henry! Hi. Do you always eat dinner so late? I waited for hours and hours, and then I decided I was just too hungry.
Well, I am flattered. Want to go for a walk with me?
I'd love to. And you needn't be so pleased with yourself. It really isn't any special accomplishment of your own that you're the only decent-looking male in the hotel.
Thank you for that left-handed compliment. And are you going to chase me all over the place, Elaine?
Oh, madly. Tell me, how did today's sleuthing go, Sherlock?
Oh, not very well, I'm afraid. The only new factor I've discovered is that no one in all Venice seems to have ever seen Nerona.
Why, that's incredible.
I know. But Philip alone signed the lease, and then he and Nerona and Rivar moved into the castle. That much the real estate agent told me.
How about the servants? Surely they must have seen her.
Well, there was only one. A man named Ferrari had been with the Countess a long time. Now, he's disappeared completely. Oh, I suppose they took him with them, wherever they've gone.
You have got a puzzle, haven't you?
Well, even if I did discover that Philip was murdered, I still don't have the faintest idea of what his murderess looks like, and nobody seems familiar with their titles.
Probably phonies.
Say, I never thought of that. You know, Elaine?
What?
I'm not sure, of course, but there really may be something under that hair.
Why,
oh, ouch.
And I shall wear my brass knuckles in the future.
Madam, please, I have a very delicate stomach. Did you hear the sound it made when you belted me?
Idiot. That was my bracelet. See? 6 tiny sleigh bells on a silver chain.
Oh, well, I thought that they only put sleigh bells on horses.
Oh, you...
Ow! Maybe we'd better get back to the hotel before you really get angry. Then you'll have to carry me home. I've never met a girl like Elaine before. Pretty, intelligent, with a sense of humor, all at the same time. It was with the greatest reluctance that I finally consented to our saying goodnight, to making her promise that she'd see me next evening. But was that the only reason I wondered? Was I afraid that I might have another dream? I pulled the cover up to my shoulders. And almost instantly, as if it had been impatient for my coming, the dream began again.
I can't stand him any longer, Riva. Not another day. We've been married just 2 weeks, and already he's scrimping. Already he's being economical. Why don't you take the bus, Nerona, instead of a cab? It's just as comfortable.
And he seems to think that paying my debts absolves him of all other responsibility toward me. And what's more, that I should be eternally grateful to him for it. Has he said anything about those suits I bought?
No, he hasn't seen the bills yet. Oh, it's hard enough on you, I'll admit, but how about me? He just stays in that library, reading all the time, and refuses even to let me go outside the door without him. Riva, I'm leaving him.
No.
Why not? We've paid off those gangsters you call your friends.
Look, Let's not fool ourselves, Nerona. We'll always be spending more than we've got. We can't throw him away. Just yet.
Aaron Rivar, Mr. Westbrook wants to see you. I'm afraid it's that tailor bill.
Oh, Lord. Now I'll have to stand there like a disobedient little boy while he gives me a dressing.
I said I thought you were out of the house, but he'd seen you come in.
How's your cold, Ferrari?
Oh, not too good, Countess. Not too good.
If only there was some way to have Westwick's money without his presence. Or if we could just make a quick killing and... Yes, a quick killing.
Riva, no.
Do you want to live with that man the rest of your days? Tell me, Nerona, does your husband carry any life insurance?
All had gone black again. I was pushing desperately through the thick sludge of sleep, struggling back into consciousness. It was nearly dawn. The world from my window looked cool and clean and quiet. I was so shaken I could barely dress. But I knew only a long walk would calm my shivering nerves. Besides, there were a few telegrams I had to send. Telegrams which might clear up the mystery of Philip's death. The day went well, incredibly better than I'd hoped. And yet, getting my key from the desk that evening, I realized I was right back where I started. I walked down the corridor and hesitated in front of Elaine's door. Should I knock and say hello? Or wait till I was dressed for dinner? And that problem was quickly solved.
Good evening.
Well, how did you know I was here?
Well, ours are the only rooms at the end of this hall. I heard you walk by and stop, and no sound of a key.
For a moment, you had me worried. I thought you were psychic.
Oh, I am, didn't you know? I'm the seventh daughter of a seventh son of a seventh son. They slipped me in because they thought they were getting in a rut.
Really? Oh, then I don't have to tell you what I found out today, do I? Oh, you know it already.
Oh, come on inside, you horrible creature, and stop keeping me in suspense. Now, tell me all about it.
Well, I feel like a pawn in a chess game, Elaine. The minute my side forges ahead, something occurs to checkmate it.
Like what, for instance?
Oh, like discovering Philip had been insured for $50,000.
$50,000?
I telegraphed all the insurance companies in America today, and one of them cabled the information immediately.
Why, Henry, you're brilliant. Whatever gave you the idea?
Well, I've been having... It was just a hunch. They gave me the name of Philip's examining physician here in town who filled in the death certificate, and I checked up on him this afternoon.
Yes?
No. Straight as a die. Got the best reputation of any doctor in Venice. Now, he swears my brother died of bronchitis, and, well, I'm sure the insurance examiners weren't any too cheerful about handing out $50,000, especially with only one premium paid on it, but they believed him.
Oh, that means a dead trail again, huh?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, Henry, I wish I could help you. If there were only something I could do.
I'll tell you what, Elaine. Get into a fluffy dress and clasp those funny little sleigh bells around your wrist, and we'll go out and really see Venice tonight.
Okay, Henry. I'll meet you in the lobby in 10 minutes. What? You've been trying to act gay all evening. That's exactly what it's been. An act.
I'm sorry, Elaine. I didn't mean to worry you with my troubles.
You worry me much more when you won't tell me. What worries you?
I know you're tired. It's nearly 2 o'clock and you've been yawning for the past half hour. Elaine, would you think me crazy if I told you I was afraid to go back into my room? Afraid to go to sleep?
But why?
I have the most hideous dreams. All about Philip, the Countess, and her brother.
Oh, good heavens, Henry. That's perfectly natural. The three of them are constantly on your mind. And you are using Norona's old room.
But the nightmares seem to be planned. They seem to have a purpose behind them.
Look, if you wish, I'll gladly change rooms with you.
No. Oh, thanks a lot, Elaine. But the least I can do for whatever's trying to give me the message is to receive it. Good night, honey. Sleep comes so easily now. Perhaps because I was too anxious to get into the dream, or because for the first time I'd acknowledged a complete belief in it. At any rate, my eyes simply wouldn't stay closed. My mind kept whirling ceaselessly. I tried to lie very quietly, without thrashing, and my body grew taut and straining with the effort. Finally, just as I felt I could stand this immobility no longer, the thread snapped. My brain went limp, and the shadow play continued.
Take another look, Riva. He promised he'd come immediately.
The doctor's not here yet, Nerona. Do you think I'm blind?
No, I'm sorry. It's just nervousness, I guess.
Poor sister. Never mind. It'll be all over with by tomorrow.
Yes, Ferrari. But we should come to this, Riva. The only friend we have left, and we bury him in another's grave.
I don't mind, Countess. In fact, I should be flattered. Think how long I shall be pointed out as a millionaire instead of the pauper I really am. Twice before I had this illness, I knew a third attack would be fatal.
He's coming. Quickly now, Ferrari. Repeat your story.
Yes. I am Philip Westwick. Last week I caught cold, but I refused to have a doctor, even though my wife pleaded strenuously that I should. I hold a $50,000 policy on my life, and in the event of my death, I wish the doctor to communicate with them. My wife will arrange all the funeral details and notify my relatives in America.
Right. Now, I must go into the library and find my husband. He'll be pleased to see me, I'm sure. There's a small jeweler's bill of mine he's taken in there to study. Oh, well, that'll soon be over for good. And it's most important Philip doesn't wander into this part of the house while the doctor's still here. That might prove awkward.
Nerona, when do we finish with Philip?
Tonight, after the doctor's safely gone.
How?
Tonight.
But you know I can't stand the sight of blood.
Don't worry, I intend to do this thing myself. I do not propose to have it bungled. There, he's at the door now. Wait until I'm out of sight, then answer him. And Riva?
Yes?
If the doctor asks where Mrs. Westwick is, tell him my constant vigilance has tired me so. I'm asleep in another room.
Very well, Nerona. Very well.
The tableau faded slowly before my eyes. Try as my subconscious would to call it back, make it unreal further for me. The curtain remained stubbornly closed. I didn't wake after this dream, as I always had before. Sank into a dense, hypnotic slumber. Then I felt hot, bright fingers of sunlight touch my eyelids. I knew it was morning. I woke. Between bath and my breakfast, I formulated a final plan. Something in last night's vision had given me an idea. It was just a little lead, to be sure, but everything else had turned out in blind alley. So I had to try it. I was sitting on the floor in the library, surrounded by books, when Elaine walked in. Oh, looking for someone, lady?
What? Oh, Henry. Is this where you've been all afternoon? I just came in to get a magazine, because when you're not around, the hotel's so boring.
Thank you for them kind words, ma'am. You can add them to my bill when I leave.
What are you doing? This another clue in the case of the missing countess? Or have you simultaneously lost your mind and found a new variation on paper dolly?
It's a clue, I think. Well, sit down here. Make yourself useful.
All right. Now what?
Well, look through this pile of books and see if you can find a bill or a letter. I have reason to believe Nerona bought some jewelry.
So what? All women buy jewelry. Even I do.
If we can find out where she bought it, we'll be able to get her description. See?
Oh, of course. What a dope I am.
Well, I never argue with a lady.
What?
If the bill's not here, it won't matter too much. I'll canvass every jewelry store in Venice till I hit the right one.
How come you're so sure of this angle, Henry? Did you find out something new?
Well, I had a dream about Nerona last night.
Oh, well, tell me, Henry. What does she look like? Is she beautiful?
That's funny, but I don't really know. It's as though I'm nearsighted and can't get the image distinctly. Help me, I've tried. Hey.
What? Oh, Henry, it's a letter. Well, open it quickly. See if it's the one we want.
It is. A bill made out to Philip for 3,000 lira. Oh, Elaine, this is a break. This is the opening wedge. I've got a hunch that from now on the mystery's going to crack wide open. I'm going to phone this jeweler for an appointment.
I don't want to be a killjoy, Henry. But it says on the bill, store hours from 10 to 6. It's nearly 7 now.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I'll go tomorrow. Tonight we'll celebrate. We'll have truffles and nightingale's tongues and champagne. The works.
Anyway, Henry, we'll have the champagne.
Late that night, when we returned to the hotel, I felt more than ever that at last I was getting to the root of Philip's death. I crept into bed. I could wait for the dream calmly now, because I was no longer running around in circles, right at the threshold to my brother's vengeance. I recognized the corridor outside my own door, and Rivar and Narona walking softly toward it.
You're sure you can do it?
I'm not afraid. I'll go through with my end of it. Just be sure you don't mess up yours. Remember now, the biggest wine cask you can find in the cellar, and so a wide enough hole in the top so the body will go through.
Have you got the knife?
Of course. Now go, for heaven's sake. You make me nervous.
I watched her, with an icy, agonized horror no earlier dream had produced. She stealthily opened the door. I could see Philip at the window, his back toward us, gazing out over the canal. I didn't seem to hear her footsteps sliding across the floor, coming nearer and nearer to him. I wanted to shout, scream at him, warn him against Narona. But I knew I was just a spectator, watching a hideous motion picture, and I could not change this ending. She stopped then, motionless, just in back of him. I saw her hand come up slowly, with a sharp, slender knife, the blade glittering up bright as the bracelet on her wrist. Just as it started downward for the final thrust, I heard a familiar sound. It was then I realized the dream had dissolved and that I was gazing up at reality. I grabbed her hand.
Ow! Oh, let me go.
Elaine. Oh, it was you.
Let me go.
No. Knifing one member of the Westlake family's quite enough. Countess Narona.
One moment more and you'd never have known my identity.
Yes, I would. I'd seen your hand. With a knife. With a sleigh bell bracelet.
So, that gave me away, did it? The last thing your brother ever paid for, alive, Henry. If you had not found the bill for it, I shouldn't have tried to kill you tonight.
No. When would you have tried to kill me, Countess?
Perhaps never. I liked you, Henry. Riva and I learned of your arrival from the shipping news while we were at Milan collecting Philip's insurance from the branch office there. I followed you, of course, to make sure you discovered nothing. However, we were both unfortunate.
Especially you, Narona. Walk in front of me to the telephone. I've got the dagger now, remember. Night clerk, will you please call the police, tell them there's a murderess in room 14? Yes, thank you. Go on, Narona. What about your American accent? It's quite perfect.
I really am a countess, even though from an obscure town in Luxembourg. And I was given the appropriate education. I could speak 6 languages fluently at the age of 10. However, one cannot turn titles into bread nowadays, and so we had to live by our wits, Riva and I.
Come in.
Senor Westwick, they are here. Shall I send them in?
No. I shall go out to them. Henry, take this bracelet to remember me by. Such little death. One would not think them capable of sounding a deaf man.
Senora, the authorities grow impatient.
Of course. Goodbye, Henry.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Elaine.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the immortal story of the haunted hotel. Bellkeeper, hold the bell. Out of the past, Phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale. Markheim.
You feel safe, don't you, Markheim? You feel safe and fat and secure, don't you, Markheim? Sitting all alone before the fireplace in your uncle's drawing room. Ah, but you're not alone, Markheim. I'm with you all the time. Invert your eyes, Markheim, and look within you. Invert them if you can, and then perhaps you will see me. I love to watch you thus at rest, Markheim, safe and fat and secure, for then you are so much my servant.
Oh, the phone.
Stir, Markheim, stir.
Oh, just when I was relaxing so nicely.
Answer it, Markheim. Answer it.
Oh, that instrument is a menace to the peace.
Arise, Markheim, and do answer the phone.
Confound it.
Get up, Markheim. Get up and answer that phone.
Hello?
Hello? Is Markheim there?
Speaking. Who's this?
Rogers.
Rogers? For heaven's sakes, man.
What's the matter?
I told you never to call me here. Suppose my uncle answered the phone.
Oh, listen, Markheim, I'm your broker, not your nursemaid.
Well, what do you want, man? Quickly. One of the servants may come back.
Your stock has dropped. I'll need money within the hour.
Stock? Rogers, look. Let's not talk about this over the phone. I'll come over right away.
You may not have time, Markheim.
Oh. How much will you need? I'll try to raise it at once.
6,000.
6,000? So much?
You knew the hazards when you bought on margin. If I don't have the money within the hour, you will have lost everything.
Within the hour?
Within the hour.
6,000?
6,000.
All right. All right. I'll try to raise it at once. 6,000? Within the hour? Where am I going to get it?
Come now, Markheim. There is a way, you know.
Where am I going to get it?
Let me help you, Markheim.
Where am I going to get $6,000?
Let me suggest something to you, Markheim. Look around the room.
Nothing in this room is worth $6,000.
The wall, Markheim. The wall.
A portrait of my uncle. Oh, I couldn't ask him, even if I could reach him within the hour. If he ever knew I was speculating.
Not the portrait, Markheim. Behind the portrait. Behind the portrait.
Wait a minute now. There is a possibility after all.
You're in deep already, Markheim. What have you to lose?
I'm in deep already. What have I to lose?
Stir, Markheim. Stir.
Still, maybe it would be better to lose all that stock and forget about it.
Move, Markheim. Move.
Oh, why do I get into such dilemmas?
Get up, Markheim. Get up and move.
Oh, what the devil. Now if I can only lift this picture off the wall. Heavy. Oh, confound it. Set it down. There it is. Bet the old fella doesn't even guess that I know about this wall safe.
Put your fingers up to the dial, Markheim.
Or the combination either.
Put your fingers up to the dial and twist it, Markheim.
2 to the right. All the way around and stop at 8. All the way around to the left, past 8, and stop at 4. There it is.
Now put your hand into the safe.
Yes. There's the money. A small fortune, but I'll take just enough. 6,000 in wonderful paper money.
Draw out the money, Markheim.
I got it.
Quickly now, Markheim. Quickly. Close the door of the safe and put back the picture. That's the way, Markheim. Rush into the street and through the city.
Taxi! Taxi!
Quickly. Quickly. By taxi, swift and sure. Now into the broker's building, Markheim. Up to his office.
placed the money in his hands.
Here's the 6,000, Rogers.
Oh, quick work, Markheim.
Now you may return to your uncle's home, but with leisure, Markheim. You may even walk if you wish. And you may cock your hat at a jaunty angle, for luck was with you this afternoon. And you may smile as you enter the drawing room once again.
Oh, hello, nephew.
Oh, Uncle,
Did I surprise you, my boy?
Well, yes. You're home early, aren't you?
Yes, a little. Christmas Eve, you know. It's hard to get work on the afternoon before Christmas Eve. I thought I'd have my lunch at home and remain.
You're right, Uncle. The afternoon before Christmas Eve is no time for business.
I'm glad we're of the same mind. Sit down. Sit down.
Yes, Uncle.
This room is so comfortable. Oh, I hardly have time enough to enjoy it, though.
That's true, Uncle. It's a room to relax in. I love to come here and just sit.
And that's because the appointments are so carefully chosen. The furniture and the rugs and the hanging, they all complement each other. Even that silly old portrait of me.
Portrait?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. That portrait of you. It's not so silly, Uncle. An excellent likeness of you.
Thank you for the compliment, nephew. But I dare say you're lying. Look at it.
I see nothing wrong with it.
It's crooked. It's slightly off-center.
Why, yes, it is. I'll fix it. Just a little push it. There it is. Is that all right?
Yes, that's fine. Fine, thank you. You know, that crooked portrait reminded me of something.
Huh? Do you care to tell me?
Oh, it's nothing important. It just reminded me to take the picture down one of these days.
Take it down? Why?
Well, nothing special. Just to dust it off a little, shall we say?
Perhaps I can help you. When are you going to take it down?
Let's see. Not today. And tomorrow's Christmas. The next day, probably. And I won't need any help, my boy. No help at all.
As you wish, sir.
And now I think I shall be going upstairs. I have a few gifts I still want to wrap.
See you later, then.
Yeah. Oh, no, wait a moment. What was it I wanted to ask you about?
Ask me? I wouldn't know, Uncle.
Oh, never mind. It's probably not too important if it slipped my mind. I'll call you if I remember. I'll see you later, nephew.
Goodbye for now, sir. Good heavens. The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow.
The day after tomorrow, Markheim. And you know why he's going to take that portrait down.
He's sure to examine that safe carefully. What'll I do?
Replace the money, Markheim.
Where can I get $6,000? Where can I get so much money by tomorrow?
Think, Markheim. Think.
What on earth's the matter with me anyway? Each problem begets a new one. I wonder if there's any escape.
Think, Markheim. Think.
Oh, nephew.
Yes, Uncle?
It just occurred to me. I can't find my ruby stick pin. Have you borrowed it?
Why, no. I'd never borrow it without your permission.
No, I see. Then I guess I must have lost it. Well, never mind. I'll speak to my insurance broker.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. One thing after another. Now, where can I get $6,000 by tomorrow?
Think, Markheim. Think.
Where? Where?
The ruby stick pin, Markheim. Doesn't that suggest something to you?
Now, who would have so much money?
The ruby stick pin, Markheim. Don't you remember? Don't you remember that afternoon? That afternoon you entered the dealer's shop on that side street downtown? That dirty little deserted side street? Don't you remember how quiet the place was? How all alone you both were?
Yeah. So you're back, young man.
I'm sure I'm welcome. You've made a tidy penny on me.
Yes. And you should expect I would profit well.
I think you profit much too well.
Some of my customers are ignorant, and then I touch a dividend on my superior knowledge. And some of them are...
Some of them? Yes?
Well, some of them are dishonest. In that case, I profit by my virtue.
Frankly, I need no preamble to our dealings. Let's get on.
Yes, indeed, let us get on. What have you brought me now? Another curio from your uncle's cabinet?
No, not from my uncle's cabinet. I brought you this.
Oh.
And it's genuine, let me assure you.
Your assurance promises me nothing.
But it is, I tell you.
Calm yourself. I trust my own eyes. It is genuine. Ruby stickpin. Very elegantly designed.
How much will you give me for it?
300.
Why, you fool, that's worth at least 1,000.
Does it matter whether I give you 300 or 3,000? You lose it anyway. I'd rather enrich myself than some stock speculator.
I'll not give it to you for 300.
It's you who needs the money, not I.
But 300?
I'll be generous. 400, shall we say?
Very well. Since I have no choice, I'll take the 400.
Good. Now you wait here. I'll go upstairs and fetch the money.
You remember that, don't you, Markheim? You remember his exasperating gait up those stairs, to the floor above, to the room above, to the place where he kept his money? How easy it would be.
I wonder if he has that much money up there now.
How can you doubt it?
$6,000 is a lot of money. Does he have it? Suppose he has. How could I get it? He never leaves his shop.
You know how, Markheim?
He'd be in the way. How could I get it?
You know how, Markheim. It would be so easy.
Oh, I think I'll think about it later. I'm going to the kitchen to talk to the cook a while. Get my mind off it.
Run away if you like, Markheim. You can't escape me. Go into the kitchen. I don't mind. I'm right with you, Markheim. I'm right with you.
Hello there, Mrs. Cleary.
What? Oh, you startled me, Master Markheim. I was buried in this newspaper, didn't hear you come in.
Say, what's so fascinating about that newspaper?
I have a little time before the oven heats up, so I thought I'd read about that new murder.
Murder?
Yes, terrible thing, Master Markheim. The murderer used a knife.
A knife?
I guess it must be easy to commit murder with a sharp knife. Some people would run a knife into a man's body as easily as I would into that goose I'm cooking.
I just came in for a piece of cake, Mrs. Cleary.
Cake? Oh, yes, over there. You've got to admit that sometimes it's easy to commit murder. Of course, the murderer might be caught, but it would be kind of easy, wouldn't you say? Especially with a sharp knife.
That's it, Markheim. A sharp knife. So easy. So easy. Plan is formulating in your mind, isn't it, Markheim?
It should be easy. $6,000 at the stroke of a knife.
But you won't carry it out, Markheim, while you sit in your uncle's drawing room.
If I only keep my nerve, if I don't break at the last moment.
You won't break, Markheim. I'll be with you.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Uncle. What's the matter, sir?
Oh, yes.
I said, Merry Christmas.
It could be merrier, nephew. I wish you wouldn't spend your leisure time in my drawing room.
What? I won't if you don't want me to.
In fact, I forbid you to use this drawing room as your den. I forbid you to lounge here alone.
I'm sorry, Uncle. What have I done?
I don't care to discuss it now, nephew. It's Christmas Day. But I would like an hour with you tomorrow.
Of course. As much time as you wish.
No, I'd like you to leave me. I have some thinking to do.
I must have done something terrible. All right. I'll leave. I'll go at once.
He knows, Markheim.
I wonder if he's looked in his safe.
He knows, Markheim. You'll have to act swiftly now.
If he's going to speak to me tomorrow, I'll have to get that money. Today.
Here it is, Markheim. The dealer's house. Ring the bell. Don't hesitate, Markheim. Ring it.
I can't kill him.
Your uncle knows, Markheim. Ring the bell. Ring it. Again.
Why does he delay?
Well, what is it you want?
Must you keep me out here in the cold?
I was talking on the telephone. Now, what do you want? I'm not buying anything today.
I haven't come to sell.
Have you come to wish me a Merry Christmas?
No. I've come to buy a Christmas present for a lady.
Why don't you go elsewhere?
All the other shops are closed. It was a sudden invitation to dinner, and I mustn't go empty-handed. You'll be doing me a great favor, and I'm willing to pay double.
Oh, well, come in. You're an old customer after all, and I take it you're lady.
Yes.
Well, far be it from me to stand in the...
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Especially when you're willing to pay double. Yeah, what I got it. How do you like this mirror? 14th century, warranted. Comes from a good collection, too.
Mirror? Get it away from my face.
Why not a mirror?
Get it away from my face, I tell you. No, not a mirror.
Perhaps you see in it a reminder of past sins and follies.
I don't like mirrors.
They say a mirror often yields a reflection of one's inner self.
Enough! Take it away, I tell you.
Very well, calm yourself. Perhaps this may suit you. This silver compact here on the shelf. I'll get it for you.
Now, Markheim. Now. While his back is turned. The knife, Markheim. Swing it with your whole arm. Swiftly. With your whole arm, Markheim.
There! I've killed him.
It is done, Markheim. It is well done.
I've killed him. I must get out of here.
Fool. Where are you running?
I can't remain. They'll find me here. I'll hang. The front door. I must get out.
Stop. Do you want to destroy yourself? You cannot go out that door. Listen to what is happening on the other side of it. Listen.
Well, here's the place, Garrity.
All right, you go on in. I'll wait outside.
Now, don't be a grouch. This is Christmas Day, and we're both going to present this turkey to the old man.
He's the worst miser that ever lived. What does he know about Christmas?
That doesn't matter. You agreed to walk down here with me, and now don't go away. I'm going to knock on the door.
You see, there's no answer. Maybe he's not home.
He never leaves. I'll try again. Hello in there. Are you coming out?
You're making enough noise to raise the dead.
Maybe he's asleep.
Oh, come on, let's go.
No, I think I'll wait a while. I expect he'll get up soon and walk over and open the door. You can go if you like.
Well, I guess I'll wait along with you.
Did you hear that, Markheim? He's going to wait for the old man to get up and open the door. Such a joke.
I must get out of here.
You know he can't get up, don't you, Markheim?
The back door. The yard. I must get out of here. I've killed him. They'll find me and I'll hang.
Stop running away, you fool. Were you going to forget your uncle and the safe behind his portrait?
The back door. To the yard.
Stop where you are. Don't you hear those voices in the alleyway? Listen. They're saying something that concerns you.
Let me see what you got for Christmas.
Oh, I got lots of things.
Any marbles?
Sure, Billy, a whole bag full. I got them in my pocket.
So did I. Want to play me?
Well, sure, play you right now. Where do we play?
Well, I don't want to play in the gutter. How about the backyard?
His backyard?
Why not? Don't be scared of that old fogey. We'll keep on playing until the old man gets up and opens the door and hollers at us.
Okay, I'm game.
Did you hear that, Markheim? Till the old man opens the door and hollers at them.
I'm trapped in this house.
You know he can't get up, don't you, Markheim?
I'm trapped in this house.
Stop lashing yourself, Markheim. You have done well this afternoon, and a great deal more lies ahead. Now come along. Up the stairs. Higher. And higher. And higher still. Up the stairs to the landing. And through the door, Markheim. Through the door. And into this room. Here's where the old dealer keeps his money. Now look carefully. Remember, 6,000 to replace in your uncle's safe.
I must get that money.
I must.
Of course you must.
It's safe up here. And quiet.
So quiet, Markheim, with the door closed.
Nothing to distract my search for the money. This desk. Not there.
Perhaps behind this mirror. This full-length mirror, Markheim.
It might be behind that mirror. But I daren't look at it, except with the corner of my eye.
Why fear the mirror, Markheim? The money is right behind it. Now look at it.
I'll look behind the mirror as a last resort.
Look at it now, Markheim, with your full face.
No.
Look into the mirror, Markheim. Squarely into the mirror.
I should see my reflection, but I don't.
Of course not, Markheim. You see me instead.
Who are you?
I am your evil genius, Markheim.
You are the voice within my brain. You are the voice that has helped me to steal and helped me to murder. What do you want of me?
I have spent too long cultivating you as my tool, Markheim, to give you up easily. Once you trembled at the thought of theft, but I rid you of that fear. And this afternoon you reached the crisis. Murder.
Let me alone. Please. I beg of you. Let me alone. What's that? A footstep. Someone's coming up those stairs.
Hide, Markheim. Hide.
It's the dealer. It can be no one else. The dead man's coming up those stairs. If only I knew how to pray. The door. How can I hide from a dead man? Good heavens. Uncle.
Well, nephew, I expected to find you here.
Uncle, how'd you know?
The ruby stick pin. Yesterday evening it was missing, and I thought you had borrowed it. I went into your room to look for it and found this on your dresser instead.
The dealer's card.
Exactly. When you denied borrowing the stick pin, I telephoned him. He remembered the pin. But it was no shock, my boy. I've never really trusted you.
I have nothing to say, Uncle.
And later that evening, I examined my safe behind the portrait. $6,000 were missing.
Then, when you spoke to me this morning, when you forbade me to stay in your drawing room alone, you knew.
Yes, I knew. And when you left the house this afternoon, I knew you were trying to find money to replace what you took in the safe. Where could you go for money? But to some dealer.
I see.
So I telephoned him and asked him to call me. That is, in case you should arrive. And he agreed and left the side door open.
Then that's why he kept me waiting outside. He was talking to you.
That's how it worked out. I hurried down here with a policeman. The worst I had expected was that you'd be arrested for theft.
And now it's for murder.
Yes, and he's waiting for you downstairs. My nephew. Shall we go?
Yes, I'll go with you. I'll go. But please, just one more moment to myself.
I warn you, nephew, you cannot escape.
I don't intend to, Uncle.
Put that vase down. What are you doing?
I'm going to smash that mirror.
Wait, Markheim. Do not destroy me. I can help you get away.
Your power is gone. You can't stop me from doing this. Now I don't care about the scaffold, nor what lies beyond it. I've broken the mirror, and in the time that remains, I shall have peace.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, Markheim. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by speak again the immortal tale. The Black Parchment.
In all this malevolent world, there cannot be one who is more accursed than I, Raphael Roland. For I must decide within the next few moments whether I should die in order that someone else might live. Time was when I wanted to die, but the mocking gods had their little joke, and so I lived. But now it is so hard to die, for I am rich and powerful, and even the library of my home in which I sit reflects my glory. This is no time to die. Then my life should have slipped from me. That night when I walked along the banks of the Seine, penniless and broken and lonely. The voice of the Seine was a soft voice, and it beckoned to me, promised me peace. Then my life should have slipped from me. But the mocking gods had their little joke, and I was interrupted. Why was I ever interrupted? Oh, what's that? Someone's in trouble. Where are you, man? Speak up.
Here. Just get over. I believe it said, help me. Help me, and I will be swept away by the current and drowned.
Hang on, old man. I'll be at your side in a moment.
Help me up. Oh, do not sleep while we both me off.
I'll manage. Now, grab hold of my arm. That's it. While I cling to this boulder.
I am too weak.
Try now. There, I have your arm. Don't worry, I'll get you up. There you are. Now, do not talk, old man. Catch your breath first.
You have saved my life.
Saved your life?
Yeah.
Well, yes, I did, didn't I?
What a strange laugh that is.
Perfectly fitting for a strange moment. I came down here to the river to lose my life, and instead, I saved yours. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Raphael Roland, pauper and fool.
I am Edmond de la Trousse, Dr. Edmond de la Trousse.
Physician?
Quite so. And I should add, metaphysician as well.
So, you deal in both the body and the spirit. Well, Doctor, your observation of me has the advantage of a double edge. I have found life too bitter to endure.
And I have found life too sweet to give up. A life which you have saved for me. Come to my house. I should like to repay you.
What can you give me? My need is too great.
Come along, my son. I am older than you, and that much wiser. My house is nearby. Perhaps I can fill your need.
Oh, very well. What have I to lose?
Exactly. Perhaps I can repay you beyond your wildest dreams. Here we are. Let us both rest for a while.
I'll sit down for a moment.
You are distressed, and I am tired. Now we must relax and talk.
I have nothing to say. Listen here, old man. You promised me something if I would come to your house. Give it to me and let me go.
In due time, my son. How can I decide what to give you if I don't know what distresses you?
I have nothing to say.
You can get ease with me, Raphael. As you said yourself, my observations have the advantage of a double edge. I am both doctor and metaphysician. My cures have the same advantage.
Well, I really have nothing special to say.
Speak up anyway. Tell me why you wanted to destroy yourself.
I guess because I am by profession a fool.
Go on.
I'm the poorest and loneliest man in the world, and of my own doing. When my parents died, they left me a large sum with which to continue my education. I gambled it away and was dismissed from the university. I found myself without money nor with any special gifts with which to earn it.
Well, I cannot condemn you, Raphael. It has happened before.
And tonight, Jeanette, the woman I loved and wished to marry, rejected me.
Why?
I promised her that I'd stop my gambling. I was down to my last franc, and this morning I I bought a ticket on the national lottery.
And it infuriated the young lady?
Enough to break our engagement. And now Jeanette will marry someone else.
You are indeed unfortunate, Raphael.
Now do you see why I scorned you when you offered a reward? What could you give me? Riches? Position? The woman I love?
Perhaps I can.
I think you're joking with me, Doctor. One glance at your house tells me that you're not very wealthy.
Do not be fooled by your surroundings. I could have all the money I wish to have, but I don't care for riches. I'm interested only in knowledge. I shall prove to you that I am not speaking nonsense.
What are you going to show me?
The instrument by which you too can gain riches and power. I shall give it to you as a reward for saving my life. Here it is. This parchment. Spread it on the table.
What? How can that piece of black parchment give me what I want?
Naturally, you doubt it. You are young and you still have much to learn. See the inscription burned into the parchment?
Yes, I see it, but what does all this mean?
The language is Sanskrit. Let me translate it for you.
I suppose I'll have to endure this travesty until the end. Go on.
He who possesses this parchment wills his life to it. Should he desire anything, all he must do is wish for it. The wish will be granted. But with the granting of each wish, the parchment will shrink, and when it disappears, the owner will die.
What? You poor, tired old man. You must have exerted yourself all too much in that river.
Laugh if you wish, but take the parchment.
Oh, I'll take it, Doctor. I shouldn't want to hurt your feelings. Perhaps I can sell it and earn myself a franc or two. Or perhaps I can use it as a doormat to wipe my feet on as I go in and out. I took the parchment and fled from his house. Inside my own room, I threw the parchment down and sagged into a chair. Within me, mixed emotions fluttered about. Did the parchment represent a devilish joke or a great metaphysical truth? I suddenly became insatiably curious. I spread out the blackened skin. It was about the size of a tablecloth. I laughed at the thought of it, growing smaller and smaller as it consumed my life with each wish I made. And then... Now, who could that be? Come in.
So you're back, monsieur.
Well, good evening, Madame Boulard, my dear, dear landlady.
Now, don't you mix me up with your pretty phrases. I've come to speak to you very frankly.
Do tell me. Well, I'm listening attentively.
I want the rent.
The rent? Oh, now you can wait for that a day or so longer. Can't you, Madame Boulard?
I have waited long enough.
But I can get the money for you easily. In fact, all I have to do is wish for it, and it's yours.
Monsieur Roland, you are a nuisance. Either you are brooding or you are hysterical.
In fact, I can get all the money I want by just wishing.
Then you better make a wish before morning. I intend to have you evicted tomorrow.
Oh, don't trouble yourself. I'll make the wish right now. I wish to have 7 million francs. There.
Oh, I'm not at all impressed with your theatricals. If I do not have the rent tomorrow, you leave.
As you were my witness, I've made the wish. Soon I will have 7 million francs and pay you every penny I owe.
Oh, what a pity. And you might have been an engineer.
Rather a wealthy man than an engineer, my dear landlady.
Monsieur Roland lives here? Send him away, monsieur. It is much too late for visitors.
Well, now, surely I must see who it is. And since you've graciously kept my door open, coming. Yes?
Monsieur Roland?
I am he.
I bring you happy news, monsieur. Here, sign this.
What's this all about?
You have won, monsieur. You have won.
Won what?
The National Lottery. Just a moment ago, they had the drawing. I was dispatched to find you at once. You have won first prize.
First prize?
You are rich, monsieur. 7 million francs.
Oh, I heard it.
Good night, monsieur.
You are rich. 7 million francs.
Yes. What strange fortune.
Oh, of course, I'll wait for the rent. No hurry now. Oh.
Why do you start?
It just occurred to me. You are possessed with the devil.
Oh, calm yourself, madame.
A moment ago you wished for 7 million francs and it came true.
Where are you going? My strange fortune had frightened Madame Boulard, and it also frightened me. I could not get the black parchment out of my brain. I went back into my room and picked the parchment up. It was no bigger than a shawl. It had shrunk. The next day, I was calmer. I began to sense my new power. Perhaps there was a way to make Jeanette change her mind. That afternoon, I went to her home. She was surprised to see me.
Raphael, I thought we'd agreed not to see each other again.
But I had to see you, Jeanette. I'm rich. We can be married and live like aristocrats.
All Paris knows that you've won the lottery, Raphael. But money has never mattered to me.
Oh, Jeanette, I promise you, I'll never gamble again. I'll invest. I'll go into business. We'll live such a happy life.
Oh, no, Raphael, it is too late. I've tried hard to love you, but I cannot. I love Henri as I've never loved you. Fully and completely.
You're going to marry Henri?
Yes. I expect him in a moment, so please leave.
I'll not let you marry him. I'll not.
There's nothing you can do, Raphael. Now, please leave. I shouldn't want him to find you here.
I'll not let you marry him.
Don't be difficult. I beg of you. Oh, look through the window.
Yes, I see him. Your dear Henri.
He's on the other side of the street. He'll be crossing in a moment to knock at my door. Now, please leave at once.
Very well. But I'll do everything I can to make you love me again. I rushed out of the house, then clung to the wall. Henri was crossing the street. The black parchment was focused in my mind's mirror. And then I made a wish. Slowly and surely I intoned it. May he never reach her side alive. I trembled with expectation. In a matter of seconds, Henri's fate would be decided. I turned my face away, for I could not look. But I heard it all. My wish had made me a murderer. I went back to the boarding house and tried to shut myself away, but I could not rest. The black parchment lay on my dressing table. I reached it in a bound and then choked. No longer was it as big as a shawl. It looked more like a napkin. My life was shrinking away. Who's there?
Madame Boulard, I wish to speak to you, monsieur.
All right, come in.
I want to say that I am sorry for the way I acted last night, monsieur. I am not concerned about the rent anymore. Pay me when you like, and... Oh,
What's the matter?
are you ill, monsieur?
Well, no.
You've aged so, monsieur. You've aged. Look at your hair.
My hair?
Your hair has turned gray.
A few days later, my composure returned, and I went to see Jeanette. She sobbed, and I comforted her. She spoke tearfully of Henri.
Raphael, even though I'm very lonely, do not come to see me.
But why not, ma chérie?
Because it will rouse false hopes in you.
Is there a truer hope than the hope of our eventual marriage?
That is it, Raphael. I shall never marry you.
Ah, do not be so certain, Jeanette. In a few weeks, months, who knows how you will feel?
But I know how I feel. I do not love you, Raphael. I shall never marry you. Now, please, for the sake of both of us, please, Raphael, do not come.
In other times, I might have remained and begged. But now, I could afford to be more independent. The black parchment had given me wealth, and had eliminated my only rival for Jeanette's affection. It could also make her love me. But as I stood before the parchment, ready to intone my wish, my confidence began to waver. Did I dare make the wish? Did I dare? I did not know the answer. And then I thought of Dr. Edmond de la Trousse. I snatched up the parchment and made my way to his study.
I am happy to see you, Raphael. Sit down. Tell me what has happened.
Oh, much. My first wish made me a millionaire.
I know that.
Yes, and then I made another wish.
Ah? And what was that?
Well, perhaps I sinned, and...
My son, I am not concerned with virtue, nor ethics, nor morals. I am only an observer and calculator of truth. I leave it to the court and the clergy to enforce the application of truth. You need not fear taking me into your confidence.
Well, I wish that Henri my rival for Jeanette's hand, I wish that he die.
So? And he died, of course, in a manner which does not implicate you.
He was run over by a coach and four as he crossed the street.
Then you have done well. You are wealthy, and your path is clear with Jeanette.
Clear, save for Jeanette herself. She does not love me anymore. She will not marry me.
Well, that can be easily remedied.
I know, Doctor, but tell me, is there enough of the parchment left for one more wish? Do I dare make it?
I cannot say. I deal in truth, not in speculation.
Then what shall I do? Advise me.
You love Jeanette very much. You want her more than life itself.
Yes, of course.
More than life itself, Raphael.
Oh.
Yes, you must make your own decision.
I want her. I want her more than life itself.
Then wish, Raphael. Wish.
Very well. I wish that Jeanette be in love with me enough to marry me.
There. You have made your wish.
But the parchment, Doctor. What's happening?
It is shrinking, my son.
Yes, it is. I cannot look.
How easily it shrinks.
I'm going to die now. I know it. This was my last wish. A priest, Doctor. I must not die without the sacrament.
You will not die, Raphael.
What?
Not this time.
Has it stopped? Is there something left of the parchment?
It is now the size of a lace handkerchief.
I made my wish and I did not die.
No, my son, not this time. But let me warn you, be careful next time.
Next time? I won't worry about that, Doctor.
I think you had better.
No. You see, there won't be a next time. I threw back my head and squared my aching shoulders and rushed to Jeanette's. What stanza of time carries with it more music than the reconciliation? I felt as if the symphony of it all would burst me asunder.
Oh, Raphael, when you left me this morning, I was determined never to see you again. But then a feeling overwhelmed me. I was overcome with longing and shame for sending you away.
What is done, Jeanette. Now we are together.
Now let me look at you as I used to. Let me be warmed by the warmness of your face. Oh, Raphael, you have suffered much, haven't you?
It was not easy without you.
Your hair, it's turning gray. And your color is gone, and there are lines around your mouth.
Yes, I have suffered much.
Oh, but never mind, my darling. We'll be married at once. My love will make you young again. My devotion will give you back your youth.
We planned it just as we spoke. For the moment, I was free of the black parchment. But I was not destined to remain free of it for long. Strange how inevitable doom appears in simple disguises, in matter-of-fact events of daily life. The one time I never expected to find a sign of the horror ahead was during an intimate supper party which Jeanette and I were enjoying so much. A supper party. And yet, the sign appeared, and it shook me to my marrow.
Oh, look, darling. The wishbone. I found the wishbone.
Why, yes. From the tone of your voice, I had expected a diamond brooch.
Oh, the wishbone, Raphael. Come on, break it with me.
Of course. Now, hold tight.
All right, I will count. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you have won, Raphael. You get your wish.
So I have. Very well, I'll make a wish. I'll make a wish.
Oh, Lord, Raphael, I want to hear it.
A wish? I almost made a wish.
Raphael, what has happened to you?
Nothing, dear one. I had better lie down for a moment.
Raphael, darling, let me help you.
No, just leave me alone for a little while. How innocent and disarming was the sign of my approaching doom. I had almost made a wish. But even though my wish might be in jest, the parchment would be in earnest. One more wish, and it would shrink into nothingness. A glib remark, a slip of the tongue, and my life would shrink away. Some time later, Jeanette came to join me. I felt I could remain silent no longer. I told her everything.
Raphael, is this fantastic story true?
I would not lie to you, Jeanette. And here is the proof. The black parchment.
Why, there's hardly anything left.
Why do you think I'm haunted? Once the black parchment could cover a table. Now it's smaller than a lace handkerchief.
Oh, Raphael. Raphael, what have you done?
Oh, do not turn your face from me, Jeanette. I need your strength.
No, please, do not come near me. You have bewitched me. My love for you is not a free spirit, but chained to the will of that parchment. Do not come near me. Do not come near me.
Jeanette! She went to her room and remained there. For days she lay on her couch, unspeaking, unsmiling. The food I brought her remained untouched. I could not force her to eat. On the 4th week, I knelt beside her and pleaded. Jeanette, Jeanette, my darling, you say nothing, but your eyes speak for you. Tell me what you were thinking.
Henri. I was thinking of Henri.
It was because I loved you.
You're a murderer. You willed his death.
If I wronged him, it was made right by my love for you.
You murdered him. You murdered him so that the path would be free to enslave me.
Jeanette. Oh, Jeanette, the power of love cannot be denied. Love compelled me to will a murder and to capture your affection.
Love is strong, but justice is stronger. My love for you remains, for you have bewitched me. But deep down inside of me, there's only scorn.
Please, do not speak that way.
Scorn will conquer my love, will keep it from you. My love will remain alive because you willed it so, but it will be withheld from you. I shall never again, in speech, in action, give you the warmth, the comfort, the precious security of my love. I shall be out of your reach. Soon I shall have excluded you by death.
Oh, no, not death. Do not say that, Jeanette. Do not say that. I was distraught beyond all measure. Even as I looked at her, she seemed to grow weaker, to sink away. There was no one to turn to but Dr. de la Truce. I called for him, and he came.
I have examined her, my son.
Isn't there anything we can do?
By ordinary means, no. She will not live until morning.
Then the issue is clear. Only I can save her.
Yes, my boy. The choice is yours. I do not envy you.
Only I can wish her life. With one last phrase, I can barter mine for hers. Will you please leave me for a moment, Doctor?
Of course. I shall go back to Jeanette again. If you need me, call.
Yes, Doctor. Goodbye. In all this malevolent world, there cannot be one who is more accursed than I. It is hard to die, surrounded by the glory of my wealth. At least Jeanette will know the meaning of my final act of courage, for I love her more than life itself. There you are, black parchment, resting on my writing table. I want to look at you as I make my last wish. In this concluding moment, you will not stare me down. I wish that my dearest wife, Jeanette, survive this night, and that she continue to live a free and full and happy life. There. It is done. It is done.
Raphael, Jeanette is rallying. She...
Oh, of course she is, Doctor. And now I can rest forever. The wish is made. There is no parchment left to plague me.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the immortal story of the Black Parchment. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale. The Diamond Lens.
Hello, Mr. Pike. Are you in?
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. You are Mr. Pike, aren't you?
I am, sir. But I don't believe I remember your name. So many doctors and professors come to me.
Naturally, you don't know me, Mr. Pike. This is the first time I've even been in here. My first day in New York, as a matter of fact. My name's Lindley. Alan Lindley.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Lindley. And what can I do for you this nasty morning? Are you in the biological line, botanical, zoological, medicine?
All and none. Look, Mr. Pike, there's no sense disguising facts. I'm new here. I'm new to the world of science. But you'll hear about me before long.
I'm sure we will, sir.
I have come to New York to do something no man has yet done.
And that is?
I have come to revolutionize the science of the microscope.
Indeed, sir. You've bitten off a tremendous job for yourself. May I ask if you've had any previous training in the technique of the microscope?
Training? No, but who needs it? Who wants it? I have something more. Something none of your dry-as-dust professors and routine-ridden doctors have. Love, devotion, passion.
Science does not lend itself easily to the emotions, Mr. Lindley.
It does to mine. All my life, every thought, every desire, every yearning has been devoted to the microscope. I think it, I breathe it. Look out at the rain. Where anybody sees only a drop of water rolling down the window, I see a universe of beings animated with all the passions common to physical life and convulsing their minute sphere with struggles as fierce as those of man.
Indeed, sir, but that is only dreaming. The science of the microscope demands patience, skill, years of practice.
Ah, you talk like a fool. I would trade a century practice for an ounce of inspiration. And I have that, Pike. Inspiration like a volcano. Well, I'll show you soon enough.
I hope you will, Mr. Lindley.
Here's a list of what I want.
Mr. Lindley, you can't afford to purchase all this. It will amount to...
Whatever it is, I can pay. Here's $1,000 in gold on account. I want all this apparatus delivered to my rooms on 4th Avenue no later than tomorrow morning. Here's the address.
Mr. Lindley...
And watch the scientific journals from this day on, Pike. Because very shortly you will see the name of Alan Lindley, microscopist, blaze like a star in the heavens.
I believe you, Mr. Lindley. I really do. For a novice to embark on such a course as you have set for yourself, you must be either a genius or...
Or what?
Or a madman.
Alan! Perhaps Alan isn't home, Lindley.
Nonsense, Cora, nonsense. The landlady said he hasn't left his rooms in 6 months. Alan, you scoundrel!
A moment. Who? Dad. Cora,
looks guilty, eh, Cora? Like a thief caught in the act.
Now, Mr. Lindley, you promised you wouldn't bully Alan. Hello, Alan, darling. Well, aren't you going to ask us in?
Of course. Come in, both of you. I'm afraid the place is a bit of a mess just now. I'll try to find chairs.
Mess? Looks like a confounded junk shop. What's all this glass and metal and apparatus?
Well, I suppose it's an amateur laboratory, so to speak. I'm trying hard to turn myself into a professional microscopist.
Professional piddle? Now look here, son. I'm not going to mince words.
Now, Mr. Lindley.
Don't know me, Cora. You may be in love with this scoundrel, but I'm his father and I've plenty to say.
What is it, Dad? What's the matter?
The matter is 6 months and $6,000. For 6 months, we haven't heard from you. Not a letter. Not a message. For 6 months, you've been buried in this blasted city. Dead, for all we might have known. And the only word from you was a draft on my bank for $6,000.
That's how we found your address, Alan.
This confounded nonsense has got to stop.
It's not nonsense, Dad, and it's only begun.
Blast your infertile impudence.
You promised me a year in New York. A year of independence to follow my own career. You said it was a fair gamble. Either I'd find myself or get it out of my system.
Find yourself, yes, but not squander yourself. Not spend a fortune and live in a filthy pigsty like a dealer in bottles and old glass. This junk here...
Don't touch it!
Don't touch it! Touch it! I wouldn't soil my fingers. Now listen, Alan. The bargain's ended. Canceled. Finished. You're to come home at once.
I will not.
You'll do as you're told.
For 1 year, I'll do as I please.
Not without an allowance, you won't. And I mean that, sir. Not another penny for this foolishness. Not another penny until you come home, marry Cora, and get to work. It's home or starve. All right. Now get out of here. I ought to break my cane over your backside. Get out!
Alan! Mr. Linley, please.
Cora,
Will you wait for me downstairs, Mr. Linley? I'd like to speak to Alan alone.
You're wasting your time, Cora. He needs to be convinced with a stick.
Please, Mr. Linley.
Very well, very well. Tell the ruffian who poses as my son that I stick to my decision. He's to come home or stop.
I'm sorry, Alan, dear.
Darling Cora, I haven't even had a chance to say hello, really.
Well, there's no one stopping you now, Alan.
Oh, darling, how I've missed you.
I know. Only something terribly important could keep you away from me so long.
Then you do understand.
A little. Enough.
It's so big for me. I reached a blind alley, a blank wall. All this equipment that cost a fortune, it's imperfect, inadequate.
But Alan...
Night after night, I dream of the perfect microscope. A dream instrument of immeasurable power that will pierce the envelope of matter down to the original atom.
But, darling, that's impossible.
Don't you see? I can't give up until I found that microscope. You do understand, Cora?
Yes, darling. I understand, and you're right. You must stay here.
Bless you.
I'll see what I can do with your father. I only hope I can pacify him a little.
Thank you, darling.
And while you're struggling with your problem, don't forget that it's mine, too. Even if I don't understand all your complicated science. Goodbye, Alan.
Goodbye.
You are fortunate, Effendi. She is a beautiful woman.
What?
It's too bad she departs in tears.
Who the devil are you and what do you want?
Forgive me, Effendi, but my room is next to yours. I could not help overhearing. My name is Simon Beltapri. I am a very small person of no consequence. A dealer in trifles. A buyer and seller of insignificance.
Yes, well, I've worked to do.
One moment, Mr. Lindley. Pardon, I presume. But I could not help hearing you speak of problems.
The perfect microscope lens? What about it?
I understand you are baffled in search for this marvel of science. Effendi, has it never occurred to you that two heads are better than one?
Meaning yourself? Nonsense.
But no, I speak of Madame Vulpes.
Who?
Madame Vulpes. Most famous medium in city. Most powerful in world.
A medium?
Yes, great medium. By heavens, what a woman. I go to her many times. This woman speaks to me of things I do not dare to speak of, even to myself. Always she knows all. For through her mouth speaks the wisdom of the ages. Perhaps to you, the voice of a scientist long dead will speak, bringing advice you need, eh?
By heaven, why not? What have I to lose? Come, Belapis, take me to your medium. She may find me the perfect microscope.
You come for a communication, Finlay?
Yes, Madame Vulpes. I bring him quick. I have told him about you.
Quiet, Simon. This time the matter does not concern you. Mr. Linley, you wish to communicate with any particular spirit?
Yes.
Have you ever known this spirit on Earth?
No, never. He died long before I was born. I wish merely to obtain from him some information which he ought to be able to give than any other.
Seat yourself at the table, Mr. Linley, and place your hand on it. Simon will do likewise, unless you prefer him to leave.
I have nothing to conceal. He may stay.
That is good. Quietly.
1,000 thanks for your trust, Effendi. I repay you now, since I know how to question spirits when they speak through medium's mouth.
Simone, she's moaning.
Ah, they are strong tonight. Already she's in trance, and they clamor at her mouth.
What's that rapping?
The spirits call us to attention. I would speak to them. Will the spirit communicate with this gentleman? Will the particular spirit he desires to speak with communicate? Attention, Lindley. The spirit you want is about to speak through her.
But she doesn't know who I want, neither do you. I haven't mentioned his name.
You have thought it. That is enough for remarkable Madame Vulpes. Listen.
I am here. Question me.
Speak,
Lindy. It is your spirit.
Who are you?
He whom you desire. Anton Leeuwenhoek.
Great Scott! This is incredible. The very man I thought of.
Who is spirit with strange name?
Anton Leeuwenhoek. The original discoverer of the microscope. He died centuries ago.
Speak to him, Lindy. Quick, before he goes.
Do you know what I want, Master?
Yes.
Can the perfect microscope be created?
Yes.
Am I destined to accomplish this task?
You are.
For the love you bear to science, help me. How shall I proceed?
You must use a lens submitted to electromagnetic currents of 1,000 volts and constantly bathed in the magnetic field.
Of what shall the lens be formed?
For the perfect microscope, you will need a lens formed of a 140 carat diamond.
Simon, what is it?
Monsters! Robbers! Thieves!
What ails you, man?
Let me out of here! I do not remain in an instant!
In heaven's name, Simon! Are you sick? Wait! I'm coming with you!
You have ferreted out my secret! You and that cursed Wolfes woman!
Wait, Simon! What secret? What's the matter?
But you shall not have it! Neither you nor the Wolfes! No one shall steal from me the eye of the morning!
Simon! Stop, you idiot!
Get away! Why have you followed me home?
I live here, too, you fool! Stop yelling! You'll wake the house.
Get out of here!
Don't be an ass! Here, come into my room a minute and cool off.
I swear to you, Lindy, you shall not have it.
Have what? Sit down and calm off. What excited you so? What was this gibberish about the eye of the morning?
Do not pretend. You know. You know the Wolfes woman told you.
Told me what?
About my diamond. The diamond called the eye of the morning.
Oh? You own a diamond?
You know.
Come to your senses, man. I only met you a few hours ago. I know nothing. Nothing but what you yourself gave away.
Huh? Yes. Yes, my friend, I think perhaps I misjudged you, huh? Of course you did not know. And Madame Wolfes, she spoke of another diamond, eh? That was what confused Bellatrix, because it was of the same size.
What was the same size? Your diamond?
Wait, Lindy, I show it to you. Always I have it on me for safety. Here. Look at it.
It's magnificent.
Worth the king's ransom. 140 carats.
100? Exactly what I...
How I get it is story of robbery and theft and murder.
You smuggled it in?
Yes.
I see. Simone, listen to me. I must have this diamond.
You joke, eh?
Simone, I want this diamond.
You are serious. But no, you are a fool. You could not pay.
You heard what the spirit of Leeuwenhoek said. A diamond lens of 140 carats. This is my lens, Simone, my perfect microscope. I must have it.
No.
What else can I find a diamond so exactly suited to my needs?
No, Lindley, no, you are a meddle. Give it back!
I must have it, Simone.
Give it back!
I must have this diamond no matter what the price.
No, Lindley! Let go!
I must have this diamond.
Lindley!
And I do have it, Simone. You can't hear me now. But wherever you are, the shades and spirits of the beyond will make you understand. I have the perfect microscope now. The diamond lens. Just a minute. Oh, my boy, are you all right? Oh, Dad, come in. Of course I'm all right. Why shouldn't I be?
Shouldn't you? Great Scott, Allen. Are you so lost in your scientific nonsense you don't know what's happening around you? Here, read this paper. Huh?
Oh. Murder in 4th Avenue rooming house. Last week, Simone Bellatrix found strangled in bedroom. Oh, that. Just a Persian peddler killed.
My word, Alan. I don't see how you can be so cold-blooded. As soon as we saw this in our local paper, Cora and I rushed to New York.
Cora? Here?
Yes, she's waiting in the hotel. We had to come when we saw your name as one of the neighbors of the murdered man.
Wait, Dad. Before you say anything else, now listen to me. I've done what I set out to do. And in less than a year, I've done something that no man in the world could do. I've created the perfect microscope, built a lens that can pierce all matter down to the ultimate atom.
You're talking like a madman again.
This happens to be the greatest moment of my life, Dad. My microscope is mounted and ready for use. This will be my first sight into the unknown.
Alan, you're so flushed and perspiring. Your hands are shaking so.
Watch. First the dynamo. Yes. Then, on the slide, a drop of water. So tiny, so clear. Seemingly so empty.
Alan, you must come away. It's this confounded electrical mess surrounding your microscope that's burning you up.
Careful, don't touch anything. There's 1,000 volts of death lying in wait for the unwary.
Good heavens. What have you been doing?
Preparing for this superb moment. My first glimpse into the void of atomic space. For the first time in history, a human eye peers into the unknown and sees... Father!
My boy.
This is incredible, unbelievable.
Oh, you're real, Alan.
No. Only overwhelmed. Father, this miraculous lens penetrates into a tiny world, more perfect, more beautiful, far lovelier than any man has dreamed.
Oh, you only imagine you see it. Such things do not exist.
I tell you, I do see it, and... No, this is too much to believe.
Oh, my boy, come away from that lens.
A human figure. A figure of a woman. Wait. Yes, she floats directly in the lens. The most beautiful, adorable woman I have ever seen. Human and yet too lovely to be human. A graceful, unbelievable animula in the atom. What a perfect name for her. Animula.
You're mad.
Mad am I? See, she gazes directly up into the lens. Up at me. Now she smiles. She senses I'm watching her. She must know how my heart reaches out to her.
Alan.
Wait, listen. Do you hear that? The tinkle of infinitesimal bells. The music of delicate dancing prisms. It's her voice, I tell you. The voice of her thought for me.
Alan, in the name of mercy, I implore you to come away. You're sick. Don't know how you rave.
Out of the atom she calls to me. Animula. And my heart calls to her.
I've got to get you home at once. Now listen to me, Alan. Perhaps Cora can... Yes, I'll bring Cora. She'll calm you. Now wait, my boy. I'll bring Cora to you.
Animula. I love you.
Mr. Lindley! Open up! This is Inspector Adams, Homicide Department.
What is it?
Sorry to bother you. Just a few questions about the Belle Affres murder.
Oh, come in. I'm sorry I didn't answer at once. I was preoccupied.
Quite a place you got here. Laboratory, eh?
Yes.
Any particular research?
Yes. No, you must excuse me. She's calling again. Do you hear? I haven't taken my eyes off her for an hour.
I don't think I understand, Mr. Lindley. If you mean that tinkling noise, it sounds like a piece of glass to me.
No. Animula. It's the sound of her thoughts. Someday I'll let you see her, too, but now she's for my eyes alone.
Oh, something under that microscope, eh? Looks like a drop of water.
Careful. There's an electrical field around that instrument. You must know how to handle it. She's calling to me again. You must excuse me, Inspector Adams.
Mr. Lindley.
What?
Stop looking into that lens a minute. I want to ask some questions.
Yes, I can't give you too much time. My whole life is in this lens.
It's about Simon Belle Affres, the Persian. Did you know him?
No.
Ever see him?
No.
Ever been in his room?
No.
Was he ever in yours?
No.
Well, look, we found him strangled in his room, which is right next to yours. He looked as though he'd been in an awful fight. Did you hear anything that night?
No.
Too busy with research, eh?
That's right.
Here's the point, Mr. Lindley. Belle Affres is all banged up, but his room wasn't, see? It looks as though he was killed in a fight somewhere else and then carried to his room. Now, did you hear any noise in the halls, like a body being dragged?
No, I don't believe I did.
Have you got any idea why Belle Affres was murdered? A feud, maybe, or a robbery? Did he own anything worth stealing?
I can't say. I don't know.
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Lindley? You look like you're ready to faint.
It's the bells. You hear them, Inspector? It's an Animula calling me to her. I've got to get back to the microscope. You must excuse me.
I hear those bells, too. Say, don't tell me you think that sound comes out of the microscope.
But it does, I tell you. Out of the atoms of that tiny drop of water. The voice of my beloved calling to me. Reaching toward me from the atomic void. It is voice of her thoughts yearning toward me. She knows I watch her. She knows I love her.
Alan, darling.
Oh, you see,
what's
Cora?
the matter?
You see? Mad. Raving mad.
Alan, darling, what's wrong?
I'm Inspector Adams, folks. Believe me, this man's mad.
No, I can't believe that. Oh, please sit down here, Alan, dear. Good heavens, how you're trembling.
Please don't touch me, Cora.
Alan.
Take your hands off me.
You see, Cora?
Alan, darling, your father was right. You are delirious.
No, Cora. I'm in love.
Of course, dear.
It's that new microscope. He saw something.
You hear that? Listen, all of you.
Now, wait a minute. What new microscope?
I don't know. He said...
Oh, I'll tell you. If it'll make you believe my sanity. Old Leeuwenhoek told me how to make it. A lens. In a magnetic field. Long axis. A diamond lens of 140 carats.
A diamond lens?
Mr. Lindley, we've got to get Alan home at once. Alan, for my sake, you've got to come with us.
No.
Please, darling. Listen. You said you loved me once. I never asked anything for our love. Now I do. Please come with us.
I don't love you now, Cora. I'm sorry.
Why? Why?
I love Animula.
A thing in the microscope. A dream in a drop of water.
A dream in... I don't understand. But I don't care. Love anybody you please, Alan. Anybody, anywhere. And I won't care because I love you and anything that's yours. Only now you must come away.
No. Now get out, all of you. You hear? She's calling again. I've got to get back to her. Animula. Do you hear? Her voice. It's louder, closer. Great heaven, she's reaching out to me. Across the vast barrier of space, she's coming to me. Animula. Do you hear, do you?
Yes, we all hear, Mr. Lindley. And we all see. Look, here in my hand. This is the voice of your Animula.
What? No.
Good Lord, what's that?
Something I found tangled in the window curtain. A pair of Persian ankle bells. Silver bells used for jewelry.
Impossible, I won't...
They match a pair we found in the torn pocket of Belle Afra's coat.
The man who was murdered.
By your son, Mr. Lindley.
No!
Alan,
you didn't know you couldn't.
Yes, he did, all right. And for that diamond lens he was talking about, I bet. We've known for some time that Belle Afra's was smuggling diamonds.
You lie. That's not the voice of my Animula. Those bells...
You murdered him here, didn't you? For a diamond. In the fight, these bells were probably torn from the Persian's pocket and caught in the curtain. Every time the curtain swayed, you thought you heard this Animula talking.
It was her voice. I swear it. I believe it. I heard her.
Now, look again, you fool. Look again in that crazy diamond lens and tell me what you see now. Take one long last look before you hang for murder.
Monster! You destroy everything. Love, faith, belief. But you won't destroy my belief. I have a way to stop you. Everybody! Look out!
Alan. Alan.
Oh, no.
Yes, I'm afraid he's dead. Electrocuted himself when he smashed his microscope. Well, maybe it's best this way. I can see he must have been a nice boy.
But what happened? What changed him like that?
I don't know. Something he saw, I guess.
But was it real? Did he really see all that in the diamond lens?
You don't understand. He saw something and it changed him. That's what happens to all of us. Doesn't matter if we really see it or only imagine we do. We see something and it changes us. Sooner or later, every man must gaze into a diamond lens.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story, The Diamond Lens. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.